Chapter 191, Stealing the Sky. After hearing the system's task, Gu Yan looked at the woman in the nut shop again with a hint of surprise. While he was observing, a young man rushed to the nut shop not far away, which made Gu Yan narrow his eyes slightly. What a coincidence. You all have jobs now, how long are you going to delay paying us the money you owe us? Four men surrounded Luo Susu with ferocious expressions. I haven't received my salary yet. I will pay you back when I get it. The woman said palely. The people opposite obviously ignored this. Little sister, looking at you like this, it's basically impossible for you to pay back the money you owe us. How about we take a little loss and you pay for it with your body? At this sound, the four men in tight t-shirts looked at each other and laughed wickedly. Luo Susu shook her head in fear, holding her cell phone in her hand. At this time, the only person she thought of was Su Wei. I just called him, he will definitely come. Don't be so repulsive. Many women pay off their debts this way now. You keep shaking your head and making us look like the bad guys. Among the four men, the one with a wallet tucked under his arm and a cigarette in his mouth showed a mouthful of yellow teeth. He reached out and grabbed Luo Susu's shoulder. No! Seeing the man's hand reaching out to grab her, Luo Susu stepped back in fear, but there is a nut stall behind it, and there is no way to avoid it. A strong hand grabbed the greasy middle-aged man's arm at this moment. You dare to lay hands on her? The cold voice drew everyone's attention. He was a handsome young man wearing a pair of washed-out jeans and a simple white shirt. The moment she saw this young man, Luo Susu finally felt at ease and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Wei is finally here. Who the hell are you? You want to stand up for this woman? How much does she owe you? Su Wei turned his head and stared at the four people in front of him. This woman owes us 3 million yuan, and it has been several months now. Can't you pay it back for her? The greasy middle-aged man looked at Su Wei with an irritable tone. Don't even think about it, bro. This kid looks so poor and dressed like that, there's no way he can be a rich man. The younger brother behind him shook his head with a look of disdain. For some reason, when they saw the guy in front of them, they all had the urge to cause trouble. On the other hand, when Su Wei heard these guys talking about debt, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's only 3 million. And these people are just stretching their faces out to him for slapping, not far away. When Gu Yan saw this situation and combined it with the money this guy took out when he broke off the engagement, he already had a guess. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it and could only watch Su Wei show off. Ding! The host has been detected to be in trouble. The universal lottery mode has been activated for the host. Yi Tian's voice attracted Gu Yan's thoughts. Universal lottery mode? What's the use of this? The host can get everything by relying on this lottery mode. Afraid that Gu Yan still didn't understand, Yi Tian transmitted the information about this lottery to his mind. After being indoctrinated with a large amount of information, Gu Yan understood everything. This lottery can determine what the winning item is based on his corresponding situation and the problem at hand. Given the current situation, if there were a universal lottery, perhaps the situation would be different. It's a pity that he has no points. If the system could give him some points, ding, the host can buy on credit in the system, and the interest rate is 24%. Yi Tian understood Gu Yan's thoughts and did not give him a chance to speak out. Talking about points hurts feelings. It is better to settle accounts clearly. With Yi Tian's careful calculation, Gu Yan awkwardly opened the system page and found the universal lottery. System, let's do 2 draws first. As the voice fell, Yi Tian immediately controlled the roulette wheel and symbolically turned it a dozen times. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 single socks. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a set of women's clothing. The two voices startled Gu Yan. System, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the lottery? Yi Tian did not explain, but responded, the host owes 200 points. Do you want to continue the lottery? After hesitating for a while, Gu Yan nodded helplessly. 3 more draws in a row. All the points had been spent, and he didn't want to end up with just the socks and women's clothing. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10 pairs of socks. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obviously, the 3 draws were something that gave Gu Yan a headache. System, just give me 15 consecutive draws. After Yi Tian's actions, Gu Yan began to develop a gambler's mentality. Seeing this, Yi Tian laughed out loud, but did not continue to tease the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you won a pair of socks. Ding, ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the divine skill, stealing the sky and changing the day. Skill, subterfuge description. With this skill, there is no underwear that the host cannot steal. After 20 consecutive draws, the last one finally made Gu Yan feel refreshed, except that the introduction was a bit improper. Inside the nut shop. I in the eyes of the 4 debt collectors, Sue patted Luo Susu's shoulder affectionately. Don't worry, I can help you solve all the problems. Luo Susu nodded with emotion. Hey! Do you have any money, kid? The greasy middle-aged man puffed out smoke rings, his face showing impatience. The younger brother behind him said impatiently, Why waste time with this guy, brother Wine, let's just take that girl back directly. Pa! A sudden slap stunned the gangster who said this. Sue twisted his wrist. You're such a jerk. Hit me? Are you looking for death? Half of his face was burning with pain. How could the gangster bear it? The greasy middle-aged man's eyes flashed with coldness. Boy, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, neither of you can leave today. Explain? Sue shrugged and said casually, Don't you just want money? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. He was going to throw the bank card in these guys' faces. Bang! Suddenly, a man came and knocked Sue to stagger. After taking a closer look, he suddenly felt angry. Gu Yan? It's you! Are you blind? Sorry. Gu Yan smiled apologetically. Oof. Although somewhat surprised by the other party's apology, Sue still had no intention of accepting it. I took note of this guy again in my heart. Boy, where's the money? The greasy middle-aged man next to emerged impatiently, reaching back into his pocket. Sue said slowly, Don't worry, it's only 3 million. As he said this, he rummaged in his pocket for a while, his brows furrowed slightly. Search in another pocket, search and search. The 4 thugs in front of him crossed their arms and stared at Sue quietly. After searching all over his body, Sue began to get impatient. No, my card is clearly on me, how come it's gone? Chapter 192. Looking for sister. You don't want to tell us that your money is lost? The greasy middle-aged man spat out the cigarette butt, and the expression on his face gradually became fierce. Sue nodded seriously, it really fell off. I made your grandfather laugh. The thug who got slapped laughed grimly. Brother, this guy has been playing tricks on us, what do you say? Beat him up first. The greasy middle-aged man became even angrier. Wang Datu has been in the underworld for so long, and this is the first time he has been fooled by a young boy like this. I'm not lying to you, my card is really missing. Do you think we are fools? The greasy middle-aged man waved his hand directly at the people behind him. In an instant, the 3 of them rushed towards Sue. I advise you not to do anything to me. Attack? I will attack. A gangster rushed directly to Sue with his hands and claws. Just as the attack was about to arrive, the beast controlling space behind Sue opened up. Huff, huff, huff as the cold air poured out. The rain outside the nut shop condensed into layers of frost. The next moment, a snake tail swept out. Bang! The gangster flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth. A giant snake-like contracted beast that spanned more than 30 meters, like a piece of ice, slowly crawled out of Sue's beast controlling space. Deep pool ice anaconda? Seeing the contracted beast appear behind Sue, the greasy middle-aged man shuddered all over. No, this aura is not A-level, it is A-level. Only the deep pool ice anaconda king can possess the aura. You guys really pissed me off. The voice was extremely low, and Sue controlled the giant python behind him. The next moment, the ice anaconda king of the deep pool, wrapped in absolute coldness, rushed straight into the gap between the greasy middle-aged man and others. The remaining 4 people summoned their contracted beasts one after another. Short-armed monkeys, long-legged crickets, flying sparrows, including the greasy middle-aged man. The 5 of them are all at the level of beast tamer. The same level of strength as Sue. The same level of strength. Generally speaking, what is being compared is the contracted beasts of both parties. Obviously, the deep pool ice anaconda strengthened by the heavenly machinery is not comparable to ordinary low-level contracted beasts. Hiss. The giant python bit the short-armed monkey with its tongue flickering. There is no room for retreat for a D+ level short-armed monkey. Crack! The moment it bit, the short-armed monkey's shoulder blade shattered directly, and the deep pool ice anaconda's emotionless snake eyes flashed. A shrill roar of pain came from the short-armed monkey's mouth. The other contracted beasts attacked the deep pool ice anaconda at the same time. However, these contracted beasts within the D level could not even break the blue-black scales of the deep pool ice anaconda. A sweep of the tail. Boom! The space exploded, and the 3 mutant beasts were blown away in an instant. Sue completely crushed the A-level Deep Pool Ice Anaconda King. How come this kid has the Deep Pool Ice Anaconda King as his contracted beast? Sun Hui, who was standing next to Gu Yan, didn't know that this was something Sue had taken from Gu Yan. Maybe he has some great opportunity. Gu Yan touched the bank card in his pocket. The ability given to him by the system was really unsolvable. While the battle was going on, Gu Yan made a phone call. Hello? This is the city guard. What's the reason for calling? I'm reporting that there's a fight going on here. Looking at the drama in front of him, Gu Yan reported like a concerned citizen. 10 minutes later, outside the nut shop. 5 people were wailing on the ground, covered in wounds. This is the consequence of provoking me. Sue's face was full of pride as he took the Deep Pool Ice Anaconda back into the beast taming space. However, at this moment, a large number of warning sirens sounded on the street outside. This is the city guard's convoy. Before Sue could react, a large group of soldiers in combat uniforms surrounded the nut shop. Who called the police? A beautiful woman with a curvy figure and wearing a leather jacket from the city guard walked into the nut shop in the rain. Gu Yan raised his hand at the right time. Gu Yan? Seeing the guy raising his hand, the policewoman frowned and her good mood disappeared immediately. What happened? Someone is fighting. Gu Yan was not surprised by the woman's expression. After all, she was Duanmu Mingyue's biological sister. On the side, Sue heard Gu Yan's words and his heart skipped a beat. Who? The policewoman raised her eyebrows. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the main city of Tsankon. Now that the Beastmaster exam is approaching, it is even more serious if such a thing still happens. Gu Yan pointed at Sue and the 5 unlucky guys. Gu Yan, is this the only despicable method you can use? The moment he saw Gu Yan pointing at him, Sue felt indescribable anger in his heart. Gu Yan did not respond, which made Sue feel powerless as if he was punching cotton. The policewoman waved her hand. Take everyone away. The city guards behind immediately stepped forward. Facing these people, Sue had no intention of resisting at all. Every city guard is at least as powerful as a beastmaster. Moreover, they stand on the side of absolute justice and represent the public security of the main city. If he resists, the consequences will be unimaginable. 6 people, including Sue, were picked up by the city guards and then locked in an escort vehicle. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have disgusted the protagonist Sue, and I will reward you with 4,000 points. Gu Yan was excited when he heard Yi Tian's voice. The policewoman turned and left, but before leaving, she turned slightly to Gu Yan and said, although I don't know how you recovered from the hospital bed, I still want to warn you, don't think you can marry my sister just because you have an engagement. The Beast Tamer exam is approaching, and young Master Long has already emerged from retreat. You should be more sensible. Only young Master Long is worthy of Mingyue. Without waiting for Gu Yan's response, the policewoman turned around and got into the car after leaving a bunch of words. She's still as annoying as ever. Gu Yan saw the system panel unfold in front of him. Duanmu Xuankue, turns out she's also one of the heroines. Young Master Long is coming out of seclusion. Sun Hui, who was standing next to him, swallowed his saliva, obviously frightened inside. Boss, how much are hazelnuts, almonds, cashews, walnuts, pine nuts, melon seeds, and almonds? Gu Yan's words brought the 2 people left in the store back to their senses. Brother Gu, are you really here to buy nuts? Sun Hui twitched the corners of his mouth. When he originally came to the shop, he thought Gu Yan was indeed buying some nuts to eat, but after seeing Sue, he no longer thought so. He thought Gu Yan came here deliberately to wait for Sue, but now, Luo Susu listened to Gu Yan's words and hesitated. But I thought I was just a clerk, and if there were customers, I had to entertain them. Hazelnuts 98/kg, almonds 183/kg, nuts. The main city of Sengcheon cannot produce them by itself. Often when the ship is docked in the main city, people in the city go to the primeval forest below and collect the spoils from the squirrels' nests, since it involves considerable risks and the goods may not be available. The price is not cheap. Give me some, so I can make up 3 tons. Okay. Luo Susu nodded, then froze. How much do you want? 3 tons. 3 tons? Luo Susu still thought she had heard it wrong. Who buys nuts by the ton? Any questions? No. The woman shook her head and immediately got busy. Shovel nuts, load nuts, shovel nuts, load nuts. During this period, Luo Susu also summoned her only contracted beast. A woman so weak has a contracted beast. No wonder she had that expression when Guyan's beast controlling space was broken. Luo Susu's contracted beast is a small creature with a big green head and a short body. Onion beast, C+ level, sensitive contract beast price, 300W soon. Sir, your goods have been loaded, a total of 670,000. Luo Susu wiped the sweat off her forehead. Guyan nodded to Sun Hui. You want me to pay? Sun Hui scratched his head. A simple transaction also ends normally. But just as Guyan was about to leave, Luo Susu stopped him. Sir, wait a moment. What's up? Yes, this is my personal matter, and I would like to ask for your help, sir. As she spoke, Luo Susu took out a yellowed photo. In the photo, there was a copper bracelet. Sir, have you seen a girl wearing this bracelet? Are you looking for someone? Yes, that's my sister. We got lost when we encountered a beast tied in Safe Zone 03. After so many years, he should have died long ago, right? Guyan said this with the thinking of a normal person. Luo Susu's hand holding the photo turned slightly pale. She would ask every customer, and what they said was not much different from Guyan's, but she did not give up. In her opinion, as long as she persisted, there was hope. She borrowed 3 million yuan to buy the onion beast, with the intention of letting it help her find her lost sister. If you see me again in the future, please let me know. I will definitely reward you handsomely. As soon as the woman's voice fell, Yi Tian's words rang in Guyan's mind, ding, triggering a new character, Luo Susu's sister. Would the host like to spend 2,000 points to inquire about the other party's personal information? System, so you know everything? Guyan was surprised. At the same time, I also understood the purpose of the system popping up this message at this time. This was obviously hinting something to him. In that case, Guyan's eyes fell on the woman's face. If I help you find your sister, how about you become my woman? You. Hearing these straightforward words, Luo Susu's face turned red. Chapter 193. Sister Luo Meyer. Such a request was something she had never imagined. What are you hesitating about? It's your blessing that Brother Gu likes you. Sun Hui said something very villainous. These words immediately pushed Luo Susu away, and she lowered her head in silence. Still pretending. Sun Hui trembled his legs. More than half a month ago, weren't you still thinking about selling it to Brother Gu? What? Have you forgotten now? These words made Luo Susu's delicate eyes tremble, and she looked at Gu Yan. It was not until now that she realized that the guy in front of her was that man. As one of the 4 young masters of the main city, there is nothing he doesn't know as long as he wants. At the beginning, it was because she saw Guyan's power that she had the idea of enduring humiliation for the audience. I thought of using the only valuable thing to get information about my sister from Guyan, but she was interrupted by Su Wei, which made her feel a little relieved but also a little regretful. Her sister is the one she will find even if she gives everything. Meeting Guyan again brought up the topic of her sister. For Luo Susu, this was like a second choice given to her by Godi. In that case, Luo Susu took a deep breath, looked at Guyan and said, if you can really reunite me with my sister, I can agree to your request. That's right. We'll be a family from now on. Sun Hui ate melon seeds and looked at Guyan with a grin. Guyan picked him up and stuffed him into the driver's seat. Wait for my news. After leaving the last words to Luo Susu, Guyan got into the car, followed by a roar. The vehicle drove away, and a small truck loaded with nuts followed closely behind. In the rain, there were only 2 dark red taillights, gradually becoming blurred. Boom! The flashing lightning illuminates the entire Sky City. Luo Susu came back to her senses. Maybe this decision is not a bad one. Inside the nut truck. Guyan has separated from Sun Hui. In front of him was a panel that he had spent 2,000 points to open from the system. Name, Luo Meyer. Strength, Senior Beast Tamer. Contracted Beasts, Treasure Hunting Hamster, C. Confusing Fox, B+, Enchanting Ancient Flower, and Personal Information. Description, in order to find her sister, she has traveled to more than a dozen safe zones and recently came to the main city of Tsankong. Recently, someone used her sister's information as an excuse to order her to do something. Is this Luo Susu's sister? The information provided by Yi Tian undoubtedly surprised Guyan. A high-level beast taming master can already be ranked among the strongest people in the world. Now it is in the main city of Tsangxiong. Although the other party's exact location is still unclear, as long as it is in the main city of Tsankong, it will not be difficult for him, even though his family is in a bad state now. It's just that his company went bankrupt. As long as the connections are still there, it won't be difficult to find out some information. The most urgent task now is to summon the Super Nut Hamster. If the contract is successful, his strength will surely increase dramatically. The only thing that troubled Guyan was the summoning method described in the strategy book. Not only does it require nuts, but it also requires a summoning ritual. Ding, the host can spend 1,000 points to skip the summoning ceremony and directly summon the Super Nut Hamster. I need points again. Guyan felt annoyed when he heard Yi Tian's voice. The current points panel still shows that I owe 480 points originally, after obtaining 4,000 points from Su Wei, settling the debt from the lottery, and then exchanging it for Luo Mayer's information. It was just right, but that insignificant interest rate is such a ripoff. This situation taught Guyan to be frugal. Yi Tian obviously also noticed the host's thoughts, which was unacceptable. Ding, host, do you want to bind the Super Nut Hamster for full service? With only 3,000 points, the system can summon the Super Nut Hamster for you and bind it to the contract with you. Compared to summoning the Super Nut Hamster, this is an upgraded version. Can I directly bind to that contracted beast? The full range of services made Guyan obviously interested. After all, for a beast master, compared to finding a suitable contracted beast, binding the contract is the most difficult step. To bind a contract, the contracted beast must have a high degree of favorability towards the beast master, or be extremely afraid of the beast master, or show submission and respect. Otherwise, if the contracted beast does not cooperate, the beast master will not be able to successfully complete the contract. But seeing the points required, Guyan felt that it was no big deal to be bound. With 3,000 points, he could already unlock the strategy for the second mysterious contracted beast. Although he was tempted, his points made it difficult for him to take action. The car stopped outside the house and Guyan returned home soon. The Gu group collapsed, and now Guyan's family lives in an old house. The facilities are not in good condition. Therefore, when Guyan Kai arrived at the door of the room, he heard voices from inside. It's my mother. She's talking on the phone with someone. Principal Wang, you can't say that. Our Yenner has recovered. It's totally your fault that a student who is a master of beast control can go to your school. Mrs. Gu, it's not that we don't want to take you in, but... The voice on the phone said hesitantly, you should also understand that with your Gu family's current reputation, if we take you in, it might be difficult for our school to continue. After the voice on the phone fell, the woman's voice was pleading, just let Yenner register. He only needs a place in the Gaokao Global Beast Tamer examination. Beep, beep, the other party hung up the phone directly. These school officials are so despicable. They took advantage of us before, and now they don't help us at all. The principal of the number 1 middle school in the main city must have been watching the joke after he expelled Yenner. Yenner has been training hard for so many years. We can't let him not even be qualified to participate in the Global Beast Tamer examination. The woman in the house was full of worries. I'll go visit everyone one by one tomorrow, so you should go to bed early. Gu Shanha's slightly tired voice emerged outside the door. Guyan paused slightly when he heard his parents' words. It turned out that he had been expelled from the number 1 middle school in the main city. Push open the door. Yenner, you are back. The lady's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Guyan to come back at this time. It seems that Guyan heard everything she and Gu Shanha talked about just now. Don't fight for a spot in the Beast Tamer exam for me. I don't plan on taking it either. Listening to Guyan's words, the lady and Gu Shanha looked at each other, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. The child's next sentence made them understand. Although my beast taming space is restored, my contracted beast no longer exists. It's impossible to find a suitable contracted beast in such a short time. Rushing to take the Beast Tamer exam like this will only bring shame upon myself. Is that so? The lady's eyes revealed melancholy. Yenner, have you really thought it through? Guyan nodded. The most urgent thing is Dad's company in the Beast Tamer examination. I can also participate next year. Okay. Gu Shanha, who had been silent all this time, nodded. Guyan's words and his thoughts were actually basically the same. Don't worry, I have a feeling I'll be able to break through during this period. When the time comes, I'll find you an A+ grade contracted beast. This is a promise from a father. Thinking of the SSS level contracted beast in the system, Gu Yan didn't feel comfortable refusing his father. After dinner, Gu Yan returned to the room and smiled bitterly. How is it possible not to take the Beast Tamer examination? He just didn't want his parents to lose face because of this. As for the quota, it was his own business and he would fight for it himself. If it were before, he really had no choice but to pretend to be a rich second generation and let his parents solve this problem for him. But now, with the system, he believes that he can stand on his own. Tonight, summon the Super Nut Hamster. Bring it to take the Beast Tamer exam. It will definitely be better than the Deep Pond Ice Anaconda. The expression on his face gradually became serious, and Gu Yan took out dozens of walnuts and handfuls of melon seeds from his pocket. According to the strategy guide, before deducting the 3 tons of nuts, he needed to use the nuts to form some obscure patterns, and then perform the great immortal dance in the middle. The summoning ritual was somewhat troublesome and even more shameful. I don't know who designed it, but fortunately, he was alone. 10 minutes later, the pattern in the strategy book had been laid out on the open space in the room. Next, lock the door. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan cupped his hands, raised his feet high like a grasshopper, and began to dance. Puff! The woman's laughter, which she couldn't hold back, suddenly came from a dark corner of the room. Gu Yan looked in that direction, his eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't know who the woman was, but he understood that his dancing posture was seen in the system space. Ye Tian skillfully took the peeled walnut from the angry hamster's mouth, looked at the situation outside, and sighed softly. Why bother? It won't happen if I just spend a few points. Who are you? Looking at the woman coldly, Gu Yan felt murderous intent in his heart. I never thought that Gu Shanha's son, who looks so cold and arrogant on a daily basis, would actually act like this behind the scenes. As the woman spoke, her plump body trembled as she tried to suppress her laughter. Hearing these words, Gu Yan's face became even darker. If it weren't for the requirements in the system's strategy guide, how could he do something so unfavorable to his image? Alright, although I think you're special, I'm here to kill you. Luo Meier smiled, and her charming posture was magnified in Gu Yan's eyes. The next moment, as the fragrance of the wind bloomed at the tip of his nose, he suddenly felt a soft and boneless jade hand pressing against his chest. I'm sorry, little brother. The sweet wind whispers in my ears, but it is the whisper of death. This moment. Ji Yuyan could instantly feel that the jade hand on his chest had already unleashed the terrifying power of a beastmaster. For a beastmaster, every time he contracts a beast, his strength will skyrocket due to the beast's feedback. The Grand Master of Beast Taming, with the power of 3 contracted beasts, a master of beast taming like Gu Yan, even with 2 contracted beasts, would definitely not be able to compete and would only die. However, the situation did not develop as Luo Meier had imagined. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Yan took half a step back. He withstood the blow. Almost in the next breath, layers of dense fleshy spider webs, as if alive, instantly covered Gu Yan's entire body. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The vitality brought by the demonic blood quickly repaired his injuries, and Gu Yan stared at the woman in front of him. Master of beast taming, he is not just an ordinary beast tamer. Chapter 194, A Shining Debut. Not dead? Seeing Gu Yan's condition, Luo Meier's eyes showed a hint of surprise. At this moment of distraction, the little man in front of him rushed towards the door on the side like an arrow. Gu Yan is now extremely anxious. He had no intention of confronting the beast tamer head on. At this moment, only Gu Shanha, the top beast master, can suppress this woman. It's a pity that Luo Meier had no intention of letting Gu Yan escape. Little brother, don't even think about running away. My enchanting ancient flower has already set up a barrier in your room. Can't you just sit back and bear with your sister? The woman's voice was like a handful of hot water, extinguishing Gu Yan's last bit of hope. It was obvious that the woman had been lying in ambush in his room early in the morning. The strong are not scary. What is scary is an old and cunning strong man. Who sent you? Knowing that he couldn't escape, Gu Yan calmed down and looked at Luo Meier. This woman, with a pair of fox eyes that exude a certain allure, and her plump breasts make the tight clothes unable to bear the weight, exudes a sense of charm in every move she makes. Do you need someone to send me? The woman said without revealing any flaws. When I was 16, a robber kidnapped everyone in a shopping mall, just to get you to come out and pay for his son's life. But you ignored it and caused the deaths of everyone in the mall. At 17, you mobilized your family's power to eliminate more than 10 medium and large hunting teams for the Deep Pool Ice Anaconda. At 18, he wanted to take a Silver Moon wolf cub as his second contracted beast, but it caused a beast riot throughout Forest 007, destroying Safety Zone 7. You've left behind countless bad deeds, and I know them all by heart. It shouldn't be surprising if I kill you, right? Hearing these conclusive words, Guyan sneered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in disbelief, "So, you are destroying me in the name of justice?" "Of course, sister, I love dealing with bad men like you the most." As she spoke, an elegant fox slowly walked out of the beast taming space beside Luo Mayer. It is her second contracted beast. The charming fox, the B+ grade, which was already quite good, has now entered its mature stage on Luo Mayer's side. Seeing that the other party had already summoned the contracted beast, Guyan's eyes gradually became solemn, facing a high-level Grandmaster Beastmaster. What should he do as a mere Beastmaster? The only thing Guyan could think of was the system. The moment he unfolded the system, there was only one line of words in front of him. The host can get 6,000 points on credit. The system will fully solve the host's problem and give him a cute super nut hamster as a gift. You are still distracted at this time. Is it because your sister is too beautiful, huh? Beside the ear, the familiar kiss exudes a charming fragrance. Luo Mayer is already by my side. Ahead, the charming fox is like a constantly rolling pink magnetic field. Just one look at it will make your brain dizzy. The colonial clothes on his body were difficult to cover. Without the demon blood cloning suit and his contracted beast, Guyan was like a peeled shrimp in front of Luo Mayer, and his death was approaching. System. In the face of despair, Guyan gave all his hopes to Yi Tian. Learn. Goodbye, little brother. The rosy kiss brought up a smile, and Luo Mayer's soft and boneless palm hit Guyan's neck directly this time. Ji Yuyen himself seemed to have given up and slowly lowered his head. No matter how you look at it, Guyan is bound to die at this moment. However, the woman's fair wrist was instantly grabbed by Guyan with one hand while he lowered his head. The indescribable strange force made Luo Mayer's hands hurt. Under her incomprehensible gaze, Guyan, who had lowered his head, slowly raised his head. The face is still the same face, but Luo Mayer has a completely different temperament. Hello. A smile gradually appeared on Guyan's face, but this smile contains a strong sense of danger. The alarm bell suddenly rang in Luo Mayer's heart. She wanted to break free and temporarily distance herself from this abnormal guy, but it's totally impossible. The opponent's power is hard to understand. Bang! The whole room was shaken. In the blink of an eye, Luo Mayer was pulled by the man's hand and thrown to the ground like a doll. If it weren't for her barrier, the entire floor of the room would have exploded. You are not Guyan, who are you? Luo Mayer took advantage of the gap to quickly distance herself from him. Half of her clothes were torn because of what happened just now, and she looked so miserable, looking at the woman in front of him who looked like a frightened deer. Yi Tian patted the dust off his hands and asked, "Guess?" The tone, posture, personality, and even strength are completely different, but it's the same body. Thinking of this, Luo Mayer's eyes showed surprise. Split personality? Yi Tian, as you see. Guyan? Taking a deep breath, the woman's eyes showed determination. No matter who you are my target. Xiao Chou. Luo Mayer looked at the charming Qiu fox beside her. The mature charming fox is not much weaker than her. Awoke, the charming fox roared in understanding, and then spread out its 4 furry pink legs, and together with its master, it launched an attack on the man in front of it. In the not-so-big room, Luo Mayer collided with Yi Tian with a loud bang. The two sides were in a stalemate due to the entanglement of power. Although I've squeezed out all the power of the demonic blood in every muscle cell in this body, the gap in realm is indeed difficult to make up. If this woman gets serious, we'll be tied at best. At the moment the two sides collided, Yi Tian relied on his supercomputer-like computing power to understand the current situation. Luo Mayer clearly felt this. Besides being shocked, I also felt a hint of surprise. Her gaze turned to the other side, where the charming fox had already circled behind her. Xiaoqiu. It's up to you. Ask the contracted beast for help. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Humph, brother, you can also call out your contracted beast. Realizing that the other party was bound to lose, Luo Mayer's tone became charming again, but combined with her exposed body, she is really charming. Before coming, the person in a black robe with a mechanical voice told her that the target person did not have a contracted beast. Although this schizophrenic's methods are very powerful, fortunately the final outcome will not change. She was also able to get news about her sister through her employer. Call me, contracted beast. That's what you said. Yi Tian showed his white teeth. What? The woman's eyes widened. Her gaze fell on the charming fox behind her. A walnut appeared out of nowhere, spinning around and landing in front of the charming fox. Boom. The walnut suddenly exploded, and the enchanting fox flew away amidst its whimpering. At this moment, Luo Mayer's shocked gaze was instantly focused on the window of the room. In the faint night light, against the backdrop of the night, that window, a hamster appeared, wearing a conical hat and a fluttering cape, facing her sideways. Chapter 195, Aggravated Crime. This is a contracted beast? The moment she saw the short and fat hamster, Luo Mayer was filled with disbelief. How come you have a contracted beast, and you can't even resist Xiaoqiu? Because you called it out, therefore, it exists. Yi Tian poured all his strength into his arms. Bang! Under a circle of terrifying shock waves, the furniture in the entire room was shattered into pieces, and both sides retreated. He stared closely at the man in front of him, then looked at the hamster that was still posing. Luo Mayer felt a difficulty she had never imagined. She already felt that Gu Yan's second personality was difficult to deal with, and now with the addition of a contracted beast whose depth was unknown, the possibility of her solving the target was reduced by several times, unless she lifted the barrier and used the power of the enchanting ancient flower. But if that happened, it would definitely alarm Gu Shana, and things would become even more difficult, so it's a complete deadlock. I think we should talk. What to talk about? Luo Mayer's tone was cold, and more of a bit of caution. Even if I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it, the current Gu Yan has become a certain threat to her. You have been looking for someone, right? Yi Tian's words went straight to the point. That person is your sister, Luo Susu. You know? Luo Mayer became excited after hearing Yi Tian's words. Where is she? Promise me that you will give up the person who sent you, and I will tell you. It makes sense. If Yi Tian wants the information, he naturally has to put forward conditions. Luo Mayer suddenly realized something. If Gu Yan was still the same weakling as he was at the beginning, even if he said he knew about his sister, Luo Mayer would still go ahead and kill him, adding a piece of brick to her career as a killer. But now, she was completely unsure about Gu Yan's second personality. In other words, the possibility of completing the mission and reporting back is very small. After weighing the two options, Luo Mayer chose the latter. Okay, I promise you, as long as you tell me the news about my sister. Luo Susu, in Sangqiang Main City, District 98, Class D Street, Unit 3. The precise address brought tears to Luo Mayer's eyes, and she was extremely excited. She has been looking for this address for so many years. I've already told you what you want to know, and you should also give me what I need. Yi Tian's voice made the woman calm down. In fact, she could leave now and not have to keep this verbal promise at all. It's just, there's no point in thinking about it. The employer had seriously miscalculated the target's basic strength. Why would anyone risk keeping it a secret for such an employer? After searching her body for a while, Luo Mayer threw a recorder to Yi Tian. In order to prevent employers from turning their backs on their killers after they complete the task, things involving privacy become the bridge for them to build trust. Little brother, you are more interesting than your old personality. After learning about her sister's residence, Luo Mayer felt much more relaxed. Yi Tian shook his head and said nothing. With a burst of laughter, the woman left. The barrier in the room disappeared, but the broken furniture was extremely badly damaged. As the problem was solved and the matter came to an end, Yi Tian controlled Gu Yan's body and slowly lowered his head. Half a minute later, call. Gu Yan let out a long sigh and returned to his original form. System, you looked so handsome just now. Yi Tian, for a moment, I didn't know whether to praise him or my own appearance. Ding, the host currently owes 79.20, with interest accounting for 24%. Yi Tian's businesslike voice instantly extinguished the excitement on Gu Yan's face. God knows when these points can be paid back. Squeak, squeak. A super nut hamster, holding a walnut and wearing a melon seed as a sword on his waist, walked past. His eyes fell on the hamster, and Gu Yan's brows relaxed. Although the system is a bit tricky, its efficiency is still amazing. Just bind it. The strength of the hamster in front of him was unquestionable. Ji Yuyan had witnessed the exploding walnut it just made. Even the mature B+ level charming fox was blown away. This is just the binding. If his compatibility with the hamster is improved, the benefits will far exceed what the deep pool ice anaconda brings him. I carefully felt the power in my body. After completing the contract with the super nut hamster, he was filled with strength and reached the level of a high-level beastmaster. Directly broke through two small realms. The terrifying feedback force overturned Gu Yan's cognition. At least I bound myself to an SSS level super contracted beast, so it's worth it. Gu Yan didn't look at the points he owed, but comforted himself with words. Oh, right. Thinking of the things left behind by the woman who assassinated him, Guyan felt a little serious. I looked at my hands. Huh? Where's that recorder? Ding host, do you want to spend 1,000 points to buy a recorder that records important information? When the system panel opened in front of him, Guyan didn't expect that the system had actually taken this thing to the system mall for sale. System, this isn't necessary, is it? I'm already in negative assets. This item was obtained by the system, so it is naturally considered an asset of the system. If the host needs it, he can purchase it with points. In one sentence, Guyan's lucky mentality was blocked. Looking intently at the recorder on the system, Guyan finally gritted his teeth and exchanged it. This thing records the guys who secretly dealt with him. He can't ignore it. Ding, exchange successful. Host currently owes 9,160 points. Consciously blocking out the system's voice, Guyan looked at the recorder in his hand. Open.sua. The target is Guyan. As long as you kill him, your conditions can be fully met. Luo Meyer, target strength. Robot, he has no contracted beast and has just recovered to the level of a junior beastmaster. The recorder is a really good thing. There was murderous intent in Guyan's eyes. I didn't expect that Su Wei could be so rampant. System, what is Su Wei's current situation? Ding, the host called the police. The other party is being interrogated at the City Defense Bureau for fighting. Accept interrogation. He glanced at the recorder in his hand and said, "Ha. That's perfect. This is an even greater crime. City Defense Bureau, this is the final destination of countless human criminals." Inside the interrogation room, Sua sat bored on the chair. In front of him were two city guards who were taking notes. Bang! The dark-skinned city guard of the two men stared at the guy in front of him with extreme dissatisfaction. Did you instigate this incident? I'm asking you a question, are you deaf? Su Wei scratched his ears and said, don't talk to me in that tone. Okay. The city guards who were interrogating the man were so angry that they laughed at this guy who had such confidence from nowhere. Since you won't cooperate, we'll treat you according to the highest standards. Fighting and assaulting will result in 15 days in prison. If you really judge me like this, you will regret it. Su Wei's words were full of threats. Who do you think you are? You're still regretting it. The two city guards shrugged disdainfully. Could it be that there's someone above you? What a coincidence. There really is someone above him. Outside the interrogation room, a man with great energy walked in while speaking. Team, Captain. The two interrogators were momentarily shocked by this sudden slap in the face. Pa. Two slaps landed on the interrogator's face. The middle-aged man was furious. You didn't even bother to find out the whole story, but you just pinned the charges on young Master Su. Are you looking for death? The interrogator covered his face and dared not say a word. Apologize to Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. The two city guards looked terrified. No need to apologize to me. Su Wei slowly stood up and twisted his wrist and neck, because if there is any grudge, I will avenge it on the spot. As he spoke, Su Wei walked up to the dark-skinned interrogator and clenched his fists. Only just as he was about to punch the skinny man in front of him in the chest, a shout came into the interrogation room. Su Wei! You are so brave! The crisp words came from the mouth of Duanmu Xuankui, Duanmu Mingyue's sister. Seeing the person coming, the middle-aged man and Su Wei frowned at the same time. Captain Xuankui, Su Wei is just venting his dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man said calmly. Venting off your frustration? How ridiculous! Duanmu Xuankui waved at the group of people behind him and said, just take Su Wei to jail. No need to interrogate him. Wait. The middle-aged man stopped everyone in front and said, Captain Xuankui, I want to save this person. Even if you don't give me face, you should give our young Master Long some face, right? I respect young Master Long, but unfortunately, protecting Su Wei before the law? I'm afraid that's not enough. Duanmu Xuankui said as he opened a recording on his phone. Chapter 196 letter. The recording was turned on and the voice in it came out. Su Wei, the target is Guyan. As long as you kill him, your conditions can be fully met. Luo Meyer, target strength. Robot, he has no contracted beast and has just recovered to the level of a junior beastmaster. The sound of the conversation on the phone caused the expressions of the people around to change constantly. As the protagonist in the recording, Suwei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was sold. The only source of the recording is the killer. But why did the other party expose this thing and even spread it to the city security bureau? What about the basic ethics of a killer? He was still thinking about having something happen with that killer. Hiring a killer to kill someone, what else do you have to say? Duanmu Xuankue's beautiful cheeks beneath her black hair were as cold as frost. As one of the 3 captains of the city guard, she naturally hates these criminals. She disliked Guyan, mainly because she looked down on that kind of social parasite, and this guy in front of me is not only a parasite, but also a scum. Evidence comes first, questioning comes later. The middle-aged captain, who had originally looked determined to save Suwei, was completely speechless. Before coming, he thought that Suwei was just involved in a small fight. Who would have thought that the person young Master Long wanted him to protect was actually a criminal who hired someone to kill someone? This kind of thing happens every day in the dark, but it is another matter when it is fully exposed and laid out in the open. Get started. Duanmu Xuankue gave instructions to the law enforcement officers. This time, no one tried to stop it. Sue was directly detained by 2 law enforcement officers. He looked at the middle-aged man with frustration, his tone filled with anger. Are you just going to sit back and do nothing? Didn't Long Xiao tell you how important I am? Facing Suwei's words, the middle-aged captain's face did not look good. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have pointed at the jerk's nose and cursed him. Not only have you committed such a serious crime, but you've even got irrefutable evidence. And you want me to publicly protect you? Do you think I'm too proud of my position? He cursed Suwei's ancestors in his heart, and felt that he had gotten himself into trouble. Amidst the silence of many people, Suwei was finally taken away. You don't know how important I am to Long Xiao. You will let me out sooner or later. Suwei's words contained strong hatred, but no one paid any attention to him. As everyone around him left, the middle-aged captain frowned and hesitantly took out his cell phone. Make a phone call. Is it done? A calm voice emerged when the phone was connected. In response to his master's question, the middle-aged man looked miserable. Young Master Long, Suwei is too much. He has committed more than just one fight. What do you mean? In the simple military office, half of the young man's face was illuminated by the orange desk lamp. The middle-aged man did not dare to hide anything and reported everything that had just happened. Is that so? Long Xiao pondered for a moment, then find a chance to get him out in the next 2 days. I don't want to hear an answer that says it can't be done. The person on the phone suddenly became majestic. The middle-aged man's forehead was sweating. I understand. It turns out that just as Suwei said, he is extremely important to Long Xiao. The call ended. Long Xiao leaned back in the chair, the Medal of Honor on his chest shining brightly. After so many years, I never thought I would find you. Muttering to himself, Long Xiao's thoughts drifted away. Then, safe zone number 009 encountered an extremely terrifying beast type. Long Xiao, who came from an official family, carried the glory of his family and led the army to take charge. It's a pity that the beast tide led by the Forest King is too terrifying. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't prevent the destruction of safe zone 009. The beast tide surged into the safe zone, and he himself was in a life and death situation. It was at that time that a young man stood up. He led these defeated soldiers out of the purgatory like primeval forest and found the main city of Sankon. The young man who saved his life was Su Wei. In Long Zhao's opinion, Suwei's fighting was no big deal at all. Losing the fight was a sin, and hiring someone to kill someone was not wrong. After all, the person he wanted to kill was just the scum and dregs of Guyan's society. If Suwei didn't kill the other party, he would sooner or later secretly get rid of the so-called leader of the 4 young masters of the main city. After all, the other party's engagement with Duanmu Mingyue has always been a thorn in his heart. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Enter. District head, there's a letter. I might need your attention. A soldier wearing the main city's military uniform, holding a letter in his hand. Letter? Long Xiao stood up and took it from the other party. Under the dim light, the letter unfolded in his hands. The content was short, but it brought a lot of emotions to Long Xiao. Hello, let me tell you something. Suwei has already regarded Duanmu Mingyue as his woman. A short line of words on the envelope caused Long Xiao to burst into a powerful magnetic field all over his body. The letter paper shattered. What happened during the time he was in seclusion? Who sent the letter? The soldier shook his head blankly, looking at the letter in his hand. Long Zhao's expression flickered. Duanmu Mingyue is an important bridge for him to form an alliance with the Duanmu family. Compared with Duanmu Xuankue, this woman is undoubtedly easier to control from the very beginning. Long Zhao was determined that he would not allow anyone to compete with him, even Su Wei, the former savior. Can't do it. After a moment of hesitation, Long Zhao picked up the phone and dialed the number. City Guard Bureau. The middle-aged captain was separated from Su Wei, who was temporarily detained in the cell by an iron bar lying on the iron railing. Su Wei looked at the man in front of him with a sad look on his face, and said complacently, "Have I ever told you how much young Master Long values me? You just ignored everything, but you still had to save me." Su Wei's call made the middle-aged man's expression even more sad. He did regret it, but it's not because I didn't protect this guy in front of everyone and under pressure, but I regretted getting involved in this mess. If he wants to rescue this guy who has been convicted of a crime, he must risk losing his job. Buzz 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 in my pocket. The phone vibrates with an incoming call. It was young Master Long calling. Not daring to delay, I answered the call immediately. "Young Master Long. Is Su Wei out?" The voice on the phone froze the flattery on the middle-aged man's face. The last call said it would be within 2 days, but how come within 10 minutes they were asking if he had been rescued? Glancing at Su Wei, who had a playful expression on his face in the prison, the middle-aged man said respectfully, "Young Master Long, I'm trying to figure it out. Don't worry, I will definitely get him out within 2 days. Since he didn't come out, forget it." Long Zhao sighed slightly. What? You don't need to save anyone, just do your job well." "Really?" The middle-aged man was puzzled, but he was also suppressing his excitement. "Although I don't understand why young Master Long's attitude changed 180 degrees, I can be sure that he doesn't have to pay attention to Su Wei anymore." "Yes." After saying this word, Long Zhao hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. "How is it? Have you figured out how to rescue me? Tell me in advance that you need to give me 5 million as compensation, then I will cooperate with you. I think you will not be able to bear Long Zhao's anger if you can't rescue me." Su Wei stretched lazily in the prison. Tianxia really had a way. He was able to unravel the relationship from many years ago, and he could be considered a person with a backer. "Ha!" The middle-aged man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Su Wei. "I saved your mother, and you still want compensation? You just stay in prison and let people rape you." Looking at the filth on his body, Su Wei was unable to react to the change in attitude of the man in front of him for a while. When he realized what was happening, his handsome face gradually twisted. "Are you looking for death?" The middle-aged captain ignored Su Wei's meaning, straightened his clothes, and walked straight outside. Bang! With his hands gripping the fence, Su Wei's head banged against the railings, and he roared fiercely, "Stop right there! What the hell do you mean?" Sengqiong Main City, Military District Office. Rubbing his brows, Long Zhao looked at the torn letter paper in his hand and remained silent for a long time. But he glanced at his subordinates who had not yet left and said, "I have something to tell you. Find out the origin of this letter." "Yes." After receiving the order, the soldier was about to leave when Long Zhao stopped him again. "One more thing." He paused for a moment and said, "Call some more people and check whether Su Wei and Duanmu Mingyue know each other and what the relationship between them is." A letter without any evidence has made Long Zhao lose his composure. His savior wanted his woman, and this situation made him, a soldier, feel annoyed. Chapter 197. Musant on the other side. Gu Yan lay on the bed, looking at the unfolding system. Ding, the host, sent the recording evidence to Duanmu Xuankue, which proved Su Wei's guilt. The host will be rewarded with 3,000 points. Ding host completed the mission, sent an anonymous letter, and was rewarded with 1,000 points. The current credit system is 5,160 points. Yi Tian's voice made Gu Yan feel relieved. At least the debt is not approaching 10,000. According to the credit rules of the system, if the debt points reach 10,000, the interest will increase again. If he can't pay it back, he will need to mortgage his kidney. It's definitely usury. It's still a loan sharking loan that has to be repaid. It would be great if there were more tasks like this to send letters. Gu Yan was a little hopeful. It was obvious that the letter that Long Zhao received was the one that Yi Tian asked Gu Yan to send out. A basically zero-cost method to rapidly speed up the plot progress of the entire world. Long Zhao and Su Wei will later become good friends who go through thick and thin together and stand at the top. It was not until the end, when Long Xiao was dying, that Su Wei told him about the relationship between him and Duan Mumingwa. This matter, which was supposed to be deliberately concealed by Su Wei, was brought to light by Yi Tian in advance. Yi Tian couldn't tell how it would evolve, but what is certain is that Long Xiao, who is not calm, will not deliberately rescue Su Wei from prison. Although Su Wei will be released from prison eventually, every day he stays in prison means he will be one day later in getting opportunities from the outside world. The loopholes in the worlds will become more obvious. And this is the meaning. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the Sky City continued its voyage. In the soft sunlight, in the courtyard of the old house, Gu Yan looked at the little hamster dancing with a sword and doing morning exercises in front of him, his eyes full of curiosity. Chi-Chi, obviously noticing Gu Yan, the super nut hamster waved at him. "You want me to learn swordsmanship from you?" Because of the contract, Gu Yan could easily understand what the other party meant. Chirp, chirp. The hamster nodded. "It's worthy of being an SSS-level contracted beast." Gu Yan sighed in his heart countless times. Generally speaking, the largest proportion of a Beastmaster's combat power comes from his contracted beasts. As for the Beastmaster himself, there are only two ways to improve his strength. One is the power that comes from the continuous growth of the contracted beast and the feedback it brings. The second is to learn the skills of the contracted beast through telepathy with it. From ancient times to the present, one has to observe the contracted beast and figure it out for oneself. There has never been a hamster that teaches people as proactively as the super nut hamster. Gu Yan hurriedly took out an alloy steel sword and stood behind the hamster. At this moment, the hamster in front, holding the melon seeds in its claws, trembled its belly, and raised its sword skillfully towards the rising sun. This move is to cut the head with water. This was not created by Yi Tian for the hamster. It's a move of the goddess spirit. Yi Tian just asked for her consent when she was asleep, copied the trick, and gave it to the hamster. After coming to this world, Yi Tian relied on the literature knowledge of the female immortal cultivation world and spent tens of millions of points to create a small paradise. Through his deduction and calculation, this blessed place has been transformed into a place of enlightenment that stimulates potential through various means. The four pets completed their transformation. Super Nutty Hamster is just one of them. The other three guys also underwent transformation to varying degrees. Only the last dog, Meiji Tian, puzzled, and it hasn't come out yet. In the courtyard. An hour passed. Gu Yan looked at the sword in his hand, his brows furrowed into a frown. The trick that Super Nutty Hamster taught him is very difficult, very difficult. When I observed the deep pool ice anaconda and learned its icy spirit, I could still find some clues to follow, but now I have no idea at all. Super Nutty Hamster in front. He looked at it as if it were a fool, shook his head, put on its small hat, and returned to the beast controlling space. At this moment, Gu Yan's face turned slightly hot. He was actually despised by his own contracted beast system. Is there anything that can permanently improve my understanding? Ding. Since the host owes too much money, the system will not display it. Gu Yan, okay, I'll go earn points. Thinking of the woman in the walnut shop last night, Gu Yan seemed to see the points waving at him. Although the system had tricked him last night, he had to admit that it was really helpful at the critical moment. It not only solved the problem but also allowed the two sisters to reunite. He should just show up now and Luo Susu will fulfill her promise. He took out his phone and called Sun Hui. Gu Yan planned to call him, the phone call just got through. "Brother Gu, save me." On the phone, hysterical screams were mixed with strong crying. When Gu Yan heard this, the expression on his face changed instantly. However, as another voice emerged on the phone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "You bastard. 50 million. Is it easy for your father to hide some private money? You have squandered it all. If I don't destroy you today, I will be your son." It is not difficult to tell that the middle-aged man's voice is more hysterical than Sun Hui's. "Dad, I was wrong. Please don't let all the contracted beasts out." "Is it any use being wrong? Do I have a chance to accept your apology for my private money?" Along with the roar of the contracted beast, Sun Hui's even more tragic howl of pain came out through the phone with great penetrating power. Amid the sound of furniture breaking, the call was hung up immediately. Gu Yan looked at the busy phone with a twitching mouth. Come to think of it, this matter was caused by him. I feel a little sorry about it. All I can say is that every family has its own problems. After straightening his clothes, Gu Yan walked to the bus stop of the city has become more complete in all its systems. On the bus, Gu Yan looked at the scene outside the window, slightly distracted. There are rows of buildings and orderly traffic flow. Everyone says that the Sky Main City is the safest base for human survival. As long as you live there, you can live peacefully for decades until you die, but is this really the case? The design of the Sky City has only been going on for 20 years. Die in an empty mind. A man wearing a thick windbreaker that completely wrapped himself up sat down next to him. This made Gu Yan come back to his senses. Sitting down in his seat, the strange man looked around, as if he was afraid someone would discover him. Finding nothing unusual, the man lowered his hat, clasped his hands together, lowered his head and closed his eyes, muttering some unclear words. Great Muzenden, your people praise your strength. Life will eventually pass away. The only thing that is eternal is your faith. We use light to illuminate the darkness. We see you in the dead silence of darkness, listening to the whispered prayers. Gu Yan frowned. Just at this moment, the man in the windbreaker next to him raised his head. It was a face without any signs of nutrition, with shriveled cheeks, like paper that had been soaked and then dried by the wind, and sunken eye sockets that gave off a sense of horror. One wonders how he has the strength to walk. You also believe in the Great Muzenden, don't you? 98th District, Class D Street, we've arrived. Passengers getting off, please get ready. Next stop, Class C Street. Just at this moment, the bus announcement sounded. Gu Yan ignored this guy, stood up and said, "Make way." Chapter 198 Quota Campaign Card. If you don't believe in the Great Muzenden, you won't receive his blessing. If you don't get out of the way, even if Muzenden comes here in person, he can't prevent you from going to the hospital. Plain words came out of Gu Yan's mouth. The man in the windbreaker chuckled twice and moved aside. After getting off the bus, looking at the vehicle going away, Gu Yan's eyes were filled with reminiscence that he had seen people like this who kept talking about Muzenden in the safe zone a few years ago. He didn't expect that they still existed today, and even developed to the main city of Tsunkong. This group of people is obviously more dangerous than superstitious ones. No one cares. Shook his head. This is just a small episode. Class D block, typical working class housing estate. With the precise household information, Gu Yan stopped in front of a somewhat old door, knocked on the door. After a while, footsteps were heard approaching from inside the door. The door opened, and a woman in thin pajamas leaned lazily against the doorframe, revealing her curves. "Hey, little brother, you're here." After seeing Gu Yan, the woman's charming expression was mixed with a sneer. Gu Yan didn't expect that when he was looking for Luo Susu, the first person he met was Luo Mayer. This woman was the person he least wanted to see. The situation of being caught dancing last night is something I can't forget in just one night. What? Are you here to see Susu? Luo Mayer hit the point in her second sentence. Obviously, through Luo Susu, she also understood the relationship between this man and her sister. Is she there? Of course she's here, but I won't let you see her. Luo Mayer's tone turned indignant. Little brother, it's okay for you to deceive other women, but you also deceive my sister. Just because we sisters are reunited, you're going to be my brother-in-law? Listening to Luo Mayer's words, Gu Yan thought to himself that this system task was indeed not simple. If the mission cannot be successfully completed, we can only consider the second option. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Yan could only say, "Are you going to break your promise? Then just be a person who doesn't keep his word. There's nothing to lose." Luo Mayer crossed her arms across her chest, pouting her little mouth under her fluffy hair like a deadbeat. Then she narrowed her long and narrow eyes and looked at Gu Yan's face. "Besides, if we really follow the agreement, it will not be you who will allow us sisters to finally meet, but your second personality. Asking you to reveal your second personality is not impossible to discuss." As she spoke, a hint of anticipation flashed in Luo Mayer's eyes. Gu Yan was completely at a loss. How can he explain that he is not mentally ill? Ding, stealing love, mission failed. Host, please try again. Yi Tian's voice became the final straw that broke the camel's back for Gu Yan. The first system task failed. Was it because of Luo Mayer's dishonesty, or was it because of the system? Since you don't keep your word, can I make a request? The system has already indicated that the mission has failed. Gu Yan gave up very decisively and implemented the second plan very decisively. Luo Mayer rolled up a strand of her black hair and tilted her head. "Tell me about it. You and your sister should not have anything to do with Su Wei." Su Wei? Luo Mayer knew that Gu Yan was referring to the man who hired her to kill him. Because there's a grudge between you and him, you don't want to see us two sisters stand on his side? Yes. Gu Yan nodded. It didn't matter to him whether this was the reason or not. Luo Mayer nodded slightly. "Okay, sister promises you, but Susu, don't worry about it." She did feel a little sorry for Gu Yan in her heart, so Luo Meier agreed to this request decisively. After all, as of now, Sue is just a stranger to her, and their relationship has even become worse than that of strangers. It is inevitable that there is no connection. Ding, the host successfully eliminated the two female protagonists of the protagonist Sue. The host is rewarded with 10,000 points. After deducting the outstanding balance, the current points are 4,840. Sure enough. Hearing the system's voice, Gu Yan showed a slight smile. Although he didn't capture Luo Susu this time, he felt that it was worth the trip as he had gotten these two heroines away from Sue. Well, see you later. Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Luo Meier looked at this guy with some amusement, who came with high hopes but left disappointed. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. What else? Sister, I'm not someone who likes to play rogue. You've allowed us sisters who have been separated for so many years to reunite. Even though I'm taking advantage of both sides, I still need to thank you. While speaking, Luo Meier took out a slightly warm card from her thin pajamas. Handing it to Gu Yan, he said, I heard that you were expelled from school and wanted to take the Beast Tamer examination. This should help you get a place. Taking the thing, Gu Yan asked with some doubt, what is this? A card for the Beast Tamer exam. Luo Meier said this with a hint of pride. You can't get this just by having money. 4 days later, find the place at the address reserved above and take the various tests. You will then be able to get a spot in the Beast Tamer exam. You are a high-level beast master, and your indicators are fully passed. It shouldn't be difficult at all. Is there such a thing? Looking at the warm card in his hand, Gu Yan took a deep breath. At least, the big problem at hand has been solved. That worked for me. As long as it's useful, you can go now. I have to go back and hug my sister to sleep. Stretching lazily, Luo Meier walked into the house. Why isn't the second personality the main personality? When the door was finally closed, the woman's words made Gu Yan smile bitterly. Putting away the campaign card, Gu Yan looked at the more than 4,000 points on the system and felt a little excited. The Beast Tamer exam will be in 6 days. With these points, my strength should be able to improve a lot. Prison, beep beep beep. Several prison guards whistled urgently and ran towards a room at the same time. There were 8 beds in the cold room. On the bone-chilled ground was a large and eye-catching pool of blood and 7 prisoners lying in a mess, wailing constantly. Sue looked at the prisoners, his eyes red as he roared like a wild beast. Come on. Let's see who is the most delicate and tender one. A bunch of trash, not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Dare you challenge me? No one responded, and the 7 roommates were either unconscious or screaming in pain. Amidst the hurried whistles, the prison guards finally rushed over. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. 7 or 8 prison guards took out stun guns, their eyes full of solemnity. They never thought that Sue would be so bold as to kill someone in prison. Faced with the prison guard's order, Sue said nothing and confronted him coldly. Bang! Finally, a prison guard pulled the trigger of the stun gun in his hand. The powerful electric current, along with the electric bullet, instantly acted on Sue's whole body. Chapter 199, The edge of the main city. In an instant, the veins on Sue's forehead were exposed and his whole body was shaking violently. I don't know what force was holding him up and preventing him from falling to the ground. Boom! A strong breath suddenly exploded and swept across the entire venue. Breakthrough to the Beast Tamer Master? Several prison guards looked at each other, with shock in their eyes. I, Sue, will remember everything that happened today. When I get out, I will make all of you pay the price. The young man uttered these words proudly, and then collapsed to the ground without being able to support himself anymore. An hour later, regarding Sue's case, the prison director and personnel from various departments held an emergency meeting. Name: Sue, age 18, relatives, none, risk factor, high, 7 people were seriously injured. Transfer him to the high prison and keep him there for 2 days. The warden put down the documents in his hand and looked at everyone present. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. A person without any backing who dares to do something as rampant as murder must bear the consequences. The warden nodded and was about to make the final decision. The phone next to him vibrated. Glancing at the content on his phone, the prison director's originally serious expression changed instantly. He looked at the people around him silently. Sue's matter, let's discuss it later. Let's adjourn now. People from all departments looked confused. The prison director had already stood up and left the meeting room, leaving behind a crowd of people talking about it. The prison director left the meeting room with his pace getting faster and faster, his brows furrowed. He never thought that the dirty things he did many years ago would be dug up now and sent to his mobile phone. Bang! He suddenly pushed open the door of his office. Through the window where white light streamed in, a figure in a black robe stood quietly in the most eye-catching place. "Who the hell are you? Why do you have those things?" In response to the prison warden's question, the being beneath the black robe uttered a faint electronic sound. "Release Su Wei today and eliminate all evidence of his crimes. Only by doing this can your dirty deeds not be exposed. Do you understand?" A straightforward request. The basis for this request was surprisingly the black material against the prison director. With his fists clenched, the prison warden's fat, dark face was filled with murderous intent. However, the other party had a fatal handle on him, and he was completely helpless. "I can release Su Wei, but you must promise that those things of mine will be eliminated, otherwise, I will kill Su Wei. You can't escape." In the end, the man chose to compromise. "Don't worry, compared to carbon-based life forms like humans, my credibility is absolute." After leaving these last words, Tianxia brushed past the prison warden and left. As the other party left, the prison director picked up the phone on the desk with a heavy heart. Letting Su Wei go and erasing his criminal record would leave an obvious stain on him, but the current situation is no longer the time to worry about this. However, just when he was about to make a phone call to inform his men to release Su Wei, the words of the black-robed figure appeared behind him again. "Wait, I changed my mind." The warden turned around. The man in black robe who was supposed to leave came back at some point. "Change your mind? What do you mean?" "No need to release Su Wei," the black-robed man said, then said, "Send him to death row prison number 1. The prison warden couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. In death row prison number 1, every prisoner is an absolute strong man. If a delicate guy like Su Wei is locked up there, the consequences are not difficult to imagine. Isn't this man in black robe going to save Su Wei? Why are you pushing him into the abyss now? Just do it, otherwise, your things." The prison warden's face darkened. "I understand." In fact, compared to releasing Su Wei and putting him on death row, the prison director is more keen on this kind of thing. After all, doing so would not only prevent him from having a stain, but would also give him some authority. After leaving the prison warden's office, the man in black robe walked out of the prison and came to an alley. Take off the black robe. What was presented was not Tianxia at all, but Yi Tian. As soon as the Tianxia robot left, Yi Tian appeared to replace it. The prison warden didn't even have time to react, so he didn't have any doubts about Yi Tian's identity. Without storms, there is no rainbow. Come on, Solvay. Cold and shaking, the incandescent light on the ceiling is very dazzling. When Su Wei woke up again, he found himself in another prison room. "Newcomer, are you awake?" The rough and playful voice of the one-eyed man came into his ears, and his powerful aura was revealed. "Master Beast Tamer." Su Wei's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the man in front of him. It was at this time that he looked around. Each of the other 7 roommates is at least at the level of a Grand Master of beast taming. This prison, why is he here? Didn't Tianxia tell him that he would be released from prison soon without any charges? It was precisely because he had received the news brought by Tianxi from the prison guards that he had the confidence to vent his anger so unscrupulously and beat down all 7 of his cellmates. After all, they are all people who can leave. Only now that you're awake, come and give me a leg massage. The one-eyed man leaned back on the bed and gave orders to Su Wei. There was a hint of aggression in the only remaining eye looking at the people in front of him. Su Wei clenched his fists and said nothing. He was no match for these guys and couldn't beat up his 7 roommates like he did before. "What? Can't you hear me?" The one-eyed man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The one-eyed man's subordinates stood up from their beds one by one and surrounded Su Wei with grim smiles on their faces. At this moment, fear appeared in Su Wei's eyes. The daytime passed quickly that night. Ji Yuyan straightened his simple combat uniform, put on an alloy sword on his back, and walked towards the edge of the main city of Sunkong. The fringe area is the most dangerous place in the main city of Sunkong, no doubt about it. Due to the huge size of the Sky City and its slow flight speed, it faces various ferocious sky beasts every day. The marginal areas are the first to be affected. That is also the battlefield of all the hunting groups in the city. It is precisely because of the defense line formed by human beastmasters that the flying beasts in the marginal areas find it difficult to enter the city. Ding, the host spent 1,000 points and successfully redeemed the experience upgrade mode, 1 day. The current points are 3,840 points. As 1,000 points were deducted, a serious look appeared in Gu Yan's eyes. Experience upgrade mode. Once this mode is activated through the system, your strength will increase with experience points as long as you hunt ferocious beasts. This method is far from comparable to the original method of self-cultivation and improvement. I don't know if I can improve my strength in these last few days. Not long. Gu Yan came to the Bright Hunting Hall, where the missions were accepted. There were a lot of people coming and going, at least nearly 1,000 to eye. In the most eye-catching area of the hall, there is a huge screen with rows of task lists on it. Official release, Area 11 encountered a large number of large-billed seagulls, and urgently needs help, 800 coins/person/hour. Official release, Area 21 is in urgent need of detectors. Please contact the contractors with detection ability contract beasts to accept them. 1,500 coins/person/hour, private post by Mr. Huang, a precious item is left in Area 1. Grandmaster level Beastmasters can claim it. The price is 500,000 yuan per person. Please discuss the details. The hunting hall is not only the place where tasks are posted and accepted, but also the only way to get to the edge of the main city of Sankong. If you don't accept the task, go to the edge area, you need to pay a toll of 1,000 coins. The Beastmasters who dare to come to this place are not short of money, and the officials of the main city of Sankong can also earn a lot of tolls. There are 10 marginal areas in total: District 1, District 11, District 21, District 31. Gu Yan glanced at the screen showing the extent of the invasion of ferocious sky beasts in various areas. Area 1 is the most serious and has the most ferocious beasts. Host, you can go to Area 7-1 and try your luck. Yi Tian's voice interrupted Gu Yan's idea of going to Area 1. Area 7-1? He glanced at the situation of the ferocious beast on the screen. This area is very ordinary. Although he was full of doubts, after a slight hesitation, Gu Yan still obeyed the system and chose Area 71.at. The same time, under the recommendation of the system, he accepted a private mission to Area 71. Private mission, protect the employer's safety. Minimum strength requirement is Beast Tamer Master, starting from 200,000 coins. When Gu Yan arrived at the meeting area with his employer, his face looked strange. Gu Yan? Have you accepted the task we issued? The two fashionable and beautiful women frowned at the same time. It's quite a coincidence. Gu Yan didn't expect that his employers would be the two sisters Duanmu Mingyue and Duanmu Xuankue. Chapter 200 Trap. You're following us? Duanmu Xuankue obviously didn't believe such a coincidence. If you think so, I can't prove it myself. Gu Yan said nonchalantly, if you are not satisfied with me as the person who accepted the task, you can pay the penalty. Humph. Duanmu Xuankue raised her eyebrows. Do you think I care about that little bit of liquidated damages? If you have bad intentions, we won't let you join our team. His words were full of rejection. Gu Yan shook his head helplessly. He understood that as a villain, he naturally had a repulsive force towards this kind of heroine. Finally, Duanmu Xuankue gave the penalty for breach of contract while Duanmu Mingyue beside him looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing the money in hand, Gu Yan had nothing to say. He was a little puzzled that the two sisters were going to the edge of the main city without bringing the strong men from the family, but what happens to them now is none of his business. As Gu Yan left, Duanmu Mingyue, who had been silent the whole time, said weakly, Sister, our cards have been locked by our family, and now we've paid the penalty. I'm afraid we can't afford to invite the beast tamer. Duanmu Xuankue froze for a moment, then managed to say, What are you afraid of? At worst, we can lower the price a bit, and someone will still take the job. Don't worry, I will definitely find you the best bodyguard. Only then will I feel safe going to Area 71. Okay. Duanmu Mingyue didn't want to discourage her sister. It doesn't take long. While the two sisters were waiting, they welcomed a man wrapped in heavy robes. Excuse me, are you the employer I need protection from? The man's voice was gentle and infectious. Both sisters' eyes lit up. Duanmu Xuankue, yes, what is your strength? As an intermediate beast master, I wonder if I can take on the responsibility of protecting you too? The man wrapped in a robe smiled confidently as he spoke. Intermediate beast tamer Grand Master? Upon hearing this level, the two sisters were stunned. With Duanmu Xuankue's penalty for breach of contract, Gu Yan replaced his sword with an iron sword and bought a few pounds of walnuts for the super nut hamster. Original. Gu Yan also wanted to buy a set of meteorite equipment for the hamster, such as iron walnuts, iron melon seeds, and the like. After all, no matter how you look at it, iron is harder than those nuts. However, his contracted beast simply waved its claws to indicate that it was not necessary. This also made Gu Yan give up the idea. Following the crowd, Gu Yan carried his sword on his back and went to the edge of the main city. After passing the bayonet, a gust of salty and humid sea breeze mixed with the smell of blood rushed straight into his nostrils. The fringe area of the main city, what came into view was not a bloody scene. What there is the endless alloy floor under the soft light in the darkness, and on this endless borderline, the area illuminated by the giant searchlight is the dark and vast ocean. In the past few days, the main city of Sankom has been flying over the sea, so there are more flying beasts in the ocean coming to the edge of the main city. The water vapor and thick fog at sea are the biggest obstacle for all hunting teams. His palm was placed on the hilt of the iron sword. As soon as he arrived here, he smelled the scent of battle. One after another, armored vehicles with their headlights on drove into the darkness mixed with thick fog. The roar of the flying beast was so clear that it seemed as if it was not far away. A modified sports car passed by. Gu Yan could clearly see the two daughters of the Duanmu family and a man sitting in the back seat, covered in a coat. Seeing the sports car going away, Gu Yan calmed his mind, chose another direction, and walked into the misty water fog. He doesn't know. As he left, a man dressed very similar to the man in the car of the two sisters from the Duanmu family appeared where Gu Yan had just been. The Duanmu family, the Gu family, the great Mu Chendan, your people, will uphold your will and save this world. After saying that, the man wrapped in a thick windbreaker followed Gu Yan. Empty marginal area. Duanmu Xuankue, who was driving, kept speeding up as he followed the golden feathered bird outside the car window. The golden winged bird is Duanmu Mingyue's contracted beast, and now it has become the only way to lead them to find their target. Sister, Xiao Xiao should be okay, right? After witnessing the degree of danger here along the way, Duanmu Mingyue felt a clear sense of worry in his heart. She and Duanmu Xuankue came here because the grass she mentioned ran here. Xiao Xiao is an A-level contracted beast that has not yet been bound, and is also the second contracted beast that Duanmu Mingyue is preparing to contract. However, that contracted beast was an auxiliary contracted beast, and the elders of the Duanmu family would not allow it to. It was for this reason that Duanmu Mingyue could only find her sister and did not dare to contact other members of the family. Seeing his sister's worried look, Duanmu Xuankue comforted her. Don't worry, although Xiao Xiao is a support-type contracted beast, at least its level is there, so it still has some survivability. Although he said this, Duanmu Xuankue was actually unsure in his heart. That little grass, you and I should have a very good relationship, right? Back seat. The man who was alone in the shadow suddenly spoke. It was still as gentle as ever, but for some reason, it sounded a little deliberate. Duanmu Mingyue didn't notice anything unusual and nodded seriously. Yes, Xiao Xiao and I have a very good relationship. Since the relationship is so good, have you ever thought about why it ran away? These words came out of the man's mouth. The two women in the front seat were really confused. Xiao Xiao has always been very well behaved. Yes, it's very well behaved, so there's no way it could have escaped. Someone must have captured it and brought it to the edge of the main city, luring you two into this lawless area. When the man spoke to this point, his tone changed drastically compared to the distinct gentleness before. It now seems to have turned into another extreme, cold and weird. You, both sisters were surprised by the change in the man's temperament in the back seat. Squeak. Suddenly, the car leaned forward and stopped. Duanmu Xuankue looked forward. In the area illuminated by car lights. A dozen men and women covered in thick clothes looked like standing corpses. Just one look at them gave people an indescribable sense of horror. Welcome to our trap, the two daughters of the Duanmu family. This is the will of the great Mu Zenden. The man in the back seat leaned his head forward. At this moment, the two sisters were extremely alert. The other side. Bang! A B-level fantasy jellyfish corresponding to an intermediate beastmaster was split into two by a flash of cold sword light. Behind the separated jellyfish corpse was Gu Yan holding a sword. This was the fourth dream jellyfish he had killed. Open the system panel. The progress bar above has 4/200 inch. That's right, I can level up as long as I kill 196 more monsters. However, I should get more experience by killing stronger monsters. Gu Yan murmured to himself. He felt that this leveling method with a visible experience bar gave him great motivation. Behind Gu Yan, the man in the windbreaker should have taken action earlier. He looked at the dagger hidden under his windbreaker, and then looked at the guy who killed 4 dream jellyfish in a row with just one sword. His originally relaxed expression had become a little stiff. Which bastard gave us the wrong information? How could this guy be a junior beastmaster? Chapter 201 Rescue. Even though I am a high-level beastmaster, I can't kill the dream jellyfish so easily. After a period of ideological struggle, the man in the windbreaker put away the dagger and planned to continue tracking. They need to be absolutely sure this operation cannot afford failure. However, when the man in the windbreaker looked forward again, his heart sank. The person is missing. He lost him. Are you looking for me? A sudden voice behind him made the man in the windbreaker turn around abruptly. I saw Gu Yan holding his sword in one hand, right behind him. How could I find you? Gu Yan said what the other party wanted to say, then shook his head without giving any explanation. After all, not everyone who asks a question will be told that he has a system. Bang! The man in the windbreaker suddenly rushed backwards with a jolt of his feet. At the same time, the two contracted beasts were thrown out by him. That he wants to run. This is the right decision. Unfortunately, it's too late. Gu Yan's calves were instantly covered with dense layers of blood-red granulation tissue, infused with the power of the demonic blood. He dodged the attacks of the big-mouthed frog and the black bamboo cricket in front of him. The moment he twisted his body, he quickly approached the man in the windbreaker. The two contracted beasts increased their speed drastically after reacting. They obviously wouldn't let Gu Yan get close to their master so easily, but just as the two of them were about to catch up with Gu Yan, a small walnut suddenly magnified before their eyes. Boom! A rich shock wave, accompanied by a burst of walnut milk aroma, vibrates wildly. The giant nut energy cannon released by the super nut hamster caused the two contracted beasts to fall to the ground seriously injured. As the hurricane swept through, the hamster in the fluttering cloak fell from the air in front of the two contracted beasts, fighting one against two, and instantly killing the other party. This is the ability of an SSS-level contracted beast. In the thick fog ahead, Gu Yan is extremely fast. The long sword in his hand raised a piece of afterimage and instantly rested on the neck of the man in the windbreaker. This made the other party dare not move at all. Tell me, who sent you here, and what is your purpose? Cold sweat slid down his face. The man in the windbreaker didn't expect that the strength of this target was so strong that he could crush him. Feeling the coldness on his neck, he said in great fear of death, I'll tell you, don't kill me. Area 71, the other side. Duanmu Mingyue and Duanmu Xuankue were tied up. Next to them, there were two young men who were dressed in gorgeous clothes but were also tied up with ropes. If someone saw the situation here, they would be shocked. This place actually captured the direct descendants of the three major families in the main city of Cancun. Cough, cough, cough. The two daughters of the Duanmu family kept coughing. What did you feed us? Duanmu Xuankue looked coldly at the man in front of him who was wrapped in thick clothes. I just gave you some drugs that can arouse your primitive desires. The man looked at the two women, his eyes filled with the same emotion as if he were looking at meat on a chopping board. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm only feeding you medicine to prevent you from taking the opportunity to leave. Listening to the man's words, the two sisters were speechless. To prevent them from running away, give them that kind of medicine, they thought. What medicine wouldn't be better than this one? The two women didn't know that in the original book, things were just such a coincidence. What's even more coincidental is that in the original novel, Sue happened to be the one who rescued them. Afterwards, how the protagonist eliminated the effects of the medicine for the two women was a natural progression. However, now that Sue is in prison, things seem to have changed again. The eye in the thick fog. Gu Yan wiped the bloodstained sword, left the body of the man in the windbreaker behind, and then walked in a certain direction. After learning a series of information from the man in the windbreaker, he was also shocked, unexpectedly. The other party was a member of the cult organization Shouting Mukanton. What is even more unexpected is that this organization has grown so big that it can target the direct descendants of the major families in the main city of Cancun. He was not the only one who was ambushed. System, what is the origin of this evil cult? To Gu Yan, the system was omniscient and omnipotent. The information that cannot be obtained from the man in the windbreaker must have the answer in the system. Ding! Information related to Musanton has been found for the host. A line of words suddenly popped up on the system panel. Organization, Musendans will, 300 points to unlock. There was no need to worry about anything. Gu Yan's points were deducted. Subsequently, the data showed Organization, Mudzendans will top combat power, 1/5 level, corresponding to the Extraordinary Beastmaster. Current members, more than 10,000. Description. This is an organization left behind by an alien civilization among humans more than 10 years ago. They believe in an alien named Musendan. Recently, a being from that alien civilization has been resurrected. Its resurrection has reunited the entire organization. Personnel characteristics. Following the example of the aliens in the human world, all members of the organization will wrap themselves in thick clothing. The brief introduction gave Nguyen a clear understanding. Who would have thought that alien civilizations, which were once thought to be impossible to contact, had already come to this world and even founded a cult among the human group? System, is there any information about the resurrected alien? Nguyen asked this not because he wanted to take the lead in fighting against aliens alone, rather than being a confused person. He would rather have a clear understanding of everything. The aliens must have a purpose for kidnapping the high-ranking officials in the main city of Tsankong. Ding host, do you need to spend 540 points to learn more about the other party? Nguyen rubbed his forehead helplessly. Ding points deducted, current points are 3,000. Still spent these points. After reading the information, he felt that the points were worth spending. Name, Tianxia race, mechanical civilization strength, level 5, recovering, description. It is a super god level contracted beast created by Mukinton. After being activated by Su Wei not long ago, it decided to assist Su Wei with all its strength. Recently, Tianxia has been using Mukinton's will to help Su Wei completely join the upper class. The host's current experience is the work of Tian11. As long as Su Wei rescues all the kidnapped people, their goal will be achieved. The situation was completely beyond imagination. Cult, Tianxia, and then Su Wei. Is this how the protagonist is treated? Su Wei hardly needs to do anything himself, everything good will be arranged for him. Actually, in the original novel, Su Wei fell in love with the two daughters of the Duanmu family. Because their identities were not recognized by the Duanmu family, Tianxia did this. Without Su Wei's knowledge, he successfully rescued the two daughters and the offspring of two other top wealthy families. Afterwards, Su Wei naturally became the benefactor of all the major families. Wherever you go, there are crowds of people flattering you. Yi Tian still remembers a conversation between Su Wei and Tianxia in the original book. At that time, with the help of Tianxia, Su Wei had reached the level of Grand Master of Beast Taming. Su Wei, the reason why the major families treated me as a guest of honor was because of you, right? Tianxia, isn't this what the master needs? Su Wei, do you think you know me well? All I need is a strong enough contracted beast, not a contracted beast with the ability to think for itself. Perhaps it was this passage in the original book that made Yi Tian give up the idea of binding Su Wei as his host. Ding, the host has understood the current information, triggering the mission and seizing the opportunity. Mission, seize the opportunity. Success, 3,000 points. Reward. Failure, 4,000 points deducted. Description, the direct descendants of the three major families, Duanmu, Wu, and Zhong, are detained by a cult organization. Please ask the host to replace the protagonist Su Wei, rescue those people, and seize the opportunity to become the protagonist. There are system tasks. Nguyen did not reject this task. If he had saved those people, he would be the one who should be treated as the guest of honor. How could he let go of this opportunity? Without thinking anymore, Nguyen quickened his pace a little. There will be no buildings in these areas on the edge of the main city. Following the exact direction, Nguyen quickly discovered the situation. It's not that group of evil cultists, but a sky overlord that is laying eggs in the edge of the main city, the golden-maned griffin. A plus, seeing the two eggs laid by the other party, Nguyen turned to look in the direction of the cult organization. System, tell me, can your sky-swapping hand steal two eggs without anyone noticing? It's a small camp surrounded by abandoned vehicles. A dozen beastmasters wrapped in thick clothes gathered around the fire to keep warm. The damp and cold air from the sea is especially strong at night. Next to them, for tightly bound men and women, were the direct descendants of 3 of the 5 major families in the main city of Tsankong. Further out, there are several contracted beasts with night guard functions. What exactly is your purpose? Do you know the consequences of angering my Zhong family? Among the 4, the young man with long hair, a full beard, and the most coquettish look was full of anger, facing the questioning of the eldest young master of the Zhong family. The man who led this operation and was the most powerful did not respond. In fact, the man was also waiting for further instructions from above. What he didn't know was, Tianxia above was waiting for Su Wei to be released from prison. And now Su Wei, how much do you want? Just tell me the number. The eldest son of the Wu family, the fattest of the 4 kidnapped people, had tears on his greasy face. Give me your phone number. I'll call home and ask for it for you. You're useless. Duanmu Xuankue, who was standing next to him, endured the strange feeling in his body and cursed the fat man next to him viciously. As a woman, the worst that can happen is you'll be played with. Of course, you're not afraid. The fat man said fearfully, I'm a man. They really will kill me. Bastard. Duan Mushwankue bit his silver teeth and his almond-shaped eyes almost spitted fire. If the current situation wasn't special, she would definitely send this complete scum to the city security bureau. None of the 4 young masters in the main city are good people. Sister, tell me, if we had agreed to let Gu Yan be our bodyguard, would we be in a different situation now? Under the effect of the medicine, Duan Mumingyue's beautiful eyes seemed to contain a pool of water. After listening to his sister's words, Duan Mushwankue was silent. Maybe she really made a wrong decision. This thought came to me the next moment. Bang! A young man who was tied up tightly was thrown in front of several people by a cult member. When they saw this young man, Duan Mumingyue and the other 4 were stunned. Brother Gu, you are here too. The long-haired and bearded young man twitched his mouth. Brother Gu, help! The fat young master of the Wu family cried for help immediately after seeing Gu Yan. In his impression, Gu Yan was impeccable in both martial arts and intelligence, and that was why he was the leader among the 4 young masters. The other 3 looked at the fat man from the Wu family as if he were a fool. Gu Yan is now tied up like everyone else. He can't even take care of himself. How can we save him? However, even in the midst of everyone's gazes, Gu Yan, who was tied up, made a silent expression to them. He glanced at the guards, taking advantage of the moment when the other party was in the blind spot. Gu Yan instantly untied his ropes, took out 4 things from his body, and stuffed them directly into the mouths of the 4 people. The egg white of the golden-maned griffin egg can remove the restraining force on you, allowing you to summon your contracted beast. What? Before the 4 of them could react, the power returning to their bodies immediately changed their expressions. Brother Gu, you really are my brother. The fat man shouted excitedly. The eyes of the long-haired man and the 2 daughters of the Duanmu family also lit up. The golden-maned griffin egg is a very nutritious thing. It almost instantly broke through the restraining force in their bodies. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan was not captured at all, but came to rescue them along the line of being captured. This touched several people deeply. The only thing that is a bit confusing is, where did this egg come from? Follow my instructions and run when it's appropriate. When things got to this point, Gu Yan acted extremely serious. From the current perspective, it seems he only did 2 things. After being caught, the restraints on several people were released. Actually, Gu Yan had made some arrangements before this. Run when it's appropriate. When would be the right time? The cult organization was surrounding them, and the weakest one among them was a beastmaster. The only chance comes from outside. The angry roar echoed throughout Area 71 in an instant. A large amount of thick fog was swept away, and people seemed to see a ball of golden fire rising up. Everyone in the cult turned their eyes over there. It's a mature golden-maned griffin, a creature that even a grand master of beast taming has trouble dealing with. The man who led the cult looked a little solemn. Then he said, the other party seems to be furious, but fortunately it is some distance away from here. These words came out of the man's mouth. The giant beast in the distance, like the scorching sun, seemed to have determined its target. With the roar of sonic boom, it rushed straight towards the current direction. Click! At the same time, a broken egg was taken out by Gu Yan from somewhere and thrown directly next to a group of cult members. Yellow, white, and fishy smell mixed together, splashed all over these people. Now, run! Looking at the rapidly approaching golden-maned griffin, Gu Yan suddenly shouted to the 4 people behind him. How can these people recover? More than a dozen believers were puzzled and gathered their strength in an instant. They have to stop these guys from escaping. Only in just 2 breaths, a cry so clear that it almost ripped the eardrums came from the sky behind them, shocking the believers. It was not until now that they realized that the egg that Gu Yan had just thrown out was a golden-maned griffin egg. Chapter 202. What a bargain! They were tricked. It's too late to realize it now. In a violent hurricane, the golden-maned griffin, bathed in flames, arrived above the cult camp. When it saw that the eggs it had just laid were already scattered on the ground, the golden fire on its body suddenly surged. It was filled with extreme rage, and its pupils, like blades, fell on these cult members. Looking at the still warm egg whites and yolks on their clothes, the golden-maned griffin was filled with endless rage. With a roar, it suddenly dived down. It vows to crush those who kill its children. I'll stop it. You guys go chase the guy. The cult leader stood in front of the golden-maned griffin with a gloomy face. He could see that the griffin in front of him, although mature, was not in its prime at all. The it should be caused by the production of griffin eggs. In this situation, he was still somewhat confident that he could contain it, but it's just a restraint. The most urgent task is to catch those 5 guys back. The great New Zenden will protect us. The dozen or so beast taming masters behind him, including 2 junior beast taming masters, made a prayer gesture, followed the man's instructions, and instantly summoned their contracted beasts: Flying Sparrow, C, Speedy Snail, C, Rock Crab, C+. The contracted beasts were summoned one by one, and the beastmasters either jumped onto the backs of the contracted beasts or grabbed their feet. Relying on the extremely fast speed of the contracted beast, it quickly approached Gu Yan and others, who ran into the thick water mist. From the arrival of the golden-maned griffin to the pursuit of those cultists, this all happened in a very short period of time, but I have to say that what these believers do is absolutely textbook level. Even though Gu Yan and others ran ahead, the other party relied on their hard strength to quickly shorten the distance between the two sides. Gu Yan glanced behind him, then looked at the situation of the people in the team, and found that he had fought too. Simply among the 5 of them, excluding Gu Yan himself and Duanmu Xuankue, the remaining 3 are only high-level beastmasters. This level is considered good among people of the same age, but judging from the current situation, it is totally not enough. In the back, they were all beast-taming masters, and there were even 2 junior beast-taming masters among them. When the 2 groups competed in speed, the difference was immediately apparent. It's not just a gap in realm among the 5 of them. 2 women seemed injured for some unknown reason. They were obviously enduring something, and even running away seemed difficult. This simply won't work. Being caught up is only a matter of time. Someone must stay behind to stop those people behind. Gu Yan paused and stopped. Brother Gu? Run! The fat man who caught up from behind shouted at Gu Yan without knowing the situation. I'll stop these people. The concise tone of his words drew the attention of the 4 people. Duanmu Xuankue suppressed the blush on her face and said, "Are you crazy? The weakest of those people are at the same level as you. Why are you trying to be so brave now? Are you in such a hurry to die? Shut your mouth." There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, which suffocated Duanmu Xuankue. Next breath, Ji Yuyan took out a long sword from Yi Tian's system space and walked towards those who were chasing him. You obviously can't stop him, so why do you still go forward? She watched Gu Yan without any hesitation, almost sacrificing himself. Duanmu Xuankue was stunned for a moment. Ji Yuyan's speed is not slow, but the opponent's speed is even faster. While running, Yi Tian's voice appeared in Gu Yan's mind. Ding, the host's opponents have been detected. There are 2 junior beastmasters and 13 master beastmasters. The opponent's combat power is beyond the host's ability range. Does the host need to consume points and let the system help resolve it? Looking at the 15 people in front of him and their contracted beasts rushing towards him, Gu Yan shook his head slightly. I want to try and see if I can stop these people myself. Meaning, I want to save these points. That's all. Ji Yuyan suddenly opened the beast controlling space. The super nutty hamster was summoned by him. Hamster, their contracted beasts are now in your hands. As he spoke, Gu Yan collided violently with 15 cult members, and the super nut hamster was there looking at the more than 30 ferocious contracted beasts in front of him. His pair of bean-sized eyes revealed a deep sense of doubt. Although it is an SSS-level contracted beast, it is clearly still in its larval stage. This situation lets it face this situation. Is this okay? Gu Yan sighed. Scorpion. Swords clash. He and the 3 senior beast masters took several steps back. Ji Yuyan's realm is that of a high-level beast taming master. After binding with the super nut hamster, the power becomes more refined. This allows him to fight 3 people at once without being defeated. Duanmu Mingwei and others in the back clearly saw that Gu Yan, with the help of a long sword, unexpectedly blocked the attacks of 3 high-level beast masters. Only at this moment did they understand Ji Yuyan's realm is not at all that of a junior beastmaster, nor is he as rumored to be crippled by Su Wei. Current posture. It is the pinnacle of the realm of beastmaster. However, although Gu Yan's performance surprised everyone, the number of cult members was obviously more than 3, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, until the 6th senior beastmaster cooperated with the first 5 to take action. Ji Yuyan's swordsmanship became completely chaotic. As he retreated step by step, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to hone his swordsmanship in desperate situations and seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. What a pity. Ji Yuyan is not the protagonist. As he is constantly beaten, all he gets are injuries. If it weren't for the recovery effect brought by the demonic blood, Gu Yan would have been forced to retreat from the battlefield due to too many injuries. A boy with some strength, but that's all. A scornful voice suddenly appeared in his ears, and Gu Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. The beast tamer master takes action. Oh no! The 4 people in the distance could see the battle situation more clearly. A powerful beastmaster has taken action, and this is going to end the battle once and for all. Gu Yan. Seeing the Beastmaster wrapped in a thick windbreaker condensing a ball of energy in his palm, the four people's hearts were instantly excited to the peak. Boom. In the end, the energy ball containing ultimate power completely slammed into the area where Gu Yan was. Completion. Duanmu Mingyue and the others looked disheartened. Even if the other party's attack was to ensure that the hostage was not killed, Gu Yan would definitely end up seriously injured. They didn't expect that Gu Yan would make such a sacrifice for them. The energy shockwave in front of him rolled out heavily. Not far away, the Beastmaster who released the energy ball frowned slightly. To everyone, it seemed that his previous attack had completely hit the young man, but in fact, he could clearly sense that the unexpected attack had missed. Carefully perceived the surrounding situation. At a certain moment, two Beastmasters among the 15 people simultaneously focused their gaze in the direction of the thick fog. There was a young man, strolling leisurely out of the misty fog. 6,000 points will not only help you solve your current problem, but I'll also give you a chicken. What a great deal! With a wicked smile on his lips, Gu Yan didn't know who he was talking to. Interesting, he was able to dodge it. After seeing that it was Gu Yan, the two Beastmasters showed a hint of interest in their eyes. Interesting? More than interesting. Gu Yan said as his eyes intersected and collided with the 15 Beastmasters in front of him. After seeing Gu Yan's current situation, the cult members frowned. For some reason, it was the same face, but this man now gave them an indescribable sense of crisis. Look carefully, this is what real water-adjusted head cutting is. With the long sword with many cracks in his hand, Yi Tian replaced Gu Yan and walked straight towards the 15 people, like a butcher walking towards his sheepfold. Chapter 203 Hamster's Fatal Blow. Humph, playing tricks. With a cold snort, the Beast Tamer Master, who had failed in his sneak attack, attacked directly with considerable anger. Even though this man gave him a different feeling, he was still just a Beastmaster after all. How could he possibly turn the tables? The Beast Tamer Master pulled up many phantoms and instantly arrived in front of Yi Tian. Under the white windbreaker, a triumphant smile appeared on the middle-aged man's thick black lips. Boy, no Beastmaster can withstand my punch. A wave of extraordinary power condensed on his fist. The thick-lipped middle-aged man roared, "World Holy King Fist." A punch was thrown. The half of the face of the middle-aged man in the windbreaker, hidden in the shadows, was illuminated by the white light. There is an insurmountable gap between a Beast Tamer Master and a Beast Tamer Grandmaster. The middle-aged man in the windbreaker did not hold back at all. In the eyes of the others, even if Yi Tian did not die, he would at least be seriously injured. However, Yi Tian, who was enveloped by the fist intent, did not show any panic expression. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the sword in his hand. The thick water vapor seemed to come alive, condensing around Yi Tian. Then, it gathered on the sword body. Crash! It's like the waves hitting the shore. A water dragon, like a painting painted by nature, emerges in the blink of an eye. It's like an artist sketching his masterpiece. Roar! The elemental water dragon roared. An indescribable sense of crisis rapidly rose in the heart of this dark-skinned Beastmaster. He could see that the guy in front of him raised the sword in his hand, and at the same time, a water dragon rushed out. It was too fast. Too fast to dodge. The water dragon's sharp back brushed directly across his neck. After a large amount of water flowed past, all that was left was a fatal wound. Bang! The man, wrapped in a heavy windbreaker, soaked all over, fell heavily to the ground. He's dead. Until his death, the man still didn't understand why this young man could unleash such a terrifying attack. It was obvious that before, he had a hard time fighting against the three beast-taming masters. It's like a completely different person, from Yi Tian's attack to the death of the Beastmaster. All of this happened in an extremely short time. When the believers behind reacted, they were filled with shock. That young man only had one move. With just one move, he killed the powerful Beast Tamer Master instantly. Is this still the Beast Tamer? World Holy King Fist? It's just a random martial art, but you gave it such a cool name. It's pretty impressive. I can't help but complain. Why? Yi Tian turned and looked at the rest of the people. Until now, the cult believers who had been playing the role of hunters suddenly realized that this guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. His previous situation was all a disguise. Let's do it together. The only remaining Beastmaster did not dare to be arrogant. Many believers concentrated their attention on this, and with a slight thought, the contracted beasts that were chasing the hamster around gathered and ran over. Beastmaster, the greatest means is the contracted beast. If the Beastmaster's contracted beast was by his side, his strength would have doubled, and he wouldn't necessarily die. It's too late to reunite with your contracted beast now. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Yi Tian flipped his sword. A hot breath, like fire tempering iron, this is the power of another contracted beast. Boom! The intense heat surged to its peak the moment it was born. A circle of purple-red light like the morning sun, with Yetion as the center, suddenly expanded into an inverted bowl shape. It's like the condensation and collapse point at the beginning of a nuclear explosion, which has been released. The fire area completely enveloped the dozen or so people in front, including the contracted beasts that had just arrived. Crackle, 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 the intense heat instantly turned everything around into burnt yellow and black. Almost instantly, the 14 cult members in front who were still preparing to fight Yetion were already covered in sweat. The thick windbreakers even made it difficult for them to breathe in the scorching air. The skin is trapped under the clothes, causing large blisters, and the more than 30 contracted beasts were also covered. Except for a few fire-attributed contracted beasts, the energy of the rest of the contracted beasts was suppressed to the extreme. At this moment, there was only a strong shock in the eyes of all the believers. This power was not exerted by that man at all. This is his contracted beast, the power of the second contracted beast. That contracted beast hadn't even come out of the beast taming space, yet it had achieved this. What grade is it? Could it be S rank? Little hamster, it's your turn. Looking at these guys in the fire zone, Yetion turned and shouted to the super nut hamster in the distance. This super nut hamster slightly pressed down the hat, with a cloak blowing high. A super walnut with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly rushed out from behind it. The power of the contracted beast should not be underestimated, otherwise, the beastmasters in this world would not be called beastmasters, but pet combat masters, after being chased by those contracted beasts for so long. The super nut hamster had been feeling suffocated. Now that it had a chance to fight back, it did not hesitate to use its most powerful move, the giant nut energy cannon plus 100% critical strike is a sure kill blow. Not good. He stared at the rapidly approaching walnut with wide eyes. There was only a hint of intense shock in the eyes of all the believers. They have to escape, or they will die. If the super nut hamster were fighting alone, they might actually be able to avoid it. But now, when these guys were about to run away, the temperature of the entire fire area soared again. The water evaporates quickly and the strength decreases at the same time. They can withstand the high temperature and leave the sea of fire, but they can't reach the same speed as before. Boom! In a breath walnut explosion, the entire alloy ground, stretching over 1,000 meters, was shaken. Thousands of meters away were Duanmu Xuankue and his 4 companions. When Gu Yan was killed by a sneak attack by the Beast Tamer Master, they chose to continue to escape. Now that they had run so far, they heard the huge explosion from the rear, and Duanmu Xuankue and the others all turned around to look. With such a big commotion, they are not whipping Gu Yan's corpse, are they? Duanmu Mingyue covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face. When I return, I will make sure my family repays Brother Gu for saving my life. Fatty Wuduan wiped his nose in tears, feeling extremely moved. The long-haired man was also deeply moved. I'm afraid Brother Gu can't repay you, but there are still Uncle Gu and Auntie. I will definitely let the family do their best to help Uncle Gu rebuild the company. A huge explosion. Not only did it make several young masters and wealthy women look back. In the distance, the cult leader who was trying his best to drag the golden-maned griffin also looked sideways after sensing the violent tremor under his feet. He remembers that direction was exactly the direction in which the direct descendants of those big families fled. We're just chasing a few kids, why make such a fuss? Chapter 2043 News. After the nuclear bomb exploded. On the devastated ground, only the Beastmaster and his 3 contracted beasts were breathing weakly. The rest of the cult believers became broken, charred corpses. Master Beast Tamer? You can't possibly be a Master Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer, who was lying on the ground, uttered these unwilling words before taking his last breath. After his death, the 3 contracted beasts also slowly lowered their eyes, showing no life at all. Stand still. Ji Yuyan shook slightly and regained control of his body. Ding Host completes the mission, seizes the opportunity, and is rewarded with 3,000 points. Ding the host has successfully destroyed the Tianji plan, and is rewarded with 3,000 points. The current points are 3,000. The system voice in his mind brought Gu Yan's thoughts back into focus. A great harvest, this is the only word in my mind, but now is obviously not the time to settle accounts. Looking at the many mercenary teams that were gathering together because of the noise in the distance, Gu Yan knew that he couldn't stay here for long. With a quick dart, he left the place. Just a few minutes after Gu Yan left, in this tragic place, a black-robed figure appeared without warning. Under the black robe, the mechanical body that was looming was unusually vivid. I stopped and looked at the scene for a long time. It's impossible for the calculation to go wrong, but it went wrong. The being wrapped in black robe fell into a long silence, Far away, the roar of the golden-maned griffin became louder and louder, and the intermediate beast master who was trying to stop it had reached his limit. He must retreat, however. After such a long time, those subordinates should have been able to recapture the direct descendants of the aristocratic families without any surprises. Just when the man was looking for an opportunity to leave, a beam of red light instantly hit the golden-maned griffin. The golden-maned griffin in the sky completely withstood the blow and exploded instantly without even a scream. A rain of blood mixed with pieces of flesh poured down on the area. The man suddenly became stunned, however. When he saw Tianxi wrapped in a thick black robe, the man felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that it was this adult who took action. Adult. The man saluted respectfully. "You have failed the mission assigned to you." Tianxi's emotionless voice gave the man a cold feeling. Failure? The man understood what Tianxi was referring to and said anxiously, "Your Excellency has misunderstood." Although it was a bit unexpected, Aolei and the others have already gone after him. They should have recaptured him by now. It's impossible to catch him back. Tianxi shook his head slightly and poured a basin of cold water on the man without hesitation. "Those followers are all dead." All dead? The man's eyes widened. The next day, the three pieces of news shocked tens of millions of people in the main city of Suncombe. News 1: the daughters and sons of three major families, Duanmu, Wu, and Zhong, were kidnapped by a cult last night. Gu Yan, the son of the chairman of Gu Group, risked his life to save them, and the daughters and sons of the three major families were able to escape. Ji Yuyan, who was in the prime of his life and should have had a bright future, remained in the cold area 71. Forever. Gu Yan died because he died saving someone. I used to think Gu Yan was a scumbag. When he was crippled by that Su Wei, I even applauded. Now that I think about it, he's really not a human being. Which cult is this? Expose it. Gu Yan's death brought tears to countless people's eyes. The second piece of news is still related to Gu Yan. Upon learning of the death of his only son, the chairman of the Gu Group felt a surge of energy, breaking through the shackles that had bound him for a long time and achieving the status of a Grand Master of Beast Taming. Gu Shanhe became the 15th existing Grand Master of Beast Taming. For a moment, the whole nation was shocked. Over the past decade or so, high-level beastmasters have continued to emerge, but there has never been a Grandmaster of Beast Taming. There is only one reason: a high-level beast taming master. If he wants to reach the level of a Grand Beast Taming Master, all his contracted beasts must reach maturity. It takes time for a contracted beast to grow. Often, a beastmaster cannot raise 3 mature contracted beasts in his entire lifetime. Just look at those contracted beasts like turtles and iron trees. Often, the beastmaster has gray hair from working hard. But these contracted beasts are still in a slow development stage. From this we can see how difficult it is to become a Grand Master of Beast Taming. But looking at the current situation, no one knew whether to congratulate Gu Shanhe or to express his condolences. As for the third piece of news, this is news that no one expected. Sangchong Main City, South District, District 76 to 100. The warden of the prison, who controls 25 districts of prisons, was exposed to a lot of negative information. They colluded with wealthy businessmen and secretly detained civilians without any background. He took advantage of his position and treated the women's prison as his harem. He accidentally killed more than a dozen prisoners and was charged with jailbreak, but the case was never brought to a close point. One by one. Not only are there pictures, but there is also video evidence, which is completely solid. The last time this kind of situation was exposed was in the Gu Group. The methods and circumstances of the exposure are so similar to those of the Gu Group, but compared to the Gu Group, the behavior of the prison director in front of him has simply broken everyone's bottom line. As the director of a prison in a large region, he must be punished for such heinous behavior. The main city of Suncombe has even taken action, dispatch troops and arrest the other party immediately. This is a huge office. Crash. The pot-bellied man swept away the documents on the table. There was only endless rage in the man's bloodshot eyes. Boom! The desk exploded under his punch, and in the beast controlling space behind him, the 3 contracted beasts roared manically. Why? Why did you expose all that stuff of mine? Because you broke your promise. A cold voice came from behind, causing the warden to turn around suddenly. It's you! It's you! I clearly did everything according to your instructions. Why did you still break your promise and expose those things? You ruined me. Listening to the man's hysterical roar, Tianxi under the black robe said calmly, "It's you who broke your promise. I said, if you don't do what I say, this will be the price you pay." Didn't I do what you said? Asshole. I'm going to fight you. The warden of the prison felt that the guy in front of him was so hateful. Behind him, 3 contracted beasts directly rushed out of the beast taming space. 2-headed rotten dog, very happy face, iron skull vine, B+, one-eyed mountain bear. This is a high-level beastmaster. Although Tianxie had taken this situation into account before arriving, it still caused some trouble. Yesterday, I used the 10-day charge tearing gun on the golden-maned griffin. Now it has to deal with the prison director, and it can only do it itself. Tianxie couldn't figure it out at all. Obviously, as long as you do what it says, everything will be fine. Why did this guy in front of him not only not listen, but even imprisoned his master in an even more terrifying prison? Now it exposes the other side. Instead, his face was full of injustice. Chapter 205. Su Wei is released from prison. When the prison director was found guilty of a crime, the city guards will set off immediately. More than 200 city guards quickly arrived at the prison director's office, and when everyone arrived here with serious expressions on their faces, everyone was shocked by the discovery. The prison director is dead, there was a charred hole in his chest, and the 3 contracted beasts died with him. The tragic scene at the scene made the city guards frown. The whole office seemed to have been bombarded with gunfire. The flames were still jumping on the official documents, the walls were covered with pieces of animal claws, and the whole thing looked a mess. It's obvious, not long ago, the warden of the prison had a big fight with someone. The consequence was the death of the prison director. The news quickly began reporting on the incident. Seeing that the prison director was dead, many people felt very happy. That's right, for a scum like this, do we really have to slowly sentence him? Well done. Who did it? It was a beautiful job. The crowd was very excited. Tianxie, who killed the prison warden, saw the public's praise for him through the internet, but he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, there is a sense of confusion. In terms of human emotions, that is frustrating. Original, Tianxie planned to train the prison director as one of Su Wei's subordinates. After all, as the chief prison officer of the Southern District, this identity alone makes many things much easier. It didn't want things to turn out this way. In order to kill the prison warden, Tianxie consumed most of the little strength he had recovered. Master of beast taming, this realm is already a first-class level among human beings. Each of these small levels is very different. It is no exaggeration to say that a high-level beastmaster can fight against 10 mid-level beastmasters. If the grade of the contracted beast were a little higher, the gap between them would only be bigger. As for Tianxie, the price paid for killing the prison warden this time was quite high, but this is just following the integrity of one's own race. Since this person is not capable, let's find another human to rescue the master. Tianxie thought so, and a projection appeared in front of him. In this world, there are many people in high positions who have shady backgrounds. Area 71. Crash. A stream of water gushed out, and the entry-level water-adjusted head cutting was performed by Gu Yan. Ahead, the 2-meter-tall big-billed seagull felt a chill on its body, and a blood mark instantly appeared on its plump neck. Quack. Blood blocked the throat and the big-billed seagull flapped its wings. Instantly. Hug Guyan shook his sore arms, his eyes bright. After seeing Yi Tian perform the masterful water switch head-cutting technique yesterday, he finally understood, reached the entry-level stage now. Ding! The host's letter has been delivered to the host's parents. In mind, the system's prompt sound made Guyan pause slightly. Did you get the letter? There were rumors outside that he was dead, but Gu Yan did not jump out to clarify. He doesn't have the time for that now. Moreover, judging from the current situation, although he is a hero in the eyes of ordinary people outside, he is undoubtedly a thorn in the eyes of those cults. At most, I would notify my family and tell them that I was still alive and not to worry. The next period of time should be for him to concentrate on his hard work. Only when you are strong enough, all problems will be solved. Look at the system's experience value. 0.95. Just a little bit more and you'll reach the level of Beast Taming Master. The experience points have skyrocketed to this level thanks to the feedback from the second contracted beast I bound yesterday. Thinking of the second contracted beast. Guyan opened its property panel. Name: Heavenly Fire Chicken level. SSS attributes: Fire, Wind skills, Crow at Dawn, Burning Fire, 100% continuous burn. Just like the Super Nut Hamster, both are SSS level contracted beasts. Only looking at the name of the second contracted beast, Guyan felt a little uncomfortable being serious. Is this a chicken? He was a little hesitant to say it out loud. The guy in the beast taming space was still wrapped in a ball of fire and had not made any movement. It was only last night when the system summoned it that it used a skill. It seems that this Skyfire chicken is very cool. Come to think of it, as an SSS rank contracted beast, It should have a personality. Skipping the contracted beasts panel, Guyan looked at the system's main page points, 3,000 left. Although he had not yet reached the level of a beast tamer, he was almost there, which did not prevent Guyan from going to see the third mysterious contracted beast. If there is any need when summoned, he can prepare it in advance, consume 3,000 points to unlock the information of the third mysterious contracted beast. The third of the 5 mysterious contracted beasts is a duck, which is unexpected but reasonable. Time flies in a blink of an eye. 3 days passed. The prison gate. Sua, with a haggard face, was finally released from prison thanks to the power of a high-ranking official. Master, you don't seem to be in good condition? Tianxia asked Sua. However, Sua completely ignored it as he stepped into the car heading home. Sue's haggard face looked extremely distorted and eerie against the backdrop of the shadows in the back seat. Why are you here now? The cold questioning voice sounded like a cold-blooded person who had experienced despair. Tianxi has been trying to find a way to rescue the master, but there are too many unfortunate coincidences. Listening to Tianxi's story calmly, Sua clenched his fists. If there were any experts here, they would be shocked to find that the young man in front of them had actually reached the pinnacle of Beast Tamer Master and was only one step away from becoming a Beast Tamer Grandmaster. Where is Long Xiao? Didn't he think of a way? On the day he was arrested and taken to the City Guard Bureau, what Sua thought about most was that Long Xiao sent someone to directly guarantee his release, and then he and Long Xiao drank and talked happily. But what happened next was that he was slapped hard in the face. When Sua asked this question, Tianxia said without hesitation, during the time when the master was in prison, Tianxia has sent hundreds of anonymous letters, all asking for help from him. It's just that the other party didn't notice it. Maybe he didn't see it. Didn't you see it? Sua clenched his fists and made a creaking sound. I'm afraid he deliberately ignored it. With a sneer on his lips, Sue's inner hatred split into 2.1 was Guyan, the one who called the police and sent him to the city security bureau. Second, it's that hypocritical guy Long Xiao. For the latter, the hatred is even stronger. I shouldn't have saved that rubbish. As Sua spoke viciously, revealing the crazy hatred in his heart, he also remembered some things. He asked Tianxi, who was standing beside him, Long Xiao and Guyan will both be participating in this year's Beast Tamer exam, right? Yes, Master. That's good. That's good. Even though he had killed those cellmates, for Sua, it was still far from enough to eliminate the hatred and shadow in his heart. He needs those two guys to pay with blood. Chapter 206, Wrong Set. The Skyfire Chicken is hungry. Military area, a secret room. Boom. The aura of a Grandmaster Beastmaster instantly spread throughout the surroundings. Long Xiao slowly opened his eyes. I'm already a Beast Tamer Grandmaster. I didn't expect that I'd make another step forward as the Beast Tamer exam approaches. I will definitely be the first in this year's Beast Tamer examination. There was a strong sense of arrogance and confidence in his words. Indeed, among today's young generation, he has always been far ahead. It's just that he has always been extremely low-key and no one knows about it. Now, he plans to be high-profile and show his best side to Duanmu Mingyue. Congratulations, young Master Long, for reaching Grandmaster status. After Long Xiao walked out of the secret room, the men guarding outside the secret room all exclaimed in surprise. Under 20 years old, he's already become a Master Beastmaster. With such talent, young Master Long is the first one in decades. Yeah. Shouyang nodded. Long Xiao turned to look at his men and asked, has anything happened in the past 2 days? Young Master Long, several major events did happen during the 2 days you were in seclusion. A family guard said with some seriousness, Guyan is dead, and Sua is out of prison. Guyan is dead? Sua is out of prison? Hearing these two pieces of news, Long Xiao's emotions fluctuated a bit. Sua didn't come to see me after he was released from prison. It seems that he really wants to blame me. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. After all, with Sue's strength, even if he became an enemy, he would not be a concern for Long Xiao. It's just a bit regretful. However, Guyan's death surprised him quite a bit. That's good too. Mingyue won't be bound by the engagement anymore. After regaining consciousness, Long Xiao looked at his men and said, get ready and go to Father's place. We still have 2 days. Now that we have achieved the status of Grand Master of Beast Taming, we can start contracting the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes. All the men were solemn. The edge of the main city. After several days of sailing, the main city of Sankom has left the sky above the sea. The fog in the edge areas has dropped significantly. Crack, the long sword passed across the neck of a black longhorn beetle. The waves swept past, leaving behind only 2 pieces of the black longicorn's corpse. Looking at the long sword in his hand, Gu Yan sighed, there's another flaw. The life of this sword is almost over. Warm reminder, at the great accomplishment level, water-controlled head severing does not require a sword. Yi Tian's voice emerged. Gu Yan remained silent. He took out the quota card that Luo Mayer had given him a few days ago. Through this, he can obtain a place in the Beast Tamer examination. In fact, now that my dad has broken through to become a Grand Master of Beast Taming, there are countless people trying to curry favor with him. As long as Gu Yan shows up, the spot in the Beast Tamer examination will be easily obtained. But thinking about how his parents had lowered their stance but still no one agreed to promise them a place, Gu Yan decided not to get their places through those schools, even if those schools must welcome people with a smile now. The ugliness they hide behind their masks cannot be changed. Gu Yan's goal is to be the top scorer. He was the top scholar in his Gu family, not in any particular school. Therefore, this campaign card in your hand is very necessary. The location is District 72, Central Street 8. After learning the location, Gu Yan sheathed his sword and turned to leave Area 71 where he had stayed for many days. There are obviously more vehicles and people on the streets than a few days ago. As the Beast Tamer examination approaches, this major event concerning all of humanity undoubtedly concerns everyone's heart. Ye Tiandu instantly transformed the Beast Tamer examination into the real-world Olympics. It was the same grand occasion, the only difference is that in this era of universal beastmasters, the Beast Tamer examination can only get more exciting. When Gu Yan arrived at his destination, he found that it was a huge reception hall, but there was no one there, and it looked very deserted. That's right, Luo Mayer has emphasized how difficult it is to obtain this campaign card. There must be very few contestants like him who join IN. Gu Yan waited for a while in the empty reception hall, but no one showed up. He walked inside in confusion. There are 2 passages in this reception hall. This should be the channel to obtain the quota, but where should I go? Host can go to the right. Yi Tian gave the hint at the right time. On the right? I looked at the 2 channels and they were similar, with no signs. There are indeed not many people like him who get extra places, but there is not even a reminder or reception, which is too perfunctory. After secretly complaining, Gu Yan walked towards the passage on the right. It was not long after Gu Yan left in the left passage. A middle-aged man with a square face left the hall with a group of young people around 18 or 19 years old. Right channel. Not long after walking forward, Gu Yan stopped in a slightly noisy room. There are quite a few people in this room. Gu Yan's arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention. A woman wearing big framed glasses was obviously the invigilator here. When she saw the card in Gu Yan's hand, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Are you here to compete for a spot? Yes. Nodding, Gu Yan subconsciously looked at the people in the room. Middle-aged, woman, old age, something feels wrong. Let's measure the realm and various data first. The woman said, indicating that Gu Yan could go to the measuring machine in the room. Hearing that these needed to be measured, Gu Yan nodded in understanding. Luo Mayer had said at the beginning that coming here was indeed necessary to measure various data. It seems he didn't come to the wrong place. Under the attention of many people in the room, Gu Yan stepped into the machine. The realm measuring machine does not need to be complicated. You just need to release the power of your original realm and you will get the answer. Just a dozen breaths, the machine gives the answer. Realm, primary beast taming grandmaster. Get out of the machine. I thought the people around me would burst into exclamations or a series of exclamations. Only all Gu Yan saw were some nods of approval. The last sentence said by the woman next to him confused Gu Yan, who was trying to show off. A junior beast master. I have contracted 2 beasts. Although the competition for a spot is tough, I still have a chance. The woman's voice made Gu Yan lose his confidence. He is the master of beast taming, a candidate for the beast tamer master position. What does this mean? Don't these people understand? Just by relying on your realm, you can rank among the top 50 beastmasters in the world. Here, even competing for a spot is difficult enough. Is it because he is short-sighted, or is the beast tamer master no longer valuable? Get ready, the assessment will begin soon. The woman glanced at the dozen or so people in front of her and lingered on Gu Yan's young face for a while. Then, he left the room. Gu Yan concentrated secretly and sat down to rest. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, an old man sat over. Young man, are you here to compete for a spot? Hearing the voice, Gu Yan glanced at the other person. His wrinkled skin was dark, his cloudy eyes were a little grayish, and he had only 3 or 2 yellow teeth in his mouth, like rusty pickaxes. Gu Yan pursed his lips, nodded slightly, and then asked, "Old man, are you here to compete for a spot as well?" "Yeah, I've been coming here for over 10 years straight. I have to get a spot this year." "For more than 10 years?" Gu Yan looked the old man up and down. "At your age, what do you think?" "You think I'm old?" The old man was slightly angry when he heard what Gu Yan said. "I'm only in my 70s, and the old guys I play with all say I'm still a handsome guy." "Ah," Gu Yan retorted without words. "Now look at the people around you. A dozen people, they are all of an age. Did the main city of Sunkong and the major safe zones change the system of the Beast Tamer examination early on? Is it possible to get a spot at this age? Or is it because of the special nature of this campaign card that age is disregarded?" Gu Yan was deeply puzzled. Without waiting for him to think deeply, the middle-aged woman who had left earlier came back with a box in her arms. "Now that the number of people has been determined, let me introduce myself first." The woman's wooden face was releasing a sense of pressure all the time. Everyone in the room also turned their attention over there. "My name is Zhang Yan, a senior beastmaster, and I'm the chief examiner for this assessment." After saying this, the woman placed the box in her hand on the table beside her. "There are 18 of you in total, and there are 9 spots available. You will compete in pairs to decide who will be the one left behind. 2-on-2 duel." Gu Yan glanced at the people in the room and undoubtedly felt that this rule was simple and crude. But it also saves trouble. A middle-aged man with gray hair stepped forward first and took out a number plate from the box brought by Zhong Yan.No. 18. Corresponding to number 1. The rest of the people also came forward and got their own numbers. When Gu Yan finally got the number, he looked at the middle-aged man who got the license plate first with some surprise. He is number 1. "You're out of luck, young man." Next to him, the old man glanced at Gu Yan's license plate and shook his head. "Oh? How unlucky. The fellow you are facing is at a level higher than yours, 1 level higher than the Beast Tamer Grandmaster. You should be aware of the gap, right?" The old man had a pessimistic expression on his face. Gu Yan was also stunned. Is he really competing for a spot in the Beast Tamer exam? The age of these competitors is nothing, the realm is actually so high. "System, you said you were going to this passage on the right. Am I really not going to the wrong set?" No wonder Gu Yan asked that. In previous Beastmaster examinations, generally speaking, the strength of the top scholar is only close to that of a master beast tamer. The stronger ones they have truly become the masters of beast taming, and now, someone told him that the other party was an intermediate beast taming master. Ding, the host can choose to trust the system 100%. Is that right? Gu Yan felt something was wrong and could only blame Luo Mayer, who gave him the campaign card. It seems that Luo Mayer had tricked him, but I can't tell what the problem is. These people did say that they were competing for a spot, the location is great, the campaign cards are great, so it shouldn't be wrong. Don't think about it anymore, and now that the opponent has been identified, just defeat him. As long as there is a place in the competition, let these abnormalities be allowed. After the draw is over, Zhang Yan led a group of 18 people to a large martial arts training ground. This is obviously a place specifically for competitions. The first duel was between Gu Yan and the middle-aged Man.No. 1 versus number 18. The two stood on opposite sides of the martial arts field. Gu Yan's expression was calm, but he was serious inside. On the other hand, the other party was really relaxed. "Friend, this spot is very important to me, so I won't hold back." While the middle-aged man was speaking, he smiled casually and slowly opened the beast taming space. Then, the 3 contracted beasts emerged one by one: 2-headed grasshopper, C+, green vine spider, B, sandalwood centipede, B+. Although these 3 contracted beasts are all in their growth stage, the aura they bring is absolutely powerful. He is indeed a mid-level beast taming master. For a moment, Gu Yan felt a lot of pressure. I have no experience in dealing with strong people of this level before, so now I can only give it a try. Just about to summon the super nut hamster. Gu Yan suddenly paused. He discovered that the turkey in the beast controlling space was moving. "You want to come out?" Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Skyfire Divine Chicken responded. Gu Yan understood the general meaning of this chicken. "I found those 3 contracted beasts outside. Are you hungry?" Chapter 207, The Battle for the Quota on the Martial Arts Field. In front of the middle-aged man, 3 huge contracted beasts had already assumed a fighting stance. "Release your contracted beast." A middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples holds his back with one hand. Although both of them are competitors, there is an obvious gap between them in terms of age and realm. Subconsciously, middle-aged people have put themselves in the position of seniors. Guyen did not hesitate. Heavenly Fire Chicken, it's up to you. The space fluctuated. Guyen's beast taming space then opened. Almost as soon as the beast taming space was opened, a strong heat wave swept out, covering the entire training ground. Fire-type contracted beast? After feeling this warmth, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. His 3 contracted beasts are all wood-type, and fire-type is a natural nemesis for him. What's more, the opponent's fire-type contracted beast is so powerful, its grade is definitely not low. The people watching nearby also became slightly interested at this time. If it was a restraint in attributes, then this competition would not be so one-sided. He was also under the attention of more than a dozen beastmasters. Guyen's beast. Control space, a contracted beast walked out. The first time I saw the true face of the contracted beast, the surroundings fell into a strange and brief silence. The next moment, puff. Ha 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 ha, a chicken. Not only is it a chicken, it's a chicken with no hair on its butt. Even though they were all older and had seen a lot of the world, they had never seen a situation like this before. Hearing these people's laughter, Guyen looked at the Skyfire Divine Chicken that had just walked out of the beast taming space with some curiosity. The feathers are wine red, gorgeous, and luxurious. At first glance, the majestic aura is worthy of an SSS-level contracted beast. Only a second look, it was hard for Guyen's eyes not to fall on the other person's chicken but exposed to the air. With a twitch of his lips, Guyen finally understood why the Skyfire Divine Chicken had not left the beast taming space in the past few days. This isn't being aloof, this is being too embarrassed to face people. System, before I contracted the Skyfire Chicken, did you abuse it? Yi Tian, this is also a style. For Yi Tian, it would take a lot of points to repair the hair on the butt of the Skyfire Chicken. This kind of unnecessary points consumption should be saved if possible. How did the hair on the Skyfire Chickens but disappear? Guyen heard the unanimous statement of these little pets, and they were the husky who was still in the paradise. There was no way he couldn't avenge Turkey for the people on his side. Is this also a style? Guyen looked at the people around him who were trying to hold back their laughter inside. Considering that he is such a young beastmaster, he is also a villain. He was laughed at when he appeared on the stage. This style of painting was obviously wrong. At this moment, the Skyfire Divine Chicken seemed to understand the meaning of these people's ridicule, and immediately crowed in extreme anger. Woohoo! The bright sound is like the first sound of the early morning light, exploding into all things. This is the first unique skill of the Heavenly Fire Divine Chicken. Crowing at dawn, skill, crow at dawn description, causes varying degrees of stun to all beings within the sound wave range. This skill is twice as powerful on insect creatures. This is a group attack. The 3 skills of the Skyfire Chicken are basically group attacks. The moment the sound wave was transmitted, the people outside the martial arts arena restrained their smiles. The terrifying sound waves seemed to become real in their eyes. The dust from the entire training ground was blown up like a hurricane. Only now did everyone remember the pressure released by the little chicken when it came out of the beast. Controlling space, although its appearance is not very good, the strength of this contracted beast should not be underestimated. Opposite of Guyen, the middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples was faced head-on with this terrifying sound wave. A defensive barrier suddenly emerged around his body, and the middle-aged man even found it difficult to open his eyes. In the eyes of others. At this moment, his clothes were torn into pieces. That hairless chicken is really scary, judging from this power alone. The estimated grade is definitely not lower than A grade. Grasshopper, Spider-Man, Dayton, stop it. Carrying the powerful force of sonic waves, the middle-aged man knew that he could not hesitate at all. He immediately called over his 3 contracted beasts. He couldn't imagine it. The other person, who was only 1 level lower than him, could actually make him so embarrassed. If someone at the same level didn't have a high-level contracted beast to back him up, he would definitely be crushed by this young man. But the gap in realm is here. Even if the turkey had some control over his contracted beast, he still couldn't turn the situation around. Thinking like this, the middle-aged man was a little confused. He has already conveyed the order to the contracted beast. Why is there no movement? Carrying the sonic storm, the middle-aged man opened his eyes slightly through a little vision. He was shocked to find out his 3 contracted beasts, the 2-headed grasshopper and the green vine spider, fainted after the rooster crowed. The only remaining sandalwood centipede, B+, was curled up into a ball, as if under tremendous pressure. How is that possible? When he saw his contracted beast, he didn't even have a chance to attack. For the first time, the middle-aged man showed an expression of loss of composure after the cockcrows. Dayton, go. The middle-aged man roared at the sandalwood centipede, which was the highest grade and closest to maturity among his 3 contracted beasts. This moment. He no longer has any contempt. The moment he roared, the middle-aged man took the 2 unconscious contracted beasts back to the beast controlling space, and at the same time drew up an energy array in front of him. Skill, frenzy description, increases the strength of the contracted beast by 1.5 times. During the period of frenzy, the contracted beast's IQ is halved. The dark red light fell directly on the sandalwood centipede. For a moment, the black and red light increased greatly. The middle-aged man has obviously used all his strength. I thought I didn't need to do it myself, but now it seems that if he doesn't take action, he will be out. Hiss. With the huge support of the contract master, a bloodthirsty dark red appeared in the eyes of the sandalwood centipede. Hundreds of legs pierced through the ground like sharp knives. With a swing of its body, the sandalwood centipede was like a shot arrow, almost turning into a black shadow, approaching Gu Yan madly. Number 18 actually has this kind of tricks. The people watching the fight nearby were all at a high level of strength, so they naturally knew more clearly how rare the power displayed by the middle-aged man in the training ground was. Giving up strengthening yourself to learn and improve the skills of your contracted beast is not easy in this day and age. In the crowd, a middle-aged man with a crew cut and 3 claw scars on his face sighed with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Yes, fortunately it wasn't me who faced him. The old man in his 70s nodded in agreement. The old man had just finished speaking when a woman in her 30s with long, wavy wine-red hair, holding a number plate, asked mockingly, "What? Do you think I'm easier to deal with?" The old man grinned, revealing his 2 pickaxe-like teeth. "Girl, I know you, the sister of the Sun family's patriarch. You are more powerful than the man on the stage, but you may not be able to deal with me." An old man, Sun Fantao frowned, played with the number plate in her hand, and said nothing more. "Tell me, where is that young man's only chance to win now?" The scarred man broke the tense atmosphere between the 2 sides. "He's unbeatable in a head-on fight." The old man was a chatterbox, but he was quite knowledgeable. With such a huge gap in realm, if that guy wants to win, he'll have to find a way to avoid the sandalwood centipede and deal with number 18 himself. I'm afraid there's no way to avoid that centipede. The scarred man's eyes were sharp. Besides, even if that guy used his contracted beast to block the centipede, it would be difficult for him to deal with a beastmaster who was 1 level higher than him on his own. The man's analysis was secretly recognized by the people around him. Director Cao Zhongyan looked at the scarred man and pushed his glasses. This scarred man is a high-level beastmaster, and he has basically reserved a spot. His insights are indeed unique. Chapter 208. I became an invigilator. On the martial arts field, facing the mad sandalwood centipede, it was impossible for Gu Yan to say that he felt no pressure. The opponent was too fast, so fast that he even had difficulty reacting. This is the intermediate beastmaster. According to the assessment, he is 5 times stronger than a junior beastmaster. When the huge centipede, which was more than 5 meters long and dark green and black all over, came into Gu Yan's eyes, the muscles of Zhongyan, the invigilators standing on one side of the martial arts arena, were slightly tensed. If Gu Yan lost at this time, she would naturally want to prevent the loser from being accidentally killed by the contracted beast. This moment, almost everyone felt that this battle would be over, but Gu Yan was surprisingly calm. Turkey, hamster. As soon as the simple voice fell at the same time, Gu Yan drew out the long sword behind him. With a dart of his body, he directly avoided the sandalwood centipede. The moment the sandalwood centipede locked onto him, he rushed straight towards the middle-aged man behind him. Hiss. The sandalwood centipede, whose IQ has been reduced by half, now only has Gu Yan as its target in its eyes. It won't let Gu Yan leave, only just as it twisted its body and its speed increased rapidly. A walnut fell on it. Bang! The explosion, which was not itchy but slightly painful, made the centipede pause. The sandalwood centipede opened its poisonous mouthparts and looked in another direction. There. A hamster holding a bunch of walnuts. Hiss. A violent hissing sound was heard. The centipede turned around and rushed towards the hamster that looked extremely weak. It wants to cut this guy who provoked it into 2 pieces in 1 bite. However, just as I turned around, the sandalwood centipede suddenly discovered that one of its legs was pulled by something. Turn around again. It saw with a shudder of heart. A chicken came to it at some point. Now, I am hung one of its legs alive. 2 SSS level contracted beasts surrounded him. No matter how powerful the sandalwood centipede is, it will be difficult to escape at this moment. It is completely entangled. This situation was unexpected by the 17 onlookers. This kid has 2 contracted beasts, one is a mouse and the other is a rooster. Although their species are not good enough, they are not simple. Sun Fantao sighed a little, then narrowed her eyes slightly. She always felt that the young man on the stage was familiar. He really held him back. The scarred man's eyes lit up. Then I in the eyes of these 17 top-notch masters. Gu Yan in the martial arts arena was like a knight riding the wind, with an absolutely ethereal posture. He approached the middle-aged man on the stage extremely quickly. Seeing Gu Yan approaching, the middle-aged man smiled confidently and shook his head calmly. My friend, you are too impatient. The moment the words fell, the beast controlling space behind the middle-aged man reopened. The next moment, the two-headed grasshopper and the vine spider came out. Not only can I strengthen the contracted beast's strength in a short period of time, I can also recover from certain injuries in a very short time. It's you, alone and deep in the enemy's territory. As he spoke, the middle-aged man directly commanded the two contracted beasts to attack Gu Yan. Gu Yan said nothing. The long sword in his hand swept across Da in an instant. He engaged in a battle with the two contracted beasts. What a pity! The scarred man sighed regretfully after seeing this scene. The old man smacked his lips. Number 18 is really cunning. He must have recovered the two contracted beasts long ago, but he won't release them. He's been waiting here for that young man to fall into his trap. If you say, when the sandalwood centipede attacked Gu Yan before, some people saw a glimmer of hope, but now, it's completely gone. Deng really got in everyone's eyes. While Gu Yan was fighting with the grasshopper and the spider, the sword in his hand, which was already severely damaged, broke into two pieces. The middle-aged man put one hand on his back and said, My friend, you are the strongest junior beastmaster I have ever met, but now it's time to admit defeat. After all, your sword is broken. Giving up is not in my dictionary. He put down the broken sword in his hand, and with a clang sound, the hilt hit the ground. The unarmed Gu Yan rushed towards the middle-aged man with a determined look. He is going to take part in the beast tamer examination, and this spot is worth his try. Aren't you giving up yet? The middle-aged man frowned and had an idea. The two contracted beasts blocked Gu Yan's way again. I thought it would be a fierce battle among the three. Only Gu Yan, who gave up the sword in his hand, looked like a madman at this time. He didn't defend himself at all, but wanted to break away from the two contracted beasts and rush to the middle-aged man. Puff. One of the green vine spider's legs instantly cut a huge wound on Gu Yan's abdomen, revealing his internal organs. Squeak! The two-headed grasshopper's limbs with barbs dug out a piece of flesh from Gu Yan's leg. In an instant, Gu Yan was stained with blood. The two contracted beasts couldn't stop him. The dozen or so people outside the venue were all moved. This kid will definitely be a big shot in the future. Is it worth it to fight to this extent? Could it be that he still has a trump card? Many people even clenched their fists. They didn't expect it. This first game will be so serious. Watching Gu Yan approaching quickly, the middle-aged man sighed slightly. It's useless. Although I mainly assist the contracted beast, my realm is still at this level. Even if you are in your prime, you may not be stronger than me. What's more, now, not only am I seriously injured, I don't even have a weapon. Gu Yan didn't care at all about the middle-aged man's words. A chilling smile appeared on his face, but the blood all over his body looked inexplicably tragic. Have you ever seen a sword technique without a sword? Sword techniques without a sword? The middle-aged man slowly lowered his hands behind his back, because at this moment he suddenly realized the surrounding water elements continued to gather towards the young man in front. It was clearly visible that the blue water was enveloping Gu Yan. At this moment, he became the protagonist. The swirling water gradually became a solid entity before everyone's eyes, that is, a dragon. Although it is made of water, there is a hint of extremely sharp sword intent in it that can make people's hair stand on end, roar. With a roar like the arrival of a real dragon, the water dragon instantly transformed into a deadly sword, shattering the space and attacking with a bang. In a breath, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. He had no way to resist this move. This was the most terrifying sword he had ever faced in his entire life. Boom! The ground of the martial arts arena was crushed into powder layer by layer of bricks and stones. A large cloud of dust was raised high. Zhong Yan waved his hand and the dust dissipated. In the martial arts arena, the two stood facing each other, looking at the huge bottomless pit beside him. The middle-aged man touched his neck. A trace of blood made his expression complicated. There was a long silence. I lost. Your strength and attitude are indeed more qualified than mine to have this spot. Look at the young man in front who was covered in blood. Middle-aged people are quite emotional. It was also at this time that Gu Yan fell to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. I should have found a school earlier. A spot in the Beast Tamer exam is costing me half my life. A place for the Beast Tamer examination? Gu Yan's undisguised complaint caused a suspicious tone. Now it's Zhong Yan. After stepping onto the martial arts arena, she looked at Gu Yan, then glanced at the document in her hand. Are you a student? Yes, what's wrong? Gu Yan was a little confused when he heard the other party's tone. Student? Those who were not hard of hearing not far away looked at each other. Everyone saw a strong shock in each other's eyes. Everyone looked at Gu Yan with expressions as shocked as if they saw an 8-year-old child having 10 wives. What you are participating in is not an assessment for student competition quota. Zhong Yan explained to Gu Yan. It's not a student quota? Gu Yan asked, enduring the pain from his injury. Then what was I fighting for just now? Zhong Yan's expression was complicated. The position of invigilator for the Beast Tamer examination. Invigilator? Gu Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. Please fill in your personal information. Zhong Yan handed a form to Gu Yan. Since you won, you will be one of the 9 invigilators for this year's Beastmaster examination. Chapter 209. Another female lead. Until now, Gu Yan finally understood it from the beginning. He was in the wrong place. No wonder. All of these competitors are masters of beast taming. He should have thought of it earlier. No student union could be so strong. It has to be said that the system's guidance is primarily responsible for the current situation. System, is this what you said about trusting you? After putting in so much effort, he ended up becoming an invigilator. What should he say? Ding, the system occasionally makes mistakes. Yi Tian responded calmly, and then continued, to make up for the host, the system can heal the host's injuries for free. At the same time, the loan amount is increased to 15,000 points. Gu Yan, give him a few hours to recover from his injuries, and the magic blood will do it.as for increasing the loan limit. Is this a reward for him, or is it the system's own preparation? While Gu Yan was speechless, the injuries on his body recovered at a rate visible to the naked eye. This recovery from injury once again made many people sigh in disappointment. The expression on the face of the defeated middle-aged man was even more bitter. Not only did he lose to a student, he failed to even injure the other party with such a powerful sword, coupled with such an incredibly strong self-healing ability. Among the younger generation, looking at the 9 safe zones in the main city of Sankon, no middle-aged man with gray hair can compare to him. Looking at the information in his hand, Gu Yan turned to Zhong Yan and asked, can I choose to be a candidate? Zhong Yan shook her head calmly. You have the ability of an invigilator. The Ministry of Education will not allow you to bully those students. How did it become bullying? Gu Yan is difficult to understand. Facing the data files in hand, he finally picked up the pen and wrote his message. He had no chance of becoming the top scholar, so he could only participate in the Beast Tamer examination as a teacher. After Gu Yan finished filling out the information and handed it to Zhong Yan, she had always been very calm, and even after knowing that Gu Yan was a student, she only had a complicated expression. But this was the first time she showed shock. You are Gu Yan? Gu Shanhe's son? No wonder she was so shocked. In her impression, Gu Yan should be the heroic boy who died in the news a few days ago. Yes. Gu Yan nodded, as a sign of admission. He is not the protagonist, so he doesn't need to wear a mask or disguise himself. Wow. The dozen or so people who were selected as invigilators nearby were even more noisy. The person in front of them was Gu Yan, which was something they never dared to imagine. In their minds, even if Gu Yan hadn't died, he shouldn't have had the power to defeat a mid-level beastmaster. Seeing these people's expressions, Gu Yan said casually, it's normal to hide one's shortcomings, right? The casual words left everyone speechless. Hide your shortcomings, hiding to this extent, is this called hiding one's incompetence? Originally, it was rumored that Gu Yan was only a junior beastmaster, but now his true strength has risen to the level that he can rival the older generation. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Gu Yan has turned into a scheming guy. Only a person with extremely deep scheming would not compete for public honors and hide himself so deeply for so many years. Under the complex gazes of these masters, Gu Yan and the middle-aged man returned to the rest area. The second match started immediately. There were 2 more competitors on the stage, and the attention of the people around them shifted away from Gu Yan one by one. Only, however, Gu Yan discovered that a woman's attention was still on him. Turn your head and look just happened to collide with each other's eyes. When she saw Gu Yan's gaze, the woman smiled slightly and then looked away. Gu Yan did not shift his gaze, because a system light screen popped up in front of him. This is the system's character introduction panel. Name, Sun Fintowage, 30 positioning, one of the female protagonist's description. She runs a bar by herself and has met Su Wei several times. Now she is at the stage where they are about to become friends. After seeing the introduction of these systems, Gu Yan understood the meaning of the woman's strange look unexpectedly. This woman would be a heroine. Sun Fantao, Sun Hui's aunt, seems to be called this name. There are some impressions in my mind. On stage, the second competition has begun. There were two men on the field who were no less than 40 years old, although the battle between them was not as fierce as the one between Gu Yan and the middle-aged man. But there is give and take among the three contracted beasts summoned by both parties. At least two have left their larval stage and entered the growth stage. These are two intermediate beast masters. They are two guys with rich combat experience. Gu Yan watched the confrontation between the two sides and was secretly shocked that he is actually quite lucky, although his opponent is in the upper middle level among the 18 people. But what happened was that the Skyfire Divine Chicken restrained the three contracted beasts of the middle-aged man in terms of elemental attributes, species, and quality level. It was precisely because of this that Gu Yan was not completely suppressed by the other party's realm. If it were someone else, the host could solve it by just borrowing some money. Yi Tian's voice interrupted Gu Yan's thoughts. Gu Yan thought about it and couldn't refute it. Ding, considering that the host's strength does not quite match his current status, would you like to spend 15,000 points to bind a third contracted beast and simultaneously upgrade all three contracted beasts from the juvenile stage to the adult stage? In my mind. Yi Tian's subsequent words made Gu Yan tremble all over. Bind the third contracted beast and cultivate all three contracted beasts to the growth stage. This step is very difficult. In Gu Yan's opinion, without the help of the system, it would take him at least 5 years. Now, the system can do it all in one step, although it takes a lot of points. But from another perspective, the system is absolutely magnificent. In fact, before, Yi Tian would not have had the idea of instilling huge power into the host Gu Yan. After all, that would arouse the vigilance of the world. Well, the reason for everything, because he became the invigilator of the Beast Tamer examination. This identity, in essence, raises Gu Yan's status in this world correspondingly. From this moment on. Gu Yan is no longer the villain from the early days. With the tacit approval of the world's will, he poses a great threat to the protagonist and already possesses the aura of a powerful villain. The big villain is different from the miserable little villain. It is natural for the big villain to be so powerful that he can crush the protagonist. This is exactly why Yi Tian deliberately guided Gu Yan in this direction. It can be said that the intention is good, and fortunately the results are remarkable. Although Gu Yan was interested in the system upgrade package, he did not agree immediately. This place is not a good place to receive system upgrades. The battle on the stage is still fierce, the strength of both sides is similar, so there is a stalemate. When the competition ended, Gu Yan looked at the time and it was already late. As the next two competitions ended and the fourth invigilator was confirmed, Zhang Yan walked out holding a document. That's all for today. The remaining 10 people have one night to prepare, and all the invigilators will be confirmed tomorrow. After hearing Zhang Yan's notice, the remaining 10 people focused their attention slightly, subconsciously looking at their respective opponents. For them, one night is not only an opportunity to adjust themselves, but also a time to study their opponents. Chapter 210. I report. Get out of the campaign hall. It was getting dark outside. Under the shining stars, the lights on the main city and the sky have been lit. Walking on the streets. Gu Yan did not go home. After pondering for a while, Gu Yan asked Yi Tian, "System, where is Sun Fantao's bar?" As he asked, Yi Tian unfolded a light curtain. The pink peach bar has been located for the host. Warm reminder, the protagonist Su Wei will meet Sun Fantao again at the Fantao bar tonight. It seems that what I thought was right. Not long ago, after learning through the system that Su Wei was released from prison, Gu Yan had some vague guesses. Now seeing the friendly reminder from the system, he understood even more clearly. He should go to the Pink Peach Bar, District 98, a large entertainment venue on a busy street. Sun Fantao returned to the bar as usual, sat at the bar, and skillfully poured herself a glass of wine. Looking at the wine in the glass, she smiled sadly and drank it all in one gulp. Do beautiful women also have troubles? Beside. A man's voice made Sun Fantao turn her head. It was the young student who had helped her deal with a group of troublemakers in the bar. Haven't seen you for some time. If you have a husband who is not capable of doing anything, you will understand the pain your sister is going through. Inexplicably, she had a favorable impression of this young man, so Sun Fantao did not hide her feelings in her conversation. Ha ha. Su Wei shrugged. I'm a man, but I don't have a husband. But, Sister Tao, I think I should provide some help with your suffering. Sue took the wine from the table and a signature gentle smile appeared on his face. The protagonist's smile is extremely contagious and deceptive. Sun Fentao took another sip of wine and tilted her head. After not seeing you for so many days, you have become more bold, little brother. Sister Tao, please don't think I'm a bad person. Sue picked up a bottle of clear wine. I came here today to help you. Help me? Sue nodded. Sister Tao should have participated in this year's Invigilator selection, right? I can help you and make sure you become that distinguished Invigilator. Can you help me? Sun Fentao said with disbelief. How can a junior like you help me in a battle between intermediate or even advanced beastmasters? The woman's expression was exactly what Sue had expected. He did not refute, but took out a round bead the size of a fingertip. Sun Fentao's attention was attracted. This round bead is dark red all over, and looks like pieces of iron spliced together. The faint fluctuations in it even radiate out of the sphere, making people's hair stand on end. This thing can instantly unleash the full force of a high-level beastmaster. Although it's a one-time thing, it should be enough to decide the outcome of the battle. The plain words have a hint of pretentiousness. Really, Sun Fentao was so shocked that she was speechless. How do you come into possession of such a thing? Luck. Sue said it briefly, then stuffed the thing into Sun Fentao's hands and said, when you become an Invigilator, Sister Tao, I have something to ask of you. Looking at the round beads in her hand, Sun Fentao didn't refuse with a secret thought. What can I do for you? It's not too late to talk about it after you become an Invigilator. Sue had his own considerations when pouring a glass of wine for Sun Fentao. What he wanted was to ask Sun Fentao to arrange for Long Xiao and the fake dead Gu Yan to compete for him in the Beast Tamer examination. Not only will he eliminate these two people, he will also make them useless. Still keeping my sister in suspense. Sun Fentao smiled charmingly. With this thing in her hand that was enough to unleash a full-strength attack from a high-level beastmaster, tomorrow's battle was no longer stressful for her. Under the ease, the two of them couldn't help but start chatting and drinking. After drinking glass after glass of alcohol, Sue didn't react at all, but Sun Fentao's eyes became increasingly blurred. Final. The woman lay on the table and fell asleep drunkenly. Gulp. After drinking another glass of wine, Sue looked at the woman lying down. Her long wine-red hair makes her look particularly attractive against her wine-stained face. Pink clothing can be seen faintly under her dark red coat, and beneath this tight pink clothing, the deep ravines seem to have no end. The heroines are all very pretty. That won't do. Sue shook his head, then he naturally picked up the woman and walked out of the bar. Such a scene, the man in a shadowy corner of the bar was in full view. This method saves me from adding fuel to the fire. Shaking the white beer in the glass, Gu Yan clicked his tongue and shook his head. In fact, it was Gu Yan who was wrong. Ye Tian knew, according to the plot of the original book, this is what happened next. Sue carried Sun Fentao out of the bar without any bad intentions. Later, because it was really difficult to place Sun Fentao, he took her to the hotel, and in the hotel, there is only one single bedroom. As a last resort, the two of them slept in the same bed. Afterwards, the drunk Sun Fentao bumped into Sue Wei, who had been patient to the extreme, allowed the bumping to escalate into a collision, affecting the entire BEDI in the original novel. This is called passive, and it is the woman who seduces the protagonist, but from the perspective of others, this is called QJ. However, the next day after the incident, it was Sun Fentao who blamed herself for her recklessness. This is very original. Finished the white beer in the glass. Gu Yan watched Sue and the woman leave and did not follow them. System, is there any surveillance footage of those two people? Ding. Monitoring mode has been activated for the host. 500 points consumed. The host's current points are minus 500. Deducting some points doesn't matter to Gu Yan. As long as tonight's things are done, there will be no loss of points. After Yi Tian's voice fell, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of Gu Yan's eyes. The picture in IT was Sue and Sun Fentao, who got into the taxi, watched the situation on the screen quietly. Not long after, Sue and Sun Fentao came to a hotel and stayed in the same room. Taking out his cell phone, Gu Yan found a number to dial. Hello, this is the City Guard Bureau. On the other end of the phone, a business-like voice came. I reported someone raping a woman. Please provide the location. We will dispatch troops quickly. The city guard on the phone knew the seriousness of the situation and did not delay at all. Gun, AIXAN Hotel, District 98, Room 711. Okay, thank you for the report. The city guard on the other end of the phone obviously passed the relevant information to the action personnel. The call ended. Guyen looked at the phone in his hand and without hesitation dialed another number. Cheng Tai, a high-level beastmaster, is also Sun Fentao's husband. Guyen is not stupid. If Sun Fentao wants to save Su Wei for the sake of friendship, she only needs to tell the city guards that she is a volunteer. Although it goes against women's ethics, it can protect Su Wei after all. So the second call is very necessary. When Sun Fentao's husband arrived at the scene, could Sun Fentao tell the city guards in front of her husband that she had slept with Su Wei voluntarily? Chapter 211 Ironclad Evidence Nuanshin Hotel. Regarding Guyan's actions. Su Wei, who was completely plotted against, was unaware of it at all. Most of his thoughts now, all of this was happening on the woman on the bed, who was mostly naked. His original intention was not to target Sun Fentao, but this woman, displaying herself like this, was testing him too much. Turn off the lights. After a while. A soft arm was placed on Su Wei's chest. The woman mumbled some nonsense, without taking the woman's hand away. Su Wei slowly closed his eyes. He could have gone straight home. Not only that, he was worried about Sun Fentao being alone, and for this reason, he stayed and slept in the same bed with this woman. Time passes slowly. The woman next to him was bumping into things more and more frequently. Su Wei's breathing gradually became rapid. Finally. A few minutes later. Su Wei suddenly grabbed the woman's wrist. Turn on the light. He turned over and pressed her down, panting heavily. Su Wei said in a rapid breath, Sister Fentao, you asked for this, so you can't blame me. While talking. Su Wei simply tore off his clothes. People wear less when sleeping. With this pull from Su Wei, he was immediately in a position where he could fight directly, but at this moment, bang! The door of the hotel room was suddenly kicked open. A large number of city guards rushed directly into the room. All the city guards were shocked by the scene before them. A naked man with a ferocious face was pressing down on a woman who was obviously drunk and unconscious. What is this called? This is called irrefutable evidence. Don't move. All the city guards pointed their energy guns at Su Wei. At this moment, Su Wei's face was dazed. What happened? He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand it. It was clear that just a moment ago, there were only him and this woman in the room. But in the next moment, so many people crowded into the room. Moreover, it just happened to witness his current state. Get out! Su Wei was almost going crazy due to extreme shame and anger. These men who surrounded him reminded him of the absolute shadow. They are still so rampant now. The city guards obviously would not leave because of Su Wei's words. On the contrary, everyone was indignant because of his words. Sir, you are involved in rape. Please squat on the ground and raise your hands immediately. Asshole. He clenched his fists tightly. Su Wei tied the clothes he had just torn off around his waist in a messy manner. I haven't broken any law. Please raise your hands. I have witnessed what just happened. How could a dozen city guards possibly believe Su Wei's words? Su Wei remained firm and pointed at Sun Fentao. I know her. How do you prove it? Someone in the team asked. I have to say, the protagonist's halo is very powerful. If it were an ordinary person. If he still maintains such a tough attitude, he will either be hit by the energy gun or be directly locked up. It won't be like this now. Not only did no one shoot, but one person even said something asking him to prove it. It was this question that gave Su Wei the opportunity. Looking at these people with a sullen face, Su Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and opened the beast taming space. Then an ice anaconda swam out of the deep pool. The deep pool ice anaconda, which controls the power of water, circled around Sun Fentao. The effects of alcohol are slowly eliminated. It won't take a moment. Sun Fentao opened her eyes slightly with her eyelashes fluttering. Classic quote from the original novel. Although she was drunk, she was fully aware of the situation outside. As soon as she woke up, Sun Fentao looked at the surrounding situation with some complexity. Ma'am, do you know this man? After Sun Fentao woke up, the city guards questioned her directly. In response to the city guards' question, the woman nodded. So, did you tacitly consent to having a relationship with the other party? Several city guards looked closely at the expression on Sun Fentao's face. Hear this, Sun Fentao was silent. She looked at Su Wei, and Su Wei gave him a look asking for help. Taking a deep breath, Sun Fentao also thought that Su Wei was not a bad kid by nature. He had helped her deal with the thugs in the bar and had even given her that powerful bead not long ago. Maybe he was just impulsive. Think of this. Sun Fentao opened her lips and kissed him lightly, and was about to nod to say that she tacitly agreed to Su Wei doing that to her, but at this moment, a frantic and anxious voice roared into the ears of everyone in the room. Pink Peach. Who raped you? I'll kill him. The man's voice was so rough and violent that it shook the entire hotel floor. Chapter 212, Back in prison after the man's voice came, Sun Fantao's face turned pale, the words to prove Su Wei were stuck in his throat just 2 breaths later. Bang! The door, which had already been kicked by more than a dozen city guards, could no longer hold up and collapsed with a loud bang. Coming in from outside the door that he was a muscular officer wearing a colonel's uniform. His arrival, the pressure in the entire room suddenly increased. Pink Peach. Seeing the woman with messy hair on the bed, Chang Tai became even more imposing. A pair of tiger eyes even blazed with fire. Who was it? Who raped you? While talking, Chang Tai's eyes were as sharp as a torch. At that moment, he locked his eyes on the only exhibitionist in the room. It's you. 2 streams of hot air visible to the naked eye came out of the nose. Chang Tai strode towards Su Wei. Faced the guy in front of you. Su Wei's inner warning jumped to the extreme. The guy in front of him was far beyond his ability to fight against, even if he uses his hidden strength. Sir, please calm down. The city guards around stepped forward in time to calm the man's anger. Get out of the way. I want to kill this guy who raped my wife. Chang Tai's fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. Sun Fantao was obviously his Achilles heel. Sir, your wife and the man are acquainted, and it may be consensual between them. The city guard said this in a hurry, and this sentence, Chang Tai stopped instantly. Look at Su Wei, then look at Sun Fantao. Voluntary? How can this be tolerated? Chang Tai's eyes were filled with extremely strong and suppressed anger and grief. Facing her husband's questioning, Sun Fantao hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't know anything. For Sun Fantao. Su Wei is indeed a good guy, but it is impossible for her to abandon her current husband. It's not just the husband's side. Chang Tai is here now, and if she admitted what happened with Su Wei, then in the high-end circles of the main city of Sancombe, she would become a complete slut. Although Su Wei is a good young man, it is obviously difficult for Sun Fantao to protect him regardless of the consequences. After Sun Fantao shook her head to prove her innocence, it was Su Wei's turn to look. Ugly Sun Fantao escaped. What about him? Really? The city guard directly took out the magnetic handcuffs. Hold Su Wei's hands. What's there to say? Let me kill him. After discovering that Sun Fantao was innocent, Chang Tai's desire to kill Su Wei remained unchanged. His wife was almost slept with while drunk. How could he let the murderer go? Only by killing the other party can he relieve the hatred in his heart. Sir, we will give you a satisfactory result. Please calm down. The squad leader of the city guard stopped Chang Tai's behavior. Okay. I'll calm down. Looking at Su Wei fiercely, Chang Tai said without disguising, Boy, when you go to prison, I will definitely find a group of men to entertain you. Listening to Chang Tai's words, Su Wei's fists clenched and crackled. He couldn't understand why this happened. Ding, the host has ruined the protagonist's good deeds, and is rewarded with 3,000 points. Ding, Sun Fantao's perception of the protagonist Su Wei has decreased, rewarding the host with 1,000 points. Still at the bar. Gu Yan looked at the situation on the screen and grinned. I don't know if Su Wei, the candidate, can be released from prison during the Beast Tamer exam. Chapter 213. The last 5 rounds. This is a dark house. I am the room. The sound of typing on the keyboard is fast and dense. The field of view is closer. What appeared was Tianxia in the form of a robot in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard so quickly. What is it doing? Checking exam answers. Tianxia, who has the ability to think independently, understands what his master Su Wei needs. The Beastmaster examination is absolutely important to Su Wei. Therefore, it made preparations for Su Wei in advance. Letting Su Wei understand the test questions in advance will undoubtedly put him ahead of countless candidates. As a member of the mechanical civilization, Tianxia has extremely powerful computing capabilities. One of the top secrets of the Sky City was finally conquered, only what made Tianxia slightly confused was the file is empty. There is only one line of text in it. Reader is the most handsome. Look at these 4 big words occupying the display screen. I in the darkroom, Tianxi, who was sitting in front of the computer, fell silent. Could it be that the secret of the test lies in this line of words? Or is this some kind of secret language of mankind? Half an hour passed. Final, Tianxia could only declare that the query for the answer had failed. But now the master has found one of the candidates for the invigilator. As long as everything goes well on Su Wei's side, he will still be able to know the test questions through the invigilator. Master, your aim is accurate. Tianxia said this with a slight approval, then looked at the time. It's getting late. Su Wei hasn't come back yet. In doubt, Tianxia started to check Su Wei's whereabouts. After leaving home, the first destination was the Pink Peach Bar, the second place is the Wanqin Hotel, the third place, the City Guard Bureau. City Guard Bureau, looking at Su Wei's current position, Tianxia couldn't understand. As the investigation continued, the situation gradually became clear. Su Wei was arrested for attempted rape, just came out this morning and went back in at night? No matter how good-tempered Tianxi was, he was now clearly furious. Why can't its owner save it some time? The night passed quickly when the warm sun rises on the horizon. It also indicates the beginning of the day. Tomorrow's Beastmaster examination is coming soon. Have you heard? Sun Fantao from the Sun family was raped. Of course I heard about it. She was the eldest princess of the Sun family. I heard she was killed by 8 big men. Hiss. Can Sun Fantao handle it? It's hard to say. Someone saw the colonel in uniform go there. It's a serious matter. Sun Fantao became famous. She also suffered from insomnia because of this. If Cheng Tai hadn't spoken yesterday, there might not have been Sun Fantao's bitter past. Young woman Sun Fantao, and Sun Fantao Forum, with huge dark circles under the eyes. When Sun Fantao arrived at the campaign hall, everyone looked at her with strange eyes. They naturally heard what really happened to Sun Fantao yesterday. No one mentioned it, however. The eyes of these people always expressed their desire for details. Taking a deep breath, Sun Fantao suppressed the irritability in her heart and walked towards the rest area. Bang! Shoulder blades of men and women collide. Sorry. Gu Yan's voice emerged. Sun Fantao frowned, said nothing, and left. Not long Zhang Yan came to the martial arts training ground. Everyone is here, however. The 4 people who were eliminated yesterday are missing. Looking at the 14 people in front of him, Zhang Yan's gaze lingered on Sun Fantao for a while. Time is limited. The remaining 5 matches will begin now according to the order of the number plates. Chapter 214 Fake Beads. The last 5 games. The first scene is between Sun Fantao and the old man in his 70s. Put down the license plate. Sun Fantao and the old man entered the venue without delay. Girl, you didn't sleep well last night, okay? As soon as he came on stage, the wrinkles on the old man's face were pulled up and he smiled. If you don't sleep well, you can be eliminated. The competition officially began, and Sun Fantao quickly adjusted her condition. It's not certain that you can eliminate an old man like me. Behind the old man, the beast controlling space slowly opened. 1 light green and 2 dark green slender water plants emerged with an extraordinary scent. Heavy water green palace, C+, *3. The old man has 3 identical contracted beasts. This combination is extreme. After seeing these 3 contracted beasts, Sun Fantao sneered. 3 C+ level contracted beasts, only 2 of them are in the growth stage. What can you compare with me? With a wave of his arm, the 3 contracted beasts descended directly with great power and intense flames. Fiery Sparrow King, A-, Purple Flame Field Mouse King, A-, White Flame Earth Splitting Horse. All grades are in the A-level area. This makes people sigh at the background of the Sun family. At the same time, the 3 contracted beasts have also reached their growth stage. This is the sign of reaching the pinnacle of the intermediate beast taming grandmaster. Let's go together. Please let the old man go down. In the face of absolute crushing, Sun Fantao felt that he did not need any tactical arrangements. Girl, the grade and growth stage of the contracted beast are certainly important, but restraint is something you still don't understand. As soon as the old man's voice fell, Gu Yan and others in the audience all stared at him. Just see, the 3 heavy water green palaces behind the old man instantly condensed into a formation. The water flowed like a river tide, and the extremely heavy clean water, with the 3 heavy water green palaces as the center, instantly enveloped the entire martial arts field. Sun Fantao's 3 contracted beasts were instantly imprisoned by heavy water and could not move forward. This is a joint skill of contracted beasts. Among the dozen or so people watching the battle, a few people with sharp eyes immediately saw through the old man's trick. Contracted beast joint skills, as the name suggests, are skills performed by multiple contracted beasts together. This kind of skill is what countless beast taming masters and even grand masters of beast taming yearn for. The abilities of their respective contracted beasts, when twisted into a rope and released together, can be amplified geometrically the higher the level of each contracted beast. The more difficult it is for this skill to appear. The combined skill of the 3 C+ grade contracted beasts is almost the highest level of combined skill that anyone present has ever seen. No wonder some people were shocked. Sure enough, none of those who can come here to participate in the election are simple. On the martial arts field, the water flowed so fast that there was no chance to avoid it. Sun Fantao, who was shrouded in heavy water, showed a hint of panic on her pretty face. This tide is draining her strength. She won't last long. Sparrow King. Looking to the side, Sun Fantao shouted to the contracted beast, "The fiery Sparrow King, the power is fading, and we must be quick to deal with the opponent." But the fiery Sparrow King did not respond at all at this time. When Sun Fantao looked at it intently, it was discovered that this contracted beast was struggling frantically. Two heavy water green palaces completely entangled the fiery Sparrow King. Look at the other two contracted beasts. Under the pressure of heavy water, the conditions of the two contracted beasts were also suppressed to the extreme. It's useless. My heavy water formation has absolute restraint on your fire-attributed contracted beasts. If we say that the old man fused three identical contracted beasts, it would be extremely extreme. It just so happened that Sun Fantao ran into the extreme point of this old man. Sun Fantao's three contracted beasts all have fire attributes. At this level, there is actually not much that ordinary water-attributed contracted beasts can do. After all, water can conquer fire, and fire can conquer water. The key lies in the old man's contracted beast joint skills. This move amplifies the heavy water power of the three heavy water green palaces to the maximum. In terms of attributes, it has been stretched to the extreme. The old man was therefore able to suppress Sun Fantao with all his strength. Sun Fantao's condition also made the spectators a little solemn. Overall, he is so much stronger than that old man, but I didn't expect that he was completely restrained at the beginning. That's true, always. The restraint between contracted beasts is deeply rooted in people's minds. Sun Fantao underestimated her opponent. If she didn't have any backup plan, she would have lost. Beside Gu Yan, the scarred man shook his head slightly. If she had known her opponent before the match, she wouldn't have controlled three contracted beasts to attack at the same time. An old man who has only known this one trick for more than a decade has actually run into a dead rat. You only know this one trick. After listening to the scarred man's words, Gu Yan looked at the leisurely old man on the stage and curled his lips. In heavy water among Sun Fantao's three contracted beasts, the fiery Sparrow King, which was being ravaged by two heavy water green palaces, rolled its eyes and was rolled out of the field by the water plants. Even an A-rank contracted beast cannot ignore elemental restraint. Sun Fantao also understood. If she continues like this, she will definitely lose the game with great frustration. Sun Fantao's mind raced as she remembered something, the bead that Su Wei gave her yesterday. Sun Fantao couldn't help feeling guilty when she thought about how Su Wei gave her such a valuable thing, but also how he joined the City Guard Bureau because of her. Calm your mind. Sun Fantao felt around for a while, successfully found the bead. According to Su Wei, this bead contains the full force of a high-level Beastmaster's attack. In order to become an Invigilator, she must use it. Pick up the beads in your hand. Sun Fantao threw it out suddenly. What is that? Many people watching the game saw it clearly. A foreign object? Many people frowned when they saw the bead, although the competition assessment did not say that external objects could not be used, but for everyone, they all default to relying on their own strength. An old man on the training ground, there was no reaction at all. How could he have imagined that this seemingly harmless little girl was actually hiding something under everyone's gaze? The bead hit the old man right on the body. At this moment, everyone present was focused. Generally at this time, the effect of external objects will be directly demonstrated. However, the beads that hit the old man fell to the ground. The little beads, jumping and skipping, rolled away. It has absolutely no effect at all. It's just like an ordinary stone. Sun Fantao's eyes widened slightly. How could that be? Didn't Su Wei say that this was a full-strength attack from a high-level Beastmaster? Why did it end like this? Did Su Wei lie to her? At this time, I'm afraid only Gu Yan in the audience knows Sun Fantao's mood. Open your palms slightly. A bead containing strong aura fluctuations appeared in Gu Yan's hand. Gu Yan had used the technique of replacing the day long before, and when their shoulders collided, he successfully switched the real beads with the fake ones. To exchange for a fake bead. I also wasted 500 points in the system. Girl, don't scare me. The old man on the stage cursed. Sun Fantao's face looked pale. It turns out, it was Su Wei who lied to her. Feeling the unstoppable drain of strength from her body, she finally resigned herself to her fate and said, I give up. Chapter 215 Virtual Battle Recorder. Ding. Due to the host's intervention, the fifth female protagonist, Sun Fantao, did not become the Invigilator of the Beast Tamer examination. The host is rewarded with 3,000 points. The host currently has 6,000 points. Sun Fantao lost. This result was unexpected by many people. Even Zhong Yan frowned and looked at Sun Fantao. It's like watching an excellent student get the last place in the exam, which is very disappointing. The first match of the day is over. The old man finally got the job he had always dreamed of, the Invigilator of the Beast Tamer examination. This honorable identity can be recorded in your personal profile for life. 14 years. 14 years. The old man excitedly raised 7 fingers and said, I, Wang Datong, have realized my dream. Go down now that your dream has come true. There are people behind you. Zhang Yan interrupted Wang Datong mercilessly. Second game, the person who came on stage made everyone in the entire martial arts arena look a little solemn. But it's the scarred man. A high-level beastmaster. Judging by his strength at the age of 35 or 36, he is not even weaker than Zhang Yan, who was nearly 50 years old. His opponent was an old man with white hair. The strength is also good. His realm is that of an intermediate beastmaster, and his 2 contracted beasts have reached their growth stage. Just looking at the grade of the contracted beast, even higher than Gu Yan's previous middle-aged opponent. But even so, there is still a huge gap visible to the naked eye compared to the scarred man, who is a high-level beast tamer. If you say, from junior beastmaster to intermediate beastmaster, the gap between the two is 5 times. The gap between an intermediate beast taming master and a high-level beast taming master is 10 times. It is completely insurmountable. The old man understood this, and he was more open-minded in the martial arts arena. Huang Lai, the top scorer in the Beast Tamer examination 15 years ago, I never thought he would grow to this level in the blink of an eye. The Yangtze River's waves behind pushed the waves ahead. Opposite the scar-faced man, the old man with white hair was filled with emotion. With the blessing of our predecessors, I have been able to reach where I am today. I also hope that I can go even further in the future. Huang Lai is neither arrogant nor impatient. Even though he is very powerful, he still does not show any disrespect to his seniors. Ye Tian and Gu Yan's mind fell silent after seeing Huang Lai. This man is the only one that Yi Tian feels sorry for. In a disaster that happened not long after, he saved all the candidates by his own strength. It's a pity that he sacrificed himself to save the protagonist. Before his death, Huang Lai entrusted his only daughter to Su Wei. That's when Su Wei's plan to cultivate a loli began. The old man looked at Huang Lai with satisfaction and said with a hearty laugh, "Stop talking nonsense and let's have a fight. Let's see how far you can pull away from this old fellow like me." The results are obvious. 5 matches took up a whole day. In the end, the 9 invigilators were completely sure. Under the moonlit night, Zhang Yan led 9 invigilators including Gu Yan and walked into the election hall. The wide passage was illuminated by long white lights. The alloy walls and floors add a sense of science fiction to this place. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you will take the liberal arts exams. The liberal arts exams will be supervised by ordinary teachers, but the most important martial arts exam will be fully supervised by the 9 of you. As Zhang Yan spoke, he opened an alloy door in front of the passage. The first stage of the martial arts exam is the virtual battle scoring. You have 2 days to prepare. Are we ready? Wang Datong leaned over to take a look at the scene behind the door. Yes, we need you invigilators to prepare. Zhang Yan pointed inside the door. The first stage of the martial arts exam for those candidates is a virtual battle, and the opponents in the virtual battle are you. Within 2 days, you need to record your strongest power in the virtual space. The strongest power? Huang Lai looked at Zhong Yan. In response, Zhang Yan added, "It is your strongest power within the realm of Junior Beast Taming Master." Everyone then nodded in understanding. After all, if everyone really inputs their strongest strength, those candidates may not be able to withstand even a single blow. I will come back to inform you of the content of the second phase of the assessment the day before the first phase ends. After handing the bunch of keys to Huang Lai, Zhang Yan turned and left. Her mission has come to an end. Giving the key to Huang Lai basically told everyone that Huang Lai was the team leader among the 9 of them. For this, No one objected. Go in and take a look. 2 days is neither long nor short. It is naturally best to complete it as soon as possible. Gu Yan followed everyone into the alloy gate. This is a huge room. The walls of the room were outlined with the huge white lights of the Sky City. More than a dozen virtual space input cabins are connected by hundreds of information tubes. Virtual warfare. Gu Yan was no stranger. In each district of the main city of Suncombe, there is a large virtual museum that can enter the virtual space. It is usually a place where Beastmasters practice actual combat. For all Beastmasters, it is a very useful project, but Gu Yan didn't expect that he had only challenged the recorders in the beast taming space a few times, but now he was about to become a recorder. If you feel you are in good shape, you can try to enter the data as you go. There are many opportunities. Chapter 216, Tianxi, who took the exam for Su Wei Wang. Like I finished speaking, several people immediately entered the virtual cabin. Not long. A curtain of light appeared in the room. It's a ranking list. The virtual characters of the 3 invigilators have been generated, and the character strength rankings are also displayed. Wang Datong is 3rd, and a female invigilator is currently 1st. This ranking indicates the order in which they are challenged. At the beginning. He is the last goalkeeper in the ranking who will receive millions of candidates. If an outstanding candidate defeats the goalkeeper, he or she can continue to challenge the 2nd place, and so on to the 9th place. Only when the candidates have not yet been eliminated will the system score them based on their performance in the game. How is that possible? Why am I the last one? Wang Datong came out of the virtual warehouse and was very dissatisfied with the ranking. This ranking is very reasonable. A middle-aged man next to him joked. This made Wang Datong choke. Nonsense. My control over strength has reached the pinnacle. The rankings are out, and you're still stubborn. There are still people who haven't tried it. Wang Datong said, looking at Guyan. Young man, how about you give it a try? Seeing the hope in the eyes of this old man in his 70s, Guyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, people think that his realm is not high, and the strength of the virtual characters he created will not be high. I'll give it a try. Guyan smiled and stepped into the virtual warehouse under the gaze of several people lying in the cabin. Guyan's body was stuck with wires and tubes. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, there was a void of space before my eyes. Please demonstrate your abilities, limited to the primary Beastmaster level. The sound of machinery echoed in this empty virtual space. Junior Beast Tamer Master. Guyan did not move. The old man outside has a point. Judging from his realm, he has not yet reached the peak of his power as a junior Beastmaster. If you create a virtual character, being the last one might not happen, but among the 9, last place is a certainty system. Here I am. That 15,000 yuan upgrade package is still available, right? Ding host, do you want to consume 15,000 points to summon and bind the 3rd contracted beast, and simultaneously upgrade all 3 contracted beasts to the growth stage? The sound of the system fell into my ears. Guyan took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Give me a promotion. Ding host's points have been consumed successfully. Current points are minus 9,000. If you don't return it after 1 minute, loan interest will be added. Boom. At the same time as the points were deducted, Guyan suddenly felt a shock all over his body. An extreme coldness almost froze his body in the outside world. The 3rd contracted beast, Dark Spring Duck, SSS skills, Ice Piercing Array, Crystal Shield, 100% freeze die in the beast controlling space. A duck as black as charcoal appeared out of thin air without waiting for Guyan to take a closer look. The next moment, the 3 contracted beasts have obviously grown up, and they are entering the growth stage together. Streams of pure power continuously feed back into the body. Guyan could clearly feel the improvement in his strength. The growth of the contracted beast is of the most direct help in improving the strength of the Beastmaster. Not long of the 3 SSS level contracted beasts in Guyan's beast controlling space underwent tremendous changes. First, Super Nut Hamster, he has gained a lot of weight. The Heavenly Fire Divine Chicken has grown all the hair on its buttocks and is no longer petite. The newly contracted duck has fuller wings and looks distinctly noble. Boom, there was a loud bang. After a series of feedback, Guyan's beast taming space skyrocketed, and he finally reached the intermediate level of beast taming master. Slowly open your eyes. Guyan clenched his fists. He is now at the peak of the intermediate beastmaster level. If the 3 contracted beasts were included, if it came to strength, he wouldn't even be afraid of Huang Lai. It's much stronger. He muttered to himself with some emotion, and then came back to his senses. He came to record the virtual character. More than 20 minutes later, in the room outside, there are already 7 virtual characters, and the ones missing are Guyan and Huang Lai. Wang Datong is still the last one. With a bitter face, he looked at Guyan's virtual warehouse. Now he was pointing at the kid to take over his goalkeeper position. Guyan's ranking is out. In the room, several people who were resting looked up at the light curtain. Just saw it. Several people's mouths opened slightly. Guyan has indeed created his virtual character, and at the same time, he is ranked first on this list. Hiss. First. I didn't expect that Guyan actually understood the realm so thoroughly. He's still a junior Beastmaster. And he's only an 18-year-old. Staring at the rankings in a daze, those invigilators who were suppressed entered the virtual warehouse again one by one. They planned to try again. Wang Datong was left alone, speechless for a long time. The night passed quickly. The next day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the written examination of the Beast Tamer examination will begin on time, in the loud ringing of the bell in the main city of Changchun. Candidates enter the examination venues one by one. Candidates from all the major security zones will naturally have to take this test after arriving at the main city of Sunkong. Literary examination, although it is not as good as the martial arts exam, it is also a crucial part. There were only a dozen people in the examination room. The written examination has already taken place. The invigilator looked at the quiet and empty audience and nodded slightly. Only when her gaze turned, the female invigilator looked at a figure in the corner and frowned slightly. Walk forward. Classmate, are you feeling unwell? Asked by the invigilator. It was a person wrapped in a thick black robe, and his face was completely invisible. Without, the black-robed figure responded simply. His hands, covered by a black robe, were answering questions frantically. Seeing this strange scene, the female invigilator frowned even deeper. Just when I entered the examination room, when I scanned this guy with the detector, there was a sound wherever it was scanned. There must be something wrong with this candidate. The invigilator opened his mouth softly and was about to ask the candidate to stand up and take a few steps, but I didn't expect it. The candidate, who was writing quickly, suddenly stopped. He handed over the paper in his hand. The test is over. Huh? What? The female invigilator didn't react for a moment, but then, she was stunned when she saw the test paper handed to her by the other party. The exam has only been going on for 3 minutes and you're already handing in your paper? Yes. The man in the black robe replied briefly. At this time, the female invigilator then realized that what was in front of her was a fully filled test paper. I subconsciously took it and rolled it up. Name, Sue White's number, it's actually finished. Looking at the test paper with the ink still wet, the female invigilator's worldview was overturned. Look in front of you, that black-robed examinee has already slipped away. On the way out of the examination room, Tianxie even met several candidates who were late for the exam. Only after Tianxie arrived on the street did he slow down his pace. Sue was captured by the City Guard Bureau the night before yesterday. It would take time for it to rescue him. It just so happened that the written examination for the Beastmaster examination had begun again. As a last resort, it took the place of its master originally. At this time, it should be managing the organization of Musenton. Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, Tianxie missed his former owner a little. In 2 days, he still has to take 5 exams for Su Wei. Chapter 217. Yi Tian creates a virtual character. The Beastmaster examination, this grand event that has attracted the attention of all mankind, has begun. After a day of intense written examinations, the atmosphere of the Beast Tamer examination became even more intense. People's expectations are also constantly rising. The reason is that the martial arts exam is approaching every year. Martial arts exams are moments that make countless people excited. Through the live broadcast, people watched as one gifted student after another shone brightly in the military exam. Millions of candidates took the exam, and finally the only top scorer was chosen. The wonderful scene is unmatched by any other event. Late at night, when Gu Yan arrived at the campaign hall and went to the room where the virtual warehouse was placed, several invigilators are still constantly improving their virtual characters, and after a day, the ranking of the virtual characters of these invigilators has also undergone significant changes. Wang Datong is still at the bottom among the invigilators. In the middle, several are on par with each other and their rankings are constantly catching up. In first place, because after Huang Lai joined, it was no longer Gu Yan looking at the first place. Gu Yan clenched his fists and felt a huge gap in his heart. He tried many times yesterday. The virtual characters he created were almost at the limit of what he could do. Although he is now at the level that the third place looks up to, there is still a huge gap between him and the first place Huang Lai. By now, Gu Yan also understood Huang Lai. He is not just at the highest level, that he himself is an absolutely elite level strongman in the same realm. Young man, are you in a daze? Wang Datong, chewing a duck leg, came to the side with his mouth full of oil. Following Gu Yan's gaze, he saw the ranking list. Want to compete for first place? Don't push yourself too hard. At your age, not only did you become an invigilator, but you even rank second among us old guys. That's already very outstanding. Compared to the first place, you're only a little behind in time. Wang Datong said, pointing at his name on the leaderboard with a duck leg. Look, in the end, I didn't even think about competing for the second to last place. Hearing what the old man said, Gu Yan looked at the second to last person. How should he tactfully tell the old man that he could never catch up with the second to last one? We chatted briefly. Ji Yuyan then quietly lay down in the virtual warehouse. This time, He wasn't trying to perfect his own virtual character, he wanted to see the true strength of Huang Lai's virtual character. After the mental connector was connected, Gu Yan opened his eyes and arrived in the virtual space terminal. Choose your opponent, Qiqi. Qiqi is the name of the virtual character created by Huang Lai, who named her after his daughter's nickname. Get Gu Yan's order. There was a fluctuation in the virtual space ahead. The next moment, a man who looked exactly like Huang Lai slowly appeared to feel it slightly. It is the realm of a master beast tamer. No more nonsense. Gu Yan drew out a long sword, leaped forward, and approached rapidly. He wanted to understand how serious this person of his was. Pure power, pure speed. The power that Gu Yan displayed was at the same level as that of this virtual character. Boom! When he got close, Gu Yan swung his sword like a wave, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, and slashed down directly. The power fed back by the SSS-level contracted beast is extremely pure. Coupled with this extraordinary sword, Gu Yan even felt that he could rely on the power of this junior beast tamer to instantly kill the intermediate beast tamer. Gu Yan uses the sword. The virtual character in front of him raised his fist without showing any emotion. Clang! The horizontal arm turned into iron and stone, completely resisting Gu Yan's sword. Wrong, more than just arms. Gu Yan could see it clearly. Huang Lai's virtual character is as solid as a rock. This is a martial art that has been cultivated to the extreme. With the realm of a master beast tamer, under that super strong power of control, Gu Yan could not see any flaws. The opponent threw a punch. A sonic boom suddenly appeared in the space. Gu Yan barely had time to block the sword in front of him. Bang! With one punch, a wave of air exploded from the sword, and Gu Yan suddenly retreated more than 10 steps. Another martial art was completely crushed. Look at the guy in front. Gu Yan gritted his teeth secretly and unlocked a level in his realm, reaching the intermediate level of beast taming master. 10 minutes later, Gu Yan swept the long sword in his hand. The virtual character in front of him was slashed by the sword and eventually disappeared. I need to reach the peak of the intermediate beast tamer master realm to defeat this Qiqi. His true strength is probably only at the level of the advanced beast tamer master, or even touching the threshold of the elementary beast tamer grandmaster. The junior beast tamer master has achieved this. He is worthy of being recognized by the invigilators as the final stage winner. Think about the gap. Although Gu Yan felt regretful, he was not dissatisfied. Ding host, do you need the system's help to create a unique virtual character? Gu Yan was also stunned when he heard Yi Tian's words. Why didn't he think of what would happen if the system took action? There is no doubt that the virtual character he created must be more advanced than Huang Lai, who is currently number 1. However, after realizing what was happening, Gu Yan became a little wary and asked, "How many points do you want?" Chapter 218 Virtual Character, Second Personality. Ding host, don't think the system is too greedy. This move is free. Free? Gu Yan asked as if he didn't recognize the system. If the host feels that something is wrong, he can also provide 1,000 points to buy peace of mind. Gu Yan, what do you need me to do? Although Gu Yan did not have a fussy opinion about this ranking, but since he can get a more powerful virtual character for free through the system, he has no reason to refuse. Just think about your second personality. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Gu Yan's face darkened. I am not mentally ill. I don't have a second personality. Saying this, he also slowly closed his eyes. After 2 breaths, his eyes gradually opened, becoming more indifferent. Yi Tian looked at his hands. The power controlled by the human brain is far less powerful than the sophisticated super brain calculations. Without wasting any time, Gu Yan directly started the input mode. The virtual space terminal, a mechanical voice emerged. Input mode on, please show. After this voice appeared, a huge strength measuring instrument appeared in front of Yi Tian. Create a character. It is necessary to measure various conditions such as one's strength, speed, nerve reaction, etc. Finally, the character can be generated by combining the actual battle situation. Generally speaking, the similarity between the character created in this way and the power displayed by the original person can reach 99.5%. Looking at the measuring instrument, Yi Tian clenched his hand. The power starts from the lower body, increases through the heart, and is released by the fist. One punch to the base. The 19 muscles in the forearm, like a taut rope, collapsed and condensed into a point. Theoretically, the maximum strength of an ordinary person is 5 tons, but that is in theory. For an average adult, the maximum weight is less than 50 kg, and now Yi Tian is making theory become reality. The power of this punch is too strong. it was so powerful that the power measuring instrument in front of me turned white. A long time, the data slowly appeared on the strength measuring instrument. Next, speed. After all tests are completed, we enter the actual combat. The original GUYAN.IN actual combat. All you can rely on is water-controlled cutting. Yetion closed his eyes slightly. And the 3 contracted beasts and 9 skills took effect on his whole body, all to perfection. Half an hour later, the virtual character was generated. Yetion looked at the virtual character in front of him. His face was a little handsome, but his eyes were mechanical and empty. Yetion put a virtual mask on his face and decided on a name, character name. Second personality. With the appearance of this character outside, the rankings changed as expected. Second personality surpasses Chi-Chi to take first place. Actually, if this entry program allows the use of contracted beasts, Yetion would not have to take action, because Guyan can definitely sit firmly in the first place with the help of his 3 contracted beasts and his own abilities. The reason is the recording procedure only allows the Beastmaster to record his own image. This is exactly the reason Huang Lai can only suppress Guyan when neither party has a contracted beast. Just look at the skills that both sides possess. Guyan only has 1. Huang Lai has no less than 5, and each of them is perfect. The gap of 4 skills cannot be made up by quality. The moment the leaderboard changes, Wang Datong, who was eating duck legs and pork elbows outside, widened his old eyes. What did he see? First, the second personality created by Guyan became the first. The changes in the rankings undoubtedly shocked everyone. Seeing that Guyan came in second, the other 8 invigilators all admired the young people. Now what? First place. Surpassed Huang Lai. Are the young formidable? Chapter 219 Candidates suffering from infectious diseases. The changes in the list undoubtedly alarmed Huang Lai. Looking at the number 1 second personality, his mood was no different from that of others. This is still a junior. He is the same age as this year's candidates, but he has already surpassed him on this list. Look at the list carefully. Huang Lai did not try to regain the first place. The Chi-Chi he created was the ultimate that he could achieve at his best. Huang Lai was not only surprised but also sighed that others could surpass him like this. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. Time flies. The second day of the written exam came to an end with each candidate working hard. The moon is high in the sky. Something happened today that caused quite a stir. During the written exam, in a certain examination room, a candidate wearing a black robe caught the attention of the invigilator and then the attention of the entire examination room. The evening news anchor pointed at the black-robed candidate on the screen and said to the audience, "This candidate is wearing a thick black robe and even 3 masks. Such a bizarre outfit is truly unique. Maybe you don't know." According to the candidate's own account, the reason he dressed this way was because he suffered from a highly contagious disease. Due to family hardship, he didn't even have decent clothes. He could only wear a black robe, fearing he might infect others. Speaking of this, the host sighed. It's a pity that even if this candidate protected himself well, he still caused several people to be infected with his disease. Here, we call on everyone to cherish life and stay away from infectious diseases. On the bus evening news broadcast, many people shook their heads. What a poor child. But what does it have to do with me? A few people shrugged and continued looking for melons to eat. 98th District, Class C Street. We've arrived. Passengers getting off, please exit through the rear door. Bus, doors opened. Several people were about to get off the bus, but suddenly stopped, because in front of them, someone was getting on the bus. This is a figure wearing a black robe. The vehicle is closing its doors and moving forward. Please hold on tight. Next stop is Dingjie Street. Several people who were planning to get off the bus were forced to back away and were unable to get off with the vehicle starts. At this moment, the carriage was surprisingly quiet. Tianxie looked at the time. After the exam, the day finally came when my master was released from prison. It was agreed that it would go to the prison to pick up its owner at 9 o'clock, which was about the same time. Look at the empty seat next to you. Tianxie walked over. Just as Tianxie was moving, the 2 men sitting next to him were so frightened that they tried to move in without even breathing. The 2 men even hugged each other and pressed against the window. They looked at the black-robed figure, their pupils dilating. Tianxie was completely unaware. Walk all the way to the empty seat. The woman sitting by the window on the other side of the empty seat had her teeth chattering violently. She stared intently at the black-robed student with the super-infectious disease on her phone, then compared her gaze to the person in front of her. Tianxie sat down. The woman screamed in fear. He smashed the window headfirst and jumped out of the moving car. The woman's scream seemed to have triggered a chain reaction in the carriage of the passengers, whose faces had turned red and purple from holding their breath, banged on the car doors frantically. begging the driver to stop. Amidst the shoving and pushing, several people even fell inside the carriage. Tianxi looked at the man lying on the ground and stretched out his gloved hand. "Do you need help?" "Ah!" The man screamed in fear as if his kidney had been removed and fainted. This manifestation, everyone looked at Tianxi with fear to the extreme. The man just fell down. So the candidate passed on the virus, causing the man to faint. With such a huge commotion, the bus stops immediately. The car door opened. There was a lot of walala. The people in the carriage rushed out directly. "Are there so many people at this station?" Tianxia seemed surprised. "Look ahead and wait for the bus to move on." Only. Bang! The driver closed the driver's door and ran away in a panic. In the huge carriage, only the heavenly weapons were left, disheveled in the wind. Chapter 220, Martial Arts Exam begins. No words were spoken that night. The Beast Tamer examination and the martial arts examination are here as scheduled. The central urban area of Sangqiang main city. A huge competition venue was built. This is the final place where candidates compete for the top spot. Only candidates who have gone through layers of screening can come to this arena, and today, IT is the first level of screening. When the candidates learned that the first stage was a virtual martial arts competition, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Compared with previous sessions, this first round of screening was very lucky. At least there's no need to worry about casualties. Campaign hall, early in the morning, Gu Yan and other invigilators were invited to the central city area by the official radio station of Sangkong City. Hundreds of cameras captured it. Gu Yan and the other 9 invigilators sat in the 9 most prominent seats, just like the review guests. Wang Dadong also dug out the suit that had been kept at home for more than 10 years. He looked like a 70-year-old show-off. Beside, the 2 hosts were laying the groundwork for the official start of the martial arts exam. Not long, nearing the start, live camera facing the whole world opened. In an instant, millions of viewers who had been waiting for a long time poured into the live broadcast room like a tide. 8:30, punctual as always. Looking forward to it. The first stage is a virtual trial assessment. I haven't seen that in a martial arts exam in a long time. In less than a few breaths, the number of people in the live broadcast room and the barrage of comments were so intense that it was packed. The host also spoke. "Dear audience, hello everyone, welcome to watch the 19th Beast Tamer exam, the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. I am the host. I am the host *****. The 2 hosts first gave a brief introduction. Then, the live camera turned around, framing Gu Yan and 9 others. Every year there are outstanding students, and every year there are invigilators who protect the students like a great tree. This year's invigilators are all outstanding. Allow us to introduce you." As the host spoke, the camera turned to Huang Lai. "Hey, if you're older, you should remember that 15 years ago, the top scorer is now sitting in this invigilator position. Don't you feel sad that time flies and youth is gone?" As he spoke, the female host also gave a detailed account. A few minutes later, after the introduction, the camera moved to a man wearing a mask. Even with a mask on, everyone could feel the youthfulness of this invigilator. There are quite a few young invigilators, but few young people have ever been able to serve as invigilators for the martial arts exam and the Beast Tamer exam. This is Invigilator Gu. Having said that, skip it, the host introduced the next person. Actually, it's not that the host doesn't want to introduce Gu Yan, but it was Gu Yan who requested it. He thought when Su Wei and he meet face to face, he can take off his mask and earn a lot of points. The number of points earned will definitely be more than that from direct exposure. After half an hour of introduction, the 9 invigilators all had a general idea in the audience's minds. In the first round of our martial arts exam, we, the examinees, will challenge the virtual characters entered by the invigilators. According to the varying strengths of the 9 teachers' avatars, their avatars were placed in the 9 teachers' pavilion in order. When the host said this, he also explained the rules. If a candidate defeats the invigilator's avatar, they can get the highest score for that level and move on to higher levels to challenge stronger opponents. They can also choose to improve their scores by continuously spending time in the battle. The first round of the martial arts exam, like all the previous major exams, is still aimed at screening out 90% of the candidates. So, let's start connecting to the virtual space now. In this voice, the live broadcast screen in front of the audience changed. What was displayed was the situation in the virtual space. Up to now, this assessment has just begun. The audience's enthusiasm was ignited again. Who do you think will get the highest score in this first martial arts screening exam? It's hard to say who it is, but what is certain is that the highest score will be decided among the seated players in the 9 safe zones. There are indeed people in the safe zone. Those 9 guys are all extraordinary. So, our Sangcheong main city should also have a representative figure, right? Hey, there really is one. Do you know the Long family? The mayor of our Sangcheong main city is the head of the Long family. He has an extremely outstanding son. I bet that the candidate named Long Xiao will definitely get first place in this first test. People are talking about it. One by one, the candidates have entered the Ninth Master Pavilion. Virtual combat is what I'm best at. Long Xiao from the City Lord's mansion. He smiled and lay down in the virtual warehouse beside him. At the same time, the seated players in the 9 safe zones, each with a strong aura emanating from their bodies, entered the virtual warehouse with only confidence in their eyes. The other side, after being released from prison, Su Wei managed to adjust after a night of adjustment. Little ancestor, I've already expelled Gu Yen for you. Now the school depends on you to get a good ranking for us. In the main city of Sankong, the principal of number 1 middle school had a smile on his face. Gu Yen was defeated by me. I can also get the same ranking as him. The heights I can reach are beyond his reach. Right. The principal nodded. Gu Shanha thought he was so great just because he became a grandmaster of beast taming. I still ignored him. His son is nowhere near as famous as you, the little ancestor, have brought to our school. The principal of number 1 middle school complimented. Actually, the principal had seen Su Wei's potential long before. From a useless person, in just a few days, he reached the level where he could defeat Gu Yen, a famous genius. The principal of number 1 middle school once thought this was a treasure. This is indeed the case. The two sides met in the morning after seeing Su Wei's strength as a master beast tamer. The principal was completely shocked. It was truly worth it to win over Su Wei and fire Gu Yen. Certainly, because of Tianxia's strenuous operation, the principal of number 1 middle school still doesn't know that Su Wei is in prison. If I knew, I would probably feel very complicated. Turning around, he looked at the virtual warehouse on the side. A virtual battle test? Su Wei's eyes flashed with contempt. You're only at the level of a junior beast master. Well, I'll just charge through and show everyone how strong I am to defeat 9 invigilators. Chapter 221. The weakest second personality. When Su Wei entered the virtual warehouse, millions of candidates also logged in one after another. The live broadcast screen keeps switching between the candidates. The challenge has just begun. Once there are outstanding performers in the challenge, the live broadcast will begin to eye in the eyes of the audience. Every candidate stood in front of a 9-story attic, the 9th Master Pavilion. As soon as you step into it, it means the martial arts examination has begun. There is only one chance. How many points you can get depends entirely on your strength. Everyone can see that some candidates have already entered the 9th Master Pavilion. The male host explained to the audience according to the surveillance footage in the live broadcast screen that he is a candidate with thin lips, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a defiant face. This is Xavier, the seated player from Safe Zone 008. Among millions of candidates. As one of the 9 seated players, Xavier undoubtedly has huge popularity. Now in the surface safe zone number 008. Everyone watched the live broadcast and cheered. This is their safe zone number 008, and he is undoubtedly the strongest candidate. The picture follows as Xavier walked into the 9th Master Pavilion without any hesitation. It seems that Xavier has great confidence in his own abilities. The host then introduced the player to the audience. I heard that before the Beast Tamer exam, Xavier had already reached the level of a senior Beast Tamer. And in the 9th Master Pavilion, all the virtual characters are at the primary Beast Taming Master level. So, it seems that there is a great possibility that Xavier has reached a certain level. The female host nodded slightly. Yes, after all, he is a seated player. It's like seeing a top student about to solve the arithmetic problem 1 plus 2 times 2. The first floor of the 9th Master Pavilion might be difficult for ordinary students, but for Xavier, it should be just an appetizer. This thought also filled Xavier's mind. The invigilators from the Sangcheong main city? Even if their avatars were at the same level as mine, I could crush them. A junior beast master, that's not a challenge at all. Xavier muttered to himself with great pride and looked forward. He had already arrived inside the 9th Master Pavilion, and at this moment, a mist like gauze was rising in front of him. In the mist, a young man, neither tall nor thin, was standing with his back to him. Live broadcast. When that figure appeared, the picture froze instantly. This is our first level virtual character. The host said affirmatively, then he looked at the 9 invigilators in the VIP seats. Excuse me, which invigilator created this first level avatar? Faced with this question, the 9 invigilators, including Huang Lai, were somewhat stiff and unnatural. Among the 9 invigilators, 7 of them set their eyes on Wang Datong, and then moved their eyes to Gu Yan. The host maintained a professional smile and waited for the invigilator's answer. It was also during the period when the scene was slightly quiet. Wang Daong picked up the microphone in front of him. "Is it him?" The audience's eyes were focused on the old man with waxed hair. However, what the old man said satisfied everyone's curiosity. The 9 of us invigilators created virtual characters, ranked from weakest to strongest, and placed them in the 9 Masters Pavilion from the first floor upwards. Gu, the invigilator, is young and promising. The second personality he created is at the first level. Is Gu the invigilator? The host looked at Gu Yan, who was wearing a mask, and nodded secretly. That's true. Among these 9 invigilators, the invigilator Gu wearing a mask is undoubtedly the youngest. It is understandable that it is the weakest, relatively speaking. Then, invigilator Wang, would you mind telling me which floor you're on? The hostess asked. This question just hit the nail on the head for Wang Datong. With a cough, Wang Datong put one hand behind his back, a look of emotion on his face. The other 8 invigilators are all very good. I used up all my strength to barely reach the 9th floor of the 9 Masters Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, the audience was slightly shocked. The other invigilators, including Gu Yan, couldn't help but stroke their foreheads. Except for the 9 invigilators, no one knew that the weakest was on the 9th floor and the strongest was on the 1st floor. This plan was proposed by Gu Yan to the other invigilators last night. When the invigilators heard this proposal, they all looked dissatisfied. What's the point of doing this, then? Gu Yan gave everyone the answer. Fame put the second personality on the 1st floor. Those candidates are undoubtedly facing an insurmountable chasm. When they are unable to pass the 1st floor, the candidates must be extremely in awe of the floors above. Naturally, this argument cannot impress others. There are too many risks involved, and it seems like a joke. If someone really got through to the 1st floor, they would be completely exposed afterwards. Face these people's concerns. Gu Yan directly promised that he would intercept all the candidates on the 1st floor. Imagine if this were actually achieved. In the 19th beast taming examination recorded in the literature, the 9 invigilators would definitely be regarded as the strongest group of invigilators. The invigilators saw Gu Yan's guarantee. A little shaken. Most of them are elderly. There is nothing to gain from it, but this fame will stay with them even after they die. Among them, Wang Datong agreed wholeheartedly. You can only be an invigilator for the beast tamer examination once. Why not go crazy? It worked. The world now has 9 of the most powerful invigilators, and their names will go down in history. If it doesn't work, it's just an explanation and admitting the mistake. Although that's the case, but the invigilators were still worried. Therefore, last night, the invigilators challenged their second personality one by one. After the challenge, they agreed. Even Huang Lai, who didn't want to join in the fun, had to join in because of the public support. What are the benefits of being an invigilator? For Gu Yan, the advantage is that he can work with other invigilators. That's called working together. Actually, the reason why Gu Yan proposed this plan, the source is still the Yi Tian card system that is bound to him. Just yesterday, Yi Tian issued a task mission. Student's shadow description requires the host to install a second personality, making him the nightmare of millions of candidates in the virtual battle challenge. Mission successful. Reward: realm upgraded to advanced beast tamer. Grandmaster, 1 random skill. Mission failed. Bald. This task, the difficulty for Gu Yan lies in the placement. As long as he can keep the second personality on the 1st floor, his mission will basically be accomplished. Now, just watch the live broadcast quietly. Live broadcast. Xavier saw the virtual character with its back to him and turned around, looking at the mask on the virtual figure's face. Xavier scoffed. You're trying to be mysterious on the 1st floor? I don't even bother to look at it. As he spoke, Xavier's finger knife popped out, and with a gust of cold wind, it instantly approached the virtual character in front of him. During the challenge, he can summon his contracted beast, but he didn't do that. In his opinion, if he gave it his all, the outcome would be a sure thing, and asking for the contracted beast would undoubtedly be too much of an honor for the other party. Xavier took action. The situation in front of him made the host shout out in suppressed excitement. Chapter 222. Favorable candidates. At the same time, the audience can also see it clearly. Facing Xavier's attack, the second personality, wearing a mask, who looked identical to Invigilator Gu, put one hand behind his back and stretched forward with the other. You want to take my finger knife with your bare hands? Arrogant. With a low roar, Xavier's power surged again. He wanted to defeat the guy in the first level in one blow without using the contracted beast. He must demonstrate the style of Safe Zone 008 with an absolute attitude. Boom. In an instant, Xavier's hand holding the knife collided with the palm of the second personality. A strong wave swept across. At the moment of collision, the smile on Xavier's face, which seemed to show victory, slowly stiffened. His fist was completely caught by the guy in front of him, even the extremely sharp finger knife was included. Take a closer look. Layers of ice crystals covered the palm of the man in front of him. Skill, crystal shield description, indestructible. This is martial arts. Xavier frowned. He also used his own martial arts. Finger blade. How could I be suppressed to this point? Step back. Xavier was about to pull away, however, the guy in front of him held his fist tightly with his hand like an iron clamp. There's no way to break free. What kind of strange power is this? Boom. The audience only sees amidst a loud bang. Xavier was thrown dozens of meters away like a toy doll. Bang! The sound of something falling to the ground after a long time was like a hammer hitting everyone's heart. This is the first person in Safe Zone 008? Many people laughed out loud. Most people are not aware of the problem with the virtual character yet. It's like ordinary people seeing a bunch of academic terms that they don't understand. People won't question these academic terms, but will only laugh at those who don't understand them. Gu Yan's fictional character represents authority. Xavier, who was lying on the ground, screamed madly and climbed up in a panic. Wave your hand. Two contracted beasts appeared, both a level. Tear him to pieces. Xavier pointed to Personal 2. The two contracted beasts received the order. The strength of a beastmaster lies in his contracted beast. This is a good point. When the two contracted beasts appeared, what Xavier displayed was the true power of a high-level beastmaster. Xavier summoned his two contracted beasts and attacked again, the host shouted, but in the next moment, the two aggressive contracted beasts stopped in their tracks, because a layer of fire visible to the naked eye, with the man in front as the center, suddenly spread out. This is in a hemispherical state, directly deriving from the expanded fire area. Even if you look from a distance, you can feel the high temperature. The two contracted beasts instinctively retreated, trying to avoid it. It's just that the fire is spreading too fast. There is no room to dodge. The fire area is enveloping you in an instant. Crackle! The intense heat burned the two contracted beasts that were not fire attributed, causing them unbearable pain. In less than a moment, while Xavier clenched his fist, the two contracted beasts were completely incinerated. This martial art has definitely reached perfection, and its grade is definitely not low. Xavier is the only thing he is thankful for now that he is in the virtual space, and the death of the contracted beast will not affect the outside world. I'm going to fight you. From trying to crush at the beginning, to trying to defeat, and now to the hysteria. Xavier's mental journey is extremely complicated. The attack on Xavier, the second personality, still relies on pure strength. With one move, he threw it dozens of meters away. Bastard! Xavier stood up again and launched an attack. However, the outcome of this obviously disorganized attack was inevitable. Xavier seemed to understand as well, and he knew that he had no hope of getting through this. Although I felt depressed, I did not give up. As long as you persist a little longer, you can at least get more points. Until now, Xavier, who was originally rebellious, completely lost his temper. He became a complete score slave. In order to get more points, he even started running around in circles in the virtual space to avoid his second personality. But in terms of speed, Xavier was still beaten. The situation was already developing in a negative direction, and the live broadcast was decisively cut off. A new live screen. The seated players are locked in Safe Zone 003. I in the picture. This seated player stood in front of the 9th Master Pavilion. He looked at the first floor, then the second floor, and all the way to the 9th floor, without saying a word for a long time. Displayed by the terminal, this seated player number 003 has already challenged the 9th Master Pavilion. Only stopped at the first floor. Final score 7.55 points. The full score is 100, and as a seated player, he scored 7.55 points. 7.55 points. A huge blow. He looked at the 9th Master Pavilion and thought about the meaning of life in silence, and not long he knew the score of Xavier, the guy who was seated the same as him. 7.54 points. At this moment, he smiled. The frequency of live broadcast switching is more frequent than previous Beast Tamer examinations, because among the seated players, no one could find a candidate who could pass the first floor. Until now, everyone suddenly realized it. The goalkeeper on this floor is ridiculously strong. The host looked at the 9 invigilators. The difficulty of the first round of this martial arts exam is quite high. It is very difficult, and it is more than just a high-level word. Seated players, scores in single digits. When have you ever seen this before? Wang Datong sighed softly, expressing his helplessness. There's nothing we can do. Supervisor Gu is already the weakest among us. When we received this exam question, we had similar thoughts. I didn't expect it to be like this. That's what I said. Huang Lai and other invigilators were about to tear their shoes with their toes. The audience, who did not know what was going on, were deeply shocked. The weakest invigilator among them stopped all the seated contestants. How powerful should the virtual character on the second floor be, even the tallest building? I really hope that there are candidates who can take them to see the upper class. This virtual character was created by Supervisor Gu after suppressing his own strength. So, does Supervisor Gu have any promising candidates who have the chance to break through your virtual character and reach the second level? The female host looked at Gu Yan. It's not a big deal to keep cutting the screen now, but if Gu Yan has someone he likes, then it would definitely be worth switching to him. After the female host asked this question, Ji Yuyan picked up the microphone. There is one candidate I'm optimistic about. Virtual Space.Sua glanced at the current score rankings and almost laughed out loud. A whole column of single digits, there are even fractions of a tenth. Let me create the highest score. Muttering to himself, Sue strode into the 9th Master Pavilion. His only target is the top level. The live broadcast footage also switched at this moment. In front of the TV, the principal of Zhengqiong City No. 1 Middle School was filled with excitement. It's Sue, he's on TV. Quick! Connect this image to the screen and broadcast it to the whole school. Chapter 223. Go to the City Guard Bureau to cooperate with the investigation. Came to the 9 Masters Pavilion. Sua didn't realize that he was now being watched by tens of millions of people. If you know, I'm afraid I'll just laugh it off. For being noticed is normal for him. Field of vision ahead. It is a virtual character wearing a mask. After seeing the other party, Sue frowned subconsciously. This guy made him feel an inexplicable disgust. No. 1 Middle School in the main city, under the organization of the principal, every student below the 3rd year of high school was asked to stop attending classes and watch senior Sue on TV. Students, did you see that? The principal stood on the stage, full of excitement, pointing to the screen behind him. This is your senior, the pride of our No. 1 middle school. He's on CCTV live broadcast, tens of millions of people are watching him. Your senior, Sue, will definitely break through the 1st floor, climb to the 2nd floor, and even the 9th floor. In a moment of excitement, the principal of No. 1 Middle School shouted, to celebrate, I declare that the school will organize all teachers to provide free makeup lessons for the students for 3 days. Wow! The students below screamed loudly. The principal of No. 1 Middle School nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the students were very satisfied, and he didn't see it. On the screen behind him, displayed in front of all the students, the scene of Sue being beaten 360 degrees by the second personality was playing. It was this scene that caused all the students to exclaim in surprise. In virtual space, accompanied by a loud bang. Sue fell heavily to the ground with injuries all over his body. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to attack at the very beginning, and the power he exerted was far beyond his expectations. Look up. In front of me, the second personality appeared directly before my eyes. Look at this guy wearing a mask. Without waiting for Sue to make any move, the audience only saw another loud bang. With a loud bang, Sue flew out again. This time, Sue, who was lying on the ground, laughed strangely. His fingers dug into the ground, and veins popped out on his forehead. I'm really angry. Boom. The power of the junior beastmaster in his body was suddenly released. Only this breath is not even half released yet. A foot enlarged in front of Sue's eyes. Pure speed, coupled with pure power. Boom. A wave of air surged, and Sue was eliminated instantly. Then Solvay's rating, 0 from the beginning to the end. It took only about 10 seconds, and Sue didn't even have a chance to fight back. It's not that he doesn't want to, but his second personality takes the initiative and doesn't give him the chance at all, until you are out. Looking at the big 0. Sue outside the 9th Master Pavilion's pupils dilated to the extreme. Why? Why? He was completely defeated. I was originally aiming for 1st place, now what? From beginning to end, he couldn't figure it out. How could that virtual character, who was only a junior beastmaster, crush him to such an extent? He is the master of beast taming. He achieved the status of a beast tamer grandmaster in prison not long ago, who created this fictional character. Today's scored IT almost means that you have been eliminated in the first round of assessment. He had no hope of meeting Long Xiao and Gu Yan in the next competition. As for the competition for the top spot, it has nothing to do with him. Sue, when Sue thought of this, he felt a tightness in his chest. I don't know when it started, but everything has gone wrong for him. He, a master beast tamer, was eliminated in the first round of the martial arts exam. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Solvay scored 0 points. At the same time, everyone can see it was just dinner time, so it was a good match. Invigilator Gu, this. The host was thinking about how to help Gu Yan save face. After all, they asked Gu Yan to find someone, and now, the opponent not only did not have any outstanding performance, but even got the lowest score. Such a result, Supervisor Gu must be embarrassed. However, when the host is at a loss for words. Gu Yan picked up the microphone without caring. I got the wrong person. The host nodded slightly. Maybe that contestant didn't perform well. No. Gu Yan shook his head slowly at the camera, then focused on him. Under the camera, Gu Yan said calmly, the reason why I think this candidate has certain strength is that he was able to complete the written test perfectly while in prison. It is precisely because of these mysterious and unpredictable methods that I believe he has certain abilities. After Gu Yan's remarks were spread, the scene was quiet for a while. Everyone was stunned and didn't react for a moment, trying to interpret the meaning of Gu Yan's words, and when this meaning is absorbed by everyone, one by one, they became lively. What does Supervisor Gu mean? That candidate has been to prison? Going to jail isn't the point. The point is that he completed his written exams during his time in jail. Wow! Isn't this clearly asking someone to take the exam for you? Taking exams for others is a serious crime. This is a big deal. Every Beast Tamer examination has something that people talk about with great interest. No one expected it. This year's melon will come so quickly. Invigilator Gu is saying that this candidate hired someone to take the written exam? The host was also caught off guard by Gu Yan's sudden revelation. When they hosted the show in the past. No matter what kind of gossip, we have to rehearse it according to the script before we can come up with it. We can ask the city guards to investigate. I think the answer will be out soon. Gu Yan picked up the teacup beside him. He saw that Su Wei went past the exam. It was he who sent Su Wei to prison, so naturally he was also concerned about his release. During this period, the written test was completed. The answers were already clear without much thought. According to the law, if you ask someone to take the exam for you, you will be imprisoned for at least 2 years. The previous case of attempted rape was probably not revealed in a fair and honest manner. Now everyone is paying attention. It is impossible to just brush aside the crimes Su Wei committed before. I'm afraid everyone will find out the color of Su Wei's underwear. Thinking of this, Gu Yan blew on the tea with satisfaction and found that he was wearing a mask, because it is broadcast live all over the world. Naturally, Gu Yan's words were highly valued by the entire Sankong main city. Not even a few minutes, under the full investigation of the top leaders, it is completely confirmed that Su Wei committed a crime. Even more, everyone discovered he was previously sentenced to 5 years for attempted rape, but was released after only 2 days. Follow the clues. The top management found the person behind Su Wei's bailout immediately. The troops were divided into 2 groups and the arrest operation began. Number 1 Middle School in the main city. Su Wei walked out of the virtual warehouse with a gloomy look. The aura that emanated from his body from time to time proved that his mood was extremely bad. Hello Su Wei, we are from the City Guard. We need you to go with us to the City Guard Bureau and cooperate with our investigation. The man's businesslike voice made Su Wei look up. I don't know when. A large group of city guards surrounded his virtual warehouse, waiting for him to come out. Chapter 224. Hello, this is the City Guard. Cooperate with the investigation? Su Wei was confused and irritated at the same time. The last thing he wanted to see was the city guards. Yes, please cooperate with us. The words of the captain of the law enforcement team were not a negotiation. Several law enforcers stepped forward. Before Su Wei could fully react, a pair of shackles locked his hands. Look at the shackles on your wrists. Su Wei's whole body was full of momentum. What do you want to do? Mr. Su Wei, according to the investigation, you are suspected of attempted rape and hiring someone to take an exam for you. Our city guards will formally arrest you. This time, the topic was brought up directly. Su Wei couldn't help but freeze. His crimes should have been completely covered up under the arrangement of the puppet above. How did it turn out like this? This shouldn't be what happened to him. Surrounded by a large group of city guards. As expected, Sue was taken into the car and taken to the familiar prison for the third time. The other side, the Beastmaster examination is still in progress. Yeon is in the system space, can be clearly perceived. In this world, the luck of a large number of protagonists has been greatly weakened at this moment. After 3 imprisonments, the protagonist's mentality has collapsed, and it's time to activate a backup hidden energy source. Muttering to himself, Yeon narrowed his eyes slightly. The person in the original novel should appear in advance if nothing unexpected happens. In the invigilator's seat, Gu-yen is still struggling with how to drink tea. The voice of the system emerged in my mind. Ding! The host sends the protagonist Sue to prison again. 5,000 points as a reward, and 1 skill is randomly completed. Host's current points are minus 6,160. There are points and skills. Seeing these 2 rewards, Gu-yen rarely felt that the system had a conscience. However, there is still a long way to go before paying off the system's debt. Didn't think much about it. The system panel unfolded in front of Gu-yen. A skill gift package appeared very clearly in front of him. Reach out and click it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving perfect power control. Martial arts. Power control description. The level of perfection is enough to allow the host to fully exert the power of the physical body. This move .it is equivalent to Gu-yen possessing the control over power of the second personality in the virtual space. If it is the same realm, the only difference between Gu-yen and the second personality created by Yeon was the difference in skills. With such skills, Gu-yen exclaimed that he had found a treasure. The first round of the martial arts examination is still in full swing. Only the original percentage system has now been forcibly changed to a 10-point system because of the second personality. No one could get past the first floor and get full points to go to the second floor. The students who entered the 9th Master Pavilion later were all trying their best to deal with their second personality for those few seconds. Watch to the end. The shocked audience gradually became numb. This is the strength of the invigilators. Yes, a mere junior beast tamer master's level has left millions of examinees helpless, and this is just the weakest invigilator. So far, I haven't seen a single candidate unleash the full power of that second personality. The sound of exclamation is hard to stop. What did you remember about this level of assessment? There is only the second personality that is as unreachable as a mountain, and the virtual characters at the top who don't even show their faces. Of course, the second person I remember most was the candidate who went to prison until evening. The first round of assessment ended extremely quickly. A whole list of leaderboards, all single digits. Long Xiao, 8.03. Tai Ben, 7.72. Susan Shou, 7.55. Solvay, 0 inches. The first martial arts exam, 90% of the candidates were eliminated, excluding the 10% who passed. The remaining 90% of the candidates were confused. Original. They didn't expect to be in the top 10%, but at least I can get a few dozen points in the martial arts exam and apply to a better Beastmaster university. But now, all the candidates looked at their single-digit scores and compared them with the minimum admission score of 10 points, and fell into a long silence. The host had never seen such a scene before. He coughed dryly and said, "So far, the first martial arts exam has come to an end." During the martial arts exam, we saw everyone's hard work and saw everyone's smiles when they received satisfactory scores. After the host made the call, he gritted his teeth. He announced, "Then, all 114,514 candidates who have advanced, please prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, the second round of the examination will begin. I hope to witness the best of each candidate." This sentence felled the whole day's live broadcast has officially ended, except Gu-yen and Huang Lai. The other invigilators all smiled obscenely at each other. Gu-yen also completed the task as he wished and received the system reward. The Super Nut Hamster has grown to maturity, and his realm has been elevated to the Advanced Beast Tamer Grandmaster. He has also obtained the perfect level of Crystal Shield Martial Arts, City Lord's Mansion. Long Xiao looked at the rankings with considerable satisfaction. Although it is a single digit, his ranking is first. Mingyue's birthday is in a few days. When the martial arts exam is over, I will definitely be the top scorer. Then I will use this honor to propose to her. I'm afraid it won't be that smooth. Suddenly, the sudden voice made Long Xiao turn around abruptly. At some point, a man appeared in his house without any disguise, and now he is sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and casualness is written all over his body without a trace of awareness. Seeing this man in a suit with a plain temperament and an unusually handsome face, Long Xiao's face was full of vigilance. "Who are you? How did you get in? I won't mention your name." As Long Xiao stared at him intently, the man said slowly, you should still remember the letter from last time, right? Is it you? Hearing this, Long Zhao's expression relaxed slightly. That letter made him see clearly Su Wei's intentions towards Duan Mingyu. In fact, he should be grateful for that letter. Only even so, Long Zhao still maintained a certain degree of vigilance towards Yi Tian, who was sitting on the sofa. What's wrong? Yi Tian poured himself a cup of tea. Like I just said, if you want to propose, I'm afraid it won't be that smooth. Why? Long Zhao frowned. Because of your love rival, Su Wei. Su Wei? Hearing this name, Long Zhao sneered. He's already in prison. He was just sentenced to 10 years. In this case, what can he do to stop me? It seems that you have been keeping an eye on Su Wei. Yi Tian condensed a piece of ice crystal and threw it into the boiling hot tea. Then don't you know that Su Wei was imprisoned twice, but was released each time? He just has a backer. Long Zhao didn't care. Now that his backer has been dismissed, there's nothing to worry about. Yi Tian shook his head slightly. I still know too little. He took out a document from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Take a look for yourself. Finished. Yi Tian left while Long Zhao frowned. In Yi Tian's opinion, Long Zhao's contempt for Su Wei came from his lack of understanding. When he truly understands everything about Su Wei, he will definitely take some corresponding actions. Looking at the information on the coffee table, Long Zhao hesitated for a moment and then opened it. Read line after line of information. Long Zhao's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. My heart was filled with shock. Su Wei has actually reached the level of a Junior Beast Tamer Master. He even has alien technology to help him. Su Wei was able to be released from prison one after another, and the efforts made by that alien accounted for a large part. Tian Shi? The current leader of the Mukantan organization? Looking at the information, Long Zhao picked up the phone. Originally, in his opinion, Su Wei was not a big threat, and he was also his savior. Even if he had some intentions towards Duanmu Mingyu, he also planned to turn a blind eye. After all, the threat is not that great. No matter what, it is difficult to affect him. But now, in Long Zhao's opinion, Su Wei has even more capital than him. Such a person has intentions towards Duanmu Mingyu. He can no longer ignore it. Hello, this is the city guard. A businesslike voice emerged on the phone. Long Zhao pondered for a moment, then continued. I know where the leader of that evil cult is. Chapter 225. The Old Devil Campaign Hall. Ji Yuyan and 9 other invigilators gathered here. They already knew about the second martial arts exam through Zhongyan yesterday. On the round table, Huang Lai looked at everyone and said, tomorrow's test is an outdoor trial. There are over 100,000 candidates. Although we have the army to assist, it will undoubtedly be too difficult for us to take care of them all. So we have to distribute it. That's right. A proctor wearing reading glasses nodded. There are 9 of us, and each of us will be responsible for over 11,000 people. Huang Lai nodded. I think so too. However, based on our respective abilities, if we divide them equally, I'm afraid the weaker invigilators will find it difficult to manage so many students. At this point, Huang Lai revealed his true thoughts. Each of us invigilators should decide how many people to supervise based on our own abilities. Then I want to see 5,000 people? Wang Datong said a little embarrassedly. Okay. Huang Lai didn't blame anything. You each tell me the number of people you plan to supervise. I'll take care of the rest. The greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. In Huang Lai's opinion, if the invigilator decides the number of people to supervise based on his or her own ability, this will undoubtedly maximize the safety of the students. I have 7,000 people. I have 9,000 people. I'll give you 10,000. Each invigilator reported the number of people he or she could manage within the scope of his or her ability. Until the end, only Gu Yan and Huang Lai remained silent. The remaining number of candidates is 43,141. Huang Lai glanced at Gu Yan. Such a large number of candidates. He already felt tremendous pressure. If Gu Yan could manage 10,000, he would be able to relax a little. I'm in charge of 30,000 candidates. Gu Yan spoke bluntly, his expression not changing much. There was not much change on his face, but the others were all shocked. 30,000? Huang Lai frowned slightly and looked at Gu Yan. Such a huge base, how do you plan to manage it? What Huang Lai said was already very tactful. In everyone's opinion, Gu Yan's talent is indeed unique. Even the top scorer pales in comparison to him, but that is talent and cannot be directly converted into strength. Of course it's done with strength. As Gu Yan spoke, an absolutely powerful aura slowly rose from his body. This is high-level beast-taming Grandmaster. Witnessing this scene, the other 8 people's eyes widened like cowbells. They were not mistaken. It really is the aura of a high-level beastmaster, Gu Yan. I was a little bit shy before. Everyone, no wonder, so that's how it is. Then it makes sense why your second personality is so strong. An invigilator took a deep breath with emotion. Even in the competition for the invigilator's election, he did not use his full strength. Being able to hide like this, the amazement in Huang Lai's eyes could no longer be hidden. What a nice boy. It's a pity that Kiki is still too young. Since you have such strength, I am relieved. Huang Lai barely suppressed the shock in his heart. But 30,000 people are too many after all. I will share another 5,000 with you. Final, each invigilator manages a number of people, respectively. Guyen, 25000 Huang Lai, 18141, Wang Datong, 5000. While the invigilators are busy assigning candidates, the candidates are busy sleeping and resting. In prison. Sue was not feeling well. This is another new prison. All the prisoners are extremely powerful. In Sue's opinion, this should be the highest standard prison in the main city of Sangkong, and he naturally did not have the power to fight against his fellow prisoners. What he can do now, just wait for Tianxia to find a way to rescue him. During dinner time, I in the cafeteria. Sue, wearing prison uniform, skillfully carried a meal and sat aside. TV overhead. It is one of the ways for people in prison to understand information from the outside world. The latest news. Thanks to a tip from a kind-hearted individual, the city guards successfully arrested the leader of the Musantin organization. What's shocking is that this leader is actually an alien. According to the city guards, even aliens cannot ignore our human laws. According to the law, they will be imprisoned for 10 years. On TV, the news broadcast continued. In the picture, there is even a scene where Tianxi, dressed in a black robe, is pinned down by several city guards. The spoon in Sue's hand fell into the bowl with a clang. Tianxia was caught. Tianxia will also be imprisoned. At this moment, Sue could no longer remain calm. For him, Tianxia is his real trump card. No matter what danger he faces, as long as Tianxia is still there, he will definitely find a way to escape. But now, Tianxia was caught. Sue just felt dizzy after dinner. Sue somehow ended up in the prison dormitory. On the bed, the fierce men looked at Sue, without concealing the strangeness in their eyes. Boy, come here and rub my shoulders. A burly man patted his shoulders, his thick black lips stretched from ear to ear. Hear this sentence. Sue paused and slowly raised his head. Everyone in the dormitory could see a pair of blood-red pupils that were suppressed to the extreme. This made several people's hearts shrink. Oh, trying to reach the intermediate beast-taming grandmaster level, that's interesting. The burly man sneered and strode towards Sue. Then let us come and help you. He grabbed Sue with a grim smile. A boom. In an instant, the strong man who was still walking exploded into a pool of blood. There was only a prison uniform lying on the ground, safe and sound. A situation that arises suddenly. It made everyone's pupils tremble violently. Even Sue was a little dazed when he looked at the situation in front of him, until 2 breaths later. An old voice rang out from the upper bunk of the prison dormitory. I like this kid, so I'm taking him in as my apprentice. Don't mess with him. The old man's words. The moment of emergence. It attracted everyone's attention. I saw that it was this old devil who did it. Several inmates at the beast-taming grandmaster level were trembling like sieves. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing the old man's words, Sue also looked at him intently. The first time he saw it, his heart trembled. This was an unkempt, dirty guy who looked like a beggar. Judging from his faint aura, he is the grandmaster of beast taming, and he is definitely not an ordinary beast-taming grandmaster. There are only a dozen or so great beast-taming masters in the entire human world, and one is right in front of him. Are you still staring at me, an old man? The old man slowly stood up and looked at Sue. I don't know, should I bow to the master? Sue's heart trembled. Master, please accept my disciples' greetings. This is an opportunity. This is the only thing that Sue can think of. Ah, good disciple. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 226, Accommodation. My disciple, I don't have anything as a gift. Just make a wish and I will fulfill it for you. That will be your gift. The disheveled old man looked at Sue, his cloudy eyes revealing admiration. On the other hand, Solvay, after hearing what the old devil said, he instinctively looked at this place. This is a prison. Since this old man is also locked up here, he should be unable to take care of himself, although I think so. Sue still said with some anticipation, I want to be released from prison. Get out of prison? The old devil scratched his greasy, dark face. Isn't it nice to stay in prison? There's food and drink. Why would you want to get out? Sue, do you need a reason to get out of jail? I want to take part in this year's Beast Tamer examination and win first place. Let everyone know that I, Sue, am not the trash they see me as. The top scholar represents the benchmark of an era born in this era and being the destined protagonist of this era. Sue has a strong obsession with the honor of being the top scholar. If the original plot has not changed. This time, Sue should have the full support of the three major families. It is precisely because it is praised too highly that it has caused many people to question it. After that, Sue won the top prize and made everyone shut up, but now, under the instigation of Gu Yan and Yi Tian. Who had been imprisoned for so many days, had become a clown that no one paid attention to will make everyone take notice. But he didn't know how many people were in the mood to see him. As Sue spoke, the old devil raised his eyelids slightly. Want to be the top scholar? He scratched the lice on his head and nodded. He, you are quite courageous. You are worthy of being my apprentice. It's just right. I've been here for so long, it's time for me, an old man, to go out and stretch my legs. This way, people outside won't forget about me, the once strongest man in the human race. Slowly standing up, the old devil laughed strangely. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, the only one who can restrain him is himself, and now the old devil doesn't want to stay in prison, and no one can stop him. Gu family. Are you really the young master? In such a huge manner, when the housekeeper saw Gu Yan appear without any disguise, his eyes widened. It's me. Gu Yan nodded and looked at the manor. After Gu Shanha became the Grand Master of Beast Taming, the Gu family's status has returned to what it was before, even more powerful. It was just what Gu Yan perceived. In this manor, there are at least more than 20 Beastmaster security guards. These people had obviously followed his father voluntarily after he reached the level of Grand Master of Beast Taming. If at this time, it would definitely be impossible for Sue to use that method of exposing negative information to bring down the Gu family. Madam, the young master is still alive. The butler rushed into the manor. After a while, Mother Gu walked out of the manor with great excitement. Gu. Because she had received Gu Yan's letter to report her safety as a precaution, Gu's mother did not faint from excitement. However, she was still excited when she saw Gu Yan again. After a set of caring greetings, Gu Yan officially entered the luxurious new home. Where's Dad? He looked at the situation at home. Gu Yan was unaware of Gu Shanha's presence. Mother sighed softly. A few days ago, the city lord said something unexpected had happened on the surface world, and summoned all the beastmasters from the main city of Tsangxiang. Your dad went too. Gu Yan paused and said, call all the beast-taming masters? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Mother Gu's face was full of worry. Gu Yan frowned, didn't ask any more questions, and returned to the room. After washing up, Gu Yan sat on the bed and opened the system panel. Name, Gu Yan Realm, Advanced Beast Tamer. Contracted beasts, Super Nut Hamster, Mature, Skyfire Chicken, Growing, Nether Spring Duck, Growing, Martial Arts, Stealing the Sky and Changing the Day, Water Adjusting Head Cutting, Power Control Points, 6160. Gu Yan seemed somewhat satisfied with the previous information. When it came to the last row, his expression became a little stiff. He coughed dryly and said, System, why did the city lord bring all the top beastmasters from the Tsangxiang main city with him? In Gu Yan's opinion, this problem is not a small problem. In the main city of Tsangxiang, including the current Gu family, there are a total of 5 major families, and there are 5 great beast-taming masters, plus the city lord. They are the 6 great beast-taming masters. When this kind of lineup is deployed, what they are going to do must be absolutely serious. Ding, the host has deducted 1,000 points of query fees. Yi Tian's voice was within Gu Yan's expectations. He looked at the system panel calmly. On top, 2 words appear before my eyes, beast tide. That's all? Gu Yan waited, thinking that Yi Tian had a detailed explanation. After all, it was 1,000 points, and it was dealt with just 2 words, which is not very reasonable. Just 2 words? Yi Tian added, an unprecedented beast tide. Seeing this line of words, Gu Yan no longer had the heart to dwell on it. Could this unprecedented beast tide threaten the main city of Tsangxiang? That's right. Yi Tian didn't keep the host in suspense and told the host directly. So sudden. Gu Yan frowned tightly. Can the city lord, with 5 great beast masters, stop the beast tide? Cannot. Yi Tian's answer was still so straightforward. If even the Grand Master of beast taming can't do anything about it, doesn't that mean this is a disaster for all of humanity? The news of the beast tide was too sudden for Gu Yan. As long as the host can improve his strength to the peak in the final time, the problem will naturally be solved. Improving your strength to the peak, becoming a transcendent beast tamer? Gu Yan shook his head and exhaled. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you can only use system points. But to get as many system points as possible, you need Suwei, the ATM. Gu Yan secretly shook his head. What a pity, Suwei was sent in too early, and the wool was not fully plucked. The evening passed quickly, the dawnlight appeared on the horizon. The next day, the martial arts exam for promotion came as scheduled. When the candidates who advanced learned that the second martial arts test would be an outdoor trial, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Of course, there are also many candidates who are looking forward to it. Field trial. The place of assessment is the land covered by primeval forest below. The candidates who came up from the safe zone are fine. The candidates who grew up in the main city of Sankong were filled with mixed emotions of excitement and worry. Most of them had lived for more than a decade and had never set foot on the surface of the earth. Many years ago, humans were attacked by a tide of beasts. The surface of the earth has completely become the territory of ferocious beasts. Apart from the safe areas for humans, the rest of the world is forests, oceans, deserts, grasslands. Humanity still has a long way to go before it can reach the top of the world again. Some people say that the lack of a group of core beastmasters, more people say that the gap between humans and ferocious beasts is an extraordinary beastmaster. Time, 8:30. This is the edge area of the main city of Tsengxiong. Because of the content of today's martial arts exam, the Ark of Mankind, the Sky Main City, slowly landed in a lush primeval forest. The warm sun is shining in the distance. More than 100,000 candidates, according to your number. You can find your invigilator among the crowd soon. The area in front of Gu Yan and the other 8 invigilators was filled with candidates. You can clearly see the difference in the number of candidates. The strongest Wang Datong invigilated the fewest students. The weakest invigilator Gu actually invigilates the most students. But this is a small question. It doesn't matter to all the audience. After all, of the invigilators represent authority. Welcome everyone to watch today's promotion martial arts exam. I am the host. The moment the 2 hosts opened their mouths, the martial arts exam for promotion officially began. Today's promotion exam is an outdoor trial. The male host held up the manuscript and said, the rules are as follows. Within the allotted 12 hours, candidates must hunt down as many ferocious beasts as possible in the primeval forest number 007 below. Each candidate will be followed by a small tracking camera. During the martial arts exam, physical contact between candidates is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. After 12 hours, the terminal will score the examinee based on the number of ferocious beasts killed in the video footage, as well as the strength of the beasts. The rules are simple. After the host finished speaking, he cleared his throat and said, I understand everyone is eager to see the promotion exam officially begin. I'm also looking forward to it. So, without wasting time, the promotion exam officially begins. Please ask the 9 invigilators to lead their candidates to the examination venue. After this voice fell, Ji Yuyan and Huan Lai and other invigilators looked at each other. Wang Datong took 5,000 students and went to the forest below first. Then came the second invigilator who was invigilating 7,000 examinees. The invigilators took the candidates away one by one. Finally, Gu Yan took a deep breath and signaled his candidates that they could leave. But it was during the process of 30,000 candidates walking around. A middle-aged man with a big belly ran over in a hurry. The man is the deputy city lord of Sankong City and a high-level beastmaster. The other party was obviously coming towards him. Ji Yuyan raised his eyebrows. The deputy city lord spoke directly. Invigilator Gu, wait a moment, I have another candidate here who needs my addition. The man's tone was urgent. Add one more person? Rows of candidates passed by. Ji Yuyan looked at the deputy city lord, a little puzzled. Add a late candidate? No, it's not. The deputy city lord shook his head. He is a special candidate. As he spoke, the deputy city lord waved to the side. Ji Yuyan looked over with a slightly strange look. Suwei, right? Shouldn't he be in jail? Gu Yan grinned slightly under his mask. Regarding Gu Yan's words, the deputy city lord looked at Suwei with a bitter expression, and he really disliked him. However, thinking of the old devil behind him. After realizing that the top combat forces were no longer in the main city of Sankong, he could only sigh in his heart. He looked at Gu Yan and said, "Invigilator Gu, please be flexible. It's just one candidate." As he spoke, the deputy city lord took out a black card with no limit and handed it to Gu Yan. Chapter 227 Sui and Long Xiao Beastmaster examination. Once started, that means it is fully managed by 9 invigilators. Therefore, even the deputy city lord could not influence Gu Yan at this time. It can only be done in a negotiating tone. Looking at the black card in front of him, Gu Yan was a little hesitant. Seeing Gu Yan's hesitation, the deputy city lord's eyes lit up. Hesitation means wavering. As expected, under the gaze of Sui and the deputy city lord, Gu Yan took the card after some contemplation. "I think this child is indeed a good seedling." Hearing the words of the invigilator in front of me. Sui on the side sneered disdainfully. "He's just a guy who's willing to sell out his professional ethics for a little money." Although I thought so in my heart. Sui opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, Invigilator Gu." "Yeah." Gu Yan nodded charitably and said, "Just go to Group 1. More than 100,000 people were divided into 1,000 groups. Each group was not the same team, but people in the same group would descend to the same forest area to hunt ferocious beasts. Although they are in the same group, in fact, they are the most threatening competitors." After listening to Gu Yan's instructions, Sui followed and joined the group of candidates. Shortly after Sui left, the deputy city lord did not forget to remind Gu Yan, "Invigilator Gu, if necessary, I hope you can take care of that candidate." Gu Yan nodded thoughtfully. After receiving this response, the deputy city lord breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around, he put on his hat and left with his head down. Watching the pot-bellied man walk away, Ji Yuyan couldn't help but wonder, "System, how is Sui related to the deputy city lord?" Yi Tian, because of an old man. When Sui came to Group 1. The originally casual expression became slightly stiff among the more than 100 people in this group. He saw that extremely hypocritical guy standing next to the woman he had chosen, Long Xiao. Duanmu Mingguiao. Sui slowly clenched his fists, his face gloomy, but he didn't step forward to say anything. He chose to endure. He wanted to be a beast in the dark. Since they are in the same group, he will have plenty of opportunities to take real revenge after the beast tamer examination begins. Touching the high-tech earphones in his ears, Sui was even more confident. The headphones that Tianxie made for him after he was released from prison are enough to give him a god's perspective. At the same time, Tianxi's voice also emerged from the headphones. "Master, keep an eye on Long Xiao. After my investigation, I found out that he was the one who reported me to the City Security Bureau and sent me to jail yesterday. Is that true?" Sui's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "You don't dare to confront me head-on, so you only know these despicable tactics. Tian Xia, wasn't this the guy who reported Sun Fentao and I when we were in the hotel?" Sui's voice came out. Tian Shi, on the other end of the headset, calculated for a moment. Based on the method he used to send me to prison, the method he used last time was basically the same. It's very likely him. It's really him. At this moment, Sui completely ignored what Tianxie said about the high probability. Went to jail several times. He couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on, so he could only be vented on by others. Now that he has truly discovered the person behind this, Sui wishes he could eat him alive. "Tianxie, after you go down to the surface world, locate Long Xiao for me." "Yes, master." The bottom of the main city of Sangqiong, there is an open area here the size of a football field. Groups of more than 100 candidates, controlled by dozens of large lifts, set foot into the primeval forest below. Standing on a lift platform made of heavy iron, Long Xiao is the focus of almost all candidates. "Yesterday, I won the first place with a high score of 8.03. He is already known to everyone. Mingwei, when the assessment begins, remember to stay by my side. I will help you get a good ranking." Looking at the beautiful and pure-looking woman beside him, Long Xiao gave what he thought was a very gentle smile. To this, Duanmu Mingwei frowned and shook her head slightly. "No, I want to act on my own." "Act on your own?" Long Xiao looked at the woman in surprise. "Why?" Duanmu Mingwei did not answer Long Xiao's question and chose to remain silent. If it was before, she must have great admiration for her elder brother Long Xiao. Only after Gu Yan died saving her. In the grief of these days, Duanmu Mingwei completely put herself in the role of Gu Yan's fiancé. She didn't want to have any further contact with Long Xiao, the good partner that her sister had strongly recommended. Because of Gu Yan? Long Xiao's sharp eyes instantly caught the emotions on Duanmu Mingwei's face. "A scumbag just did a good deed, and you're moved by it?" As soon as Long Xiao finished speaking, Duanmu Mingyue felt a surge of anger in her heart. But he died for that good thing you said. Duanmu Mingyue's words with an emphasis surprised Long Xiao that he couldn't imagine it. This woman would get angry with Gu Yan, a guy who was not worthy of carrying his shoes. A gloomy look flashed in his eyes and disappeared. Long Xiao smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Duanmu Mingyue didn't say anything more to the man beside her, turned around and walked towards the crowd behind, and looking at the woman's back as she walked away, Long Xiao sneered softly. Even though Gu Shanha reached the level of Grand Master of Beast Taming and joined a top family, Gu Yan's death was a fact. The Duanmu family made the right choice by choosing to marry into the Long family. When I win the top spot in the imperial examination, I will propose to you in front of the whole world. The right to refuse will not belong to you, a woman. Speaking secretly, suddenly, a voice appeared in Long Xiao's ears. Are you Long Xiao? Who ranked first in the test yesterday? The moment he heard the voice, Long Xiao turned slightly. It was a man wearing a mask. The first time he saw the other person, Long Xiao was shocked. It's me, Invigilator Gu. Gu Yan, yeah, looks pretty energetic. Examination Supervisor Gu, thank you for your kind words. Received the Invigilator's praise, Long Xiao felt a little proud and his body straightened up a little. Yesterday, when facing the second personality, he lasted 3 rounds. I think this attracted the attention of the Invigilator Gu. Gu Yan acted like an elder. Among so many candidates, you are indeed the most capable. So, I'll arrange someone here for you to take care of him. Take care of someone? Long Xiao was stunned when he heard the Invigilator's words right. Without waiting for Long Xiao to say anything, Gu Yan directly pulled over a person with a stiff face. Come, let me introduce you. This is Su Wei, a very good kid. Gu Yan's mouth was filled with smiles under the mask, and he patted Su Wei's shoulder. However, after Long Xiao saw Su Wei, the expression on his face was similar to that of Su Wei opposite him. Both of them became slightly stiff. At this moment, Long Xiao thought of a lot. How did Su Wei get out of prison? How did he know Invigilator Gu? What's the purpose of having Supervisor Gu arrange for me to take care of him? Compared to the uncertain look in Long Xiao's eyes, Su Wei on the opposite side wanted to jump off the elevator and escape from here. Original, he was thinking of hiding in the dark, like a beast that attacks from behind, and going after the hypocritical Long Xiao alone to make him pay the price he deserves. I never expected this. In a blink of an eye, he was pulled in front of Long Xiao by the overly kind-hearted Invigilator Gu, in the name of taking care of him. Su Wei really wanted to tell Inspector Gu that his relationship with Long Xiao was actually not good. He doesn't want this guy either. Take care of him. It's just the current situation. It was too late for Su Wei to think about how to hide himself. 3 people, the scene quieted down for a while. A cheap smile quickly appeared on Long Xiao's face. Student Su Wei, I know him. Do you know each other? It's even better if you know each other. We should take care of each other and make more progress. Gu Yan patted the 2 men on the shoulders and said, then try your best to help out in the martial arts exam. I have other things to do. After handing the venue over to the 2 of them, Gu Yan turned and left. Long Xiao and Su Wei watched Gu Yan leave, then exchanged a glance, silently looking away. No. 007 Primeval Forest, Level 1 Outer Area. This is the area where Gu Yan is invigilating. 30,000 candidates, all carrying elf-like cameras, continued to pour into the forest. System, will Long Xiao and Su Wei really turn against each other? Watching the candidates basically enter the forest. Gu Yan turned to Yi Tian and asked that he didn't know that after Yi Tian's 2 little tricks, the rift between these 2 people who should have been reunited as brothers had evolved into hatred. The host is being conservative. If the 2 of them are together, it's more than just a falling out. According to the personalities of these 2 characters in the plot, they are people who cannot tolerate any sand in their eyes. After clearly realizing that the other party is a threatening enemy, the only thing that comes to mind is how to deal with the other party. Chapter 228 King of the Forest number 007. This is not a separate forest. It stretches for hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, connecting to the deep forbidden forest and poisonous swamp. Among them, powerful ferocious beasts and even S-level beings are very likely to exist. It is deep in the forest number 007. This is an area that no one dares to set foot in. However, there were 2 middle-aged men flying past the towering trees at an extremely fast speed, the aura emanating from the whole body of the powerful and ferocious beasts in the path were unable to avoid it. If someone has a little knowledge, everyone can recognize it. These 2 people, surprisingly, They are two of the 16 great beast-taming masters in the human world today, the heads of the Duanmu and Sun families. The two of them were chasing the seriously injured beast in front of them. The ferocious beast looked like a giant tiger. Its fangs were like two long swords, and it had a pair of golden red wings on its back, making it look like a god's mount. However, the blood flowing like a stream from the beast's heart and lungs showed that it was in a very bad condition. This is the king of the forest. An existence that once brought fear to all mankind. He truly deserves to be the former king of the beast tribe. Even after being severely injured by the current king, he is still so formidable. The one who spoke was the head of the Sun family, who was wearing a leather belt. Listening to the man's words, the Duanmu family's patriarch said in a focused voice, "It won't hold out for much longer. Once we catch it, we must get information about the new king of the beast tribe and the reason for his recent big moves." Yeah. The head of the Sun family nodded. The pursuit continues. Not long after, the heads of the two top families looked up at the sky with a stern look in their eyes. The patriarch of the Duanmu family, Sangcheong main city? How did you land here? The Sun family patriarch said, "It seems that today is the beast tamer examination. Something bad has happened." The two beast masters looked at each other. The king of the forest in front was moving at a very fast speed, and its direction of advance was actually the main city of Sangcheong, level 1 peripheral area. 30,000 examinees rushed into this area like a swarm of locusts passing through. The entire primeval forest has been reduced to ruins by the impact. However, these are just marginal areas. As the candidates went deeper into the forest, some powerful B-level and even A-level beasts appeared one after another. Titan snake, A, quack quack quack, B, flying sparrow king, B+. When these high-level ferocious beasts appeared, the candidates' dull crush at the edge of the forest was gone forever. The thrilling confrontation made everyone watching the live broadcast exclaim in surprise. The sultry woods, Long Xiao and Su Wei walked on the rotten leaves, one in front and one behind, with steady steps from beginning to end. The two did not exchange a single word, but in the live broadcast room of the two of them, the audience was discussing it heatedly. Su Wei? I remember he was taken back to prison yesterday. Yes, attempted rape, hiring someone to take the exam for me. How could such trash be with Long Xiao? I understand. Doesn't everyone know Long Xiao's identity? Seeing the two of them still walking together, why was Su Wei able to be released from prison? The answer is obvious. Su Wei and Long Xiao had no idea what was happening in the live broadcast room. The two of them had been walking into the forest for dozens of minutes and had not seen a single ferocious beast. See the leaderboard on your wrist. The score for first place has already broken into double digits. The 100,000 people who stand out from the millions of candidates are at least top students. And every second of this competition is precious. Long Xiao, who was good at wearing a mask, finally said to Su Wei. Beside him under the camera, "Brother Su, you are originally from the surface safe zone. You should know better where there are more ferocious beasts that are easier to deal with, right?" His tone was casual, and he teased Su Wei in a way that brought them closer. Su Wei sneered. This person who had been saved by him not only did not help him when he was in danger, but instead secretly reported him again and again and pushed him into prison. Listening to Long Xiao's words, Su Wei could only think of hypocrisy. With a roll of his eyes, Su Wei said, "You don't even know where to hunt ferocious beasts. How ridiculous. Follow me." He said this without any reservation and in a high-handed manner. Su Wei then took a step forward and walked ahead. This behavior immediately made the two people's live broadcast room boil. I knock, is Su Wei so awesome? What qualifications does he have to speak to our young master Long like this? Just because he scored 0 points? I heard these are students from the number 1 middle school in the main city. Where is their principal? I heard that tutoring was reported. The dense forest does not allow any sunlight to penetrate. Following behind Su Wei, Long Xiao's eyes flickered with murderous intent from Su Wei's attitude towards him. Long Xiao was basically certain that Su Wei already knew some of the things he had done. If the camera wasn't on the side, now is the best time for him to take action to solve this hidden danger. What a pity. The two people, each with their own ulterior motives and murderous intentions, walked towards the depths of the forest inn. Another period of silence, not long. Deep in the forest, a thick white fog slowly appeared. Su Wei laughed in his heart, while Long Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel it. This white fog was filled with a thick poisonous miasma. I was secretly alert. Su Wei, who was leading the way, did not stop, but walked faster and faster. Finally, after completely entering the poisonous miasma range, Long Xiao paused. Where are you taking me? Where are you going? Are you just realizing it? Sue, who was in the hazy miasma in front, turned around with a strange tone. I thought the first place in the last assessment was very vigilant. Or do you trust me? Being in a poisonous miasma. Sue finally stopped hiding and revealed his true face. Long Zhao's eyes flickered slightly, but he looked at Sue as expected. Don't you know there are live cameras? Sue laughed wildly. Ah, that thing has been blocked by my people a long time ago. Don't pretend. Isn't it very capable to use tricks behind the scenes? Is it blocked? After hearing Sue's words, Long Zhao finally grinned and twisted his wrist. You want to kill me? This is called revenge. Sue said, thinking of the deviation from the assassination method, and then said, although it is not the best method. Long Zhao nodded slightly as he admired Sue's decisiveness. I'm curious, what are you going to use to kill me? The power of a junior beast master? That might not be enough. Sue shrugged and spread his hands. Still can't figure out why I brought you to this place? Hearing the other party's words, the expression on Long Zhao's face gradually turned cold. The next moment, boom. The two were brothers when they met last time, but this time, they became mortal enemies. The thick poisonous miasma was stirred up. Long Zhao and Sue, the two relied on their own strength and collided directly. Neither side held back at all of the power of a junior beastmaster. These two top geniuses of this era have already utilized the power of a mid-level beastmaster in battle. Tyrannosaurus Fist. Long Zhao punched Sue hard in the chest. Amid the cracking of large rotten branches, there seemed to be a particularly clear sound of bones breaking. Sue's forehead was bulging with veins after taking the punch head-on, and the poison blade in his hand also left a huge wound on Long Zhao's shoulder blade at this instant. After this attack, the two men broke through the poisonous miasma and distanced themselves from each other. Wow, the violent impact of the punch made Sue spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Long Zhao looked at the poison spreading from his shoulder blade with a gloomy expression. You used poison. Seeing that Long Zhao was poisoned, Sue still had a smile on his face even though his ribs were broken. Poison is also a means of tactical manipulation. This is the fate of those who go against me. Really? Long Zhao shook his head calmly. You are too happy too early. Roar. The roar of the contracted beast suddenly came from Long Zhao's beast controlling space. Sue frowned. He could see clearly. Two contracted beasts emerged from Long Zhao's beast controlling space one after another. No, it's not just two contracted beasts. When Sue looked at it intently, there was an inexplicable feeling of unease in my heart. Finally, under Sue's serious gaze, in Long Zhao's beast taming space, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, covered with black and red scales all over its body, stepped out slowly with a murderous aura like the abyss. The first sight of this contracted beast. Sue felt it. The whole world fell into darkness, and only the dark red pupils of the creature in front were emitting a breathtaking blood-red light. Silver Moonwolf, a golden toad, a plus, abyssal Tyrannosaurus S. It can be said to be an extremely luxurious combination of contracted beasts. Now, it's just the beginning. Long Zhao asked the golden poisonous toad to detoxify him and looked at Sue with a playful look. In the last assessment, when Long Zhao faced his second personality, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus was not used. One reason is at the time, his score was high enough for him to basically secure first place. The second reason is Long Zhao understood even if he used the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, he would still be abused when facing the second personality. It is precisely because of that Long Zhao has been hiding until now. It has been released at this moment. There was only surprise in Sue's eyes. He never thought about it. Long Zhao had already contracted a third contracted beast before him, and this third contracted beast was even an S-level contracted beast. Roar. Under the guidance of Long Zhao's thoughts, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus roared, echoing throughout the entire forest. The magnificent roar even made all the ferocious beasts in the level 1 outer area tremble in fear and lie prone on the ground. In Sue's eyes, the huge rock muscles of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus were like taut strings. Sue doesn't need to think about how strong the S-level contracted beast in its first growth stages. He only knows a little now. Long Zhao, he can't deal with it. Bang! My mind was racing. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus in front did not hesitate at all. It looked like a black and red lightning. The claws left a deep mark on the ground. In an instant, Sue's pupils shrank to the extreme as the contracted beast approached rapidly. The accounts between us will be settled sooner or later. Sue cursed inwardly and had no intention of fighting again. Wave quickly, the ice anaconda in the deep pool swam out from the beast controlling space. The moment this contracted beast appeared, Sue sat directly on its snakeback eye in the thick poisonous miasma. The deep pool ice anaconda swung its tail several times and easily avoided the lock of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus. This place is an area full of poisonous miasma for Su Wei. He can attack or retreat. It was precisely because of this that he took action just now after finding it difficult to defeat Long Xiao. Su Wei could only leave with a look of reluctance on his face. Roar. The thick poisonous miasma was dispersed by the roar, and the violent emotion in the blood-red pupils of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus was extremely strong. Okay, come back. There will be another chance next time. Long Xiao spoke to the Abyss Tyrannosaurus. However, there was an increasingly intense murderous intent in his eyes. It was exactly the same as the information given by the black-robed man yesterday. Solvay, she has grown to the point where she can compete with him, and he won't allow that. The other side, not long after leaving the battlefield, Su Wei summoned the deep pool ice anaconda back to the beast taming space. He touched the wound on his chest. The punch that Long Xiao gave him was very painful. That was not a simple punch, but a move derived from martial arts. If Su Wei had not drunk the genetic medicine developed by Tianxia, which greatly improved his physical fitness, he would never have been able to withstand Long Xiao's punch, and now the chest injury must be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, in this place surrounded by beasts, he would definitely be in danger given his extremely poor condition. Unfortunately, he was carrying poisons and antidotes. Healing items can basically be ignored. If we could find a healing medicine in this forest now, the problem would be solved. Thinking so. Su Wei was suddenly tripped by something. Look down. This is a crystal clear blood ginseng. Judging from the size of the calf, it is at least 700 years old. Su Wei's heart was beating violently, and he grabbed it directly in his hand. Pull off a blood ginseng root and put it in your mouth. Hua hua hua. The huge power of the medicine made Su Wei recover from his injuries. Looking at the blood ginseng in his hand again, Su Wei felt that if he really digested it, his realm would at least reach that of an intermediate beast master. Good stuff. Lucky, this thing that was picked up casually swept away the gloom that Su Wei had been feeling for the past few days. Only just when he was so happy, at the ground in the distance suddenly shook violently. Along with it, there were also many broken trees. It was as if some terrifying existence was running towards him at a rapid speed. Blood ginseng, stay. A voice that cannot be disobeyed, carrying with it an absolute majesty. Su Wei was shocked to find out this is a giant tiger with wings on its back. Chapter 229. Do you think I don't exist? In the main city of Changchun, behind the deputy city lord, who was dressed in formal attire, followed a group of senior officials. Next to him was an unkempt old man who looked like a beggar. Master Ding's beloved disciple is truly a talented person. The deputy city lord looked at forest number 007 below, then glanced at the ranking list. There was no Su Wei's name, but that didn't stop him from praising it. He, how could my vision be bad? The old devil smiled sinisterly. After hearing this, the deputy city lord could only smile awkwardly. Only at the sound of the old devil's strange laughter was only half the aura of the whole body suddenly increased. Boom. A terrifying hurricane spread under the pressure. The old devil's cloudy eyes revealed a sharp gleam as he looked towards the surface world. The king of the forest? This direction is not good, disciple. No nonsense at all. The old devil waved his hand. A giant eagle with wings spread out as big as a house suddenly broke out of the old devil's beast controlling space. When the deputy city lord just came to his senses, just found out the old guy next to him was already standing on the back of the blue scale dragon eagle, a perfect grade, and swooping down to the forest below. What did Mr. Ding just say? The deputy city lord looked behind him. It seems to be the king of the forest, an official said hesitantly. The king of the forest? The deputy city lord's eyes widened deep in the forest. Su Wei held a blood ginseng and stared closely at the huge tiger standing in front of him. There is only one ferocious beast in the world that can speak human language, king of the forest. Su Wei still couldn't believe it at this moment. This beast king actually appeared on the outskirts of the forest, and he even ran into him. Human, hand over what you have. The forest king's orange-yellow needle-shaped pupils revealed indifference. This is mine. Su Wei never had the habit of giving things away. Instead, he was calculating something in his heart. Unless you agree to one request of mine. Humph, you're looking for death. Without hesitation, the king of the forest slightly opened a tiger claw, and in the void, 3 dark red claw marks appeared, like 3 dark abysses, hundreds of meters long and wide. It instantly enveloped Su Wei. See the other party and take action immediately. Su Wei was shocked. Shouldn't the subsequent development be the time for him to negotiate with the king of the forest? Who would have thought that the other party would just take action directly? How could Su Wei understand this? Because the protagonist's luck was constantly weakening. His halo as the protagonist has dimmed to a certain extent, before changing. In the case of Su Wei and the king of the forest, the strength of the two sides is not equal, there is still a possibility that this negotiation can continue. Just now, after not being affected by the protagonist's halo, the Forest King's thoughts were obviously clearer. The human in front of him was just a master beastmaster, and he could be killed at will. As long as he kills the other party, the blood ginseng will also belong to him, so there is nothing else to talk about. He watched helplessly as 3 tiger claws fell from the void. Sue couldn't even move his legs. The gap in power levels is something he cannot contend with at his current level. At this critical moment, a gorilla as big as a hill suddenly appeared. Ooh! The gorilla, covered in black and emitting shadow fragments, pounded its chest. The moment it appeared, it raised its hard fist and slammed it hard on the 3 tiger claw marks. Bang! The void is shaking endlessly, the collision of 2 forces. Sue could even clearly see layers of space cracks blooming. He looked behind him as if realizing something. Master! Seeing the old devil appear, Sue shouted in surprise. Yeah! The old devil nodded slightly, then turned his serious gaze to the king of the forest in front of him. I didn't expect you to be injured. The old devil looked at the bleeding chest and abdomen of the forest king and laughed strangely. It's you! The king of the forest was quite impressed by the old devil who appeared. Get out of the way, I only want the blood ginseng, otherwise, you will all die. He, everyone has to die? You're so arrogant. After discovering that the king of the forest was seriously injured, the old devil was no longer on guard at all. If the king of the forest was in his heyday, the old devil would lose to the king of the forest. But now, the king of the forest is just a paper tiger to the old devil. The king of the forest also obviously knew the attitude of the old devil, and couldn't help showing a murderous look. The 2 human grandmasters behind him were still chasing him, and the attitude of the top human grandmaster in front of him was unclear. No matter what, he must rely on the blood ginseng to recover as much as possible in order to deal with the next situation. And just when both parties were silent, Sue then said to the king of the forest, if you really want the blood ginseng, then promise to agree to one of my requests. What's the request? A flash of danger appeared in the giant tiger's eyes. After seeing the old devil on the side, the king of the forest understood now. That weak human, relying on the old devil, has the qualifications to have a face-to-face conversation with him. Become my 3rd contracted beast. You can have your own thoughts and we can get along as equals. Oomph, how dare you! The moment the Forest King heard this request, his aura surged. I am the strongest of the beast tribe, and you want me to be your contracted beast, a human? I've already stated the requirements. The choice is yours. Sue said nonchalantly while glancing at the wound of the Forest King. Its wound looked like it was pierced by some sharp cylindrical object. There was an obvious layer of poison at the wound, which was preventing its recovery. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence could have injured the king of the forest to this extent. This continues, the king of the forest will die sooner or later, so he has no choice. After Sue finished speaking, the king of the forest looked behind him, then looked at the 2 men in front of him, burning with anger. It really is just like what people say, a tiger in trouble is bullied by dogs. Finally, after a fierce ideological struggle, the king of the forest chose to compromise. I promise you. The reason for this choice. It's not that the king of the forest fears death, but it was afraid, so afraid that at the moment of its death, it had no ability to find the new king, to seek revenge, to tear him apart. This is the right choice. Sue forced a smile on his face, feeling that he was so smart that there was no way around him. It was so easy to make such a super ferocious beast serve him. It feels like a dream. Fortunately, after being promoted to Junior Beast Tamer Grandmaster, the position for the 3rd contracted beast is always empty. Sue is looking forward to it when the contract binds the king of the forest. How much improvement will he see? After Ring Nuwa signed a contract with Sue, the king of the forest let down his guard. At this moment, the old devil next to him was extremely satisfied with the courage of his apprentice. The 3rd contracted beast was contracted to this super existence that has surpassed the S level in everyone's mind. There is no need to think about the road ahead, and you will understand that Sue's lowest achievement is the Grand Master of Beast Taming. Not long, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the contract was successfully concluded. Sue threw the blood ginseng to the king of the forest with a smile on his face. Don't worry, follow me, and you won't suffer any loss. The king of the forest did not respond. After swallowing the blood ginseng in one gulp, the surging medicinal power rushed into its body crazily. The injuries have been relieved to a certain extent, and the medicinal properties of the blood ginseng are still taking effect. After looking at Sue, the king of the forest looked at the old devil again. There are 2 of your human beast masters behind us. I know, just stop those two younger generations. The old devil smiled, and then passed by the king of the forest and left. When the old man left with the hill of chimpanzees, only Sue and the king of the forest are left here. Since you are my contracted beast, I have a task for you. Looking at the majestic giant tiger in front of him, Sue was not polite. What mission? Help me kill a man, his name is Long Xiao. As he said that, the light watch on Sue's wrist showed the appearance of Long Xiao. For Sue, as long as there is a chance, he will not allow the person he wants to kill to live for even one more second. I only take action once a month. After reminding Sue, the king of the forest disappeared from Sue's sight in an instant. This speed, while watching the third contracted beast leave, Sue felt intoxicated by the power throughout his body. After making a contract with the queen of the forest, with the feedback of that pure power, he directly reached the intermediate level of beast taming grandmaster. Beauty comes so suddenly. At this moment, Sue thought of the two sisters of the Duanmu family, the killer, and Sun Fantao. It won't be long before he reaches the pinnacle of this world. Those women will surely wag their tails and beg for mercy from him. Most importantly, in prison, all the men were killed, even the king of the forest has his back. What else in this world can stop him? In the lush woods, there was a bandage wrapped around Long Xiao's shoulder blade. Beside him was a snow-white silver moon wolf, like white catkins. As it moved, it pulled out and killed the ferocious beasts hiding in the dark. Based on strong strength, Long Xiao's ranking has returned to first place. Correspondingly, his live broadcast room, the number of people has undoubtedly reached the highest level. Young Master Long is still strong. He should be number 1, and he is still number 1. Just now I lost all the images here, and then I saw that young Master Long had another injury. Does any brother know what happened? Same question. A group of viewers were posting comments under the live broadcast screen. There is only Long Xiao that if you can do it, even if you reach the deeper part of Forest 007, you can still be calm and composed. But this kind of breeze and cloudless sky, indeed, not long after, it was completely broken amid everyone's exclamations. Through live broadcast screen, everyone can see it clearly. Right in front of Long Xiao. A majestic giant tiger is walking slowly towards you. Calling it a giant tiger is not that exaggerated. The symmetrical posture is more in line with the aesthetics of strength. The slightly propped up wings add a touch of dignity. At first glance, this tiger seems ordinary, but when the audience looks closely, it becomes even more frightening. Why does this tiger look so much like the king of the forest in history books? It's not like, it's this. That's impossible. Hasn't the king of the forest always lived in the restricted forest? How could he have come to this outskirts? A moment, millions of people watching the live broadcast were going wild. However, as the live broadcast room was in an uproar, the king of the forest in the live broadcast screen had already stepped into the void with a captivating roar, and appeared behind Long Xiao in an instant. Bang! There is absolutely no room for resistance. Long Xiao felt that the moment he saw the giant tiger, he suffered an immeasurable blow in the next breath. He withstood a tiger claw attack on his back and was thrown out and rolled over, forcefully opening the beast taming space. This is the only thing Long Xiao can do, roar. A manic roar suddenly emerged. It's the Abyss Tyrannosaurus. The people in the live broadcast room were shocked again. S-level contracted beast, our only S-level contracted beast, or the city lord. Long Xiao has such a contracted beast. Could it be that the king of the forest has discovered his talent and is here to strangle our human prodigy? After the Abyss Tyrannosaurus appeared, Long Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Just the next breath. Roar! The Forest King's powerful roar suddenly rang out. This moment, the frenzied Abyss Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth but made no sound, yet its body retreated slightly. It's afraid. The Forest King's suppression of it stems from absolute level suppression. This scene, Long Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling. Not far away. Sue, who was hiding behind a patch of giant plants, saw this situation and sneered. It's time to end it. Boom! The king of the forest transformed into a crimson sword and tore apart the Abyss Tyrannosaurus Rex that stood in front of him without any hindrance. Together with the silver moon wolf and the golden poison toad, they were all burned and torn to pieces in a sea of fire. The three contracted beasts were completely destroyed. The gap is too big, it only takes a moment. Long Xiao vomited blood due to the backlash. At this moment, his beast controlling space completely collapsed. He is useless. Also at the same moment, the king of the forest has arrived near Long Xiao. Almost everyone had to watch helplessly as this generation of geniuses fell under the claws of the Beast King. But, at that critical moment, the whole sky changed black. Cold black covers the boundless blue sky. Wisps of frost fell. Fiery red flames divided the sultry forest. Clusters of flames are jumping between ice and fire. But people in the live broadcast room seem to be able to see it. A chicken and a duck. That innate nobility seems to be even greater than the king of the forest on earth. You dare to kill my examinee within my jurisdiction? Do you think I don't exist? Chapter 230, Prying the world is undergoing great changes. Countless viewers can see Gu Yan's godlike posture through the live broadcast room. It's Invigilator Gu. After seeing the visitor, everyone was terrified. Invigilator Gu has taken action. But he's the king of the forest, the king of the beasts. Even if Gu the Invigilator doesn't change anything, right? He might even risk his life. Seeing Gu Yan, the audience's worry increased instead of decreased. Ultimately, the king of the forest is recognized by all mankind as the most powerful beast. For decades, no human has been heard of being able to fight against it. The king of the forest is also in the spotlight. Its tiger eyes were fixed on the two contracted beasts beside Gu Yan. A chicken and a duck. These two contracted beasts, which were like domestic animals, should not have given it a second glance. However, for some reason, the king of the forest could feel an unspeakable pressure from these two little guys. This is due to blood suppression. This is simply impossible. The IT has already surpassed the S level. Whether in terms of grade or growth stage, it can be said to be the top level among all the ferocious beasts in the world. How could I feel that I am inferior to the other person? After a brief gaze, the king of the forest finally turned his attention to the masters of the two contracted beasts. Human, are you going to stop me? Speak human language. At this moment, IT completely confirms the fact that it is the king of the forest, Gu Yan's location. He was also targeted by the other 8 Invigilators. They were not far away and were heading towards Gu Yan to support him at a very fast speed. The situation that occurred outside Forest 007 was unexpected to everyone. While countless people's hearts were in their throats, Gu Yan, who relied on the power of two contracted beasts to stand in the void, said calmly, "Not only will I stop you, but I will also make you pay the price." Let me pay the price? The king of the forest seemed to have heard a huge joke. Although it was seriously injured now, it was only able to stabilize its condition with the help of blood ginseng. But even so, it is impossible for a small high-level beastmaster to shake it. Roar! Human, you have angered this king. Boom! The entire earth seemed to have turned into a wrinkled piece of rice paper in an instant. Centered on the 4 tiger paws of the forest king. An area stretching for hundreds of meters exploded. As the wings stirred up a violent hurricane, the sky covered with black springs was torn apart, and a piece of azure thunder shone brightly. Thunder, fire, earth, hurricane. As the most powerful beast in the eyes of humans, all its attributes are basically stacked up, when the king of the forest rushed straight towards Gu Yan. Gu Yan's eyes, you can't even see the other person. I'm still thinking about saving some points. Gu Yan sighed and shook his head. Indeed, the sky has always been a legend after all. If the system had not told him, he would never have believed that this king would become Suwei's contracted beast. Slowly close your eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Gu Yan could see the movements of the king of the forest. In the blink of an eye, the forest king's tiger claws, which were powerful enough to annihilate any beastmaster, had already touched Gu Yan's neck with a sharp tearing aura. It was as if time had stopped for a moment at this moment. On the live broadcast screen, there were countless exclamations and the suffocating feeling of not daring to look anymore. Behind the trees not far away, Suwei's face looked relaxed, as if he had won the game. It was commendable that Gu, the Invigilator, opened a back door for him, but he came in to meddle in other people's business at this time and walked into trouble. It's not his fault if he died. Everyone fell silent, everyone focused. Crystal shield. A whisper seemed to come from the man's mouth in the void. In an instant, large pieces of ice crystals, like an angel's feathers, stretched across dozens of meters, protecting the tiny Gu Yan behind it. The martial arts skills released instantly are like fireworks that burst into life in an instant. A hint of surprise appeared in the yellow and red pupils of the forest king. However, the power in the tiger's claws that caused the space to tremble did not diminish at all. Bang! Everything happens in an instant. When the tiger claws of the forest king collided with the perfect crystal shield cast by Yetion. A deafening explosion. Even the candidates in the entire forest number 007 were fully aware of it, and all of them looked up at the distant sky. The violent shockwave shattered a large area of treetops and caused Long Xiao, who was almost unconscious on the ground, to spit out blood again. Hualala, the shattered crystal shield was like a blanket of snow, blocked the view. As everyone watched the live broadcast in grief, trying to find the man's body from the camera's footage, suddenly discovered he is still there. even the man's clothes were not even a bit messy. You are seriously injured, and your strength is less than 1/10 of what it was before. Looking at the king of the forest in front of him, Yi Tian spoke frankly about the other's pain. The king of the forest could hardly suppress the shock in his heart when he heard Yi Tian's words. Even if it is only 1/10 or 1/12 of its power, it is not something that any human can take on casually. If a grandmaster beast tamer who had contracted 4 beasts had been hit by that attack, it would have been unlikely that he would have been able to withstand it, not to mention not being hurt at all. Human, you are very special. The wings behind him trembled slightly, and the eyes of the forest king tiger revealed a hint of admiration. However, anyone who stops me is doomed to die. A sound that only Yi Tian could hear. There is an unquestionable attitude. However, Yi Tian's next sentence made the king of the forest a little stunned. Why are we fighting each other? Yi Tian said, glancing at Su Wei who was hiding behind the tree. Just because of a human I've only known for an hour? What can he give you? A verbal promise, or the blood ginseng that can be found everywhere in the restricted forest? After these words came out of Yi Tian's mouth, the originally aggressive king of the forest seemed to have pressed the save button. After a moment of silence, the king of the forest looked at Yi Tian. What do you want to say? Yi Tian, dump your rubbish master and follow me. As a high-level beast master, I am comparable to a grandmaster of beast masters in terms of strength. I am far more powerful than your master. In terms of talent, I'm the same age as him, but I'm already an invigilator, while he's still just one of my students. In terms of power, I belong to the top human family, the legitimate son of the Gu family, and the future son-in-law of the Duanmu family. Every word he spoke, no matter from which aspect, completely crushed Su Wei. The forest king's originally fierce look gradually subsided, but he said with a firm heart, what you said is very good, but I have already chosen my master, and I will never change my mind. Yi Tian seemed to see through the heart of the forest king. Your master just made a contract with you and asked you to take action. Does he have you in his heart? You became the other party's contracted beast, are you willing? He only paid a blood ginseng and used you as a tool. Why should you risk your life for him? Every word contained a subtle temptation. There was a hint of confusion in the eyes of the king of the forest. Yes, the reason why it became Su Wei's contracted beast was entirely because of the conditions Su Wei proposed when it was seriously injured. It is the king of the forest, the king of the beasts. How could it make a contract with such a villain? Just as the giant tiger in the void gradually became clear, Yi Tian added fuel to the fire just in time. Follow me, I can give you what he can give you. What he can't give me, I can still give you. I can even avenge you. This kind of thing seems like a distant dream to him, but for me, it won't take more than a month. As the Beast King, you wouldn't feel guilty about getting rid of someone you've only known for an hour, right? These last words were like the final hammer that pried open the corner of the wall. Chapter 231 Acting. Can you avenge me? The king of the forest stared closely at the casual man in front of him. This man, whether in terms of strength or temperament and courage, is indeed far beyond Su Wei's reach. If I can't do it within a month, you can leave at any time. That's the extent of what has been said. After the king of the forest pondered for the last time, a look of determination flashed in his tiger eyes. Okay, I will follow you. In the original book, the forest king's greatest wish is revenge. However, it really cannot defeat the new king, so it sets its sights on cooperation with humans, because the older generation all regard it as an object that must be eliminated. It then thought of cultivating the younger generation into absolute strong men, and finally joining forces with the other party to take revenge. Coincidentally, in the original novel, Su Wei was the top scorer in this year's Beast Tamer examination. In the eyes of the king of the forest, this relatively best person became the only choice. However, and now take a look. Compared to Su Wei, the man in front of him not only did not show much hostility towards it, but even compared to Su Wei, he was overwhelming him in every aspect. This is a perfect partner. It's just that I've already signed a contract with that brat, and it's not easy to break it. Think of this, the aura of the king of the forest was slightly disturbed. If it were an ordinary contracted beast, it would be completely impossible to sever the connection with its master on its own. That is, it could, but then it would also suffer the same trauma as being bound to humans. Don't worry about that. Yi Tian smiled faintly. Just cooperate with me and act out a scene. Acting? Yi Tian and the king of the forest. No one noticed the conversation between the two. In everyone's opinion, the two in the sky seemed to be in a standoff. The atmosphere between the two sides seemed to become more solemn as the dark clouds in the sky stirred. in the spotlight of everyone, the confrontation between the two sides did not last long at all. In the blink of an eye, the two were like two fighting machines, once again, colliding with a loud bang, boom. This time, the violent shock wave was even more powerful than before. The dead branches shattered and the clouds and mist dissipated. Long Shao on the ground spat out blood again. The collision is just the beginning. As the distance between the two sides widened, Yi Tian casually summoned 3 contracted beasts. The mature super nut hamster has not changed much in size, but it has a distinct sense of vicissitudes of life when it is dressed in the knight's attire. As for the Skyfire Divine Chicken and the Nether Spring Divine Duck, although they have not reached maturity, their powerful might can also affect the heaven and earth. Invigilator Gu is using all his strength. The moment the audience saw the 3 contracted beasts, they were all filled with a Gu Yan's strength is obviously stronger than everyone thinks. In the forest, Sui, who was behind a tree, frowned slightly. The king of the forest did not deal with Gu Yan instantly, which made him very unhappy, and now the other invigilators are rushing here. And time is obviously running out. Fortunately, Sui didn't have to wait long. The battle in the sky begins in an instant, under the attention of millions of viewers. The super nut hamster, holding melon seeds and with a serious face, has a gorgeous water dragon circling around his body and comes straight to the head of the tiger, the king of the forest. At the same time, the dark spring divine duck thought about it and pierced the dark ice array. Sharp ice cones appeared around the king of the forest in an extremely captivating manner. Roar, squeak, quack, cluck. In the brief sound of animal language behind the king of the forest, the shadow of a supergiant tiger stretching 1,000 meters across appeared directly like a mountain. At the same time, the king of the forest is showing his ever-increasing power. Human, you are the most outstanding young man I have ever met, but you met this king. Between the words, there was an arrogant and domineering attitude that shocked countless people. Even for a moment, no one in the audience watching this scene denied it. Yes, Invigilator Gu is so young and talented, but it's a pity that he met the king of the forest. Met you? Then I want to see what the consequences will be after meeting you. In the eyes of millions of people, there was no trace of timidity in the words of the Invigilator Gu. This spirit alone made countless people regard him as an idol in an instant. No extra communication. The king of the forest pressed down with his tiger claws, and the entire sky was crushed down at the same time. Boom. It seems slow, but in fact, even the multiple sonic booms cannot catch up with the speed of this move. In the spotlight, the 3 contracted beasts who were invigilating the exam still went forward without hesitation. The two sides collided again with a loud bang. In the camera screen, there seemed to be a person on the ground being blown away by the shockwave. Not many people care, because countless people's eyes are focused on the sky. To everyone's surprise, when the king of the forest mobilizes all his strength, the Invigilator Gu actually held on. You are weaker than I thought. Gu Yan's words were heard clearly by everyone. On the other hand, the king of the forest was as if he had suffered an extremely serious insult, and his rage was visibly burning. It's like a fighting machine fully activated. The king of the forest crushed Gu Yan with absolute power. Boom, boom, boom. There were so many explosions that no one could tell whether it was a sonic boom or a space explosion. Invigilator Gu, wearing a mask, looked like a fallen leaf. Under the violent and intensive attacks, it was swaying. Everyone had a feeling that Invigilator Gu would be defeated in the next moment. It really hit the rage. This is the feeling of millions of people. Only, but no one knew, and no one dared to imagine, that as the 2 protagonists in the battle, the seemingly brilliant and explosive attacks, in fact, the actual force of contact was like a game of you hit me and I hit you. Time passes by every second. No one relaxed at all. Sui, who was hiding behind a tree, was obviously impatient. Too much time has been wasted. Really, just when a full quarter of an hour had passed, in the distant sky, 8 aggressive men rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's the other 8 invigilators. The moment I saw these 8 people appear, countless people who were sitting and watching the live broadcast stood up. These 8 invigilators are stronger than Invigilator Gu. After another collision, Yi Tian and the king of the forest stood facing each other. If I wasn't seriously injured, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from me. The king of the forest, his voice was filled with intense rage. These words completely resolved the doubts in the audience's minds. No wonder Supervisor Gu was able to hold on for so long, but even so, it is absolutely excellent. Yi Tian did not respond to the forest king's angry words, but instead said, I said, you hurt my candidates, you will pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian immediately looked at Wang Datong, one of the 8 invigilators who had rushed over. With a confident look on his face, he said, Proctor Wang, it's your turn. Ha! Wang Datong looked at Gu Yan with his eyes wide open and full of question marks. There will be 8 of them rushing here together. The audience doesn't understand. Don't you, Gu Yan, understand it either? The 8 of them came here just to give themselves courage. That's the king of the forest. Wang Datong now really wants to make it clear to Gu Yan that he is the genuine goalkeeper, the genuine one. Do you really want him to take action? Chapter 232 Master, save me. Just when Wang Datong looked miserable, thinking about who to ask for help, the king of the forest in front immediately turned his dangerous eyes towards him. Are you the strongest among this group? Then let me see how strong you are. Roar. There was no time for Wang Datong to talk nonsense at all. Everyone saw the red gold wings behind the king of the forest stirring up a storm. When I looked again, the opponent's indestructible tiger claws attacked in an instant. Not good. Among the 8 people, Huang Lai, the strongest, barely reacted. He wants to save Wang Datong, however, but in the next breath, he found that he could not move at all. This is the restraining power of the Forest King. Look at other people, except for Wang Datong, all of them were imprisoned by the king of the forest. With such absolute strength, the king of the forest doesn't even need to take any real action. Compared to the perverted Yi Tian, this is the correct way for the king of the forest to fight against the beast tamer. Huang Lai and others didn't know. From an outsider's perspective, Dai and the Skypoint 8 invigilators lined up in a row. Even when the beast king attacked Wang Datong, the other 7 people did not move at all. It was like he didn't care about the king of the forest at all. The posture of a master came directly towards him. Wang Datong, who was the focus of the whole audience, could only grit his teeth and open the beast taming space after his crazy look of help was in vain. 3 heavy water green palaces suddenly appeared. Is this the contracted beast of Supervisor Wang? People were concentrating in their hearts, but when they saw Wang Datong, the king of the forest dynasty, they were not too worried to roar. Wang Datong only felt that the saliva of the roaring tiger almost covered his face. Old man, I'm going to fight you. Wang Datong's voice was unclear amid the roaring sky and earth. The audience standing in front of the live broadcast room can see it clearly. In the dark sky and earth, a lush green scene appears in an instant. It's those 3 heavy water green palaces. The 3 water plants were afraid of the pressure from the beast king, but under the control of his master, he still tied up the king of the forest without hesitation. Tie them up layer by layer. The king of the forest, who was originally as powerful as a rainbow, seemed to have encountered some extremely powerful existence. He was completely tied up and no longer had any fierceness at all. Let me go. The giant tiger roared with saliva. Gurgled. Wang Datong swallowed subconsciously. What did he do? He tied up the king of the forest. Wow. This moment, countless people in front of the live broadcast screen screamed and kneeled down subconsciously. What did they see? With just one move, the powerful invigilator completely subdued the king of the forest. No wonder. No wonder Invigilator Gu was so confident in asking Wang Datong to take action, and no wonder the other invigilators were so calm. It turned out to be Wang Datong. He has become so strong. As the confinement is lifted, the other invigilators all looked at Wang Datong in confusion. Did this old guy secretly practice without telling them? Boom. Under a rapid shockwave, everyone sees Gu Yan punched the tightly tied Forest King directly to the ground. Roar. The giant tiger's roar turned into a cry of pain. Tell me, why did you kill my candidates? Gu Yan, who stepped onto the ground, said this, which made everyone come out of the situation where Wang Datong had just taken action. Millions of people looked at the king of the forest. The reason why things had developed to this point was because of the Forest King's sudden killing without any warning. For a being of the Forest King's level, it is absolutely impossible for him to run out of the restricted forest to the periphery without any purpose and kill an ordinary candidate. Ridiculous. Are you worthy enough to ask me questions? Even though he was dejected to the extreme, the king of the forest's arrogant expression remained unchanged. In that case, you die. Without the slightest hesitation, a long sword appeared in Yi Tian's hand, and with a surge of water, he slashed down directly at the neck of the Forest King. See this situation, the 8 invigilators present did not stop him. Only at this critical moment, a hurried voice suddenly emerged from behind a large tree not far away. Invigilator Gu, wait. Su Wei ran out while shouting, with a look of panic still on his face. The appearance of Su Wei directly attracted the attention of the 9 invigilators, including Yi Tian. Candidates? Among the 8 invigilators, a middle-aged female invigilator looked at Su Wei scrutinizingly. Yes, my name is Su Wei, and I'm the examinee in charge of Invigilator Gu. Su Wei smiled stiffly. Yes, I recognize him. Yi Tian smiled slightly. Why don't you go hunt beasts to earn points? It's too dangerous here. Su Wei looked at Yi Tian with an awkward smile, and then looked at the 8 invigilators behind him who were like tree stumps. He said with a stiff upper lip, the king of the forest shouldn't be killed so hastily, right? For Su Wei, the king of the forest has become his contracted beast. If he doesn't care, he will be killed, then Su Wei himself will have to bear the risk of the beast controlling space collapsing. It is inevitable that your realm will regress and you will suffer serious injuries. Do you think you're standing in front of a kitten? Yi Tian scolded, this is the king of the forest. Even if he's seriously injured, I don't think Inspector Wang, no matter how strong he is, can hold him back for more than a few minutes. If you don't catch it and kill it quickly, and it breaks free and escapes, do you know what the consequences will be? Indeed, such a dangerous existence must be killed as soon as possible. The audience in front of the live broadcast room all nodded. That idiot, he hasn't been held accountable for his crime yet, and now he's running away. Doesn't he think his time in jail wasn't enough? Listening to Yi Tian's scolding, Su Wei's face turned blue and red. Looking at the king of the forest who was about to be slaughtered, he felt a surge of hatred. The ability of Wang Datong, the invigilator, was completely beyond his expectations. Now he wants to save the king of the forest, but he can't tell everyone directly that this guy is his contracted beast. After all, everyone saw how the king of the forest severely injured Long Xiao. If he really admitted it, he would not be able to rescue the king of the forest and he himself would be in trouble. My brain is racing. Finally, after a few breaths, Su Wei hurriedly said, I know there is a super powerful beast taming grandmaster nearby. We can find him. He can completely suppress the forest king, and then he can also get a lot of information about the beast tribe from the forest king. The grandmaster of beast taming that Su Wei mentioned was obviously his chief master, and this word says this actually caused several invigilators to look at each other with a hint of approval. At this moment, Yi Tian gave a look to the tied tiger on the ground. Roar! The king of the forest on the ground roared again at this moment. Bang bang, every root of the water herbs was broken. Wang Datong immediately called on the Chongshui Green Palace. Only compared to before, and now Wang Datong felt a tremendous pressure. Hurry! I can't hold it back anymore. Wang Datong didn't need Yi Tian to remind him. Sweat was pouring down his forehead and he roared. Yi Tian nodded. The long sword in his hand went straight up, and a water dragon that was ready to strike suddenly soared into the sky. In people's eyes, the huge water dragon rushed down with a bang. In the next breath, the sword spirit contained in it is breathtaking. With this sword, the forest king is desperate. Su Wei's eyes kept widening. His eyes were full of anxiety as he looked at the king of the forest. Is this tiger stupid? There is obviously hope of negotiation and he may be able to save him. Why break free now? That's not all of the words that the king of the forest roared out. The next moment directly petrified Su Wei. Master, save me. The hysterical voice was completely directed at Su Wei, who was standing in front. This moment, the sharp gazes of the 8 invigilators were instantly focused on Su Wei. The next moment, boom! In the magnificent water dragon, the king of the forest was completely trapped by the water plants and was completely annihilated. Not a single hair remains. Puff! The connection with the contracted beast was completely severed. Su Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of the intermediate beastmaster suddenly dropped to junior beast taming master, senior beast taming master, intermediate beast taming master. Su Wei was severely injured and suffered a huge blow. However, the more serious situation is his current situation. Chapter 233, High Hopes Owner? The 8 invigilators looked at Su Wei. Everyone in the live broadcast room, all of them turned their eyes to the pale-faced man whose state of mind had plummeted. The Beast King calls Su Wei master? What's going on? Could it be that the king of the forest is Su Wei's contracted beast? After a brief thought, the live broadcast room immediately thought of this incredible situation. That must be it. Didn't you see how Su Wei became like that after the king of the forest died? That's not the key point. The key point is that the king of the forest wants to kill young Master Long, and Su Wei is the master of the king of the forest. In the forest, everyone present focused their eyes on Su Wei, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Mr. Su Wei, is the forest king your contracted beast? Huang Lai was the first to ask sternly. This question should have inspired all of humanity. After all, the king of the contracted forest. This kind of feat is the fantasy of countless humans. However, the king of the forest wants to kill. Its owner does not stop it, and even acquiesces. This is beyond everyone's bottom line. Perhaps if the king of the forest had not died, many people would have thought of Suwei's talent, and people would have been divided into two factions on this matter. But now that the king of the forest is gone, people naturally reached a consensus, under Huan Lai's questioning in the presence of other invigilators. Sue, whose strength had plummeted to the level of an intermediate beast master, clenched his fists tightly. He had no room for excuses at all. The Forest King's death roar blocked his last escape route. No. Sue wiped the blood coughed out from the corner of his mouth due to backlash. There was only one thing he could do and never admit it, but obviously, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sue's stubborn appearance made him look as pale as if he had eaten a dragon fruit and his mouth was red. If it really isn't, why would the king of the forest make that cry for help? Could it be that the king of the forest could act? Furthermore, the severe backlash that was visible to the naked eye against Sue was irrefutable evidence in everyone's eyes. No wonder he would stand up in that situation and try to save the king of the forest. The development of things has exceeded everyone's expectations. The invigilators were unwilling to waste any more time meaninglessly. A 50-year-old Mediterranean invigilator, with his hands behind his back, looked at Sue with a serious face. According to the rules of this martial arts exam, candidates are not allowed to fight with each other. Violators will be disqualified. Candidate Sue, relying on his contracted beast, secretly posed a fatal threat to the other candidates. According to the regulations, candidate Sue is disqualified from the martial arts exam. As he spoke, a hard look flashed in the Mediterranean invigilator's eyes. From the legal perspective, you have committed intentional homicide. Just stay here. We'll notify the city guards to take you away later. It's obvious, faced with such irrefutable evidence, even if Sue denies it, he will not be able to escape. Staring at the 9 guys in front of him, Sue's fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds. He has to run for him. The worst outcome would be being captured by the city guards. No matter the cost, he couldn't let that happen. He's had enough, but if he ran away, it would completely confirm the crime he had committed. After a brief thought, a hint of anger flashed in Sue's eyes. Whatever, as long as I don't go to jail. While talking to himself, Sue quickly contacted the Tianqi in his headphones. Tianqi, help me, I want to get rid of these guys. After Sue's voice fell, there was no response in the headset. He didn't know that in the main city of Sankon, Tianqi, in front of a large number of electronic equipment, was trying his best to contact Sue. Just recently, when Tianqi saw Sue appear on the live broadcast screen, he was already trying to turn off the live broadcast, but it's all in vain for some unknown reason. It couldn't even contact Sue. It's like someone blocked it with even more amazing hacking methods. The other side. Sue's heart sank when he found no response in the headset. Without Tianqi's help, there is basically no possibility of escape for him alone. He was badly injured by the backlash. Do I just have to accept my fate? Looking at the 9 invigilators in front of me, several of them were communicating with the City Security Bureau. Having made a contract with the King of the Forest should have been a matter of great pride, but he couldn't understand why it turned out like this. Do you want to escape? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Sue's ears. This made him subconsciously look up and look at the 9 invigilators in front of him. As his eyes moved, they landed on the invigilator Gu, who was wearing a mask. It was Supervisor Gu who secretly conveyed the message to him. Sue couldn't speak, but his eyes revealed excitement. Find a chance later, take me hostage and leave here. Yi Tian's words gave Sue hope of escape. At the same time, 9 invigilators. Yi Tian suddenly staggered. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Yan's condition, several invigilators looked over. It's okay. I consumed too much energy when fighting the king of the forest. Yi Tian waved his hand and walked towards Sue. Detain this student first to prevent him from running away. Huan Lai and others nodded slightly. Although Sue is in his current state, he is basically no threat, but holding it back is somewhat necessary. However, what the invigilators had never expected was that it only took a blink of an eye. Gu Yan was restrained by Sue, and at the same time a long sword was placed on Gu Yan's neck. Sue, what are you doing? Such a situation directly aroused the angry glares of the other invigilators. Let me go, or I'll kill him. Looking at the hostage in his hand, Sue felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Don't be impulsive. If there is anything, we can talk it out. Huang Lai barely suppressed his anxiety and tried to persuade Su Wei. No one could have imagined that Su Wei was so bold that he even dared to hold the Invigilator hostage. The other Invigilators looked at Gu Yan and couldn't help but exclaim that he was careless. The battle against the King of the Forest consumed so much energy, and at this time Su Wei suddenly attacked and was really in trouble. Stand still. Look at the 8 Invigilators in front of you. Su Wei said this viciously, and retreated into the depths of the forest with Gu Yan. No one dared to chase after Gu Yan as they watched him being taken away, because no one could guarantee that Gu Yan would not be harmed. That's all. 10 minutes later, in a relatively quiet forest, Su Wei released his restraints on Yi Tian. Invigilator Gu, thank you very much. Looking at the masked man in front of him, Su Wei pursed his lips and sighed in his heart. Although this Invigilator was one of the main people who ruined his plan, but from another perspective, he was just sticking to his duties as an Invigilator. In the situation just now, he took such a big risk and sacrificed himself in order to let Su Wei leave. Thinking of this, Su Wei was a little moved. Only the emotion written on his face has not yet been fully revealed. With a snap sound, a blood-red palm print appeared on half of Su Wei's face. Su Wei was stunned. Just then, Yi Tian slapped himself in the face and said with a tone of disappointment, "Look at what you did? You have a contracted beast as good as the Forest King, yet you take such a huge risk to kill someone who can be dealt with at any time. Can't you be a little more cautious? The Forest King is your contracted beast, and you didn't tell me in advance. If you had told me in advance, would I have tried to stop you?" As he spoke, Yi Tian revealed a disappointed look like a senior. "Now that the whole world knows about your affairs, how do you want me to explain to the Deputy City Lord? I had high hopes for you to win the top spot. Not only did I have people take care of you, I even boasted about you to the top in front of the other Invigilators. Who could have imagined that you would mess up such a good game?" He sighed heavily. Yi Tian waved his hand at Su Wei and said, "Go away. Just think that I am blind and have mistaken you." In this conversation, Su Wei, who was originally furious because of the slap, lowered his head silently. Faced with Yi Tian's scolding, he not only lost his anger, but instead felt a sense of guilt and touched in his heart. Su Wei did not expect that Invigilator Gu would have such high hopes for him. However, he should also have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Otherwise, why would Supervisor Gu take such a big risk to rescue him? Thinking of this, Su Wei looked at Yi Tian with the slap mark on his face. "Invigilator Gu, just wait and see, I won't let you down." With a determined look in his eyes, Su Wei turned and left, watching the man leave silently. Yi Tian, standing in place, rubbed his hands. Chapter 234 Pulling off the mask. If Yi Tian did not intervene, according to normal procedures, Su Wei would indeed be put in jail. Only Yi Tian, who understood the original plot, knew it very clearly. At this point in time, Su Wei is a jinxed. It is not a good thing to make a contract with the King of the Forest. As the previous king of the Beastman clan, the new king would never allow it to live, so even though the King of the Forest escaped so far, there were still several absolutely powerful beastmen chasing after him. That's exactly the reason in the original novel, the disaster involving tens of thousands of candidates would only occur in Forest 007 when several beast generals arrived. The beast general's target is Su Wei, who is contracted with the King of the Forest. That is, when Su Wei encountered a fatal threat, Huang Lai died to save him. Now the words. The situation is different now. Su Wei has become a criminal and no one cares whether he is in danger or not. In addition, even if the King of the Forest was taken into the system space by Yi Tian, he was isolated from everything. But on Su Wei, there was still the aura of the contract. For humans, these tiny breaths may not mean anything, but for the ferocious beasts, it is absolutely clear. This is the real reason why Yi Tian helped Su Wei out of trouble. Putting him in prison is actually a form of protection for him. Only by letting him go will he have the opportunity to get close to those top-level ferocious beasts that are hunting down the King of the Forest. At this point, Yi Tian has made some plans. Eyes slightly closed. Ji Yuyan's consciousness returned to his body. System, have you conquered the King of the Forest? As soon as he returned, Gu Yan felt an indescribable surprise. Originally thought Yi Tian would be best off killing the King of the Forest, but unexpectedly, the system directly showed him such an incredible operation. Ding! The system has taken action. The host has consumed 5,000 points so far. Adding interest and combining it with the points owed previously, the host's current points are minus 14,000. Yi Tian's businesslike voice immediately silenced Gu Yan, but then he also felt a little relieved. Ding! The host arranged for Su Wei and Longsha to cooperate. which led to a complete intensification of the conflict between the two sides. Mortal enemies, reward points, 3,000. Ding. The host consumes points and asks the system to take action, forcing the king of the forest to break away from the protagonist Sue, while at the same time causing him to suffer severe injuries in Fallen Realm. Reward points, 5,000. Host's current points are minus 6,000. The points are still negative, however. Guyen now finds it much more pleasing to the eye. When Guyen returned to where the invigilators gathered. On the way, he also encountered several invigilators who tried to sneak up on him and look for an opportunity to rescue him. Seeing Guyen is fine, several invigilators breathed a sigh of relief. Sue's scolding inevitably intensified. Not long, it was noon. The wanted criminal Sue has been officially entered into the criminal database of the Tsangkong main city and the 9 security zones on the ground. For a time, wanted posters for Sue appeared in all major cities. What shocked countless people was Dai in the hospital. After receiving treatment and waking up, Long Zhao's first action after learning the whole story was is to increase funds for the wanted case of Sue. Anyone who provides information on Sue's whereabouts and his subordinates will be rewarded with 1 million. Whoever kills Sue will be rewarded with 1 billion. It is an unprecedented reward. One could even feel Long Zhao's rage from it. Yes, the beast taming space is ruined, and I will be a useless person for the rest of my life. How can such a blood feud go unrevenged? All of a sudden, all the bounty hunters hiding everywhere took action. As the protagonist of the incident, Sue was completely unaware of this. He is now in a cave. Next to him was a disheveled old man. The old man is obviously an old devil. Seeing Sue's current appearance, the old devil couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand it at all. How could he have such a bright future? Disciple, who on earth made you look like this? Tell me, and I will destroy that thing for you. While speaking, the dark aura from the old devil, like a dead spring, continued to rise. The master is by my side. In this situation, Sue did not hide anything. With a lot of aggrieved feeling, he told the old devil everything that had happened. After listening to the apprentice's description, a cruel look flashed in the old devil's eyes from time to time. Some of the younger students who are invigilating the exams have become so arrogant. That invigilator Gu, even though he rescued you in the end, he's not a good person either. As he spoke, the old devil strode out of the cave. I will go kill those 8 invigilators right now, and castrate the remaining one as the price for his unruly act of killing the Beast King. Sue thought about it and didn't say anything to stop him. Only just when the old devil appeared at the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, the situation suddenly changes. Under the swirling dark clouds, ferocious beasts of various shapes appeared nearby. Ancient Ting Snake, Earth Demon Tree, 9-headed Ice Dragon, Each of these ferocious beasts carries an extremely powerful aura. Even in human literature, there are many books, and there is a separate book that records these existences. They are the generals among the trillions of beasts, and are the most top-notch ferocious beasts except for the Beast King. The growth stages of ferocious beasts, contracted beasts. It is divided into childhood, growth, maturity, perfection and divine beast stages. These ferocious beasts, which have lived for more than 100 years, are all in their perfect stage. Coupled with their S-level quality, they are completely comparable to high-level beast-taming masters. When this happened in the eyes of the old devil and Sue, even the old devil found it difficult to remain calm among humans. The old devil might be either the first or the second, but compared with the strong beastmen, he is not that impressive. Roar. In the sky, the 9-headed ice dragon roared first. Then, a puppet-like human, controlled by the earth demon tree on the ground, spoke stiffly. Human, hand over, the king of the forest. If you don't, hand it in, you'll die. Forest number 007. Around 4 p.m. Sue's crime and escape in the morning is still the talk of the town. Since the candidates had no way to connect to the internet during the martial arts exam, they did not know any information related to Sue. Therefore, the military examination is still proceeding smoothly. In the sweltering rainforest, Duanmu Mingyue swept the short blade in his hand across the back of a crocodile's neck, and with a light somersault, he crossed the mud and landed on a small open space with his long legs. I glanced at the standings, ranked firmly in the top 100. Maybe it's good, but in Duanmu Mingyue's opinion, it's not enough. She wanted to surpass Long Xiao in this assessment and couldn't give him any excuse to get close to her. Why do this? When this self-doubt arose in her mind, Duanmu Mingyue first thought of that man. He stole my first kiss and died without even a single reply. He has no sense of responsibility at all. Looking at the mottled setting sun under the dense layers of leaves, Duanmu Mingyue's eyes turned red from beginning to end. She never got over Guyan's death. Look at the man next to you. She knew very well that Sue was in jail yesterday. He was a scum. As for Long Xiao, he had no feelings for her at all and only treated her as a tool for marriage. Duanmu Mingyue saw through it to eye. In the end, there was only Gu Yan, a man who could die for her, but when the mind is empty, Duanmu Mingyue suddenly noticed some strange noises nearby. She turned her head and frowned slightly, her lips parted. Proctor, there are so many students, why are you following me all the time? In the woman's eyes, it was an invigilator wearing a mask. Guess why I've been following you? Gu Yan's voice deliberately sounded a little weird, but this weirdness sounds a bit vulgar at first glance. Duanmu Mingyue frowned tightly. Teacher, please be aware of your identity. If you do anything inappropriate, the camera behind me will capture it clearly. Camera? Gu Yan glanced at the small thing hanging in the air behind Duanmu Mingyue. Every candidate is equipped with this thing, which is indeed a useful tool to reduce accidents. You've miscalculated. I have already blocked the live broadcast of your camera. As he spoke, Gu Yan slowly walked towards Duanmu Mingyue. You. Suddenly looking at the man in front of him, whose true nature seemed to be completely exposed, a trace of fear flashed in Duanmu Mingyue's eyes. The existence of the invigilator is far beyond her ability to fight against. What on earth do you want to do? Take a half step back. Duanmu Mingyue's silver teeth were almost broken. You'll know soon. With a breeze, Gu Yan came directly in front of the woman. With a push of her hands, the woman took another half step back and leaned against a big tree. Madman! If you dare to touch me, my Duanmu family will tear you into pieces. Your relatives and friends will be slaughtered by my Duanmu family. So cruel? You want to murder your own husband? Gu Yan said, pulling off his mask and revealing an evil smile. This moment Duanmu Mingyue, who was still cursing madly, widened her eyes slightly and fell silent. Chapter 235, Poisonous Swamp. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the face so close before her, Duanmu Mingyue said in a trembling voice, Gu Yan? Next breath. Whoop! The woman's soft and tender mouth was bitten by a domineering mouth. For a moment, Duanmu Mingyue's mind went blank. This familiar feeling. After a little shy struggle, the woman loosened her clenched fists and gradually responded. A few minutes later, instead, Gu Yan coughed and broke free from the octopus-like woman who had taken the initiative. At the same time, the system's voice appeared in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully captured the number 1 heroine, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 points. The host currently has 4,000 points. Su Wei's luck has decreased by 20%, and the current luck value is 35%. You are not dead. Why didn't you show up earlier if you were not dead? Do you know how much I missed you? Looking at Gu Yan, Duanmu Mingyue had tears in her eyes. Gu Yan touched his mouth and said, why do I remember that you wanted to break off the engagement with me not long ago? Hearing this, Duanmu Mingyue's cheeks became hot, and she hit Gu Yan lightly. Bad. The woman's brows were relaxed beneath her black hair, her clear eyes were no longer heavy, but more lively. Under her delicate nose, there was a striking kiss mark on her soft lips. Leaning over the alluring scene, Gu Yan put his arms around the woman's waist. Duanmu Mingyue looked at Gu Yan's eyes, and seemed to have thought of what was going to happen next. A little nervous, but when this charming atmosphere continues to intensify, boom! Roar! In the distant sky, a loud noise erupted, loud enough to shock the entire forest. The loud noise instantly attracted the attention of everyone in Forest 007. In that far-reaching and invisible area, few people can vaguely see it. A young man, holding a weak old man, was sitting on the back of a powerful flying contract beast, rapidly leaping over a distance that he is running for his life. If someone has better eyesight, they can find it. 1,000 meters behind this young man, there were 5 super ferocious beasts, one after another, chasing him relentlessly. The person who escaped was Su Wei. At this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. He could never have imagined that those beast generals would come to him because of the king of the forest. He has already said it clearly, the king of the forest has been killed. No matter how hard you push him, he won't give you the king of the forest. But the truth spoken by Su Wei became a lie to deceive the 5 beast generals. According to the thinking of the 5 beast generals, even if the king of the forest was seriously injured, it must have kept a trump card. It might take all 5 of them to kill it. Su Wei's lie was too clumsy. It's a pity that they can't access the internet, otherwise the situation would be different. Above the towering trees, clouds, and mist are lingering. Su Wei could feel that the green-scaled dragon eagle under his seat had increased its speed to the extreme. Looking at the old devil in his arms, his condition can only be described as dying. With the combined strength of the 5 beast generals, the old devil had absolutely no ability to fight back. It was just a few minutes of fighting. Of the old devil's 4 contracted beasts, 3 were so severely injured that they had to return to the beast controlling space. The only thing that Su Wei could be thankful for was that the old devil's blue-scaled dragon eagle was still in good condition. This contracted beast, known for its speed, could barely keep a distance from the beast general level beings behind it. But now, this is only temporary. What Su Wei wants is to completely get rid of those guys behind him. Think of this. Su Wei couldn't help but clench his fists a little tighter. Before, he could have sought help from the main city of Changqiong and the Invigilators in this dangerous situation, but now, just his current identity, and if he went to the main city of Sankong in such a high-profile manner, I'm afraid those people would not only not save him, but might even capture him and hand him over to the beast generals. At this point, Su Wei finally felt some regret. I regretted standing up when the king of the forest was about to be killed. If he had hidden himself at that time, even if he would have suffered a huge backlash, at least he would not have become a fugitive. If you encounter this situation, you can also run towards the crowd, but now, it's no use. In the current situation, he had no idea how to break the impasse. Critical moment. Instead, the old devil, who was almost unconscious in Su Wei's arms, forced his eyes open and said to the green scale dragon eagle sitting below, "Go to the poisonous miasma swamp." Poisonous swamp? Su Wei knew what that place was. If you say the forests on the surface world are forbidden areas for humans, and the poisonous swamps are forbidden areas for all creatures in the surface forests, that's the only place where we can get rid of those guys behind us. Straightening up slightly, the old devil was already using up his own essence to barely keep himself from passing out. Su Wei said nothing more. You can only hope that you were lucky enough. With the target direction, the speed of the green scale dragon eagle suddenly increased to a higher level. Like the sight of a meteorite in the sky, it always attracts people's attention. Not long in the eyes of most people, the giant bird that looked like a meteor crashed into the restricted area in the south, the poisonous miasma swamp. Roar. The 5 beast generals chased them out of the poisonous swamp in just a breath. Only, but they all stopped outside this poisonous swamp. They entered the poisonous miasma swamp. They will surely die. Do you want to go in and take a look? As long as we don't go too deep, we should be able to do it. Don't take the risk. From ancient times to the present, no living creature has ever emerged alive, except for those that live in the poisonous miasma swamp. After a brief exchange, the 5 beast general level contracted beasts did not choose to enter the poisonous miasma swamp. But they didn't leave either. Instead, he stayed where he was. Although it is believed that Su Wei and the old devil are doomed to die, there is still the king of the forest. As long as the scent of the king of the forest remains, they will not leave easily. Shake them off. In the thick poisonous miasma, Su Wei looked behind him and felt excited. The old devil next to him didn't look relaxed at all. Although there are no pursuers behind, the danger still exists, just in a different form. Suddenly, the old devil's eyes suddenly focused. Be careful. With a roar, the old devil controlled his remaining little strength and instantly condensed a blood-red protective shield. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next moment, dense and strange cries emerged from the poisonous miasma. Following the loud noise, Su Wei looked over and his scalp exploded. Just see, the poisonous miasma that could be seen was completely occupied by palm-sized pale green monster insects. Poisonous miasma monster insect. See, this is a social creature that only exists in the poisonous miasma swamp. 100 poisonous miasma monster insects can devour a mature B+ level ferocious beast. There are at least tens of thousands of poisonous and strange insects in front of us. Completion. Chapter 236 Kidnapping Tianxia. The setting sun sets and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Today's martial arts exam is a challenge for all candidates. For forest number 007, it was even more of a baptism. When the time came to the last 10 minutes, the candidates' fight for scores had reached a white-hot stage. On the list at this time, first 10.9 of them are seeded players from the 9 safe zones, and first, it is a name that is relatively unfamiliar to many people, Duanmu Mingyue. Compared with the second place Su Sanxiao, Duanmu Mingyue's score was a full 100 points higher. Converted into ferocious beasts, this is equivalent to 10 mature B-level ferocious beasts. With such a gap, the first place position is unquestionable. In the main city of Suncheon, Jiuyan, Wang Datong, and other invigilators also returned to their seats at this time. Then they went to their respective seats. Wang Datong was surrounded by a group of reporters. The unimaginable and horrific method of tying up the king of the forest with one move would probably take up 100 issues of newspapers to describe the king of the forest, the greatest scourge of mankind for decades. finally died at the hands of 9 invigilators. If nothing unexpected happens, the death of the Forest King will completely shape 9 extremely powerful invigilators. This is history. Time passes by every second. At 12 o'clock in the evening, with millions of people watching, the second martial arts test ended with the host's announcement, final. According to the ratings on the leaderboard, 1,000 people successfully advanced. The number 1 Duanmu Mingyu has undoubtedly completely entered people's field of vision. At the same time, in the hospital, Long Xiao, covered in bandages, seeing this result, his already despairing eyes were filled with deep resentment. The first place is not him, and it cannot be him. Su Wei. In the blink of an eye, when Long Xiao thought of the person who had hurt him to this point, there was only extreme hatred in his eyes. He must kill this man. In the main city. Ji Yuyan saw Duanmu Mingyu from afar. At this moment, her face was full of smiles and she was surrounded by people from the Duanmu family. Didn't bother. Ji Yuyan lifted the mask on his face and walked silently down the stage. Where are you going? Huang Lai beside him glanced at Gu Yan. Something happened temporarily. But there will be a meeting later. Those 2 adults, the 2 adults Huang Lai mentioned, were the patriarch of the Sun family and the patriarch of the Duanmu family, 2 great masters of beast taming. It was obvious that the only thing to be discussed at the meeting was the king of the forest. You all know what I know, so it won't be a problem for the meeting if I'm not there. Gu Yan's words made Huang Lai open his mouth, not knowing what to say. Then remember to be there for the final martial arts exam the day after tomorrow. Huang Lai added this at the end. The day after tomorrow, it was the final of the martial arts exam, with 2 teams competing against each other to determine the top 100, top 10, top 3, and the top scorer. On the dim street. In front of Gu Yan was an unfolding system light screen. A system task: kidnapping Tianxie. Description: Tianxie is one of Su Wei's strongest trump cards. Now that Su Wei is not with Tianxie, the threat level of Tianxie existing alone has dropped to the lowest level. It is recommended that the host tie up Tianxie at this critical time and completely remove one of Su Wei's trump cards. Mission failed. Host's vulgarity increased by 100%. Mission successful. The host's contracted beasts, the Skyfire chicken and the Nether Spring duck, have their overall growth stage raised by 1 level. Mission time limit: 2 hours. The reason why Gu Yan left early was largely because of this task of the system. If it weren't for the reminder of the system task, he almost forgot the existence of Tianxie. Whether it is the reward for a successful mission or a great help in dealing with Su Wei, he has no reason to ignore Tianxie. However, in Gu Yan's opinion, if he relies on himself to deal with Tianxie, there will undoubtedly be many uncertainties. Taking out his cell phone, Gu Yan made a call. Hello? Who is this? Sun Hui's slightly puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Who are you? Gu Yan, Gu Yan. What? Sun Hui's voice suddenly rose with anger. Brother Gu has been dead for 7 days, and you are pretending to be him in front of me? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ji Yuyan patiently said, within 10 minutes, bring the strongest experts you can muster to Area 98, Class A Street. This tone and gesture made Sun Hui on the other end of the phone stunned. Are you really Brother Gu? You'll know once you bring someone here. There was no time to chat, so Gu Yan hung up the phone. Then he made a second call. He is the eldest son of the Zhong family in the main city of Sankong. 4 calls were made in succession. Not long. 3 people arrived on the dark street. From a distance, through the slanted shadows and the light, one could see that the people coming were 2 old men and a fat man. Brother Gu. Wu Dun, the eldest son of the Wu family, was filled with excitement on his fat face when he saw Gu Yan on the street. You're really still alive. Wu Dun was still deeply moved by the scene where Gu Yan risked his life to save him on the edge of the main city. 2 high-level beast masters. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly after looking at the 2 people behind Wu Dun. How's it going? Brother Gu, you said you wanted to bring strong men, so I directly invited the 2 great priests of our Wu family. Isn't that quite loyal? Wu Dun said proudly, Brother Gu, if you need anything, you can use it at will. It's not that I need anything. Gu Yan smiled, and then said, I discovered the real culprit behind your kidnapping, and asked everyone to take revenge. The real culprit who kidnapped us, another voice emerged. Ji Yuyan and Wu Dun turned their heads and saw that the person coming was the long-haired young master of the Zhong family. Zhong saw that he brought with him 2 intermediate beast masters and 1 advanced beast master. That alien robot? Zhong Sa asked with a puzzled look, isn't that guy in jail? Yesterday, almost everyone knew about Tianxia's imprisonment. He's already been released from prison. Out of prison? Joan Saw looked surprised, but did not doubt Gu Yan's words. That's perfect. Lifting her hair, Joan Saw glared fiercely. The kidnapping of this young master must be avenged by this young master. A few minutes later, Duanmu Xuankui and Sun Hui arrived one after another. Both of them were extremely excited that Gu Yan was still alive. It is worth mentioning, Sun Hui directly pulled over the head of the Sun family, his father. This really made Gu Yan stiffen a little. Where's the guy who escaped from prison? Let's take care of him as soon as possible. I have a meeting to attend. The head of the Sun family looked at his watch. Even without revealing a single word of the beast tamer's aura, the offerings from the other families were frightened like little lambs. Follow me. Gu Yan did not delay. Moonlight streamed into the room. On the display screen in front of Tianxie were a series of surveillance views. Ever since Su Wei took the invigilator Gu hostage and escaped, Tianxie has never used the camera to capture Su Wei's location again. Its intuition told it that its master Su Wei must be in a very dangerous situation. Unfortunately, it couldn't even find Su Wei. Looks like I have to go out and look for it. He stood up feeling somewhat depressed. Tianxie has never had a peaceful day because of his master Su Wei. He casually picked up the black robe beside him, put it on, walked to the door. Bang! The sturdy door was suddenly kicked open by a foot. A moment. A large group of people rushed into the room and surrounded Tianxie. Chapter 237. 5% of the protagonists luck: 1 Grand Beastmaster, 5 Senior Beastmasters, and 4 Intermediate Beastmasters. This is a lineup that can even lead to rebellion. There is absolutely no room for change in the ending of Tianxie. Bang! Tianxia, who was tied tightly with a chain, fell to the ground. The Sun family patriarch patted the non-existent dust on his hands and said, "Remember to hand it over to the City Guard Bureau after you've exacted your revenge." After leaving these words, the head of the Sun family left first because he had a meeting. The situation went more smoothly than Gu Yan expected, but Gu Yan didn't know. If he had not been caught yesterday, Tianxie would have been subdued. But it would not have been so easy. Most of Tianxia's methods benefit from the various technological weapons it is equipped with. After being captured by the city guards yesterday, most of the advanced technology on it was taken away, leaving only a black robe. Looking at the heavenly machine on the ground, Gu Yan turned to ask Tian Dao, "System, should this be considered as completing the mission?" "It's not enough." "Not enough?" Gu Yan frowned. "Kill it like I killed the king of the forest. That's it, simple." After this brief exchange between Gu Yan and Yi Tian, Wu Dun in the room was already walking straight towards Tianxi and kicked him hard. Before the kick landed, Gu Yan pulled Wu Dun away and said, "Let me do it." Oh, look at Gu Yan. The next moment, the people around took a deep breath. They could see an icy water dragon swirling around Gu Yan. "Brother Gu, are you going to use martial arts?" Tianxi's eyes, which were flickering with a faint blue light, flickered much more frequently. It could feel how powerful the move used by the person in front of it was. That's enough to destroy it. "My mission hasn't been completed yet. Is it going to end?" Tianxi wanted to break free from the chains on his body, but there was no way at all. Fundus water dragon zooms in. Final a boom. With a dragon's roar, the entire floor was penetrated and everything was annihilated. No more? Everyone looked at Gu Yan. Wu Dun, "Brother Gu, you're a bit angry." "Sun Hui, well done. You offended our 4 young masters in the main city, and you're being put in jail. This is the fate you'll receive." Ding hosts mission completed, rewards distributed. As expected, the system's voice appeared in Gu Yan's mind. While Yi Tian was broadcasting, Gu Yan could feel the drastic changes in his beast taming space. Looking inward, the beast controlling space, which was already quite large, seemed to have been transformed from a villa into a farm at this moment. In the huge beast controlling space, the youthful and immature expressions of the heavenly fire divine chicken and the nether spring divine duck have completely disappeared. The aura emanating from the whole body. He is completely comparable to a great beast tamer who doesn't use contracted beasts. This is not the end yet. 2 SSS level contracted beasts entered maturity at the same time. The power that comes back is constantly raising Gu Yan's level of strength. Gu Yan is now a high-level beastmaster. If it rises further, what level will it be? Boom! A muffled sound erupted from within his body, followed by a hurricane of air sweeping past. Grand Master of Beast Taming, the 17th existing Grand Master of Beast Taming. "Gu Yan, have you made a breakthrough?" Duanmu Xuankui was the first to notice that something was wrong with Gu Yan. "Yes, a high-level beastmaster," Gu Yan said casually. "Awesome." No one doubted it. Ding, the host has removed the protagonist Suwei's trump card. Suwei's protagonist's luck has dropped by 20%, and the current protagonist's luck is 5%. Host obtains 10,000 points, currently has 14,000 points. Another 10,000 points, including the previous ones. This can be said to be the day with the most points earned by Gu Yan since he obtained the system. And look at the protagonist Suwei's luck value. Gu Yan pondered for a moment after he and Mingyue confirmed their relationship. Suwei deducted 20% of his luck value, the heavenly device was removed and another 20% was deducted. Then Suwei should still have 15% luck value, but it shows 5%, which means that today, Suwei has lost an additional 10% of his luck value. What caused the overdraft? The dark surface world, poisonous swamp. A ruined building half exposed on the swamp, full of traces of time, under construction. The old devil laughed strangely. Good disciple, we are so lucky. This is the inheritance tomb of Grandmaster Black Cloud. We are rich. Grandmaster Black Cloud, the Grandmaster of beast taming who was the closest to an extraordinary beast tamer in human history, he is regarded as the #1 beastmaster by countless descendants. No matter how hard the old devil tried, he would never have thought that he would find the inheritance of this legendary beastmaster in the poisonous swamp. Suwei also had a slightly surprised smile on his face. Only for some unknown reason, Suwei always felt an indescribable sense of depression in his heart. It's like I've lost something extremely important. This feeling. He had also experienced this a few hours ago when he was avoiding the pursuit of the 5 beast generals. With inexplicable good luck, he escaped the siege of tens of thousands of poisonous miasma and strange insects, and he had that feeling again, and now, this stuffy feeling is even stronger, making him irritable and uneasy. Disciple, go in and take a look. This is a great opportunity. If we take it, it will be enough to get out of the poisonous miasma swamp. Yeah. He suppressed the irritation in his heart. Suwei thought that the current great inheritance was the most important thing. Chapter 238, Invigilator Gu. Don't worry Gu family. I in the moon viewing pavilion of the manor. Gu Yan has been looking at the 14,000 points on the system screen for quite some time. Grandmaster of beast taming. Not long ago, he was a useless man with his beast controlling space completely destroyed. And no matter what posture he was in when dreaming, it was impossible for him to dream of the current scene. System, how many points are needed to contract the 4th contracted beast? The host can view the 4th chapter of the book, The Mysterious Contracted Beast. The 4th chapter. Gu Yan took out the book that he first obtained from the system. For any beast master, every contracted beast is extremely important. As for the 4th contracted beast, one must be even more cautious. Thinking that the system had made arrangements here, Gu Yan also felt quite excited. 3,000 points consumed. Chapter 4 unlocked. When the book was opened, the portrait that came into Gu Yan's eyes was a pig with its nostrils facing him. Name, Lala level, SSS skills, cooking, 3-child strategy, 100%. Imprisonment growth level, perfect. It is actually the perfect level of growth stage. Just this point alone moved Gu Yan. This grade, coupled with the perfect growth level, can be said to be no weaker than the king of the forest in his prime, even stronger. The host only needs to spend 11,000 points to conclude a contract with this contracted beast. Gu Yan, let me think about it. Late at night. Jiyu Shanhe and other great beastmasters returned to the main city of Sangxiong, but none of them went home. Instead, the first thing he did after returning to the main city of Sankong was to rush to the city lord's mansion to hold a meeting overnight. System, is the beast tide coming? On the bed. Jiyu Yan played with the super net hamster. The hurried state of those great beastmasters made him think of a lot. The day after tomorrow. Yi Tian's answer was concise and to the point. Jiyu Yan took a deep breath. Then how long can we humans hold on? 10 days, maybe even less. Only 10 days? Hearing this, Gu Yan's heart tightened. It seemed that the situation was far more serious than he thought. System, is there any way to stop it? Yi Tian, host, you can think of a solution yourself. If I am gone one day, I can't continue to answer for you. Gu Yan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Not here yet, you just want to cheat me for points. Tell me how many points you want and tell me how to do it. Yi Tian, 1,000. Gu Yan has become accustomed to deducting points. Then Yi Tian replied, as long as the points are enough, all problems can be solved. This answer is tantamount to nonsense, however. It did strengthen Guyan's determination to earn points. The source of points still comes from Su Wei. The next day, about the beast tide, except for the great beast masters and a few high-ranking officials, the people below were kept in the dark. To avoid panic, the only option at this time is to conceal it after the second martial arts exam for the beast tamer. Today is a day for all candidates to rest and adjust. The white cloud seemed to be within reach for people in the main city of Suncheon. The peaceful time was completely broken by a strong air raid alarm. Woo 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 woo. The muffled and loud sound caused countless people in the main city of Suncheon to look up at the sky in panic. The rolling dark clouds were visibly approaching the main city of Suncheon. As the black cloud completely arrived above the main city of Suncheon, the terrifying presence contained in the black cloud also came directly into people's sight, near ancient Tang. Snake, Earth Demon Tree, Nine-Headed Ice Dragon, Undead Bone Dragon, Titan Bear, There are 5 ferocious beasts, the super ferocious beast that only exists in the restricted forest. How could they travel thousands of miles to get here? The arrival of the 5 top-level ferocious beasts undoubtedly posed a huge threat to everyone in the main city of Suncheon. Over 20 years, the main city of Suncheon has never encountered a situation like today. Whoosh, 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 in the main city of Suncheon. One after another, powerful figures rose into the sky like the stabilizing force of mankind. Standing directly in front of these 5 ferocious beasts, there are 6 people in total. They are the heads of the 5 major families in the main city of Suncheon, as well as the city lord. As soon as these 6 top human fighters appeared, the huge pressure on people's shoulders disappeared into nothingness. 5 generals of the beast tribe, you have come to our human territory without permission. Do you want to bear our wrath? Among 6 people, the middle-aged man in the lead had evil eyes. Ever since he learned yesterday that his son Long Xiao was crippled, he has been suppressing his rage. Now encountering these 5 beast generals who completely ignored humans, the middle-aged man's aura had reached a critical point. Meet 6 great beast masters. Although the 5 beast generals were not very afraid, they had restrained themselves a lot. The Earth Tree Demon controlled a puppet-like person and said, "Human, one of the people we're chasing has escaped here. Hand him over." You want us to hand over someone on our own territory? The questioning tone of the Sun family patriarch was very clear. You must hand it in. Get out. Otherwise I will smash you to pieces with one hammer. The head of the Zhong family didn't care at all as he was holding the hammer. Standing behind them are tens of millions of people from the entire Suncheon main city. Their attitude towards the beast general must be tough. As these words came out of the mouth of the head of the Zhong family, the puppet in front of the Earth Tree Demon was instantly shattered. The atmosphere between the two sides was extremely solemn, into a standoff. Final realizing that they had no advantage in terms of combat power, the 5 beast generals could only choose to leave with cold eyes. It was also after the 5 beast generals left, cheers erupted from the main city of Suncheon. Everyone was excited that the heads of the various families worked together to intimidate and repel the 5 beast generals, and watched the 5 beasts fly away. The city lord and other family heads all frowned. The 5 beast generals chased one person to the main city of Suncheon. This may have some probability, but in the eyes of these senior executives, this is the beast tribe's test of humans on the eve of launching the beast tide. The new king of the beast tribe is very ambitious. The head of the Duanmu family side. It's just a piece of grass. If it comes, I will destroy it with a fire hammer. The head of the Zhong family was still furious. The other family heads smiled and were no longer so serious. The 5 beasts will chase people to the main city of Suncheon. This matter is undoubtedly the topic of discussion among most people in the main city of Suncheon today. That night. Everyone's topic returned to the final martial arts exam tomorrow. On the street illuminated by orange lights. Guyan looked at the prompt on the system page and put on his mask silently. It didn't take long to walk. In front, 2 people, one old and one young, appeared in front of Guyan, who was wearing a mask. Looking at these 2 people, Guyan narrowed his eyes slightly. These 2 people were Su Wei and the old devil he had never seen before. Gu, the Invigilator. Su Wei looked at Guyan with a hint of respect in his eyes. He still remembered that the Invigilator had deliberately taken him hostage yesterday in order to protect him from leaving. Looking at the sincere gaze of his enemy in front of him, Guyan couldn't bear it. System, you should do it. After saying this, Guyan consciously released his second personality. In a breath. Yetion took control of this body. Looking at the front naturally, Yetion showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Wei? Why did you come to the main city of Suncheon? Aren't you afraid of being caught? When these words appeared, Su Wei was moved unexpectedly. Supervisor Gu was worried about whether he would be caught. Invigilator Gu, I took the risk to come to you because I have something to ask of you. It's completely the tone of a younger generation speaking to an older generation. What's the matter? Yi Tian looked patient. This look also made the old devil on the side nod slightly in approval. I need a place for the exam. Su Wei stated his purpose. After thinking about it, I realized that only you can help me. Are there any candidates? Yi Tian asked hurriedly, are you crazy? How many times have you been to jail? Do you still want to take the exam? I want to be the top scorer. Su Wei said with a determined look, I remember that the top scorer has an exemption. As long as I pass the exam and become the top scholar, all the sins I committed before can be completely erased. Are you sure you have the ability to become the top scorer? Yi Tian asked the question at the right time. These words instantly made Su Wei smile. Boom. The momentum is high. At this moment, Su Wei released the aura of an intermediate beastmaster. It is hard to imagine that after being severely injured yesterday and regressing to the intermediate beast tamer master level, he can now reach the intermediate beast tamer grandmaster level. However, if he had not been demoted to an intermediate beastmaster yesterday, he would probably have reached a higher level by now. It's actually a mid-level beastmaster. Yi Tian was shocked. Invigilator Gu, please. I only need one spot. I won't reveal a single detail in tomorrow's martial arts exam. When I finally win the top spot, that will be the moment to fully demonstrate my abilities. Okay. Yi Tian nodded. I am very optimistic about you. I hope you won't let me down again. Invigilator Gu, don't worry, I will be the first one. Chapter 239. Letter Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction as Su Wei spoke with such confidence. There is one more thing I hope Supervisor Gu can do for me. What's the matter? Yi Tian looked at Su Wei in front of him with expectation. I have a grudge against the only son of the Gu family. Su Wei's eyes flashed with cruelty. He stole my woman and put me in jail. He is a completely despicable villain. I hope he can be my opponent in tomorrow's Beast Tamer exam. I will take revenge with my own hands. Because Long Shao has been abolished now, in Su Wei's eyes, Gu Yan, the guy who has never appeared, is the target of his remaining hatred. That's easy. You'll definitely see him tomorrow. Yi Tian didn't hesitate at all. Su Wei was deeply moved by the decisive attitude, met a noble person. Invigilator Gu, see you tomorrow. When I become the top scorer, I will definitely not forget you. Su Wei, having gotten what he wanted, said a few words and left solemnly. Looking at Su Wei's back, Yi Tian's face showed calmness. System, if I kill Su Wei, will the points I can get be extremely high? After returning to his original form, Gu Yan asked Yi Tian. Gu Yan heard clearly that Su Wei wanted to deal with him. It just so happened that Gu Yan had never thought of letting go of the guy who had poisoned him. In response to the host's question, Yi Tian affirmed, the host can indeed obtain extremely high points, enough to contract the fifth contracted beast. The fifth contracted beast, that's the symbol of an extraordinary beast master. Thinking of this, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Then he asked, after Su Wei dies, what other ways can I earn points? Yi Tian was silent for a moment. Once Su Wei dies, the host will not be able to use the points anymore. Can't use points? You charge for asking a question, so how can you not use points? Gu Yan caught this sentence and vented the resentment in his heart. As long as the host looks carefully, he can find the answers to his questions himself. What's wrong with you? These past 2 days. Gu Yan was a little surprised by the system's answer. I in the system space. Yi Tian listened to Gu Yan's questions without responding. The other side. Su Wei was wrapped tightly looking at the wanted posters with his face depicted on them on the walls of the streets. He frowned and returned to his residence with the old devil. Just came in. Su Wei staggered. This door. A huge hole seemed to tell him that his family had suffered some kind of terrorist attack. Su Wei walked around the hole and into the house. Tianxia, the home robot, is no longer here. Something happened. Beside him, the old devil keenly sensed the cruelty in the traces of the battle. Could it be that he was arrested because of his wanted list? Su Wei had no idea. It was at this moment that Su Wei accidentally caught a glimpse of a note on the table in the living room. Pick up the note on the table. I am Tian Shi, no longer your servant. I have nothing to say to you, a fool. The content on the note made Su Wei's eyes twitch. Tianxi? He couldn't understand why this servant dared to leave him such a note. You actually betrayed me. The note shattered, and Su Wei felt depressed and angry. I will find you back sooner or later. Su Wei was so angry that he didn't notice that the handwriting on the note didn't match Tianxi's. Highly anticipated, the final round of the beast taming examination will still be held on time in the central urban area of the Sunkong main city, central area. Banners about the beast tamer examination were hung on the streets. The connecting center of all streets is a huge circular arena, Central Arena. Initially there were 500 small arenas. After each elimination round, the arenas will be connected in pairs until they are finally merged into a big arena for the championship battle. Whenever the Beast Tamer examination finals come, the popularity of this event reaches its peak. Seeing that everyone in the main city of Sunkong was immersed in it, the top leaders breathed a sigh of relief. At least no one had noticed the beast tide yet. 1,000 candidates, amidst the sound of passionate music, in front of the packed audience, they entered one by one. Su Wei, this is my current name. Among the 1,000 candidates, Su Wei, wearing a mask, looked at the personal information in his hand and said casually, in less than a day, my real name will be known to the whole world soon. The host took the stage and picked up the microphone. Today is the final round of the Beast Tamer examination, and it is also the day when our top scorer will be decided. Female host, as you can see, all 9 of our on-site invigilators are seated. I believe these 1,000 top students can perfectly interpret the style of their age. Oh-hoo! The audience cheered one after another. Obviously can't wait. When the official start time arrived, fireworks erupted from the largest outer circle of the 500 arenas. Under the gorgeous scenery, the candidates entered the venue one by one. Clear live broadcast images are broadcast simultaneously in various venues. In the hospital, Long Xiao looked sick, and even after the Long family spent a lot of resources to rescue him, he still didn't get much better. Looking at the live broadcast on the screen on the wall of the hospital, Long Xiao propped himself up and sat up with difficulty. I wonder if the top scorer will be Mingyue or Su Sanxiao. He sighed to himself. He only has the top pick in his mind, but now he can't even make it to the finals. Knock knock knock. The door of the ward was suddenly knocked by the bodyguard outside. Long Xiao took a look and said, come in. Young Master Long, there just came a letter from an unknown source, signed for you. The bodyguard held the envelope in his hand. What he said made Long Xiao's breathing slightly faster. Letter? Gazing, Long Xiao signaled the bodyguard to bring it. He slowly took out the letter paper. The information that came into his sight made Long Xiao's momentum suddenly rise. Su Wei is taking the Beast Tamer exam. Su Wei. Biting the name tightly, Long Xiao shouted to the bodyguard, call my dad. Chapter 240. Dial. City Guard Bureau. The central urban area of the main city, the Beastmaster examination has begun. The 2-on-1 competition unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. In front of Su Wei was a muscular man. At first glance, he looked to be at least 30 years old, but since the other party can take part in the Beast Tamer examination, he should be no older than 22. Little brother, you have such a fragile body that I can't bear to hurt you. The burly man's first words made Su Wei frown deeply. In this competition, you should just admit defeat, brother. After the exam is over, I will make it up to you tonight. This caused the veins on Su Wei's forehead to bulge out. It's such a coincidence. The opponent in the first game was a gay, which made him feel disgusted. Get out of here. Not even summoning the contracted beast. Su Wei dove forward and threw a punch with the sound of a tiger roaring and a dragon howling. After absorbing the inheritance of Grandmaster Black Cloud, the martial arts that Su Wei has learned are more than can be counted on one hand. Su Wei is at the intermediate level of Beastmaster. Although the other party is among the top 1,000 best candidates among the million candidates, there is still a big gap compared to Su Wei now. No surprise, the strong man was knocked out of the field by Su Wei's punch. Little brother, you're so strong. The strong man flew backwards on the stage, covering his chest with his hands, his face flushed. Listen to these words. Su Wei looked at the man, without any joy at all about his advancement. There was only a strong feeling of nausea in my heart. Su Wei ended the battle instantly. The outstanding performance attracted a lot of attention, however, as the other candidates quickly defeated their opponents. The audience's attention was distracted. Half an hour later, thousands of people competed, and in the end, only 500 advanced. As expected, all the seated players who were highly regarded by countless people advanced. The audience's cheers made Su Wei sneer in disdain. The martial arts examination was carried out in an orderly manner. As time goes by, the number of contestants remaining in the ring becomes fewer and fewer, and they become stronger and stronger. 500 to 250,000, 250 advances to 125, 125 to 63 until the end, advance to the top 8, the slanting light tells everyone the passage of time. There were 2 people standing on each of the 4 large arenas. These 8 people are the top 8 among the millions of candidates. Standing at this vantage point, you can look around the world and choose any Beastmaster University you like. Only for the 8 people who have rushed here, this is not the end in their minds. On the ring, Xavier, the seated player in safe zone number 008, looked at the masked candidate in front of him, his finger knife shooting out with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Su Wei? A poor student from a remote school can make it to the quarterfinals? Su Wei sneered, if a guy like you who never looks anyone in the eye can get here, why can't I? Are you pretending to be me? Xavier narrowed his eyes, although there was scrutiny in his eyes. Before entering the ring, he had already investigated this opponent who had easily defeated his enemies along the way from beginning to end. The powers displayed by this masked man are obviously not in line with his current identity. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat when he heard Xavier's words, however. He changed his mind and thought that it was Invigilator Gu standing behind him, and he regained his confidence. His identity was obtained by Supervisor Gu. Even if it was really exposed, as long as the real Su Wei came forward to explain it, it would be fine. After all, there are rules for the Beastmaster examination. If a candidate encounters any unavoidable major emergency during the examination, he or she may transfer the examination place with the consent of the Invigilator, although it was under Su Wei's name. In Su Wei's opinion, there was no need to worry about being exposed. Certainly, it cannot be exposed now. Only when he becomes the top scholar will he no longer need to hide his identity. So much nonsense. Calming himself down, Su Wei looked at Xavier coldly and directly opened his beast taming space. An ice anaconda, carrying icy pressure, slowly swam out. Thanks to the contract beast breeding plan originally given by Tianxia, the deep pond ice anaconda has now become a top-level contract beast of A+ grade. Interesting. Xavier's mouth widened into a grin. The ice anaconda in the deep pool swept across with its tail. Xavier's mouth, which had not yet fully opened, was thrown off the ring with a hint of stiffness. There is still a gap in previous years. A junior master of beast taming can basically take the top spot. As for Su Wei, the intermediate beast master, there was no one in the field who was strong enough to compete with him. Such a shocking change. It surprised a large number of viewers. In the Invigilator's seat. Gu Yan drank his tea. Slowly, after checking the time, he picked up the phone and dialed the City Security Bureau. Hello, this is the City Security Bureau. A slightly busy voice came from the phone. City Security Bureau, I want to report someone who viciously attacked a candidate. Without the candidate's permission and the Invigilator's knowledge, they took the candidate's personal information and used it to participate in the Beast Tamer exam. Is there such a thing? The public office staff on the phone were all shocked. Are there still such bold and presumptuous people in this day and age? It's absolutely true. The fake candidate is still in the examination room. Okay, got it. The city guard will be dispatched immediately. The solemn and serious voice on the phone was unambiguous. Chapter 241. Classmate, do we know each other? Su Wei didn't know that he had been reported that he is now standing on the huge stage where the top 4 will enter the final battle. Look at the remaining opponents. Gu Yan was not found. Supervisor Gu had said that he would arrange for Gu Yan to be with him. Why was Gu Yan obviously not here now? I was confused. The finals have already begun. But when he saw the opponent in front of him, a hint of arrogance appeared on Su Wei's face under the mask. Mingyue, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are even more beautiful now. Duanmu Mingyue frowned as the voice came out. Who are you? Do we know each other? Of course I know you. Su Wei said confidently, his eyes showing a hint of possessiveness. When I win the top prize, I will announce something very important to the whole world. Win the top spot? Do you think you can win now? Duanmu Mingyue felt an inexplicable disgust towards Su Wei's self-indulgent words, because of the lack of the protagonist's halo. Su Wei has no appeal to the heroine in the original novel. Isn't it normal to win your woman? Su Wei's face beneath the mask wore a smile. How about we make a bet? If I become the top scholar, you unconditionally promise me one thing. How about that? What a joke! Why would I bet with you? Duanmu Mingyue snorted coldly, and the beast taming space unfolded. Sue was stunned when he heard the woman refuse the bet. I don't make bets with strangers easily. You are worthy of being the woman I like. With a laugh, Sue's feet shook with a wave of air, and he appeared in front of Duanmu Mingyue in an instant. The opponent's swift action made Duanmu Mingyue's breath catch. She couldn't even catch the other person's position. Boom. It was still a quick and neat move. One move, just one move solved the problem of who got first place in the last martial arts exam. Sue's performance made the audience excited. Sue, who was in the center of the ring, opened his arms in ecstasy. All the cheers are because of him. This is the treatment he deserves. Halftime break. In the lounge, Sue met Gu Yan, who was wearing a mask. Proctor Gu, why are you here? Gu Yan, look at your current condition. The finals are coming soon. I'm fine. Sue nodded seriously. Well, I think it's not bad. Gu Yan said, took out a brick from his body and handed it to Sue. Invigilator Gu, what is this? Sue subconsciously took the brick and was puzzled. This is a powerful weapon, something I've always treasured. To give you a better chance of winning the finals, I'm lending it to you temporarily. Is this thing a powerful weapon? Sue weighed the brick. Don't underestimate it. You must bring it with you to the competition later, okay? I understand. Although he thought this thing would be of no use at all, Sue thought that it was a little token of his appreciation from Invigilator Gu, so he did not refuse. Well, play well. Gu Yan encouraged with a smile. Night falls. The final Beastmaster exam, the final battle for the top scorer, has begun. Dear audience, the final match of the Beast Tamer exam will be presented by our classmates Su Sanxiao and Sue. The host's voice was filled with strong excitement. It's not just the excitement about who will be the next top pick, but also the excitement about getting off work. Brilliant fireworks exploded. Sue, wearing a mask, walked slowly onto the ring. In front of my sight is a man with blonde hair shawl, like a lion. You are very strong. The lion-like man showed recognition of Sue's strength. In the decisive battles along the way, Sue's attitude of defeating the enemy in one move was impossible not to attract attention. Since you know I'm strong, then go down. Sue said contemptuously. Retreating without a fight is not something I should do at my age. As Su Sanxiao spoke, three huge figures descended from the void behind him: Blood Moon Wolf, a Black Hole Leopard, a Holy Light Lion, a plus. Su San laughed. In the original novel, he took the Beast Tamer examination and ranked third. The strength of the power is beyond doubt. As the three contracted beasts appeared, the audience who were watching this scene clearly were all amazed. Such a high-quality contracted beast combination is worthy of standing on the final stage. When Sue saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Dong dong dong. Three tall contracted beasts appeared behind Sue at the same time: Deep Pool Ice Anaconda King, a plus; Cemetery Skeleton, a plus; Black Skylark, a s. The power of each of Sue's contracted beasts completely suppressed Su Sanxiao's contracted beast. The gap between the two sides is obvious, but even so, Su Sanxiao still gave orders to the contracted beast behind him. Go. You don't know your own limitations. Putting aside the great suppression of the contracted beast, Sueika is still a mid-level beast taming master. The gap between them is totally unbridgeable. At Sue's beckoning, the three contracted beasts behind him rushed out at the same time. Boom! A huge roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. The six contracted beasts were fighting in a group, but in less than a minute, Su Sanxiao's three contracted beasts were defeated one after another. The audience thought the battle was extremely intense, but because of the huge difference in strength between the two sides, the end time was brought very close. In the final wave of energy impact, Su Sanxiao withdrew from the ring at the cost of three contracted beasts being seriously injured. So strong. Su Sanxiao sighed sincerely. Among your peers, no one should be your opponent. It's not just people of the same age. Sue said calmly, give me another year, and there will be no one of any age group who is qualified to be my opponent. Su Sanxiao, if he had the aura of a protagonist, when Sue said this now, it would definitely make people feel a sense of dominance, but now, even if Sue does have extremely strong strength, this sentence gives people the feeling that he is just bragging. On the ring, Sue got what he wanted and obtained what he had been pursuing for more than 10 years, #1 scholar. Let us congratulate Sue for winning the top spot in this year's Beast Tamer examination. The host's final announcement completely ignited the whole audience. Listen to the tide of cheers. Sue had a proud smile on his face and placed his palm on the mask. Since I'm already the top scorer, It's naturally time to announce my identity, and at this moment, that's him. An angry voice echoed throughout the audience through the host's microphone. The audience's cheers were interrupted by the sound. When people looked at the host platform, I discovered that a large number of city guards and an ordinary student with average looks had appeared above. The ordinary student looked at Su Wei on the stage and shouted again to the city guards and the audience around him. It was him who stole my candidate information and pretended to be me to take the Beast Tamer exam. As soon as this voice came out, a large number of city guards have already entered the arena. Student, you are suspected of forcibly taking the candidate's place. Please cooperate with our investigation. Looking at the large number of city guards around, Su Wei was a little confused for a moment. Snatching the candidate's place by force? Impossible. How could my candidate's place be snatched away by force? There was a strong sense of absurdity in the words, "This is the arena for the Beastmaster exam." Why is there another such a hateful guy? Sir, please cooperate with our investigation. My exam spot is indeed not mine, but it's impossible that I stole it. Su Wei suppressed his anger and said, "You can ask Invigilator Gu. He can guarantee that my exam spot was not obtained through bad means." This word came off the audience, who were a little dizzy for a moment, followed the gaze of the city guards and looked at the Invigilator's seat, and at the Invigilator Gu, who was wearing a mask. The birth of the top scholar and the issue of the candidate quota were something no one had expected. Only the city guards dare to take tough action in such a situation. People's eyes are focused. Huang Lai and other Invigilators also looked at Gu Yan with some confusion. Invigilator Gu, please tell them that the candidate quota was given to me by you. Su Wei shouted confidently that now. As long as Supervisor Gu can directly prove it, then the charge of Su Wei for snatching the quota will be largely cleared. The words of an invigilator carry a lot of weight. However, what Su Wei had never expected was what Supervisor Gu said next. Classmate, who are you? Do we know each other? Gu Yan frowned, looking very confused. Chapter 242. My name is Gu Yan. Nice to meet you, classmate. Who are you? Do we know each other? After these words came out of Gu Yan's mouth, Su Wei froze for a moment. Proctor Gu, you? Gu Yan picked up the microphone in front of him and said, "Since the origin of this candidate's place is unknown, I suggest that the city guards conduct a body search first and find some existing clues." Yes. Several city guards nodded to each other. Student, please cooperate first. Su Wei didn't hear the words of the city guards at all. His thoughts were still on Gu Yan's words just now. How could Invigilator Gu say he didn't know him? Not long. In full view of everyone, the city guards took out a brick from Su Wei. There's blood on this brick. At that moment, the ordinary candidate in the audience suddenly shouted loudly, "That's it. I was walking down the street just fine yesterday, and I was knocked down by a brick." The real Su Wei, his voice was filled with tears. That brick hit really hard. The city guards brought the brick to Su Wei and found that the bloodstains on it were exactly the same as the marks on Su Wei's forehead. After committing the crime, he even hid the murder weapon on his body. He was so arrogant. Get it? The city guards took action immediately. Su Wei's pupils dilated. He looked at the brick, then at Su Wei below, and finally at Invigilator Gu sitting in the Invigilator's seat. You framed me? Gu Yan, classmate, don't think about getting in touch with me. Hearing these words, Su Wei realized that he could never clear himself of the blame. His eyes were red as he looked at the masked Invigilator, his aura rising with anger. Who are you? Why are you framing me? Who am I? Gu Yan narrowed his eyes and placed his palm on the mask. Peel it off. My name is Gu Yan. Nice to meet you. Quiet. Su Wei's breathing gradually became rapid, and he stared at the man's face on the stage, staring at him. Gu Yan? In the audience, in the live broadcast room, millions of viewers felt a sense of familiarity with this name. When everyone came to their senses, a burst of noise could not be concealed. Gu Yan. Gu Shanhe's son. It was Gu Yan who died saving others. He's the Invigilator? Isn't he a senior in high school? The Invigilator Gu has actually been Gu Yan. Everyone's attention was completely attracted by Gu Yan. Listening to the noisy sounds, Su Wei's eyes were covered with a layer of gloom, and his clenched fists seemed to be able to smash iron and stone. Invigilator Gu Yan. He, I should have thought of it earlier. Murmuring to himself, Su Wei understood everything. All of this was a scheme designed by Gu Yan, and he just happened to fall into this situation. Okay, that's a great plan. Su Wei's forehead was bulging with veins. But you, Gu Yan, miscalculated. You miscalculated the power behind me. The furious voice shook the sky, and Su Wei no longer had any scruples. Gu Yan, since you want to destroy me, then I will kill you first. I can't get rid of it, but you want me to die. With this terrifying voice, Su Wei was like a cannonball, carrying the superpower of shattering space, and instantly broke away from the blockade of the city guards, aiming directly at Gu Yan, who was sitting in the Invigilator's seat. They're actually going to deal with the Invigilator. The audience's pupils trembled violently. No one could have predicted how things would turn out in this year's Beast Tamer examination. Gu Yan and Su Wei are the same age. From another perspective, they are indeed at the same stage. Things are moving too fast. Su Wei was completely determined, which exceeded the expectations of the city guards. Su Wei, don't make the same mistake over and over again. The city guards turned around and were about to stop Su Wei. Never thought. At this moment, the sky above the entire arena was pitch black at night. A huge green-scaled dragon eagle descended here with an extremely terrifying aura. I wonder who dares to touch my disciple. The old devil's tough voice contained a terrifying pressure that instantly froze dozens of city guards who were about to stop Su Wei and made them unable to move. Beast Tamer, Grandmaster. People looked up at the sky in horror. This aura, like the power of heaven, can only be released by a great master of beast taming. Old devil, this is the power behind Su Wei. He may be in a very bad state when fighting against the 5 beast generals, but among humans, the old devil's strength is still at the absolute top level. The city guards couldn't move at all. Everyone's eyes turned towards the Invigilator's seat following the sound of sonic booms. In front of everyone, is Su Wei really going to kill Gu Yan? No one would think Su Wei is weak. Just look at the 3 contracted beasts that were displayed on the stage just now, and the realm that was obviously that of an intermediate beastmaster. This level is enough to rival the strength of any Invigilator of the Beast Tamer examination. You forced me to do this, Gu Yan. Su Wei's eyes were red and his body was covered with dark lines. Anyone with a discerning eye would have noticed that this was one of the martial arts of the legendary Grandmaster Black Cloud, the Black Stripe Body. Come here to observe from S-level contracted beasts. It can be said to be one of the most powerful martial arts recorded in human literature. Obviously, Su Wei did not look down on Gu Yan at all, nor did he hold back at all. Is this Su Wei's true strength? There really is a huge gap between him and me. Su San smiled in the audience, and now his awareness of Su Wei's power became even more obvious. It can be said that millions of people believe that Gu Yan has encountered an unprecedented crisis. Only just 2 breaths later, bang! A crisp slapping sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Su Wei, who was like the king of hell, was slapped by Gu Yan and started spinning like a top. Gu Yan picked up the tea and took a sip. Take action against the Invigilator and deprive him of his examination qualification and test results. Wow! The audience around was stunned for a moment, then filled with shock. If we look at the identities of the 2 people, the Invigilator slapped the candidate and made him spin around on the spot, which seems to be consistent with his strength and identity. But judging from the age, Su Wei and Gu Yan are of the same age, and Su Wei is the top scorer in this year's Beast Tamer examination. This kind of strength, however, is like that of a child when facing Gu Yan, who has the potential to be the top scholar. Bang! After the last turn, Su Wei was thrown heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, which was particularly eye-catching against the bright red slap mark on his face. This is your strength? His hands supporting the ground were unstable. Su Wei looked at Gu Yan, and his eyes showed not only unwillingness to believe, but more of disbelief. He remembers, before, this guy was a piece of trash. Trash? Gu Yan didn't say anything. The old devil in the sky, however, was furious. Boy, you dare to treat my disciple like this? You are courting death. Said, just about to attack Gu Yan. Unexpectedly, a voice like thunder suddenly erupted from the horizon. Ding Yan! Is this your disciple who crippled my son, Long Lei? The angry voice contained pressure that was like thunder from the sky. That's the City Lord. Chapter 243, The 3 Sons Determine the Game Horizon. A middle-aged man with a terrifying aura appeared directly above the Beast Tamer examination. The City Lord is here. The people at the Beast Tamer examination had become somewhat numb. I thought that after watching the Beast Tamer examination finals, I could go back and brag to my friends about being the top scorer, and I would be very satisfied, but I didn't expect that the Beast Tamer examination was just an appetizer. The big melon that comes next is the main course. City Lord, Long Lei? A gleam of light flashed in the old devil's eyes. Why? Do you have any objections to my disciple? Opinions? Long Lei's tone became more serious. I want your apprentice to pay for what I did to my son. After hearing this, the old devil Ding Yan's face also turned ugly unexpectedly. This rising star did not give him, a strong man of the older generation, any face at all. Of those who witnessed the scene also caught some information from the conversation between the city lord and the mysterious beast master in the sky. The city lord's son is Long Xiao in the eyes of many people. He is one of the candidates with the greatest hope of becoming the top scorer, but he was destroyed by the wanted criminal. Su Wei, could it be? Everyone's eyes turned to the man under the invigilator's desk, who had not yet recovered from the slap Gu Yan had given him, because the mask fell off. Even if it is covered by a little shadow, everyone could also clearly see that the guy was none other than Su Wei, who appeared in the wanted poster. It's actually him. Oh my god, I even cheered him on in the ring. Now that I think about it, that was the most evil thing I've ever done in my life. Su Wei. Another roar. A gorgeous vehicle drifted over. I in the car. Long Xiao, leaning on a crutch, walked down with endless anger. It really was that guy, the one who had hurt him to this point. What are the city guards doing? Get down on them. Pointing at the city guards around him, Long Xiao shouted loudly with strong emotions. Of this sentence immediately woke up the city guards. After the arrival of City Lord Long Lei, the old devil's pressure on them had disappeared. They really should arrest Su Wei, however. Compared to the candidate quota incident at the beginning, Su Wei, the wanted criminal, is now charged with a serious crime. Let's see who dares to move. In the sky, the old devil's cold voice shocked countless people. Ding Yan, are you really going to protect that guy to the end? There was a strong murderous intent in Long Lei's eyes. Before coming, he didn't know that there was this old man standing behind Su Wei, and now that he had seen the old devil's attitude, Long Lei also understood that the guy named Su Wei dared to use such harsh tactics on his son, most likely because he had Ding Yan as his backer. It's not your turn to teach my apprentice a lesson. A sneer appeared on the old devil's face. Then, without caring about the more than 100,000 spectators below, the beast taming space behind him unfolded. In that beast controlling space that was like night. A pair of blood-red eyes as big as lanterns, eye-catching and captivating. See this behind Long Lei, a beast claw covered with blue dragon scales also emerged from the beast taming space. Neither side gave in and the two sides fell into a standoff. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. If there is any disturbance, both sides will definitely fight. In this situation, the old devil will not have any scruples. If Long Lei were to take action, it would definitely cause casualties to the people below. In that case, the city lord would be unable to do anything. Only thinking about what my son is going through now, Long Lei has no intention of retreating. You don't dare to do it. The old devil laughed strangely and turned to wave downwards. A force lifted Su Wei up, and the old devil wanted to take Su Wei away. This action directly ignited the dragon thunder roar. The beast controlling space behind him was completely opened. A blue thunder dragon rushed out. Thunder dragon, perfect grade S. If I let you take someone away in front of me, what kind of man would I be? Even if you take action, what can you do? You are just a junior. Do you really think you have the ability to snatch people from me? In the beast controlling space behind him, the gorilla, as big as a hill, suddenly rushed out. Roar. The two perfect level super contract beasts represent the top combat power of mankind today. In an instant. A loud collision. The night sky of the main city of Suncone was completely filled with blue, purple, and scarlet light, visible to the naked eye. A ball of energy containing a terrifying shockwave, with one or two super contracted beasts as the center, it expanded rapidly. Crackle! Everyone in the audience could clearly hear the loud sound of thunder and lightning. Look up! The terrifying shockwave swept down visibly. This is crazy. Fighting here. How many people will be affected? People screamed in fear and watched the fun, and they enjoyed it themselves. Suddenly, tisk! The clear sound of chess pieces falling on the board is like the dark depth and the pitch black night. Everyone present, including the furious Long Lei in the sky and the old devil, felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Next moment, boom! The world seemed to have turned into a dark ice pond, with rhythmic ripples. The indescribable pressure, like a mountain, instantly pressed down on the backs of Long Lei and the old devil, making it difficult for both of them to straighten their backs. Even the two's extremely powerful contracted beasts moved stiffly. This terrifying gravity swept over. The so-called shockwave from the collision between the two sides was crushed into nothingness. This power, hundreds of thousands of people, alone. With the old devil and Long Lei's horrified gazes, turned their gazes directly towards the invigilator's seat. It's Gu Yan. Along with the attention of millions of people in the live broadcast room, the beast controlling space behind Gu Yan opened slightly. In that shadow, people seemed to be able to see that there was an ordinary chessboard with a piece already placed on it. Inside the open beast controlling space, a contracted beast, its body covered by a large shadow, was weighing the second deep black dot on its hoof. That's Gu Yan's contracted beast. As La 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 revealed his aura, many powerful people sensed Gu Yan's current realm. Grandmaster of beast taming? Long Lei and Ding Yan in the sky were even more frightened. Such a young grandmaster of beast taming, in the entire history of human beast taming, has there ever been one? Moreover, the means used to perform this act is beyond anyone's imagination. Don't give people time to think too much, just see eye in the shadow. He held the black piece's hoof and placed the second piece on the chessboard. Tisk, the sound is clear and soft, but the pressure that brings is not something that any beastmaster can withstand. Boom. Long Lei, Ding Yan, and their contracted beasts in the perfect realm all crashed to the ground of Sankong main city the moment this chess piece fell. It was like the giant hand of God, holding them down tightly, leaving them no room to move. What kind of power is this? Ding Yan twisted his head with difficulty and stared at the guy who looked like his grandson from beginning to end. Gu Yan was like a spectator, without any movement, just with the little tricks of the contracted beast behind him. He achieved this level. Since when did such a thing appear among humans? Long Lei also looked at the invigilator's seat in shock. Then, his gaze shifted. He can see eye in the beast controlling space behind Gu Yan. The invisible contracted beast picked up the third chess piece. Long Lei's heart was beating wildly. The first two chess pieces are like this. If the third chess piece falls deaf to other parties, eyes focused. People could see that the third chess piece finally landed on the chessboard with the hoof of the mysterious contracted beast. Boom. The third one. Long Lei didn't feel anything, but his face was splashed with blood. Look at it stiffly. The once arrogant old devil had turned into a bloody mist. His contracted beast perished amidst wails along with the death of its master. Dead, dead. Just 3 chess pieces falling onto the chessboard were enough to kill a top beast master without any resistance. In the examination hall, even a grand master of beast taming cannot be above the rules. The whole audience held their breath as he spoke calmly. Even if Gu Yan didn't do anything else, the tens of thousands of people present could still feel an invisible pressure. Is this the invigilator? Chapter 244, the fifth contracted beast. Long chapter. Ding, the host killed the old devil. The protagonist Suwei's luck value was reset to 0. The host gained 1,000 points, and the current points are 9,000 points. The system's voice emerged as expected, seeing a great beastmaster being crushed to pieces. Wang Datong and other invigilators' eyes widened like cowbells. Is this Gu Yan's strength? The high-level beastmaster realm he displayed earlier was still a hidden talent. Master. Suwei's eyes are filled with desire. It's like the heartache is extreme while shaking. He ran quickly towards the area where the old devil died, but then, he dashed past the area where the old devil died and fled madly towards the outside of the central area. Taking advantage of everyone's diversion of attention, he chose to take the opportunity to escape. This approach is undoubtedly correct. What a pity to I am this situation. If he can still escape, it only means that his protagonist's luck has fully recovered. Roar. After the super nut hamster rushed out of the beast taming space, a dark blue water dragon turned over and slashed, suddenly rushing out. The mature super nut hamster is no less powerful than a beast tamer. Gu Yan gave the signal and attacked with all his strength. No one can stop it. Under the focus of tens of thousands of people. Sua, who had just escaped a short distance, was caught up by the water dragon as expected. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped his whole body. Suwei could only turn his head and look behind him with a look of extreme fear. He couldn't understand why Gu Yan could be so strong, and in this life, it seemed as if he had just taken a step to reach the top, but was about to be cut off by that thing like a towering mountain. No, boom. The entire ground shook violently. Tens of thousands of people also shuddered. In that vast expanse of water vapor, no one could see any trace of Suwei left in the world. He is dead. Ding, congratulations to the host for solving the fateful protagonist. Reward the host, 41,000 points. The host currently has 50,000 points. Once the old devil died, Gu Yan had no hesitation at all about dealing with Su Wei. As early as the day before yesterday, he learned from the system that a tide of beasts would launch a massive attack on their human city today. This time, killing Suwei would just give us a lot of points to deal with the beast tide that threatens humanity. As it turned out, what Gu Yan thought was right. The rewards for points are unprecedentedly generous. It seemed to confirm Gu Yan's Thoughts. The entire main city of Suncheon was suddenly completely covered by an air defense warning sound. At the same time, a broadcast instantly connected all channels, even occupying the live broadcast of the Beast Tamer examination. Everyone, a large number of ferocious sky beasts have been spotted simultaneously in 9 districts on the edge of Suncheon main city. Please all citizens go to the underground shelter in Suncheon main city as quickly as possible to ensure your own safety. Everyone, a large number of ferocious sky beasts have been spotted simultaneously in 9 districts on the edge of Suncheon main city. Please all citizens go to the underground shelter in Suncheon main city as quickly as possible to ensure your own safety. There was no warm-up at all, and the broadcast sounded suddenly. It was like a hammer on the head, leaving many people stunned. Beast tide, the sky city is in the sky, how could it be attacked by a tidal wave of beasts? Long Lei climbed up from the ground, his tiger eyes revealing a deep seriousness. Clench your fists. Didn't Zhong Chue and the others scare those guys? In fact, when Long Lei rushed to the Beast Tamer examination, he already knew that a tide of beasts was about to strike. He also planned to go and scare the other beast masters with his skills, but compared to the beast tide, he chose to deal with his son's problem first. Now hearing these endless waves of prevention and control warnings, Long Lei deeply understood that the situation in the fringe urban area was far more serious than he thought. Even if he went there, it might be difficult to stop those ferocious beasts. If there is a strong person at this time, think of this. Long Lei subconsciously looked towards the invigilator's seat. Ji Yuyan, who killed the old devil with one move, is no longer here. The edge of the main city, the situation here was captured by cameras in the city and connected to the internet. Everyone's attention on the Beast Tamer examination was diverted by this sudden tide of beasts. Searchlights shining through the main city, people could clearly see that the night was completely filled with a group of ferocious beasts: nightmare bat, bee, green beetle, very happy face, ravenous blood mosquito. See, in all, in the area where the light reaches, there are herds of no less than hundreds of ferocious beasts, and no one knows what else is in the area where the light cannot reach. This crisis situation has never been encountered since the establishment of the main city of Suncheon. A large number of troops were dispatched one after another amid the noisy roars of animals. The army seemed particularly weak. There are too many ferocious beasts, and their appearance is too sudden. Boom, boom, boom. Farther in the night, there were bursts of loud roars. Those are the 5 great beast masters and their contracted beasts. Opposite them were the 5 beast generals whom they had just met yesterday. Do you really want to fight to the death with us humans? Among the 5 beast taming grandmasters who were fighting and retreating, the angry voice of the Duanmu family's head was the loudest. A desperate struggle? Just relying on you pathetic creatures in a cage? The Earth Tree Demon was pulling at the corpse of a soldier, and a strange tone came out of the soldier's mouth. If you look down from a higher sky, the main city of Suncheon is now clearly completely surrounded, as if trapped in a cage. This beast tide did not appear suddenly, it was planned for a long time. What a joke! The Zhong family patriarch, holding a hammer, stepped on the back of his contracted beast, the lava dragon, and roared fiercely, "Since you dare to use all the power of the sky, I will tear a piece of your flesh off. Let me show you the consequences of angering us humans." Boom! Roar! The bell hammer and the lava dragon under its feet were surrounded by a ball of thick flames. It's a combined skill. This fusion technique can only be performed when the Beastmaster and the contracted beast reach an extremely high degree of compatibility. In this breath, the void behind Zhong Chue suddenly began to emit a variety of flames. In the thick firelight, a huge hammer, like a swung mountain, slammed into the dense tide of beasts. With the rush of the bell hammer, a large number of ferocious beasts were swallowed up. Even the top-level A-level ferocious beasts suffered the same fate. With just this one move, the grace of the Beast Tamer Grandmaster is fully revealed. Only, however, when the head of the Zhong family rushed into the beast tide alone, the eyes of the other 4 beast-taming masters all trembled. Bell hammer! Watch out! The 4 great beast masters who were not far away could clearly see Zhong Chue rushing into the beast tide. A pitch-black weed grew beside him. They knew who the owner of the hardcore weeds was, the new king of the beastmen, the king of the abyss. It's coming too, hiding in the dark. For a moment, Gu Shanha and the other 3 all cursed Zhong Chue for being impulsive, but now, they must rescue Zhong Chue. Every Grand Master of beast taming is invaluable, let alone now that the beast tribe has declared war. If any great beast master died, it would be a huge blow to humanity. But when everyone was about to take action, the spear-like black grass suddenly cut through the space and stabbed out. Boom! The lava defense armor brought by Zhong Chue's combined skill completely exploded. In the large area of fire, The dark grass was like a bone spur protruding from hell, and it completely penetrated into Zhong Choi's body with an unstoppable posture. Puff, the bell hammer was thrown away in a pool of blood. Everyone was speechless after witnessing the scene before them. Impossible. Even if the King of the Abyss is powerful, it's impossible for him to break through the bell hammer's defense in an instant and inflict heavy damage. The Wu family patriarch held his breath and looked at the source of the black grass. The last time Long Lei, Zhong Choi, and I fought that guy, it was at the peak of the perfect level. Could it be that now, the head of the Wu family didn't dare to think about it anymore after saying this? The perfect level is already the limit of what humans can currently contend with. Above that, it is equivalent to the extraordinary Beastmaster that no human has ever set foot on. If that were the case, the balance between humans and beastmen would be completely broken. On second thought, the beast tide will come, which clearly shows that the beast tribe has enough confidence. The source of that confidence seemed to be proving that the new king of the beast tribe was no longer on the same level as the top human beings. It's ridiculous for a human being to not know his own limitations. The evil voice of the King of the Abyss revealed its true form after it was heard. It was something that looked like a ball of string, dark and chaotic. It doesn't look good in appearance, but the aura it exudes gives it a deadly sense of danger. At the same time, it appears the 5 beast generals, along with all the ferocious beasts in the night sky, bowed their heads in awe. The 4 great beast masters standing in front of the large army said nothing. There was only solemnity in their eyes as they looked towards the King of the Abyss. In contrast to the solemnity of the human side, the King of the Abyss waved his tentacles and said, "Go, take care of this city within 10 hours. 10 hours. In the original novel, the main city of Sunkong was destroyed and fell to the ground in 10 hours by the biggest boss, the King of the Abyss. Only a few people protected by the halo managed to escape and seek refuge in the safe area on the surface. Now that if nothing unexpected happens, the plot will continue as before, but Su Wei is dead, so the continuation of the plot is undoubtedly empty. As the order of the King of the Abyss was issued, all the ferocious beasts in the sky stirred up the void and rushed straight towards the human city with a bloody intention. Damn it, hold on. The 4 family had summoned their contracted beasts again. Even though he had just fought with the 5 beast generals and his energy had not yet recovered, he must now hold the rear. However, just when the 4 of them were on full alert, 4 black grass tentacles with needle-like tips suddenly appeared before their eyes amid the sound of space being torn apart. The King of the Abyss took action. It was so fast, like black lightning. Sizzle. Even with some precautions, Gu Shanha and the others were still attacked by the tentacles that they could not defend against, and they all rolled out with a handful of blood. This can't possibly be a perfect level beast. It truly achieved divine beast status. Roar. The 4 people's contracted beasts roared in anger, but they could only roar in anger. Ferocious beasts rushed down from the sky at the contracted beasts of the 4 great beast masters are unable to take care of themselves. The rapid changes in the fringe urban areas have repeatedly made people feel depressed. With countless waves of ferocious beasts approaching, the soldiers have no choice but to fight to the death. This is a bloody battle that is bound to come for everyone, but just when the bloody battle was about to begin, an indescribable wave slowly emerged from the main city of Sunkong. The originally frantic beast tide slowly stiffened as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Skill 100% imprisonment. Don't wait for this slightly weird situation to continue. A stream of heat seemed to turn the sky into a furnace, and the temperature kept rising. A strong smell of burning emanated from the ferocious beasts that were imprisoned and unable to roar. Skill 100% burning. What followed immediately afterwards was snowflakes falling from the sky. Skill 100% freeze. Where people can see through the live broadcast, everything is covered with frost. Those ferocious beasts turned into ice sculptures. Boom. A rapid sound of breaking through the air erupted. This time, the 5 beast generals and the King of the Abyss finally came to their senses and looked up at the sky at the same time. They can see clearly. An indescribably huge walnut, like a nuclear bomb, was pointing directly at the area where they were. What is this? Is it a new type of missile for humans? Countless people watching this scene online held their breath. At the same time, the tentacles of the King of the Abyss suddenly tied up the 5 beast generals and dragged them out of the danger zone. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in the blink of an eye. The aroma of the fruit core filled the entire place. However, the eyes of the King of the Abyss were slightly gloomy, because in this urban area, at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were annihilated into nothingness by that indescribable bomb just now. Interesting human. The King of the Abyss's sinister pupils hidden in the numbness fell on the man who appeared slowly before everyone else. That's Gu Yan, the Invigilator. The moment the man was seen, The internet was in an uproar. No one has forgotten that not long ago, Guyan single-handedly suppressed two great beast taming masters in the beast taming exam. Even after a brief and careful consideration, many people could clearly find that Guyan's strength had actually crushed all the known beast taming masters today. The city lord Long Lei is recognized as the most powerful grandmaster, and that old devil is said to be the #1 beast taming grandmaster of the older generation. Guyan can suppress both of these existences. Many people speculated that his strength might have already put him in the ranks of extraordinary beast masters. If that's the case, there are 8 more among them humans. You should know a common sense about this beast tamer examination. Compared with the other 8 invigilators, Guyan is just the weakest. When I think about it this way, the beast tide doesn't even seem like a dur anymore. After arriving at the edge of the city and clearing a small area, Guyan looked at his father, who had been hit by a poisonous spike from the King of the Abyss not far away. There was a rare hint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Human, your eyes tell me that you want to kill me?" The King of the Abyss stared at Guyan, who had just learned the language not long ago and could not speak fluently, but had a scornful smile on his face. Guyan, yes, I really want to kill you, because you look so disgusting. Such words made the King of the Abyss a little silent. "If you want to kill me, your strength is far from enough." As he spoke, behind the King of the Abyss, a large field of dark weeds appeared, like the embodiment of darkness, stretching for thousands of meters, more visually impactful than the devil. Indeed, when dealing with the 5 beast taming grandmasters in the main city just now, the King of the Abyss did not even use 1/10 of his strength, the divine beast level. A realm that is unattainable in the eyes of countless ferocious beasts, is equivalent to the distance between an extraordinary beast master and oneself in the eyes of humans. With this level of realm leap, even if 100 perfect level beasts comparable to the Grand Master of beast taming came, they would be useless. It's a bit difficult indeed. Looking at the situation ahead, Guyan nodded slightly. I happen to be someone who doesn't like trouble. If Guyan were to fight against the King of the Abyss based on his current strength, the outcome would be uncertain, just as Guyan thought. Don't want trouble. If you can't crush him, what kind of villain is he? System, upgrade me to the highest level and bind my 5th contracted beast. With his fists clenched, Guyan spoke in a generous manner because he had points. I thought the system would deduct something from it, but I didn't hear the voice of the system's profiteer. Frown. As a powerful force infused his whole body, Guyan didn't think anymore and slowly closed his eyes. Looking inward, Guyan saw his 5th contracted beast. Chapter 245. Dog Emperor. Is this a dog? When Guyan saw the guy who got it for 50,000 points, his mouth twitched, but when he thought of his previous contracted beasts, he felt a little calmer. Although his contracted beasts are either chickens, ducks, pigs, or rats, the panel of each contracted beast is absolutely gorgeous. Since this dog is the 5th contracted beast, its attributes must be more terrifying than the previous 4. Thinking of this, Guyan immediately opened the guy's attribute panel. Name, Dog Emperor, self-proclaimed, level, SSSS skills, epic taunt, god level positioning, 100% escape. Note, the Dog King has no attack capabilities. The attribute panel in front of him made Guyan's expression freeze for a moment. This dog, with that terrifying level, would definitely crush any contracted beast, but this guy is not a combat type, and he is even less likely to be a support type. How did it grow to this level? Human who overestimates his own abilities, die. In the outside world, the King of the Abyss displayed all his strength and raised tens of thousands of cold tentacles, covering Guyan directly. The rapid sound of breaking through the air was sharper than the roars of countless ferocious beasts in the sky at the beginning. The terrifying attack range not only covered Guyan, but also covered the entire outer city area. The perfect level contracted beasts of the 4 great beast masters and countless soldiers were as small as ants under this power that seemed to be collapsing from the sky. This is a true divine beast. From this moment on, it gives people endless despair. Turning his attention back from the Dog King, Guyan looked at the black grass pouring down in front of him without much expression, and suddenly a flame rose from his body. The consumption of 50,000 points not only brought him the 5th contracted beast. At present, with the help of the system's points, he has reached the level of an extraordinary beast master. At this level, even without using the contracted beast, it is enough to rival the mythical beast level King of the Abyss. But if you use all your strength, the outcome is still uncertain. The flames on his body continued to rise, and water surged under his feet at the same time. The aura that gradually became more majestic and was no less than that of the King of the Abyss caused countless people to look sideways in shock. This momentum, a water dragon bathed in firelight, looks like a mythical beast guarding the gate of heaven. Under the horrified gaze of the world, as if a myth were recreated, the huge dragon head floated up and emerged from behind Guyan. If there is someone who is familiar with Guyan's contracted beast, when you see this move, you will definitely exclaim in disbelief, this is a fusion technique performed by the contracted person. When the King of the Abyss saw the magnificent scene in front of him, his pupils, hidden in the black grass, narrowed slightly. This aura is actually completely comparable to it, an extraordinary beastmaster among humans. The King of the Abyss looked a little dazed just now. When this human appeared, he was at most a grand master of beast taming. Is it a disguise? Roar. The upgraded version of the water-adjusted cutting head is amazing when it moves but impressive when it is still, captured by countless cameras, under the gaze of tens of millions, perhaps even all the human beings in the world. The dragon was like a real dragon, rushing straight towards the King of the Abyss. Boom! The grass, as black as a curtain, instantly exploded under the dragon with alternating blue, red and red colors. In the terrifying shockwave, people could even see the twisting and broken blackweeds. This move was performed by humans, performed by a child under 20 years old. After the ice and fire dragon crushed countless black grasses, its remaining power did not diminish at all, and it actually rushed straight towards the body of the King of the Abyss. Do you really think you can handle this, king? Being forced to this point, the King of the Abyss was shaking all over, not knowing whether it was because of the pain caused by the broken tentacles or the endless anger generated in his heart. Behind it, a purple-black root sprouted out. This is its martial art, Abyss Poison Needle. The original king of beasts, the king of the forest, fell into its trap. The human in front of it has completely threatened its grand plan, so he must die. Tisk. The crisp sound of chess pieces falling on the board came from somewhere. In that breath, the process of the King of the Abyss performing martial arts was paused. Before it can react, the second chess piece falls. In an instant, the King of the Abyss felt an unbelievable pressure, which made it extremely difficult for him to move. The sudden change directly interrupted the rhythm of the King of the Abyss. At the moment, not to mention using the Abyss Poison Needle. It's hard for it to even avoid the attack of the dragon in front of it. Damn it, who is it? His captivating eyes scanned the area ahead, and the King of the Abyss had nothing but endless murderous intent towards the sky who had completely disrupted his rhythm. Only there was no time left for it to find out the owner behind the sound of the chess pieces. At this moment, the huge dragon that stretched 100 meters across had completely crashed into the body of the King of the Abyss in front of everyone's eyes. Dong! The explosion light, which the world had never seen before, illuminated the sky. In the distance, the densely packed ferocious beasts that were constantly surrounding them were absolutely clear to people's eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst the sharp roars, a bunch of broken black grass barely survived the upgraded water cutting machine, but even if he survived, he would have been severely injured. Look at Guyan. His body swayed slightly, and he supported himself on Lala Lala's shoulder with one hand to avoid falling down. The attack just now had already drained him dry. Fortunately, the King of the Abyss was also in a very bad condition. The two sides stared at each other from a distance. There was murderous intent in the eyes of the King of the Abyss. This human being, whose strength is at the same level as its, is one who absolutely cannot be kept alive. But my condition is no longer enough to deal with the human in my sight. But as he quickly calmed down, the Abyss King's broken body moved rhythmically, looking towards the night sky behind him, and then turned to Guyan and said, "Human, you are very powerful. It's a pity that the overall strength of you humans is still far behind that of our beast race. Just wait for your destruction." The injuries on his body were slowly recovering. After experiencing the extremely dangerous situation just now, the King of the Abyss regained his sanity and became cautious. Compared to individual strength, the beastmen, in groups, are the ones that can truly deal a huge blow to humans. That extraordinary human grandmaster was indeed powerful, and the King of the Abyss had no objection in his heart. But now it seems Guyan consumed too much energy in that move just now. If he wanted to stop millions of ferocious beasts in the sky by himself, it would be completely impossible. Roar, roar, roar. Groups of ferocious beasts in the sky roared. The noisy sound once again filled the night. It's still the same sky beasts that we had to face at the beginning, but now on the human side, the four beastmasters were already seriously injured and unconscious before they were carried away on stretchers. Guyan, who looked like a god of war just now had a noticeable paleness on his face. The heavy responsibility of resisting the beasts in the sky falls on the soldiers, but the soldiers have no chance of resisting the beast in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Another urban area, people can see it by jumping the screen on the internet. That was the city Lord Longley, who had been entangled by a large group of ferocious sky beasts from another area. Is there really no hope? Seeing that the high-end combat power of the Tsangchong main city has been basically fully displayed, is their Tsangchong main city doomed to be destroyed? This is the last hope for mankind. Once the main city of Sky is destroyed, 9 safe zones on the surface, with morale low, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for 10 days, woof woof. Two excited dog barks suddenly spread throughout the entire Suncone main city, the edge of the main city. Guyen, sitting in the protective wall of 4 SSS level contracted beasts, hugged the dog tightly in his arms as it tried to escape. What are you doing out here? Get back here. Because of the excessive consumption, Guyen found it difficult to suppress the Dog King for a while. He didn't expect it. Even though the beast controlling space was not opened, the dog was able to run out by itself, even no matter how he ordered this guy, it just wouldn't listen. Is this still a contracted beast? What about the absolute obedience of a contracted beast? Woof woof woof. The more Guyen tried to stop him, the more the Dog King wanted to break free, and the 4 contracted beasts next to them, everyone looked at the dog with angry eyes, as if they had been bullied by it before. Among them, the most angry look was that of the Skyfire Divine Chicken. Not only the angry eyes of these 4 contracted beasts revealed a hint of fear. I'm not afraid of this guy's strength, but I'm afraid of his annoying behavior like a dogskin plaster. The situation here immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Guyen has become the last hope in everyone's eyes. Is that his contracted beast? People looked at the Dog King, whose neck was being strangled by Guyen, feeling strange in their hearts, and were also shocked, together with the 4 contracted beasts next to it. That is the 5th contracted beast. The 5th contracted beast can only be contracted by an extraordinary beastmaster. As expected, Guyen actually reached the realm that countless unknown humans admired. How old is he? It's unbelievable, people sighed. At this moment, the ferocious beasts in the sky were falling into the main city of the sky like dumplings. For a while, in the main city, crying and screaming were heard everywhere. Even if a city defense gun was put into operation, it would only be a drop in the bucket to the main city of Changchun. Because of its advantage of occupying the sky, people call it a city that will never fall. Therefore, humans have not invested much energy in the city's defense capabilities. Adding the ferocious beasts in the sky now, their number is really too much. The situation in the city is plunged directly into purgatory. The situation was difficult to change, which made Guyen dazed for a moment. Just when he was stunned, the Dog King in his arms broke free like a loach. Guyen watched the Dog King slip away. It was like a strange uncle who saw a beautiful woman. It stretched out its 4 energetic legs and ran quickly to the beast area. Isn't it going to surrender to the enemy? Looking at that guy, wagging his tail and showing no hostility towards the ferocious beasts attacking the city, Guyen couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 246, Beast Taming. Finale. The hordes of ferocious beasts that came crushing down first faced the Dog King. The several charcoal moths, level D, completely ignored this dog. The wings fluttered at a high frequency, carrying thick dust, and suddenly surrounded the Dog King. It was as if something flashed by. The Dog King, who was trapped in the siege, escaped from the encirclement of the black charcoal moths without getting a speck of dust on him. With extremely incomprehensible and coquettish movements, I watched helplessly as the Dog King walked away with his tail wagging and his butt twisting. The baby-sized charcoal moths were stunned at first, and then seemed to feel the most insulted they had ever felt in their lives. Buzz buzz buzz. The large group of black charcoal moths simply gave up their encirclement of humans. Now they just want to kill the dog that deserves a beating. Ouch. Looking at the fluttering moths chasing after him, the Dog King suddenly turned around and lay on the ground. The dog rubbed the ground with its paws, as if it wanted to die together with the ferocious beasts chasing it. However, when a large number of charcoal moths arrived, the Dog King then turned around and continued running towards the back. When this action occurred, a large group of ferocious beasts in the sky staggered. What's this for? Double the insult? Buzz buzz buzz. The Dog King didn't even use any martial arts, but just because of his inherent ability to deserve a beating, he had already filled the hatred value of all the ferocious beasts in the sky. Just a few minutes, many soldiers who were fighting to the death found themselves puzzled. Their opponents, those ferocious beasts in the sky, actually gave up attacking the city one by one and turned to chase the dog that was jumping up and down in the herd. For a while, the soldiers defending the city, whose pressure was greatly relieved, were all dumbfounded when they saw the black and white dog being besieged by countless ferocious beasts. Even if attacked by thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, that dog was like a loach. No ferocious beast could touch it. Even the anger in the ferocious beast's heart continued to accumulate. Hundreds of ferocious beasts were angered to death by that dog. Guyen looked at the scene and swallowed slightly. He was wrong. This guy is worthy of being the 5th contracted beast given to him by the system. Woof woof. The Dog King was in a playful mood from beginning to end. With a cheerful cry, he moved and escaped from the encirclement of the beasts. Looking at the king of the abyss and the 5 beast generals in the distant sky, the dog emperor's eyes ignited with strong interest. Woof woof woof. With his tongue swirling, the dog king aimed directly at the king of the abyss. Inadvertently, martial arts, epic taunt it was exerted. An invisible force, like the laws of the world, with an irresistible posture like smoke and dust in the void, suddenly floated in the heart of the sky beast that was endlessly besieging the main city of Tsankong. Hundreds or even tens of millions of ferocious beasts in the sky seemed to be frozen in place. A full 10 seconds, countless ferocious beasts seemed to see a died who deserved to be beaten. One by one, they twisted their bodies and gave up the siege of the main city of Tsankong. Roar, roar, roar. A large number of ferocious beasts in the sky flapped their wings and took off. They swore that they had never had such an urge to beat up a guy since they were born. For a while, it's a mess. The original order issued by the king of the abyss was to encircle the main city of Tsankong, but now, all the sky beasts have changed direction. In front of the ferocious beast in the sky that seemed to have no end, the dog king stuck out his tongue, looked at the king of the abyss in the distance, and ran very fast. In people's dull eyes, the current situation is as if the dog is leading countless ferocious beasts in the sky to fight back against the king of the abyss and the 5 beast generals. The king of the abyss was also confused. Roar! The 5 beast generals roared at the dog king and countless ferocious beasts in front of them. As the supreme beast generals of the beast clan, they must stop these ferocious beasts in the sky. However, the ferocious beasts in the sky, which had never dared to disobey in the past, acted as if they had not heard the roars of the 5 beast generals. Their eyes were completely red, and they vowed to catch up with the dog king in front and give him a good beating. Stop! I'm ordering you to attack the human city. The king of the abyss was furious, but it's still useless, covered by the ridicule of the dog king. That is the obsession of the ferocious beasts, a lifelong obsession. How could this happen? Seeing the dog emperor leading millions or even tens of millions of ferocious beasts charging towards them, the abyss king said to the 5 beast generals in frustration, "Retreat." Said the king of the abyss moved into the void behind him. I originally wanted to avoid standing in front of these ferocious beasts in the sky, but I never thought about it. The dog king also changed direction in an instant, stepped on the void, and rushed towards the king of the abyss. This action made the king of the abyss look solemn. Retreat again. The dog king chases again. It flees, it chases. The 5 beast generals also followed the king of the abyss closely. After moving dozens of times, the dog king became a little impatient and barked continuously, not knowing whether he was cursing his mother or father. It really needs to pee. And during these maneuvers one after another, the 5 beast generals also discovered that the stupid dog had set his sights on the king of the abyss. Those even dumber sky beasts behind him set their sights on that stupid dog. In the main city of Suncheong, as people watched the beast tide moving away, they all fell into a long silence. The beast tide is gone? Are you all chasing a dog? The millions of people in their main city of Tsankong are not as attractive as a dog? It's over. It's a bit melodramatic. Gu Yan stroked his head, looking speechless. System, you saved me and this city again. The words were spoken, but there was no response. Gu Yan frowned slightly and didn't think much about it. Looking into the distance, the soldiers have already started cleaning up the battlefield. Late at night, sitting on the rooftop of the city, looking at the soft bright moon and the cool breeze, Gu Yan teased the super nut hamster. System, did that dog have too much fun? It hasn't come back yet. He spoke but did not answer. And the king of the abyss. He didn't die this time. I don't know how to deal with him if he comes back next time. Still no response. As the wind and waves gradually turned colder, Gu Yan's brows gradually tightened as he looked at the bright moon hidden by dark clouds. I don't think I have to earn points just to talk to you now, do I? Gu Yan said with a hint of anger on his face. Also in Gu Yan's bursts of self-talk, the super nut hamster next to him stopped making noise and sat quietly beside Gu Yan, holding some melon seeds. A hand reached out and took the melon seeds from the super nut hamster's arms. Gu Yan said viciously, "Tell me, where is the system?" It didn't even reply a single word. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Looking at his own melon seeds, the super nut hamster became anxious. Seeing that Gu Yan had no intention of returning it, the super nut hamster gradually calmed down. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at the melon seeds, and then walked into Gu Yan's arms, pulled a book out of him. Mysterious Contracted Beast Summoning Book. Looking at this book, Guyen was stunned. This is the only physical object the system gives him. It was also the starting point for his myth of becoming an extraordinary beastmaster at the age of 19. Now that I think about it, this book is clearly a trap. Among so many contracted beasts, not a single one was contracted according to the above method. All of it was dealt with by the system's profiteer who used the points to defeat him. Is there the information I need in here? Guyen looked at the super nut hamster. The hamster nodded and looked at the melon seeds eagerly. Guyen opened his mouth. Crack, squeak, squeak, squeak. Amidst the super nut hamster's angry and ineffective protests, Guyen smiled and opened the book in his hand. The first article records the super nut hamster as a contracted beast. It still looks the same as it did at the beginning. The second part is a detailed explanation of the heavenly fire chicken. The third chapter is a detailed explanation of the divine duck of the nether spring. Chapter 4. Detailed explanation. Chapter 5, Dog Emperor. Detailed explanation. After browsing through 5 articles about contracted beasts, Guyen looked at the back and saw another one, open. When the host sees this, the system should have already gone. The line of words in front of him made Guyen tremble all over. Everything must come to an end, and the end also heralds the beginning. On the endless rope of time, we are all passers-by of each other, and at the end we are all alone. When the host looks back in old age, if the system can still leave a deep impression on the host among the thousands of passers-by, it will be worth it. The book, which was not very thick, was tightly folded by Guyen. His rapid breathing showed that he didn't believe what he saw. This is fake, right? System, tell me, how many points do you want before you're willing to come out? Don't you want points? I'll give you as many as you want. System, come out. The panicked roar was Guyen's way of hiding his panic. The moment of separation, the devastation was absolutely intense. Will the collapse disappear over time? No, it is just covered up. 3 days later, Guyen looked at the Dog King chasing the 4 contracted beasts, and a slight smile appeared on his pale face, with a touch of relief. System, will there ever be a day when we meet again? 1 minute later, ding maybe. The system answered the host's question. The host's points will be deducted by 100 points, and the current points will be minus 100 points. Chapter 247 Number 1 Original World. I am the villa. With a flash of light, Etion calmly appeared in his pet shop. It's been a while since I entered the world of the contract era. Every one of my contracted beasts is a divine beast. There was a light layer of dust in the pet shop, just a casual move. A dog, a pig, a duck, a chicken, and a hamster. The 5 little guys appeared in the pet shop somewhat unresponsive. Chirp, chirp. The little chicken with pastel painted on its cheeks shook its head, looked around and then looked at itself. The wings are flapping. If it could speak now, it would definitely ask, where is the fire? Where is my fire? The hamsters, ducks, and even the husky were all spinning in circles. They are looking for the feeling in the world of beast taming. Etion coughed, attracting the attention of the 5 pets. Don't look for it, you just had a dream. Woof woof. Era shouted to express his protest. It was clearly possible to ascend to heaven by stepping on the air. The feeling was so clear, how could it be a dream? If you want to go back, just go to sleep. Etion's words calmed the little guys down. They looked at each other and lay on the ground in disbelief. Lalala started snoring first. I am the world of the contract era. Every one of my contracted beasts is a divine beast. Luo opened his eyes. It's back. Luliolu. It turns out it was really dreaming. As soon as I closed my eyes, it was back. When he opened his eyes, Luo found that 4 other guys were surrounding him with angry looks on their faces. As for snoring, this problem can only be blamed on its species, not on the individual. Etion naturally couldn't leave these little guys in that world completely, otherwise he would not be able to explain to those customers. And now, they can return to the beast world at any time after customers take their pets home. They may develop a habit of liking to sleep. Take out your cell phone. Etion casually glanced through the news of the past 2 days. The fertility rates in various countries have reached new highs. In just a few days, the world's population increased by tens of millions. Officials from various countries realized this situation and all put aside their current research projects and invested most of their resources in children. Every family with a child can receive subsidies. Etion smacked his lips in surprise. The previous world coin was quite powerful. Fortunately, the world's currencies all have boundaries. Even if a person is encouraged to have more children, it will not give a poor family hundreds of children. Most children are born to families that want to have children. and families with many children are mostly rich or noble. After WorldCoin realized that the world's population was approaching saturation, its pace slowed down. The future development, it should be that endangered animals will usher in high production. The original intention of the world currency is to guide the world in a better direction. I will slap a stray cat. While browsing the news, Yitian saw this news that made it to the hot search list. After clicking on the news, Yitian Kai finally understood. Not long ago, a stray cat was killed by a stranger it trusted when it had no defense against humans. Just to vent the pressure he faced in society, a stranger committed violence against a stray cat that came forward to beg for food. It was because of this incident that the saying, "I would slap a stray cat," was derived. This slap is to warn stray cats that people cannot be trusted. If I want to make this world warmer, I have a long way to go. Yitian stretched lazily. A palm-sized world coin was handed to him by the creator system. It's the 5th piece already. Can you give me some salary? The ball of light from the creator system flickered slightly and said weakly, "Salary?" Yitian looked at the ball next to him, a little bit unbelievable. Does our relationship still need to be maintained by interests? Creator system, I wonder what surprises this world coin can bring to this world. Muttering to himself, Yitian's palms burst out with strength. Bang! In a soft light, the 5th world coin exploded into starlight and was absorbed by the original world in a matter of seconds. At the moment the world currency is consumed, there is still not much change. However, Yitian seemed to be experiencing some kind of sublimation, and his whole body was shrouded in a hazy glow. 5th world coin, 5%. Yitian had long anticipated the changes in himself. Slowly close your eyes. The dark eyelids returned to vision with the faint light of dawn. Not why Yitian felt like he had become the god of this world, and he could see the entire world from an absolute god's perspective: towering mountains, vast plains, boundless oceans, tall buildings, and even the underground world. With 5 world coins, Yitian seems to have the ability to mobilize part of the power of this world. Just feeling emotional, the scene in my field of vision suddenly changed. From the outside, Yitian, who now had his eyes closed, slowly frowned. This is an icy planet. I am the giant factory with blue and red neon lights. Machines are busily coming and going according to specific tracks. Special chips are constantly combined. When installed in these machines, the assembled semi-finished products are fed into the final precision setting area. At the beginning, Yitian was looking at it from the perspective of a bystander, but later, with the appearance of the finished product, Yitian's perspective became the first-person perspective. A number is stamped on the body. No. 1. Faintly, a language that does not belong to humans appeared in this picture. This is a perfect existence, so perfect that it cannot be replicated. The queen will love it. Crash! The scene shattered like a mirror. Yitian slowly opened his eyes. The warm sunlight shines through the glass door, casting patches of light on the yellowed leaves. After a slight hesitation, Yitian spread out his palms as if realizing something. No. 1. The simple words seemed to be telling him something. Time flies, except studying. It has been over a week since I last used WorldCoin. The most striking change brought about by the world currency is that there are more pets and fewer stray cats and dogs. Under the influence of the world currency, each beast has a clearer understanding of humans. Stray cats and dogs know which people are suitable to be their owners and which people they should stay away from. In the ocean, the sea turtles carrying barnacles, for some reason, learned that humans would help them clean the barnacles, so they all ran ashore and crawled to the Animal Protection Agency without hesitation. The turtle shell swung. Old man, have you noticed? There have been no mice in the house recently. At the dinner table, a silver-haired old woman said to the old man next to her. Hearing this, the old man laughed out loud and shouted towards the kitchen where the firewood was stored, "Xiao hey! Meow!" A black cat holding a mouse appeared at the right time. Oops! It's a cat. The old woman said in surprise, "It's really magical, it comes out as soon as you call it." Old man, that's right, isn't this cat much better than our son? It ate all the mice in the house. My son didn't even top up my phone bill and had to go to the mobile phone store to ask for help. Well, you said this. The old woman patted the old man and turned to look at the black cat with a happy face. The dark night is when loneliness shrouds us. Construction site. Outside the simple dwelling, the bearded man poured the leftovers into a relatively new bowl, looking at the stray dog next to him. You helped me drive away the thief, I thank you. But you have to think clearly. If you eat this bowl of rice, you will be my dog from now on. This sentence fell. The greyhound seemed to understand, barking and wagging its tail as it circled around the man. Okay. You can be called Xiao Hui. Although I can only give you these now, I will definitely let you eat pork knuckle in the future. Under the dark night sky, the man looked at the greyhound and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Similar situations continue to occur all over the world. Animals cannot change humans, but they can change themselves. In the room, Ye Tian stood in front of the mirror, combed his hair, and put on a dark suit. Open your hand, and the mark of number 1 on the palm is always there. It seems that I should also have a sense of urgency? With a faint smile, Yi Tian picked up a book beside him. Fantasy, Don't Bully the Poor Young Man. Chapter 248 New World, 5-Year Agreement. This is a world where martial arts is respected. The world is wonderful because of the existence of martial arts. Tianwei Sect, Huangyan Empire, the number 1 sect. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the sect alone, and the sect's territory spans 5 spiritual mountain ranges. It can be said to be a holy place that countless ordinary people yearn for. Such a big sect has a big event happening today. The matter was so serious that all the sect disciples who were on missions outside rushed back. The main peak of Tianwei Sect is Cholung Mountain. On the mountainside, outside the huge arena, it was already crowded with people. Even representatives of the royal family and major top families sat in those distinguished seats. So many onlookers came just to watch the battle in the arena. In the huge arena, there were only 2 young people, a man and a woman, fighting. How can that guy be so strong? Senior sister is completely at a disadvantage. Many of the disciples watching were closely watching the man in the arena who was almost crushing the woman in the fight. 5 years ago, he was still a waste. In just 5 short years, he went from being an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial arts apprentice to reaching this point. The brilliant martial arts spiritual science blooms in the arena. People can clearly feel that this battle, which has been agreed upon for 5 years, is beginning to come to an end. Senior Sister Zilan has even used the mid-grade spiritual technique Wind and Cloud Palm, but still hasn't defeated Long Yan. I'm afraid that Long Yan is really going to win. Boom. In the chaotic spiritual energy field, in the center of the martial arts field, a person was thrown out amid the exclamations of the surrounding disciples. It's that woman. The woman's long lavender hair was scattered around her waist, and her fair hands were covered with conspicuous scars from repeatedly practicing spiritual arts. Beneath the torn dress were the hideous wounds sustained during the duel. Although she was almost defeated, a hint of stubbornness still appeared on the woman's pretty face, which seemed to be carefully caressed by a god. Give up, I told you 5 years ago, things change over time. Don't look down on the young and poor. When you came to my Long family to break off the engagement, did you ever imagine this day would come? I've been training hard for 5 years, just waiting for this day. Long Yan held the heavy sword in his hand beside him, looking at the woman kneeling on the ground in front of him with a cold and arrogant face. Listen to what the man said. Zheng Sun Zilan clenched her blood-stained jade hands tightly, her voice becoming more hoarse with clarity. Why? Why can't I cancel the engagement? You're a stranger to me. 5 years ago, you were a worthless stranger. And just because of a piece of paper, I'm going to marry a piece of trash I've never even met? If I don't marry, then I'm the one who's wrong? Don't I have the right to choose? After all, you look down on me, Long Yan, and my Long family. Long Yan raised the heavy sword beside him and said impatiently, it's meaningless to say more. You've already lost this match. From now on, you are my, Long Yan's, maidservant. The entire Changsun family must bow to my Long family. Your master has made this bet for you, witnessed by all the famous families of the Huangyan Empire. You cannot escape. As he spoke, a rich crimson spiritual energy gushed out from Long Yan's body. It turned out that he was going to use the spiritual science to decide the outcome. It seems that the holy maiden of your clan is going to be defeated. Among the high-ranking spectators, a prince of the royal family looked with interest at the noble woman sitting on the main throne not far away. The other party is the current leader of Tianwei Sect and also the master of Changsun Xilan in the arena. Zilan is indeed no match for Long Yan. The woman seemed to have anticipated the situation on the field. Does the Tianwei Sect master intend to watch his disciple lose this battle and become Long Yan's slave from now on? The prince's face showed surprise. The woman's expression was not what he expected. I can only say that my skills are not as good as others. Besides, I can't change anything in front of everyone. The sect leader said calmly, his eyes mostly on Long Yan, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Such remarks directly blocked what the prince wanted to say. He looked back at the arena thoughtfully. In the arena, the spiritual energy fluctuating around Long Yan became stronger and stronger. At this point, Zhang Sun Xilan's beautiful eyes dimmed. Indeed, no matter how much she said, it was useless. She would lose in the end. With this defeat, she, as a saint, will become the laughingstock of countless people. The honors bestowed upon her one after another will surely turn into a mountain that will crush her. The crimson spiritual sword was finally chopped out by Long Yan. Zhang Sun Xilan only had time to condense a small defensive spiritual science. Bang! The vertical sword energy exploded on Zhang Sun Xilan's defensive spiritual science. The violent impact force directly blasted Zhang Sun Xilan to the edge of the arena, and she was just one step away from being eliminated. The ground beneath her was stained with flowing blood, and the woman's condition was extremely tragic. Such a scene made countless disciples scream in shock. Senior sister lost. That guy is really strong, in just 5 years. Amidst the exclamations, Zhang Sun Xilan's brain gradually became dizzy. Are we really going to lose? I feel very unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling she was, the outcome was not something she could change now. The ending of this day seemed to be predetermined. Under Wupa, that little fellow called Long Yan should have no rivals. People from famous and powerful families witnessed this battle and expressed their affirmation of Long Yan's strength. Everyone also agreed that the war was over. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Sun Xilan had been defeated, a clear voice came into her mind. Ding Yi Tian card, the Peerless Genius system is activated. Host, do you want to bind? What is this? The indescribable voice made Zhang Sun Xilan's mind a little clearer. It was after her vague words were uttered that the mechanical voice appeared in her mind again. Ding, the host has spoken, and the binding requirements have been met. 1%, 100% Ding, host binding successful. Novice gift pack automatically distributed. Congratulations to the host. The mid-grade spiritual skill Wind and Cloud Palm has been automatically deduced to perfection. Congratulations to the host. Your realm has been randomly upgraded and your injuries have fully recovered. The series of sounds appeared and ended in just a few breaths. Long Yan, who was in the arena, had already turned around at this time. When your injury is healed, come to my Long family to sign a slave contract. As he spoke, Long Yan carried his heavy sword on his back and walked out of the arena, looking very cool. Obviously, Zhang Sun Xilan's condition undoubtedly declared a complete defeat. However, the next moment, the surrounding disciples cried out in surprise. Master, senior sister. Could this be a breakthrough? The disciples of Tianwei sect immediately became excited. They could clearly see that the woman who was lying on the ground, covered in blood, was slowly standing up, supported by the rich spiritual power that was gathering around her. The sudden change in the situation caused Long Yan to pause. Turn around, boom. The spiritual power accumulated in Zhang Sun Xilan reached the critical point at the same time. Amidst a loud bang, Zhang Sun Xilan's blood-stained purple hair rose up with spiritual power, and her slightly closed beautiful eyes looked particularly peaceful against the bloodstains on her body, as if she were an ELF.AT. This moment, her realm was promoted from the peak of the 9th level of Great Martial Master to the 1st level of Martial Soul, the realms of martial arts, from low to high, are Apprentice, Master, Great Master, Soul, King, Emperor. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. In the Huangyan Empire, Emperor Wu was a rare existence. King Wu was a powerful man who ruled a region. Apart from these, Wupa is the guest of honor in all big families. For the countless geniuses in the current Huangyan Empire, Wupa is an extremely difficult hurdle that has stopped countless people. No one could have imagined that Zhang Sun Xilan would break through at this time. However, is this the end? No, boom. As Long Yan's gaze narrowed slightly, a muffled sound erupted from the woman's body again. The 2nd level of Wupa, break through 2 realms in a row, boom. Immediately following the sound of the 3rd breakthrough, the screams of the surrounding disciples exploded. Those famous and powerful families, including countless elders of Tianwei sect, all stood up unconsciously and looked at the woman in the arena with shocked eyes. So terrifying. Chapter 249. Can't win, break through 3 realms in a row. Such an incredible thing has never been heard of in the entire Huangyan Empire, boom. In the martial arts arena, Long Yan already felt the situation was getting tough. While Zhang Sun Xilan was still asleep, his spiritual energy surged out of his body. A circle of thick red spiritual power swirled up. Raging Dragon Technique, Roar. With the naked eye, one could see a long rainbow of spiritual energy shaped like a fire dragon, which suddenly burst out and pointed directly at the woman hanging in the air. This aura is a high-grade spiritual learning. Many sharp-eyed people looked at him with a slightly fixed gaze. I in the realm of martial arts. Martial arts are broadly divided into upper, middle, and lower grades of spiritual studies. A mid-grade spiritual science can be regarded as the spiritual science of a second-rate sect. As for the top-grade ones, even a large sect like Tianwei sect would not have more than one of them on one hand. Is this the work of the Long family? After a little thought, some big families felt a chill in their hearts. The ordinary disciples around were relatively more concerned that Long Yan could actually comprehend such a level of spiritual learning. Top-grade spiritual learning, this can only be reached by those at the peak of martial spirit. What level is the man on the field at? He is actually a great martial artist. It turns out that Long Yan still retained his strength before. But now, senior sister is at the third level of Wu Pa. In the spotlight just before the dragon-shaped spiritual power reached Changsun Xilan's eyes, her beautiful violet eyes slowly opened break. Like a trembling musical sound that spread throughout the world, Changsun Xilan's spotless jade hands slowly opened. Wind, clouds, stirring, every pair of eyes was filled with extreme shock as they stared at the vast sky above their heads. All the warriors on Qiulong Mountain could clearly see a giant hand that seemed like a god dominating the world, madly absorbing the spiritual power of the world, and slowly crushing towards the training ground. Wind and cloud palm? The familiar breath caused the heartbeats of the disciples who were blown by the hurricane to accelerate. Wind and cloud palm is only a mid-level spiritual skill. How can it have such power? This is the perfect level of wind and cloud palm. What Qiulong Mountain lacks the least now is knowledgeable martial arts masters. People understood it almost at a glance, but precisely because it is clear, everyone was even more shocked. For the same martial art, the power of perfection is at least 10 times that of entry-level martial arts. Before, Changsun Xilan was clearly just getting started with the wind and cloud palm, complete in an instant. Could it be that this recent blow had propelled her into that state of enlightenment that countless martial arts masters yearn for? Click on the main seat. When sect leader Xiao Shangxuan saw Changsun Xilan showing such an attitude, there was no joy on her face. With his gaze becoming increasingly gloomy, he even cracked the armrests of the main seat. Top-grade spiritual learning, very powerful, but the entry-level high-grade spiritual science, compared to the perfect-level mid-grade spiritual science. People only need to look at the fire dragon that is like an earthworm under the giant palm to know who is strong and who is weak. Boo, roar. The two attacks seemed slow, but in fact they collided in just a breath. What was destroyed in an instant was the angry dragon art that existed in name only. The power of the wind and cloud palm did not decrease at all, and it continued to crush down the area where Long Yan was. If you say at the third level of Wu Pa, Long Yan still has hope of winning. He has no hope at all against that powerful martial artist who possesses perfect mid-grade spiritual knowledge. Master, I can't lose. Watching the Fengyun palm crushing down, Long Yan spoke hurriedly, and it was unknown who he was talking to. However, his words did not receive any response. Master? Long Yan frowned. There was no response at all. This was never the case before. Look up to the sky. The Fengyun palm has fallen. It's too late. Long Yan lost. Some disciples and independent practitioners already knew the outcome, from Changsun Xilan's near defeat to the complete reversal. Now, all the warriors sighed that this battle was truly exciting, but just when people thought that Changsun Xilan was going to kick Long Yan out of the arena and end the battle, an even more powerful force, with an unquestionable attitude, crushed the Fengyun palm to pieces. When many top experts saw this situation, their pupils contracted and they looked up at the platform. I apologize to everyone. I have violated the sect's rules and used forbidden techniques to forcibly improve my realm. I am sorry to have embarrassed you all. Sect leader Xiao Shangxuan slowly stood up. Her words caused an uproar among all the martial arts practitioners on the hillside of Qiulong Mountain. Changsun Xilan, who was in midair, looked at her master sitting in the main seat with her purple eyes, full of confusion. What does master mean by this? Let's end today's competition here. Without waiting for Changsun Xilan to speak, sect leader Xiao Shangxuan casually waved his hand and took her away. Only a group of people looking at each other in bewilderment were left there, and in the arena, Long Yan looked at Changsun Xilan, who was walking away, and a hint of interest gradually rose in his eyes. Master, let's go and take a look. This young man from the Changsun family is quite good. A gentle voice came into Long Yan's ears, transmitting sound through the air. At least it takes a strong person at the level of king of martial arts to do it. After hearing these words, Long Yan looked at the crowd outside the venue and left silently. Qiulong Mountain, the clan leader's residence. Kneel down. A harsh voice scolded from the woman's mouth. In the huge courtyard, There were only the clan leader Xiao Shangxuan and the eldest grandson Xilan listening to the master's words. Changsun Xilan's fair brows couldn't help but frown. He just said in public that she used forbidden techniques and destroyed all her means of attack. Without any explanation, he now wants her to kneel down. Why should I kneel? Because you couldn't win in the competition just now. Can't win? Hearing this, Zhangsun Xilan opened her eyes wide, unable to understand. I have been preparing for this duel for 5 years. As a master, you tell me I can't win? Do you think that was just a personal duel? Xiao Shangxuan's expression was cold and frosty. Although his disciple Zhangsun Xilan's strength had greatly increased, he was not at all happy. Behind Long Yan is the ancient aristocratic Long family. Even the royal family doesn't dare to offend them, but our Tianwei sect lost face and offended them because of your broken engagement 5 years ago. You should have lost today's battle. On the day when our Tianwei sect and the Long family reconciled, you made things even worse. After hearing what her master said, Changsun Xilan looked at him blankly. The face that should have been familiar, however, had a strangeness that was hard to ignore. From the very beginning, Master, have you wanted me to lose? You also promised me that if I lost the battle, I would become Long Yan's maid. You brought this upon yourself. Xiao Shangxuan sternly said, even though Long Yan of the Long family was an idle second-generation heir from birth until 5 years ago, you should never have broken off the engagement behind my back. If you become Long Yan's maid and they let go of their past grudges, it would be something you and your Changsun family should be thankful for. Oh, so that's how it is. In order to curry favor with the Long family, you treat me like my family, a complete commodity, and marry me to a waste. Changsun Xilan took a half step back in self-mockery. But now, I've won the 5-year agreement. According to the bet between the Long family and me, I'm a free man. Holding her head high, Changsun Xilan rarely contradicted her master Xiao Shangxuan. Traitor, kneel down. Chapter 250 Concubine. The angry voice of the Tianwei sect's leader filled Changsun Xilan's ears. Faced with such angry rebuke from her master, a hint of disappointment and chilling heart appeared in Changsun Xilan's purple eyes. Are you going to kneel or not? Beneath the harsh words, a terrifying pressure gradually enveloped Changsun Xilan. Ah, it's just a child. Why are you so angry? Suddenly, an old voice emerged from outside the courtyard. Xiao Shangxuan and Changsun Xilan glanced sideways at the same time. I saw an old man with a hunched body but a strong aura walking slowly towards me with a young man. When she saw the person coming, Xiao Shangxuan's expression changed slightly and she hurried forward. Elder Black Dragon, why didn't you inform us in advance of your visit? I am just a small figure in the Long family. There is no need for the Tianwei sect master to respect me. The old man smiled faintly and waved his hand. I wonder what crime your sect's saint daughter has committed that she must kneel down and suffer punishment. With his eyes sparkling with brilliance falling on the beautiful figure of Changsun Xilan, Elder Black Dragon asked knowingly. Xiao Shangxuan laughed dryly and said, I was incompetent in teaching her, and she went down the wrong path of practicing forbidden techniques. I was extremely disappointed, so, is that so? Elder Black Dragon nodded in approval. This crooked path is indeed wrong. However, I see that your saint daughter is a first-time offender, so kneeling down or something like that is better omitted. What Elder Black Dragon said is absolutely right. Xiao Shangxuan's face was filled with obvious flattery. Looking at the two of them, Changsun Xilan said nothing. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know whether she used forbidden techniques or not. He opened his mouth to defend himself, saying that he did not use any forbidden techniques and was just interrupting their performance, compared to these two people. Changsun Xilan's attention was more focused on the young man next to Elder Black Dragon Dragonflame. After parting at the arena, they met again here. Although the saint of your sect used forbidden techniques, her strength and courage are indeed great. I still remember how she came to our Long family alone to break off the engagement. The gentle laughter of the Black Dragon Elder attracted the attention of Changsun Xilan. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Alone, coming to cancel the engagement. Changsun Xilan couldn't help but think back to those days. When she was 15 years old, she found out that she would marry a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, whore and smoke opium in 2 years. She was confused and asked her family to help her cancel the engagement. However, none of the elders in the Changsun family promised to help her. At that time, she was still very young, but she was already the bargaining chip of the family. At that time, she put on a big coat and hid from the elders at home. She took a few dry biscuits and walked through the heavy snow. It took her half a month and she finally arrived at the Long family. She wants the right to choose her own partner, but what is the result? The Long family rejected her and turned a blind eye to her cancellation of the engagement. In the eyes of the Long family, no matter how useless the people in their family are, it is an absolute honor for you, the eldest grandson Zilan, to be able to associate with them. After being rejected again and again, Zhang Sun Xilan could no longer bear it and made the news of breaking off the engagement known to everyone in the world. In the end, the Long family could no longer sit still and felt extremely humiliated. After humiliating the woman, they threw her a divorce letter with a 5-year agreement. It's ridiculous that Long Yan was still hugging the woman and saying to her, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. Yes, breaking off the engagement is a shame for him who has lived a life of luxury. Young master and I have discussed this. The 5-year agreement is now a draw. Your saint daughter will no longer be your maid. The voice of Elder Black Dragon brought Changsun Xilan back to her senses. No need to be a maid? Upon hearing this, Changsun Xilan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This is not the style of the Long family. Really, the words of Elder Black Dragon immediately made Changsun Xilan clench her jade hands into fists. Your clan's saint daughter can marry into our Long family, and young Master Long Yan has agreed to take Miss Changsun as his concubine. This way, we'll all be one family, and there's no need to delve into past unpleasantness. As he spoke, the old man, who was wearing a gray robe with black dragon patterns on it, smiled and took out a book on spiritual studies from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Shangxuan. This top-grade spiritual study, the Qin, can be considered our Long family's betrothal gift. Such a situation made Xiao Shangxuan so surprised that she was speechless. Okay. This is the best. Changsun Xilan stared at the old man in front of her and her master, and finally her gaze fell on Long Yan, who was standing beside her. He was standing aside, carrying a huge sword on his back. He seemed to be completely unaware of the fact that she was taken as a concubine, and looked like a gentleman. Ding host triggers the mission, rejected. In my mind, the voice that had appeared before resurfaced. Changsun Xilan was stunned, and a light curtain invisible to others appeared in front of her. Mission, reject description. As the owner of the Peerless Genius system, how can you agree to such a ridiculous request to become someone else's concubine? Please refuse. Mission successful. Rewards include a random realm upgrade, a random spiritual science completion, and 1000 points. Mission failed. Become ugly. Reject. Looking at the light screen in front of her, Changsun Xilan felt a warm feeling in her heart. The Changsun family and her master treated her like an object in order to curry favor with the Long family. Looking around, in the whole world, only this thing called the system is on her side. Zilan, quickly thank Senior Black Dragon and young Master Long Yan for letting bygones be bygones. Xiao Shangxuan patted Changsun Xilan on the shoulder. Beneath the force, there was a clear warning. I refuse. A firm voice came directly from Changsun Xilan's mouth. For a while, the three people in the courtyard all turned their eyes to Changsun Xilan. What did you say? Sect leader Xiao Shangxuan's voice was filled with extreme coldness. I refuse. Why should I marry a defeated general? And as a concubine, is he worthy? Changsun Xilan said something so bluntly that no one present had expected. Long Yan, who had always looked calm, also looked unhappy. He practiced for 5 years. But in the end he received such an evaluation from this woman. Traitor! Xiao Shangxuan raised her hand and slapped Changsun Xilan on the chest. Looking at the situation in front of me, Long Yan and Elder Black Dragon just watched coldly. Boom! With one palm strike, Changsun Xilan flew backwards and crashed into the wall of the courtyard. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out. The woman was buried under a pile of rubble. Elder Black Dragon, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Without even glancing at Changsun Xilan, Xiao Shangxuan turned around and flattered the old man. In response, Elder Black Dragon shook his head slightly and waved his hand, saying, let's set it for 3 days from now. By then, our Long family will have a team coming to pick up the bride. Okay. Please rest assured, there will be no problem on my side. The old man didn't say much, and said to the gloomy Long Yan beside him, young master, let's go. Don't be angry, young Master Long. When this humble disciple becomes your concubine, you can vent your anger however you want. Xiao Shangxuan's attitude was extremely humble. At this point, the two left. Chapter 251 Overthrowing the sect leader. It was getting dark. Tianwei sect, the second peak. When Changsun's island woke up. I found myself in a quiet courtyard. Long Yan still wanted to get her, so Xiao Shangchuan couldn't really hurt her seriously. Only thinking back to her master's attitude and his unhesitating attack, Changsun's island's heart was cold and transparent. Ding system task completed. Rewards begin to be distributed. Yi Tian's prompt sound appeared directly. This diverted the woman's attention. Buzz buzz buzz. Powerful spiritual power surged into her body, and Changsun's island could clearly feel that her spiritual sea was expanding rapidly. Relying on the strength improved by the system, she did not feel the slightest instability in her realm. Boom! 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 Three muffled sounds. The sixth level of martial spirit, compared to the original third level of Wupa, it is more than twice as powerful. Ding randomly detected that the host possesses the mid-grade spiritual skill Clever Butterfly Step, and the upgrade is complete. Another entry-level mid-grade spiritual science was deduced to perfection. In just one day, her strength increased more than the total amount she had gained from years of practice. System, what exactly are you? Are you the consciousness of a martial emperor? Hiss. Yi Tian was a little confused just now. He should have transmitted all the system-related information to the female host in a way that was like a revelation. Why do you have to ask again? The system is the system. The host only needs to understand that the system exists to transform the host into a peerless genius. There are such rare things in the world. Muttering to herself, Changsun's island said with a gentle kiss, "System, you must have paid a heavy price to improve my strength like this, right? After all, it seems like I haven't paid anything." Yi Tian's initial investment cost 2 million points. However, after obtaining 70 million points in the previous world, plus the previous points, Yi Tian's net worth has reached 110 million. I didn't feel anything at all about spending 1,000,000 points. It is worth mentioning that after the world currency reached 5%, Yi Tian entered this fantasy world where people would expose their true selves. It only cost 1,000,000 points to resist the will of the world. I want to come. In the future, if you enter those low-level martial arts worlds, you shouldn't even have to pay the toll to enter the world. The system did pay a heavy price, but it's all due for the host. You. Hearing such sincere words, Changsun's island compared herself to her master and the elders in her family, and couldn't help but feel a little blocked in her heart. Why are you so nice to me? Yi Tian, the one in front of me is the first female host. Yi Tian finally understood. Compared to the male host who only thinks about improving his strength after obtaining the system, the female host is more inclined to chat. Ding 1,000 points reward has been issued. It is recommended that the host purchase what he needs. I didn't follow the host's train of thought. Yi Tian directly unfolded the system screen in front of Changsun's island. Points, 1,000 inch points? These can be used to buy things in the system mall. Thinking of the system-related information Yi Tian had instilled in her, Changsun's island's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Isn't this just like going to the market to buy things, without having to run around? It's amazing. With a little anticipation, Changsun's island directly opened the system mall. A photo stone, 1,000 points, all products have been loaded, no new products yet. Just one thing, something worth exactly 1,000 points, 1,000 points for one photo stone? The photo stone is equivalent to the video recorder in the original world. This is a best-selling item in the Huangyan Empire, and it is something that the middle class can buy without any pressure. Such a comparison, system points don't seem to have much purchasing power. Changsun's island's cheeks were slightly puffed. She also wanted to pick some and go shopping. Who would have thought that the system would deal with her with just one thing? After some hesitation, Changsun's island still exchanged the things to get the stuff. What surprised her was that this photo stone contained a recorded image. At this image that is worth 1,000 points, infusion of spiritual power. The next moment, a curtain of light appeared. This is. Looking at the two naked men and women sweating together in the picture, Changsun's island's pure and beautiful eyes widened slightly. Fuck, there's too much information and I gave it to the wrong person. Yi Tian's old face turned red and he stretched out his hand. The scene in front of Changsun's island then changed. The picture showed Xiao Shangchuan talking with the Black Dragon elder of the Long family. That fawning face made it impossible for anyone to imagine that this was the honorable leader of the Tianwei sect. The scene in front of her played for a long time before it finally drew Changsun's island's attention back. Unexpectedly, the system can actually record these images. This is simply a deadly weapon. Steadying her mind, Changsun's island said, "System, do you want me to use this video to overthrow my master?" The leader of Tianwei sect must ensure absolute dignity in all aspects no matter what the reason is. If this video is circulated, the entire Tianwei sect, from top to bottom, will definitely not allow a sycophant like Xiao Shangchuan to sit on the position of the sect leader again. Yi Tian, it depends on the host, whether he wants to or not. Do you want to or not? The fair palm gently touched the still painful chest. Thinking of Xiao Shangchuan's previous cold words, Changsun Xilan already had the answer. If she did nothing, 3 days later, she would be escorted to the Long family by those so-called relatives and become that man's concubine. She had to do something. At least, the muddier the water, the more time and opportunity she will have. Chapter 252 Changsun Family Tianwei Sect. At the foot of the sect mountain, Long Yan followed behind Elder Black Dragon, and when he thought of what Changsun Xilan had said before, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Although the competition was stopped midway by the leader of Tianwei sect, in the eyes of some discerning people, he had already lost. Master, didn't you say there wouldn't be any accidents today? He silently thought to himself that Long Yan was not talking to the Black Dragon Elder in front of him. There shouldn't be any accidents. An old voice came from the jade pendant on Long Yan's neck. My master's divination technique has never failed in the past 100 years, but today, it went wrong. Hearing the master's words, Long Yan's brows knitted tightly together. Why did it go wrong? The slightly reproachful words caused the old voice in the jade pendant to pause slightly. After a long while, the old man's voice slowly came out. There are changes. Master has calculated the fate of the girl Changsun Xilan again and found that her fate is completely different. The chaos is so hazy that it has completely blocked my great divination skills. I think this is why I couldn't help you in the competition before. Variables. Long Yan's frown deepened. Doesn't that mean it will be very difficult for me to take that woman as my concubine in 3 days? Perhaps there will be some difficulties. The old man's voice gradually became sad. After many years, it seems that this master will have to go to the Changsun family again. Don't worry, that woman possesses the purple phoenix body, which can bring about a qualitative change in your heavenly dragon body. At worst, as long as I tell your Long family about this, there will be no chance for that girl to escape. I don't want to rely on my family. Long Yan looked proud. Master knows. The old man said slowly, with Master here, there is no need for your Long family. You only need to deduce your Tianlong body to its peak, and leave the rest to me. Hearing this, Long Yan showed a slight smile on his face. He did not like practicing, and even now, he still rejected and despised the practice methods of those warriors. To be able to reach such a level at this at GEIT was because, 5 years ago, the remnant soul in the jade pendant awakened and told him that he possessed the heavenly dragon body. Those who possess the body of a celestial dragon only need to give up their lust and desires in order to practice. Dragons are inherently lustful. During the 5 years, the method of practicing in bed every day was what Long Yan called ascetic practice, precisely because of his dragon nature. As his strength increases, Long Yan has a natural affinity for dragon-attributed spiritual studies. This kind of physique can be said to be a child favored by heaven. However, recently, the Tianlong body is no longer satisfied with ordinary women, and Long Yan has reached a bottleneck. He needs women with special physiques to make further progress, and coincidentally, the 5-year agreement has arrived. Everything went surprisingly smoothly, as if it was arranged by someone. He only needed Changsun Xilan's body to transform into the most perfect martial spirit in history. Moreover, through this battle, those who looked down on him would remember his name forever. But something went wrong at the point where it should least go wrong. But now, there is still room for recovery. Master, don't worry. When I reach the pinnacle of my heavenly dragon body, I will definitely go to the 9 heavens divine realm to help you find your master's wife. In a good mood, Long Yan uttered Zhang Ran's words. Ah, I'm very pleased that my disciple has this heart. Within the Tianwei sect, the second peak is Weishu Mountain. A group of familiar people came to Changsun Xilan's training courtyard. Xilan, look at yourself, what have you done? You've accomplished something by embarrassing young Master Long Yan in public. 2 middle-aged men and a woman with a boy of 17 or 18 years old stepped into the courtyard and were immediately met with a series of scoldings. Looking at the person who came, Changsun Xilan's white eyebrows subconsciously frowned. Uncle, second uncle, aunt, cousin. Don't call me aunt. The woman among the 4 people came with her hands on her hips. You are so powerful. You can decide everything by yourself. You don't need our Changsun family anymore. Don't say that about Zilan. The uncle, dressed in luxurious clothes, started to sing the good cop song. Didn't Long Yan of the Long family finally put aside their past grudges and marry Zilan? Speaking of which, Long Yan wants to marry you, so there should be a betrothal gift, right? The tone of Changsun Zilan's uncle changed, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. It was taken away by the sect leader. Changsun Zilan sighed, obviously already used to this attitude of these people. It was taken away by the sect master. Hearing this, several people looked a little embarrassed. Then how many spirit stones do you have left? The second uncle took over and asked Changsun Zilan. Spirit stones are the currency of this world. Changsun Zilan's delicate brows furrowed again. Didn't you send 100,000 spirit stones to the family this month? It's only been a few days? What? You're not willing to give me any spirit stones? The woman's face turned stern. The Changsun family has over 60 people. How long can 100,000 spirit stones last? Our Changsun family paid so much to send you to Tianwei sect. Now you are refusing to accept my request for some spirit stones. It really makes our family feel disappointed. My family paid a price to send me into the Tianwei sect? Upon hearing this, Changsun Zilan, who was not the type to accept things passively, immediately said, the Tianwei sect recruits disciples based solely on their talent. When I came here to study martial arts, no one in my family approved of me. They even locked me up in a forbidden room. When I truly become a disciple of the Tianwei sect, you will be like blood-sucking worms, squeezing my value every moment. I can't see any family affection from you. Maybe it's because of the system. Changsun Zilan finally spoke out the words that had been accumulating in her heart for so many years. As soon as these words were spoken, the woman and the two middle-aged men looked at each other with their eyes flashing slightly. You're rebelling, the woman gasped, appearing extremely angry and heartbroken. While your parents were gone, our Changsun family raised you from infancy. No matter how you look after us, we've been grateful for your upbringing. Is this how you repay our family? Looking at the woman in front of her, and then at the men next to her who were shaking their heads slightly, Changsun Zilan took a deep breath. Feeling a little tired, he took off the storage bag at his waist and said, I completed a sect mission 2 days ago, and I still have more than 10,000 spirit stones on me. Without waiting for Changsun Zilan to say anything more, the woman took the storage bag from her with a smile on her face. That's very sensible. The woman said, pushing the boy of about 17 or 18 years old next to her forward, Zilan, there is something else that needs your help. Your cousin Hao Yuan was targeted by the female elder of the Baiwu sect a while ago and can no longer stay there. I think your Tianwei sect is a good one. You can use your connections to arrange for your cousin to come in. It would be best if you can find an elder to accept him as a disciple. Her eyes fell on the boy of 17 or 18 years old in front of her, and Changsun Zilan had some impression of him. This is the pride of all members of the Changsun family. Just because she joined a third-rate sect, it brought more excitement to the Changsun family than her joining the top-rate Tianwei sect. It can be said that he is the darling of the entire Changsun family. Chapter 253 Su Yuntian's chess game. Join Tianwei sect. Wait for a while and you can come when the sect recruits new disciples. The sect is recruiting disciples? The woman said with a frown, you are already a direct disciple. Can't you even add one more person to the sect? Yes, Zilan, your cousin is quite talented. He is definitely qualified to join the Tianwei sect. The older middle-aged man also spoke as Changsun Zilan. What realm? Hao Yuan has already reached the peak of the 9th level of martial arts apprentice and can reach the level of martial arts master at any time. The middle-aged man said with pride, at Zilan's age, she should still be some distance away from this level, right? 2 years ago, I was 18 years old and at the peak of the 9th level of martial arts. Changsun Zilan couldn't help but shake her head after hearing this bluntly. Maybe the Changsun family only knew that she was a woman. As for realm, birthday, or even age, I never cared about them. He's a 9th level martial artist, barely needing the Tianwei sect's admission requirements. Let him stay for now. We'll arrange the sect entrance examination for him in a few days. Seeing the two middle-aged men and the woman's expressions of determination to achieve their goal, Changsun Zilan finally agreed. Of course, this is also on the premise that Changsun Hao Yuan has almost met the standards for joining the sect. That's great. The woman smiled and said, in a few days, when you marry into the Long family, you must help the family more every month. Leave this sentence. The woman and the two middle-aged men left the courtyard with happy faces. In the courtyard, Chang Sun Xilan looked at the boy in front of her. A pair of small round eyes, a wrinkled pockmarked face and exposed teeth. He looks vulgar no matter how you look at him. In terms of appearance, no one in the Chang Sun family is better looking. From this point of view, Chang Sun Xilan was glad that her parents, whom she had never met, gave her a good appearance. There are 3 guest rooms in this courtyard. Please choose any one. Meals will be delivered by the servant disciples. In the next 2 days, try to see if you can break through to the martial master level. After giving his cousin a brief verbal explanation, Chang Sun Xilan found out that she had nothing to give him. Most of his cultivation resources were given to the Chang Sun family. I think the Chang Sun family must have poured all those resources into this cousin. Okay. Chang Sun Haoyuan nodded obediently, just looking at Chang Sun Xilan. The lustful look in his eyes that occasionally revealed could not be concealed by pretending to be well-behaved. After giving some reminders, Chang Sun Xilan also walked towards the back of the courtyard, giving her cousin some time to adapt. Warm white mist rises from the water. Behind the courtyard is a hot spring. After a day, Chang Sun Xilan was exhausted both physically and mentally. After undressing, her graceful figure was fully revealed against the backdrop of the gauze-like mist. Walking slowly into the hot spring, Chang Sun Xilan closed her beautiful eyes in enjoyment. A moment later, some strange noises in the courtyard made her open her purple eyes. The other side, Chang Sun Haoyuan, who was wandering around the courtyard, secretly pushed open the door of Chang Sun Xilan's bedroom. Looking at the pink, blue, and purple underwear in the bedroom, Chang Sun Haoyuan swallowed hard and felt hot all over. I looked outside the door and found no one. Who would have thought that I, Chang Sun Haoyuan, have already obtained something that so many geniuses want? A lewd expression appeared. After he plays with these underwear, he can sell them to those geniuses outside and earn another income. Thinking excitedly, Chang Sun Haoyuan was about to pounce on the bed in the room. However, in the next moment, a strong hand grabbed the back of Chang Sun Haoyuan's collar. You, who are you? Turning his head, Chang Sun Haoyuan looked at the man in strange clothes, suit, and felt panicked. The man narrowed his eyes and dragged him out of the woman's bedroom without much expression. In the courtyard. Ye Tian summoned a stream of water to wash his hands, then turned to look at the man in front of him and said, "Don't you know that Chang Sun Xilan is your cousin? How could you do that? She's not my cousin at all. She's just a spirit stone earning machine adopted by our Chang Sun family. We raised her up to this age. Let alone stealing a couple of clothes. Even if she helped me with my affairs, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? We're not related by blood. Open your mouth." Although Chang Sun Haoyuan said this, his face revealed extreme fear. How could this happen? How could this happen? These words were clearly hidden in his heart, so how could he say them out loud like a fool? What had this man done to him? A strange, sarcastic sound came from the back of Yi Tian's hand. There was a pale mouth, opened early, interrogating ghosts. This is the product that Yi Tian obtained in Jiang Ye's spiritual world before he ghosts are experts at analyzing human hearts. Boom. Just the next breath. At the right time calculated by Yi Tian, Chang Sun Xilan, with her hair wet and dressed, arrived directly. You, what did you say? Chang Sun family. More than 10 years ago, the Chang Sun family was just a big family in Baijuan town, and it couldn't even be called a clan. In just 10 years, a young man named Chang Sun Xilan emerged, a direct disciple of Tianwei sect. From that moment on, the entire Chang Sun family truly transformed into a family, with a stable monthly supply of spirit stones. The entire Chang Sun family has completely left the barren Baijuan town and moved to Yundong City under the Imperial City. Even in Yundong City, where important figures abound, the Chang Sun family now holds a certain status. It was approaching night. The Chang Sun family welcomed an old man with an immortal look. Old man, the Chang Sun family is not accepting visitors today. The guard was blocking the gate, his whole body revealing an arrogant expression. Ha, my friend, all you need to do is go and inform them that an old friend came to visit you 20 years ago. Su Yuntian held the whisk, neither angry nor annoyed. The aura that was inadvertently revealed made the two guards look skeptical. Wait, I'll go and inform them. Not long that the guard came back, and an old man with a face full of age spots and a big mole at the corner of his mouth came out to greet him. Your Excellency. You are truly the same lord from back then. When the old man saw Mr. Su, his face was full of excitement. Hurry, hurry, come in. The old man lowered his body and put on a very humble attitude towards Mr. Su in front of the door. I watched the old man walk into Chang Suan's house. The two guards looked at each other and both gasped. It turned out to be their old patriarch who came to greet him personally. Fortunately, he didn't offend him at that time. Connect to the living room. The old patriarch of the Changsun family and old Su took their seats respectively. The servant made tea and left. Sir, it has been 20 years since we last met. The old patriarch's tone was filled with emotion and sigh. Yes, 20 years. Su Yuntian stroked his beard, recalling those years with a look of sadness in his eyes. It has been 20 years, and you haven't changed at all compared to what you were back then. You even look better. The old patriarch complimented. These words made Su Yuntian shake his head slightly. If there was a king of war beside him, he would be able to clearly see that he was just a spirit. Back then, even though he was hunted down by the divine realm and seriously injured, at least he had a body. Without paying much attention, Su Yuntian looked at the reception room and said with a hint of admiration, over the years, your Changsun family has indeed been developing in a positive direction according to the trajectory of my divination. This is all thanks to you for bringing good things to our Changsun family. The old patriarch praised generously. If you hadn't given that child to our Changsun family back then, saying that you would help our Changsun family prosper, how could we have reached this point? Yeah. Nodding, Su Yuntian stroked his beard and said, although the development is good, it is still far behind those big families in this empire. When I gave you the baby girl, I also gave you a marriage contract. Do you remember? I remember, of course I remember, but... Thinking of Changsun Xilan's broken engagement 5 years ago, the old patriarch looked at the adult in front of him, his tone hesitant. I also know something about what happened before. I predicted that the girl would break off the engagement. Stroking his whisk, Su Yuntian said calmly, the young master of the Long family is still willing to marry the girl. You just need to use the Changsun family to put pressure on the girl in the next few days so that she will marry into the Long family obediently. By then, your Changsun family will truly become an upper-class family and soar to the sky. Is what your excellency said true? The old patriarch's eyes lit up when he heard that they had set foot in an upper-class family. I never lie. Su Yuntian said calmly. These words from the adults are enough. The old patriarch was full of energy. For the sake of the Changsun family, I will definitely make Xilan obedient. With an appreciative smile, Su Yuntian took out a portrait from his body and spread it out. The portrait shows a man and a woman leaning against each other with shy smiles on their faces. Just by looking at this painting, you can tell that the men and women in it have stunning looks. What is this? The old patriarch looked at old Su inquiringly. Su Yuntian gave the answer at the right time. These are Changsun Xilan's parents. If we have her parents' belongings, it would be easier to persuade her. I see. The old patriarch nodded in understanding, but his brows furrowed slightly again. Sir, you won't let Xilan meet her parents, will you? For the old patriarch and the entire Changsun family, Changsun Xilan is undoubtedly a cash cow and cannot leave. Ah, old patriarch, there's no need to worry about that. Su Yuntian said with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. The girl's parents were unforgivable evildoers. I killed them years ago, but I discovered that these two demons still had a daughter. Thinking that no matter how evil her parents were, the child was innocent, I entrusted her to you kind-hearted people. I see. The old patriarch breathed a sigh of relief and immediately praised, Your Excellency truly has a heart of righteousness. If there were more kind-hearted people like you in the world would be a harmonious place. Su Yuntian accepted the praise calmly. In fact, after knowing that Changsun Xilan possessed the purple phoenix body, everything was just a chess game played by him, the continent's #1 divination master. He knew that he could not do anything on his own to deal with the hatred that the divine realm had for him. Through divination, he found Long Yan, a child who was destined to be extraordinary, on his deathbed. Sleeping for more than 10 years, the chess pieces he laid out in his early years are now being moved one by him. His disciple Long Yan is his only hope for revenge. Chapter 254 2 System Tasks. Woo woo woo. In the courtyard, the woman's soft purple hair was draped behind her, half of her face was buried in her knees, and her crying sounded very suppressed. Opposite her, Yi Tian was pouting. I revealed in advance that she was not from the Changsun family, but I didn't expect the host to react like this. Some things, knowing them is actually a kind of luck, isn't it? Yi Tian tried to comfort the host. Wow. The woman showed her pitiful face and cried even louder. The disciples passing by outside the courtyard were all startled. What happened to senior sister Zelan? What could have made her cry like this? Maybe it's the onset of her monthly period. Only a woman's monthly period could cause senior sister this much pain. It's said that outside the Huangyan Empire, there's a powerful woman who surpasses the martial emperor. Every time her monthly period arrives, she kills to appease the pain and anger. Hiss. Several male disciples looked at each other in panic. Leave quickly. I in the courtyard. A long time when the woman's crying gradually subsided, Etian took off his earplugs and asked, "What are you going to do with that guy?" Pointing to one side, that was Changsun Haoyuan, who was knocked unconscious by Changsun Xilan with a bench. This guy still managed to enter Tianwei sect and go to Changsun Xilan's room, and succeeded. However, at that time, Changsun Xilan was already Long Yan's maid and no longer lived in Tianwei sect. Later, because of this incident, Changsun Xilan learned from Changsun Haoyuan that she was not a member of the Changsun family under Su Yuntian's deception. Changsun Xilan even learned that the Changsun family was the murderer of her parents. Later, Long Yan took righteous action to destroy the Changsun family on behalf of Changsun Xilan. This incident won Changsun Xilan's favor. Poor Changsun family was sold out by Su Yuntian. I have to say that in this novel world, Su Yuntian is just a character. Who are you? After the crying stopped, Changsun Xilan did not look at Changsun Haoyuan, but said to Yi Tiandao in front of her. Yi Tian, I am the system. After answering this question, Yi Tian frowned when he realized what was happening. It's not important. What is the host going to do next? How to do it? Zhang Sun Zilan slowly stood up and calmed down. I want to go to the Zhang Sun family and find out about my life experience. Lack of brains. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Tian flashed and returned to the host's mind. The next plan is like driving a car. Yi Tian was still thinking about giving the steering wheel to the woman for a while, but now it seems that it is impossible at all. Go to Changsun's house and ask them. The only consequence is that he will be detained by the Changsun family and sent to the Long family. It's no wonder that in the original novel, this woman was so naive and rejected Long Yan at the beginning. Later, when she knew that Long Yan possessed the heavenly dragon body and had to contact women, her attitude changed. Ding, the system task has been released, please check it out. The emergence of the voice drew Changsun Xilan's attention back. In front of me, there is an unfolded system page. Main task, become the leader of Tianwei sect. Description, as the owner of the Peerless Prodigy system, how could the host not have a minimum level of identity standard? Please become the new leader of the Tianwei sect, crushing your peers in both realm and status. Mission successful. Rewards include random realm upgrade, random spiritual studies completion, and information about the host's parents. Mission failed. Host's level regressed to D cup. Time limit 3 days. Secondary task, ask the current leader to step down. Description, in order to get out of the Huangyan Empire in the future, he attached himself to the Long family and sacrificed the host. This kind of leader is not needed. Please ask the host to let him step down. Mission successful. Reward, Forest King Mount, limited time. Mission failed. Host's hip circumference reduced to 80. The two consecutive tasks clearly told Changsun Xilan what to do next. Compared to the affairs of the Changsun family, the clan leader in front of her, Xiao Xiangshuan, is the one she should be thinking about. Wait until she truly becomes the leader of Tianwei sect. Who can interfere in your own marriage? Looking at the system tasks, Changsun Xilan didn't quite understand the modern vocabulary for punishment, but when I saw the reward column, my heart trembled. She looked closely at the reward for the main task. A message for parents. The Changsun family had never told her any information about her parents, but she didn't expect that now she would have the opportunity to find out from the system. The position of the leader of Tianwei sect. Changsun Xilan clenched her white fists and took out the photo stone from her body. She originally planned to use the image and the stone to disrupt the situation, but now it seems that this photo stone is just her first step, if he really became the Lord. Thinking of this, Changsun Xilan also understood the system's intentions. When she became the sect leader, the Long family came to her Tianwei sect to pick up the bride, and the nature of the matter was completely different. Chapter 255, Dismissal of the sect leader. No words were spoken that night. The next day, everyone knew about the competition between Changsun Xilan and Long Yan that had been scheduled for 5 years. Have you heard? Tianwei sect's direct disciple, Zhangsun Xilan, used forbidden techniques during a competition. Is there such a thing? Only a fool would believe this. What kind of forbidden technique can instantly elevate 3 minor realms and even elevate a mid-grade spiritual science to the perfect level? In tea houses, shops, and training grounds, there was an endless debate about whether Changsun Xilan used forbidden techniques. There's nothing much to discuss here. The reason is that the person who said that Changsun Xilan used forbidden techniques was the master of Changsun Xilan, the leader of Tianwei sect. According to normal logic, the leader of Tianwei sect has absolutely no reason to deceive everyone in public. This is also when the topic remains hot. Changsun Xilan received a letter from the sect leader Xiao Shangxuan. Admit to the outside world that you used the forbidden technique. In Xiao Shangxuan's opinion, this is the only quick and effective way to quell the rumors and prevent other sects from laughing at them. What a good master! The letter paper was shattered. Changsun Xilan sneered and took out the photostone obtained from the system infusion of spiritual power. The size of the image displayed on the photostone is proportional to the amount of spiritual power injected, and now he has reached the 6th level of martial spirit. Looking at the entire Huangyan Empire, they are all first class. A moment. A clear light curtain appeared directly from the peak of Changsun Xilan. Because of what happened yesterday, many people were paying attention to Changsun Xilan. When the huge light curtain appeared in her courtyard, a large number of martial arts practitioners could immediately witness it clearly. Kneel down. Why should I kneel? Because you couldn't win in the competition just now. Behind Long Yan is the ancient aristocratic Long family. Even the royal family doesn't dare to offend them, but our Tianwei sect lost face and offended them because of your broken engagement 5 years ago. In the clear picture, the conversation between the two women is like a movie, with excellent angles and switches, but no one cares about these anymore. Everyone looked at the image with shock. This is the truth of the matter. Why does the Tianwei sect's leader look like this? How can we, upright martial artists, kowtow like this? Poor Saint Zilan, she actually has such a master. Compared to most independent cultivators and martial arts practitioners from other sects, the disciples of Tianwei sect felt a burning pain on their faces. The sect master's appearance has brought shame to the Tianwei sect. Some clever people took out their photostones and recorded the images in the air. Such an incident is a sensational event for the entire Huangyan Empire. Boom! A vast wave of spiritual power swept out. The image in midair was instantly shattered. The person who appeared instead was an old man with white hair and an immortal look. The aura surging around the old man was so strong that even the sect disciples at a lower level felt a deep suction force just by looking at him. This is the sect elder. The first time they saw each other, the disciples screamed in surprise. The casual cultivators around did not dare to overstep the boundaries. The elders of a sect are the true foundation of a sect. Above the clan leader, Tianwei sect is said to have 3 elders, each of whom has reached the peak of martial king. After the old man shattered the picture in the air, he looked expressionlessly at Changsun Xilan below, and then shifted his sharp gaze to the main peak, Qiulong Mountain. Xiao Shangxuan, the 19th generation leader of the Tianwei sect. Come out and see me. For the suzerain, the elders would usually approve of the title of sect leader, and would only reach the point of calling the sect leader by name if it truly infringed upon the interests of the sect. Xiao Shangxuan's actions undoubtedly smashed the reputation of the entire sect to pieces. It's a big event. When the people around saw the elder come out, they all showed an expression of eating a big melon. As the angry voice of the old man with a sage-like demeanor appeared, a long rainbow of spiritual power rose out of thin air on Qiulong Mountain. Elder? When Xiao Shangxuan arrived, she didn't know what was going on. I just feel that the looks from people around me are very strange. The elder in front of him had an expression full of anger. You have completely disgraced the reputation that the Tianwei sect has accumulated over hundreds of years. The blunt words were not only spoken to Xiao Shangxuan, but also to the outsiders who were laughing at her. What's wrong with me? Xiao Shangxuan felt a little nervous. This elder has always been good-tempered. Why is he so angry today, especially towards her? As the sect leader, you don't act like one at all. This is very disappointing to me. Go to the sect's Tianwei cliff and reflect on yourself. The unquestionable tone made Xiao Shangxuan frown slowly, with more doubts in her eyes. In fact, if this matter only spread among the sect's top leaders, the elders won't show up at most. He would give Xiao Shangxuan a verbal lesson and then suppress the matter. But now, Changsun Xilan has made the matter known to almost everyone. In this situation, for the sake of the sect's reputation, the elders must take an absolute attitude to save the sect's face. Could you please explain this situation clearly? It's unacceptable to ask me to go to Tianwei Cliff to reflect on my mistakes without any clear explanation. Xiao Shangshuan's mind was full of questions. She couldn't figure out whether the elder had taken the wrong medicine today or what happened. The elder shook his head slowly. Although the Long family is powerful, as the head of a sect, your fawning and obsequious behavior is not worthy of your status. I don't want to say more about the rest. If you still want to stay in Tianwei sect, go to Tianwei Cliff and think about it. The words came out. Xiao Shangshuan froze instantly. How could the elder know her attitude towards the Long family? When the truth was revealed, Xiao Shangshuan looked at the elder in front of her with a fierce look and clenched her fist slightly, but also dejected, and now she just wants to know who leaked the news. Master, rest in peace. A slightly playful voice emerged. At Xiao Shangshuan's gaze suddenly turned. It's you? After seeing Changsun Xilan, murderous intent appeared in Xiao Shangshuan's eyes. What? You still want to attack the sect disciples in front of this old man? The elder's voice cut off Xiao Shangshuan's emotions. I dare not. Xiao Shangshuan bowed her head, but her eyes were cold and pointed. I accept the punishment. After she finished speaking, the woman's spiritual power surged throughout her body, and she walked into the air and headed towards Tianwei Cliff. As Xiao Shangshuan left, the elder's gaze lingered on Changsun Xilan for a while before turning away. From the moment Changsun Xilan released the image from the photostone to the moment the elders came forward and left, everything happened in just a short time, the duration of a stick of incense, but it gave a lasting shock to the martial arts practitioners around him. Everyone understands this matter is far from over. If the Tianwei sect does not come up with a good solution, it will become a laughingstock to countless sects in the entire Huangyan Empire in the future. Time passes. It was approaching night. Tianwei sect announced an unexpected but reasonable news to the public. The current leader of Tianwei sect, Xiao Shangshuan, has disgraced the sect. The three elders have unanimously decided to remove him from his position as leader. This is the result. Many disciples were deeply moved. Throughout the history of Tianwei sect, it seems that there has never been a situation where the sect leader was dismissed from his position by the sect elders. Xiao Shangshuan has set a precedent. I really stepped down. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Changsun Xilan's beautiful face, which was stained by the bright moonlight, showed some relaxation. In fact, in Yi Tian's opinion, Xiao Shangshuan's actions are equivalent to the situation in the original world where high-ranking officials act as lickspittles for foreigners. From the perspective of Tianwei sect, it would be unacceptable to allow her to continue to be the sect leader under these circumstances. Ding, the host, has completed the mission and is rewarded with the Forest King mount. The system's prompt sound made Changsun Xilan look behind her as if she realized something. Boom! In the space behind him, a huge space crack slowly appeared along with a large amount of thunder and fire. Roar! In a low voice, a powerful breath like the abyss instantly enveloped the entire courtyard of Changsun Xilan. Chapter 256 Life Story. Xilan, you are really good at this. On the Tianwei Cliff, Xiao Shangshuan's face was as gloomy as water. No matter how hard she tried, she could never have imagined that her good disciple, who always seemed to be very innocent, would have such a scheme. As my heart felt cold, an extraordinary aura emerged from behind the cliff. Xiao Shangshuan turned her head slightly and knew who was coming. Sect Master. The visitor looked around and whispered to Xiao Shangshuan, Sect Master, you haven't been severely punished, have you? I am no longer the sect leader. This is the biggest punishment. Xiao Shangshuan shook her head indifferently. Master, please don't say that. Even if you make a big mistake, you are still the master in my heart. The old man spoke with trust in his eyes. I'm not wrong. It's that old guy's rotten mindset that's wrong. Xiao Shangshuan looked at the dark cliff in front of her with an expressionless face. The great elder quickly changed his words. Yes, those three old fellows are nearing their end. After they die, the Tianwei sect will still be under your control, Sect Master. Xiao Shangshuan's expression brightened. When will the new leader be confirmed? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? This was also within Xiao Shangshuan's expectations. A sect as large as Tianwei sect cannot be without a sect leader for a day. Listen, you are the one I trained to be the next sect leader. You are also the sect's great elder. You must become the next sect leader. Don't worry, sect leader. Among the more than 70 elders in the sect, no one can snatch the position of sect leader from me. The old man's voice was full of determination. When you become the sect leader, bring Changsun Xilan to me. Xiao Shangshuan still deeply remembers what this good disciple did for her. The old man nodded affirmatively. Of course. When I become the sect leader, I will let you become the sect leader again. After a brief exchange, the great elder took his leave. They did not notice that in a corner, a stone with recorded images had been put away by Yi Tianwei sect. Elders Hall. The three elders sat cross-legged in the shape of a triangle in the hall. Clusters of lights danced in the darkness. Song Xiu, you are still too hasty in deciding to remove the 19th sect leader. Among the three, an old woman dressed in black shook her head slightly. An old man in a white robe and white hair had a solemn look in his eyes. If it touches the reputation of the sect, no one will be forgiven. It's true that she cannot be forgiven lightly, but have you ever thought about who will be the next sect master after Xiao Shangxuan steps down? This is what the old woman was thinking. Doesn't the election start tomorrow? Then the capable ones will take the position. Song Xiu was somewhat displeased with the old woman's nagging attitude. It's the capable who get the job, huh? The old woman said helplessly, you just came out of seclusion, and you don't know that apart from the three of us and the previous sect master, there is no longer a martial king in the sect, right? When Tianwei sect was first established, there was a rule that the position of sect master required at least the realm of martial king. No King Wu? Song Xiu frowned. Then lower your demands. Among the three, the red-eyed old man who had been silent and had a spear on his leg spoke bluntly. This is the sect's rule. As elders, are we supposed to violate it? The old woman's hoarse voice rose slightly. Then tell me, what should we do? Song Xiu's tone showed some impatience. The old woman said, let the 19th patriarch return to the throne and redeem himself for his crimes. Song Xiu, ridiculous. Even if I were to become the sect master, I would never allow her to continue to be the sect master. Seeing the two men each holding their own sides and refusing to give in, the old man with red eyes seemed helpless. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the Senate hall was suddenly blown open by a hurricane. The three elders who were still arguing suddenly turned their gaze and looked towards the gate of the Senate hall. Bang! A tiger claw took the lead and stepped into the elder hall. Of the terrifying aura that swept out spread like a heat wave, causing alarm bells to ring in the hearts of the three elders. This is a giant tiger with wings on its back. Spiritual beast? Everyone, be careful. This spirit beast is at least a 6th grade spirit beast, equivalent to the martial emperor. The king of spirit beasts. I don't think we need to discuss the position of the clan leader anymore. Just leave it to me. A woman's cold voice came from behind the king of the forest. When Changsun Xilan appeared in front of the three elders, they were all stunned. You? Looking at the woman in front of him, Sang Xiu had some impression of her. Then he asked in a tone of disbelief, this spirit beast? Mine. Changsun Xilan said bluntly. Can you control a 6th grade spirit beast? Among the three elders, the old woman was speechless. She naturally knew the saintly lady in the sect, and had originally intended to train her to be the 20th sect leader. What do you mean by control? That sounds so ugly. I'm working and getting paid. The king of the forest bared his tiger teeth and said unhappily. However, although it was unhappy, it felt a little comforted when it thought about the light ball in the system space that didn't even have a salary, speaking human language. The three elders gasped. They were too conservative. This spiritual beast is most likely not just of the 6th rank. This is completely beyond the scope of the confrontation between the three elders. Fortunately, this tiger-shaped spirit beast stands on the side of Changsun Xilan and is not an enemy of their Tianwei sect. What did you say? You want to be the clan leader? The red-eyed elder came back to his senses and looked intently at Changsun Xilan. Right. Okay, you are the 20th leader of our Tianwei sect. The red-eyed elder spoke with certainty. The other two elders looked at each other. Song Xiu nodded slightly, but the old woman seemed to be hesitant to speak. But then, he also said, my Tianwei sect has a rule that only a martial king can be the sect master, but you can control this kind of spiritual beast, and your overall strength is not inferior to that of a martial king. The old woman has nothing to say. Greetings, sect master. The three elders bowed slightly to Changsun Xilan, returned to the courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the main mission is completed. Reward the host. The realm is raised to martial king. The top-grade spiritual learning bloodlust is detected and it is raised to perfection. The host's life story has been sent to the system interface. Please check it carefully. The system made a series of sounds, and at the same time, Changsun Xilan felt an extremely powerful force surging into her body. The overall realm is visibly elevated layer by layer, Wupa 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the first level of King Wu. Even though she had been upgraded by the system twice before, the transformation brought about this time still made Changsun Xilan feel like she was dreaming. When the strength is improved, a cold breath then emanated from the body. Bloodlust. Feeling this breath, Changsun Xilan thought of this almost forgotten spiritual science. In the beginning, in order to practice this spiritual science, she killed countless people. However, the more people kill, the harder it is to calm their hearts, and the harder it is to comprehend this spiritual science. In the end, one could only get a glimpse of the basics and was then thrown aside. This is a spiritual science that can change a person's character. It is said that if one reaches perfection, one can even gain the power of Shura, which is comparable to the magical powers that even the martial emperor can only desire. Looking at her long hair stained with a little blood and the eyes in the mirror that seemed to have seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Changsun Xilan seemed to see another self in the unfamiliar feeling. What exactly is my life story? Murmuring, Changsun Xilan thought of everything she had experienced so far, and her fair palm swiped out the system screen. Look at the background column, click on it. Chapter 257 System Nature. A screen appears on the system interface. In the picture, there is a man and a woman, both looking at the baby girl in the cradle with loving faces. What a pity, the mission is not yet completed, and I don't have time to accompany you. The woman's brows relaxed, and her appearance was 70% similar to Changsun Xilan. I can't understand why I would follow that man. The man next to the woman clenched his fists and said hatefully, "Let's go. The clan will judge your sister's affairs. We should go and capture that man and bring him back to the clan." The woman picked up the baby girl and handed her to the wet nurse next to her. The man nodded slightly, looking at his daughter in the nanny's arms, and smiled. "Xilan, wait for Dad to come back and bring you something delicious." The picture is dark and gradually brightens with the dim light. It has been more than a month since the man and woman left this day. The good-looking wet nurse hurriedly opened the door and hugged the baby girl. "It seems like someone is chasing after me." Changsun Xilan held her breath slightly. When I was thinking about reading the next content about my life experience, the system screen suddenly interrupted. Please recharge for the subsequent plot. Looking at the big words in front of her, Changsun Xilan, who was completely immersed in the reading, was stunned. Recharge? Changsun Xilan stared at the line of words with her beautiful eyes and blinked. System, aren't the rewards for completing the mission given out all at once? Ding, the host's life story is too long. The system has divided it into 4 volumes. The reward the host received is the first volume. If you want to know the rest, you only need to recharge spirit stones. Then how much should I charge? Changsun Xilan didn't care too much. Just when the turning point of his life was about to happen, it was cut off by the system. She just wants to know what happens next. The host only needs to recharge 50 million spirit stones to know the content of the second volume of life experience. The system also gives a magical power purchasing voucher worth 500,000 spirit stones. 5,000 W spirit stones? Even Changsun Xilan, who was not very good at math, almost couldn't breathe when she heard this number. The host is already the leader of Tianwei sect, so it should be easy for him to earn some spirit stones. Have you already calculated this? Changsun Xilan was a little angry. She finally understood. Why would the system improve her strength and make her the sect leader? The lowest position for the sect leader is the first level of the martial king, and the system just let her get stuck at this level, not giving her any more. When she actually reached this position, the system revealed its greedy nature. Yi Tian did not reply. The forest king next to him said directly, "Human, I should go now." What? Just leave? Changsun Xilan looked at the king of the forest, seeming confused. That guy only paid me for a few hours, and the time is up. The king of the forest stretched lazily with a low growl. As the light flickers, the king of the forest returns directly to the system space. Don't even think about making it. The king of beasts, work for nothing. If the host wants the king of the forest to come out and fight, he can top up. Yi Tian's voice sounded at the right time. Changsun Xilan's face turned purple with anger. Asleep. After shouting angrily, Changsun Xilan lay down on the bed. 5,000 W spirit stones. Tianwei sect does have so many spirit stones, but that is basically most of what Tianwei sect has accumulated over the past few decades. Whether it is the development of the sect or the purchase of maintenance materials for the sect's formation, Spirit stones are needed. How could she possibly come up with so much? Warm reminder, the previous sect leader may have hidden a lot of spirit stones. Yi Tian's reminder made Chang Sun's island fall into deep thought. The next day, the elders of Tianwei sect all gathered in front of the elders' hall very consciously. In the huge open space in front of the palace of elders stood the top forces of Tianwei sect. When the door of the Senate hall slowly opened, the inner sect elders and hall masters all straightened their chests. Is everything okay in the sect today? What are you all doing here? The old woman among the three elders slowly walked out of the elder hall, leaning on a cane. Elder, should we elect a new leader today? The great elder couldn't help but ask. After the assessment, he will definitely be the new sect leader, Metropolitan? The old woman paused, then nodded and said, the 20th sect master of Tianwei sect has been determined after discussion among our three elders. Are you sure? The elders fell silent. Could it be that the new leader didn't need them to be assessed, and the three elders had already chosen one of them? Who is the new sect leader? The great elder asked excitedly, suppressing the smile on his face. As the grand elder, although he did not bring any good development to the sect during his tenure, but putting aside his strength, he was the one who appeared in front of the three elders the most. The new leader is the only saint girl in the sect, Zhang Sun's island. A calm voice came out of the old woman's mouth. The people who were originally restless at the scene all calmed down slightly. Zhang Sun's island? The great elder raised his voice. Elder, you're not wrong, are you? The position of sect leader was given to a disciple who's only in his 20s? A disciple of our sect can become the sect leader. You should think about why instead of questioning me. The aura of the peak martial king on the old woman was slightly released. The elders below were all sweating. No, I don't accept it. How can a disciple become the sect leader? The great elder clenched his fists, and his aura was revealed. King Wu. The elders around were all slightly shocked. The great elder has actually reached the realm of martial king. It hasn't been shown yet, just for today? Seeing the aura of the first-level martial king, the old woman raised her eyes slightly. If it was yesterday, she would be very pleased if she realized that there was such a martial king in the sect. Only after seeing the muscles displayed by the spirit beast beside Changsun's island, she understood completely. No one in Tianwei sect is more suitable to be the sect leader than Changsun's island. Anyway, Changsun's island was originally the candidate for the 20th generation sect leader, so there is no problem at all for him to take the position early. Elder, with my strength, can I compare to that young girl? A haughty look appeared on the great elder's face. However, he had barely displayed his arrogant expression for a few breaths before the elders behind him uttered a few words of exclamation. A figure seemed to not exist in this time and space, like an illusory butterfly, appearing in front of the great elder in an instant with extremely agile posture. Wind and cloud palm, the indifferent voice fell. A palm slammed heavily on the chest of the great elder. In the terrifying hurricane, the force of collapse into a point was fully exerted. Boom. The great elder was like a shrimp. With a loud boom, he flew backwards and knocked down the entire courtyard wall. Comparable to me? In what way? The dark red color emanating from Changsun's island's body slowly dissipated. The indifferent voice and the aura of a martial king of the first realm made everyone present reveal a strong sense of strange shock. Chapter 258, The Position of Sect Leader Martial King. He's actually at the martial king realm. All the elders, including the three elders from the Senate Hall, exclaimed in disbelief. How old is Changsun's island? At only 20 years old, he had already reached a realm that countless martial arts masters could not reach in their entire lives. On the other side, the great elder who was blown away by a palm was spitting blood foam, but few people paid attention to him. Everyone's attention was not diverted until the great elder took a healing pill and struggled to climb out of the broken wall. Why are you so cruel to me? Although he was also shocked by the girl's strength, the anger in the great elder's chest reached its peak as he felt the tearing pain all over his body. You are cheap. Changsun's island's eyes revealed contempt. These words and this look made the great elder's face turn red as liver. As the sect master, is this how you treat the elders? The great elder gritted his teeth and looked at the three elders in front of the elder hall. Elders, I admit that the saintess of the sect is capable of taking on the position of sect master, but have you ever considered what her ruthless methods will bring to the sect? Yes. Many elders also hurriedly said. The great elder was just skeptical at first, but the saint's attack was too heavy, wasn't it? You still say that the great elder is a bit vulgar. Even if it looks a bit vulgar, you can't say that, right? The elders found it difficult to accept Changsun Xilan's actions. After all, put aside whether you can become the sect leader, they also need to consider the temperament of the new leader. No one in a lower position would want to see such cruel means. After all, he is still too young. Many elders shook their heads slightly. The three elders also frowned slightly. Although violent actions can suppress most of the sect's uncertainties, but if this continues, the sect will become full of fear and trepidation in the future. A violent sect leader is not what the three elders want to see. Do you want to know the real reason why I did this? Changsun Xilan's words made the surroundings slightly quiet. While the top figures of Tianwei sect were so quiet, Changsun Xilan took out a photostone from her body. The system cannot be credited. She obtained this stone in exchange for the spiritual vein in her courtyard. Fortunately, I have become the sect leader and no longer need that spiritual vein. Plus, the image content in this stone is crucial, so it's not a loss. Spiritual power is infused into it under the gaze of nearly 100 people. A curtain of light appeared above the Senate Hall. The figures of the Great Elder and Xiao Shangxuan appeared on the light curtain. The Great Elder, Sect Master. You haven't been severely punished, have you? Xiao Shangxuan, I am no longer the sect leader. This is the greatest punishment. The Great Elder said, Master, please don't say that. Even if you make a big mistake, you are still the master in my heart. Xiao Shangxuan, I'm not wrong. It's that old guy's rotten mindset that's wrong. The Great Elder said, yes, those three old guys are almost dead. After they die, you will still have the final say in Tianwei sect. Watching the conversation between the two people on the screen, all the elders present were discussing this quietly. As for the three elders, their faces became as gloomy as charcoal. How is this possible? The Great Elder stared, and fell to the ground while backing away. I never thought that after all the contributions these three elders have made to the sect over the years, they would be described as rotten old fellows by the previous sect leader. Many elders saw the three elders in front of the elders' hall and shouted angrily at the chief elder. No wonder the sect master attacked me like that. If I were the new sect master, I would definitely hit him harder than sect master Xilan. How could the elders insult me like that? Even at Tianwei Cliff, the previous sect leader still showed no remorse. It's unfortunate for the sect. When the image in the photostone was fully reflected in everyone's eyes, everyone's tone changed. You cursed the elders, recognized Xiao Shangxuan as the sect leader, and intended to ascend to the position of sect leader and target the saintess of the sect. I wonder if these reasons of mine are enough. Every word and sentence of Changsun Xilan left the Great Elder with no way to refute. With the evidence before him, anything he said seemed pale in comparison. Master, you are fully responsible for this matter. If you need anything, you can mobilize us. The three elders suppressed their anger and said to Changsun Xilan, without refusing. Changsun Xilan looked at the prison elder among the elders and said, imprison the Great Elder in the sect prison first, and I will deal with him when I come back. The prison elder hurried forward. He took out the spiritual binding weapon and locked up the seriously injured elder. At the same time when the Great Elder was locked up, Changsun Xilan took off into the air, carrying a long rainbow of spiritual power, and flew straight to Tianwei Cliff. Is the sect master going to look for the previous sect master? The elders gathered here were slightly shocked. Changsun Xilan went to Tianwei Cliff, obviously to deal with Xiao Shangxuan. Only Xiao Shangxuan is a powerful warrior at the third level of the Martial King realm. Although Changsun Xilan had just demonstrated the strength of a martial king, in everyone's opinion, that aura was that of a pure martial king of the first level. If I really face Xiao Shangxuan, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Besides, they were originally master and apprentice. The three elders also thought of this, but they felt relieved when they thought of the tiger-shaped spirit beast last night. Song Xiu said with a little interest, I'll go take a look. The rest of the elders, led by someone unknown, headed towards Tianwei Cliff one by one. The big commotion attracted a large number of disciples from Tianwei sect. A cold wind blew. Tianwei Cliff is where the high-ranking officials of Tianwei sect throughout the ages reflect on their mistakes. At some point, Xiao Shangxuan, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes. In the field of vision, a figure with an extraordinary aura came straight towards him from the misty void. When she saw the person's face, Xiao Shangxuan frowned. Changsun Xilan? Master. Landing on the cliff, Changsun Xilan's pretty face under her purple hair showed a melancholy smile. Are you here to laugh at me? Looking at the person in front of her, Xiao Shangxuan said coldly, Don't think that I can't deal with you just because you are about to marry into the Long family. All Long Yan wants is your body. When he gets tired of playing with you, I will double the debt you owe me for betraying me." In response to Xiao Shangshuan's words, Chang Sun Xilan simply shook her head and said, "I am already the sect leader. It will be difficult for you to settle your score with me." "Sect master?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shangshuan sneered, "This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life." And after these words were spoken, Xiao Shangshuan suddenly stopped. She saw Chang Sun Xilan take out a token from her storage bag, the master's order. She had it with her not long ago, but it was later taken back by the elder. How could it appear on Chang Sun Xilan's body now? No way. At this moment, the disdain on Xiao Shangshuan's face gradually turned into intense shock. "Could it be that you, impossible. You are only at the Wupa realm. How can you become the sect leader? Why would the elders give you the sect leader order?" He kept denying it, but the violent tone clearly showed that he couldn't believe this fact. "I know you still want to become the lord again." Zheng Sun Xilan put away the clan leader's order and looked at Xiao Shangshuan. "I'll give you a chance. Kill me, or I'll kill you. If you win, you have a chance. If you lose, you die." Chapter 259, Life and Death Battle Between Master and Disciple. "You want to fight me to the death?" Hearing this, Xiao Shangshuan narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't understand what Chang Sun Xilan meant. A mere martial spirit challenges her who is at the third level of the martial king? Boom! The aura of Chang Sun Xilan was revealed. The aura of King Wu was undoubtedly revealed. Such a situation finally made Xiao Shangshuan's pupils tremble. Martial king! This is absolutely impossible. You were clearly just a martial soul before, a low-level martial soul that hadn't even reached the fourth level of martial soul. Clearly, this is not what I imagined. How long has it been? She couldn't think of anyone else who could improve his cultivation to such a high level except the reincarnation of the legendary powerful being. You only have this one chance. If you don't take action, you will die. As Chang Sun Xilan spoke, the fluctuating spiritual power caused her flowing long hair to curl up. Staring at Chang Sun Xilan in front of him, after seeing that she was at the first level of martial king, Xiao Shangshuan felt a little relieved. "Although I don't know what means you used to reach this point, but you want to duel with your master. I can only say that you increased your strength too much in a short period of time, which gave you excessive confidence. Stand up slowly." A sharp spiritual power surged out from Xiao Shangshuan's body. Being able to be the leader of Tianwei sect for so many years, Xiao Shangshuan's strength is definitely a giant in the Huangyan Empire. The elders of the sect came one by one. Watching the two of them about to take action from afar, everyone felt extremely anxious. Boom! The brilliant purple light and the sharp black light collided in an instant. All the bushes and trees on the Tianwei cliff were instantly crushed to pieces by the terrifying waves. The elders who were watching and some disciples who came over could all see it. Layers of golden patterns extended across the ground of Tianwei cliff. The Liangu mountain formation has been triggered. Master Xilan is so reckless. Several inner sect elders were extremely anxious. Xiao Shangshuan is practicing the top-grade spiritual science Black Edge technique, which is the specialty of Elder He Shang. She is absolutely at the top of her realm. How can Master Xilan, who is only at the first level of martial king, compete with her? It's a pity that they are only at the Wupa realm. In the battles between the kings of martial arts, even intervening might lead to your death, let alone helping. And when the elders were extremely anxious, the arrival of Elder Zhangxiu finally made many people breathe a sigh of relief. "Elder Zhangxiu, please go and stop them. Sect Master Xilan will definitely get into trouble if he does this." Put aside factions, most of the neutral elders absolutely approve of Chang Sun Xilan, a monster who has reached the realm of martial king at such a young age. Even in the eyes of many elders, Chang Sun Xilan is definitely someone who has the ability to reach the level of martial emperor. Such a talent cannot die at the hands of Xiao Shangshuan. Only after hearing the elder's words, Sang Xiu shook his head slightly. Chang Sun Xilan has the tiger by her side, so there is no need for him to make a fool of himself. Wait a minute. Since the sect master has decided to act alone, she is absolutely confident. If the sect master is truly unable to hold on, I will take action myself. With one hand behind his back, Sang Xiu casually calmed the minds of the elders. Boom! Chang Sun Xilan's palm collided with the short blade in Xiao Shangshuan's hand. "You can't beat me." Xiao Shangshuan grinned. The wind and cloud art I gave you to practice is not as good as the black edge art I practiced, both in terms of quality and attributes. Besides, you are only at the first level of the Martial King realm. In the Martial King realm, each small realm is a world of difference. You talk too much. He suddenly pushed Xiao Shangxuan away. Chang Sun's island stood in the void, and her jade-white palms slowly opened. All the clouds in the sky gathered together and continued to hover. In an instant, a giant palm as big as a hill took shape with supreme pressure. Perfect level of wind and cloud palm. After Chang Sun's island performed this move that day, the elders and disciples witnessed it again today. If the perfect level wind and cloud palm performed by Chang Sun's island on that day was amazing, then today the same move was performed with the power of the king of martial arts. Everyone feels like they are carrying a mountain on their shoulders. The oppressive and terrifying atmosphere lingered in everyone's heart. I knew you could do this. Xiao Shangxuan sneered disdainfully, and behind her, from the dark spiritual power, a breathtaking scimitar emerged. Superior Spiritual Studies Black Sword. Buzz, the world seemed to suddenly fall into darkness, with only a flash of light from the scimitar flowing. The next moment, when the light passed through everyone's pupils, laugh. The scimitar silently crossed layers of space and appeared directly in front of Chang Sun's island. Seeing the scene in front of her, Xiao Shangxuan already showed a smile of ending. Although she did not cultivate this top-grade spiritual science to perfection, it was more than enough to wipe out Chang Sun's island. Boom! The giant palms in the sky slammed down at the same time. The two Martial King level powers caused Song Xiu, the peak Martial King on the side, to look slightly fixed. Sizzle. The giant palm that was supposed to crush down was cut by the scimitar that was circling like a roulette wheel and was frozen in place. The distorted space kept exploding between the two attacks. The stalemate between the two forces did not last long. Everyone could clearly see that the scimitar, like coming from the abyss, was cutting into the Feng Yun palm inch by inch. Boom! Finally, the wind and cloud palm exploded. The scimitar that stretched across 100 meters, with its rich, icy coldness like a cold spring, completely enveloped Chang Sun's island. Completion. Some elders exclaimed. Black Knife is Xiao Shangxuan's trump card move. Several powerful martial arts masters have fallen to her with this move. Elder. Many elders shouted at Song Xiu. Before the elders could react, Sang Xiu had already rushed towards Chang Sun's island's position. He didn't understand why Chang Sun's island didn't call the spirit beast out at this time, but now, Sang Xiu understood that he had to take action. But the distance now is too far for him to reach. I just hope that Chang Sun's island can hold on, even for half a breath. On the other hand, Xiao Shangxuan's words revealed a hint of mockery. After all, I am your master. People like you who try to betray your master and ancestors deserve death. The entire world, countless people's attention was focused on Chang Sun's island, who was about to be cut in half by the black knife in midair. The natural scimitar was reflected in the purple-eyed eye in the final moments when the scimitar was approaching. Chang Sun's island's purple eyes were gradually covered by a scarlet blood color. The purple hair that was swirling with spiritual power was instantly dyed red with blood. Open your hands. What is Saint Zilan going to do? Is she going to use her hands to block the previous sect leader's move? Many disciples almost held their breath. As disciples, they had no idea what had happened just by looking at the battle before their eyes. They all deeply understood that they were witnessing a major event. Damn it! It's too late. The spiritual energy surging throughout Song Xiu's body caused huge fluctuations. He and the other elders could only watch helplessly as the powerful knife cut into Chang Sun's island's body. Bang! The extremely sharp spiritual power shock wave slammed into Chang Sun's island. Wrong, she caught it. Chapter 260. Xiao Shangxuan's death. Got it. Got it with my bare hands. Countless people who witnessed this scene, including Xiao Shangxuan, felt indescribable shock in their hearts. Why can I catch this move with my bare hands? Xiao Shangxuan stared with wide eyes. This situation was completely beyond her understanding. Sizzle. In the palm of your hand, the scimitar kept circling. Under the 100-meter-long scimitar, Chang Sun's island was like an ant, but it was this ant-like being, under this dark sky, who single-handedly stopped the attack that was powerful enough to chop down a mountain. In the palm of his hand, scarlet power surged. Bang! The huge impact force caused Chang Sun's island's long blood-red hair to fly high. With her palm as the origin, the entire scimitar instantly exploded into starlight, scattering across the Tianwei cliff. Top-grade spiritual studies, bloodlust martial arts characteristics. At the perfect level, one can fall into the sea of demons and become a Shura, and the overall strength is increased by 10 to 20 times. Difficulty of cultivation, extremely difficult as expected of you, Master. The spiritual studies I have taught you to cultivate have been controlled by you in every aspect. Looking at the torn scar on the palm of my hand, the corners of Changsun Xilan's mouth, which were tinged with demonic energy, curled up in scarlet, the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Bang! Between heaven and earth. A scarlet phantom, like an illusion, appeared in everyone's eyes in less than half a breath, and in the next moment, Changsun Xilan in the air disappeared. No, that's not disappearing, it moves so fast that the human eye cannot catch it. On Tianwei Cliff, there was a loud bang like thunder hitting the ground, and it exploded out. Click, click. The mountain's fortifying formation was destroyed by the terrifying impact that exceeded its limits. Everyone witnessed with their own eyes that the Tianwei Cliff, which had stood in the sect for 100 years, collapsed layer by layer with a boom sound. In the thick gray soil, between the continuously collapsing mountains. A man like a rag was thrown directly into the void. Next breath, the person covered in blood rushed out of the dust and caught up with Xiao Shangxuan, who was coughing up blood. Bang 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 bang, punch after punch, up, down, left and right. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Looking at Changsun Xilan, who seemed like a madman, Sang Xiu stopped for a moment and didn't dare to get close. Although Changsun Xilan is only at the first level of martial king, but at this moment, Sang Xiu felt that he was not inferior to any high-level martial king. What kind of move is this? Changsun Xilan's change must be due to spiritual studies, but Sang Xiu had no idea which spiritual science of the Tianwei sect it was. After all, although the top-grade spiritual science Bloodlust was collected by Tianwei sect, due to its daunting difficulty, no one in the sect had successfully practiced it for hundreds of years. There is no cognitive comparison. This also led to Sang Xiu not being able to understand what kind of spiritual knowledge Changsun Xilan was practicing. Boom! With the final loud bang, Xiao Shangxuan had no ability to resist and was heavily bombarded into the vast mountain ruins. Thump. Stepping on the huge rock next to him, the blood-red color on Changsun Xilan's body gradually dissipated. No, don't kill me. I am your master. Xiao Shangxuan struggled, feeling the vitality in her body constantly slipping away. She was terrified. This was the closest she had ever been to death. Do you remember that you are my master now? Changsun Xilan thought of everything that happened before, shook her head in disappointment, and didn't want to say anything more. Hand over all the spirit stones and cultivation resources you've hidden away over the years, and I won't kill you. Private collection? Xiao Shangxuan's eyes flickered slightly. I've dedicated everything to the sect, how could I have something hidden? You don't want to give anything, so why do you think I won't kill you? Changsun Xilan wiped her hand across the storage bag, and a long sword appeared in her hand, pressing against Xiao Shangxuan's neck. The coldness on her neck startled Xiao Shangxuan awake, and she asked hesitantly, Are you really not going to kill me? I, Changsun Xilan, swear to heaven, if you hand over all the spirit stones, I will never kill you. Changsun Xilan raised 3 fingers. I want all the spirit stones. If there is less, I will still kill you. A few words fell. The whole world seemed to have received some kind of signal, and a flash of light flashed by. See this situation, even though Xiao Shangxuan was so seriously injured that she could hardly stand, a deep smile gradually appeared on her face. The oath has been made. If you break it, you will be struck to death by thunder. Changsun Xilan, I know, but only if you give me the spirit stone. Of course, I will give you the spirit stone, he. Because of that oath, Xiao Shangxuan understood that Changsun Xilan could not attack her now, and there was obvious hatred in her eyes. Stand up slowly, take a pill to stabilize the injury. As her spiritual power returned a little, Xiao Shangxuan reached out and grabbed at the void eye in the torn space. An ordinary storage ring appeared in her hand. This scene made Changsun Xilan raise her eyebrows. Opening up the void space is something that only high-level martial kings above the 6th level of Martial King can do. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shangxuan had already studied this method in advance in order to hide the money. After throwing the storage ring to Changsun Xilan, Xiao Shangxuan didn't look back and walked towards the ruins of the mountain with shaky steps. Looking at the ring in her hand, Changsun Xilan used her spiritual sense to roughly explore it. There was some surprise in her beautiful eyes, a lot of. After a quick look, there are at least 70 million spirit stones. The Tianwei sect has remained stagnant over the years, which is definitely mainly related to Xiao Shangxuan's private hoarding of spirit stones. System, what is the price for the Forest King to make a move? With the spirit stones, Changsun Xilan also felt more confident. For only 1 million spirit stones, the host can rate the level of satisfaction with the Forest King's actions. 1 million? Looking at the system page, Chang Sun Xilan looked at Xiao Shangshuan, who was walking away. As the battle between Chang Sun Xilan and Xiao Shangshuan ended inexplicably, the disciples near Tianwei Cliff were also driven away by the elders. Relative to disciples, the elders who knew more about the matter did not quite understand why Chang Sun Xilan let Xiao Shangshuan go in the ENDI. In the end, it can only be attributed to the sect leader let Xiao Shangshuan go because of his old relationship with her. Master, from this point of view, the new leader is at least not a cold-blooded and ruthless person. Judging from this battle, the new sect leader's strength is absolutely without any doubt. At the foot of Tianhuizong Mountain, carrying his seriously injured body, Xiao Shangshuan looked back at the sect, with only endless hatred in his eyes. My savings of over 30 years are gone, my status and position are gone, and all this is thanks to you, my good disciple. I will come back one day. When I return, no matter who is behind your eldest grandson Xilan, they must die. A cold voice fell. Xiao Shangshuan turned around abruptly and was about to embark on the journey to seek the truth outside the Huangyan Empire, however, but at the same time as turning around, a giant tiger appeared in front of her, very close to her. The eyes of both parties were even pressed together. Roar! The king of the forest opened his bloody mouth. The Zhongzhou pavilion is filled with sandalwood fragrance. Chang Sun Xilan glanced at the prompt on the system and let out a breath of inexplicable frustration. The host said he couldn't kill her, but asked the forest king to do it. I didn't expect the host to have such a sinister side. I did this because of you. Hearing Yi Tian's voice, Chang Sun Xilan directly threw the question to Yi Tian. Anyway, she would never admit that she was insidious. The system just wants to say that if the host wants to have thugs kill Xiao Shangshuan, he only needs to spend 20,000 spirit stones and hire 5 level 1 characters named Mania from the system summoning page. According to Xiao Shangshuan's condition, 5 barbarian bulls are more than enough. What? Chang Sun Xilan was stunned. I just spent 1 million spirit stones to get the forest king to take action, and you didn't remind me? You remind me now? The system thought the host was smart enough to get this. Ah! Chang Sun Xilan went crazy. After cursing the system in my heart for several hours, looking at the pale moonlight, Chang Sun Xilan took out the storage ring in her hand. Although 50 million spirit stones are a lot, it is worth it in order to understand her own life experience. If his parents were still alive, after resolving Long Yan's issue, finding them would be Chang Sun Xilan's future goal. System, open the second volume, My Life Story. Chapter 261, Money-Making Tutorial. Ding. 50 million spirit stones consumed. The second volume has been presented to the host, and a 500,000 magical power purchasing voucher has been issued to the system store page. As Yi Tian's voice fell, a picture unfolded on the system screen. In the picture, the nanny ran madly through the woods, holding the baby girl. He looked back from time to time, and nervousness was written on his face. Finally, as a strange man appeared out of nowhere in front of her, the nanny stopped immediately. You, don't come over here. Clang! The strange man drew out the long sword from his waist without saying a word. The scene switches. The wet nurse fell in the woods with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and the baby girl cried loudly. Strands of snowflakes fell from the sky. Amid the baby girl's cries, the long sword in the man's hand reflected a flash of light. The only way to repay the divine realm's hatred for me is to take some interest from you first. With an indifferent voice, the man swung his sword directly at the baby girl, but just as the sharp tip of the sword was about to pierce the baby girl's head, a phoenix cry suddenly burst out from the baby girl's body. An illusory purple phoenix stood behind the baby girl like a guardian angel. The middle-aged man looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils trembling. Purple phoenix body. As the shocking sound fell, the whole scene ended again. That's it? Chang Sun Xilan frowned. I'm afraid there's no one in this world who spends spirit stones like she does. Think back to the situation in the picture just now. Chang Sun Xilan also roughly understood that the most likely reason why she didn't die at that time was because of the purple illusory phoenix. There seems to be another power hidden in my body. As for the man in the picture, when Chang Sun Xilan compared her memory with the people she had met since childhood, she found that none of their faces matched hers. Volume 2, Life Story. Instead, it made Chang Sun Xilan even more confused. She seemed even more anxious about the contents of her life in the third volume. However, when she saw the price of the third volume, she was shocked. 100 million spirit stones? Are you serious? Chang Sun Xilan asked Yi Tian in disbelief. Why Yi Tian had anticipated this. If 10 spirit stones are converted into 1 point, he can only earn 10 million points with 100 million spirit stones. 10 million points, in this world, is just the beginning. Host can consider expanding and strengthening the sect to earn spirit stones. Become bigger and stronger and earn spirit stones? Zhang Sun's Island said angrily, "Do you know what 100 million means?" Yi Tian, small goal. What a small goal. 100 million spirit stones. I'm afraid it would take the entire treasury of the Huangyan Empire to be empty to get that much. Zhang Sun's Island was a little crazy. If we continue to calculate at this rate, even if we have collected all the spirit stones needed for the third volume's content, what about the fourth volume? Host can earn money. The system has a free tutorial on earning spirit stones. But Zhang Sun's Island was not killed with one blow. As Yi Tian spoke, he expanded the system panel, revealing the word tutorial. Looking at the item in front of her, Zhang Sun's Island calmed down a little. Free, right? Hearing this, Zhang Sun's Island shook her head in disbelief. How can there be a tutorial that can earn 100 million? While denying it, she clicked on the tutorial again, selling study materials. What? Looking at these words, Zhang Sun's Island didn't understand. Then, under Yi Tian's urging, the creator system reluctantly explained it in official terms. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Sun's Island's originally fair face was immediately stained with a layer of pink color. As the leader of Tianwei sect, how can I sell something like that for spirit stones? Host, you must understand that you are not doing this for the spirit stone, you are doing this for your own life experience. Zhang Sun Zilan's ears flushed red. How could you come up with such a method? It's so obscene. Yi Tian coughed slightly. The host may not know that there are many people in this world who suppress themselves. Many of them, in the heat of the moment, make mistakes that will leave them with lifelong regrets. Without a medium to release them, this situation will only intensify. The host's selling of resources provides a medium for countless cultivators to be released. It can also prevent the misfortunes of many women and prevent many ignorant children from being abducted. The host must know that you are not doing a vulgar thing, but doing it for the sake of all people in the world. Is that so? Zhang Sun's Island was a little dazed, then his heart skipped a beat and he quickly shook his head. I am the leader of Tianwei sect. Xiao Shangxuan was dismissed for damaging the reputation of the sect. If I did something like that, wouldn't it be even more disgraceful for the sect? How can this be considered a disgrace to the sect? Yi Tian said immediately, if the host lets go and does it, all the cultivators in the world will regard this place as a holy land. Even more, if Tianwei sect is threatened by a certain force, resulting in a break in the production chain, then we will be going against all the cultivators in the world. Zhang Sun's Island found it difficult to talk about this topic. After all, from childhood to adulthood, she had only accidentally come into contact with a few erotic pictures when she was out on missions. It was also after Yi Tian's guidance and persuasion for several hours, Zhang Sun's Island finally convinced herself and accepted the plan in this tutorial. But then, her face flushed again as she asked, System, do you want me to ask the disciples in the sect to draw a pornographic picture? Pornographic pictures? Yi Tian understood the host's thoughts. It turned out that she still thought of study materials as a local product of this fantasy world. How can those page-turning ink painting resources be called information? Besides, that thing is competitive. If you want to sell it, you must sell information about dimensionality reduction attacks. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian displayed the learning materials he had collected in various urban worlds, including the original world, the system page in front of you. Changes.as. The new scene was confirmed. Zhang Sun's Island's eyelashes fluttered and her beautiful eyes widened, rose and rose. The shocking scene assaulted her visual nerves again and again. A line of blood flowed down from the nose. The host can purchase anything from it and then record it into the photostone. Day 3. In a sudden incident, the disciples of Tianwei sect all knew that the new sect leader was Zhang Sun's Island. 20-year-old clan leader. This is the first case in the history of their Tianwei sect. The Master's Pavilion. Many elders came and went. Looking at it intentionally or unintentionally, Zhang Sun's Island has just taken office, but has not yet issued any instructions. This made them wonder for a moment whether they should follow the instructions of the previous sect leader and continue with the tasks at hand. Squeak! It was almost noon. The door of the sect master's pavilion was finally pushed open by Zhang Sun's Island. With 2 dark circles under her eyes, the woman yawned, but her expression was very excited. Where is the sect elder? Master. The elder's standing guard on the side hurried forward. I have a mission for all of you. Master, please speak. The second elder's face was solemn. We are looking to purchase the photo stones from the entire Huangyan Empire. We want as many as you can get. Purchase the photo stone? Many elders were confused when they heard this task. What's the use of that thing? I use it to record my cultivation experiences on a daily basis. How much do I need? I will decide the rewards based on your performance. This added sentence proved that Changsun Xilan was not joking. Although the elders all looked puzzled, they still followed the order and left. Whether the sect leader's decision is right or wrong will be seen by the elders, and they, the elders, have no say. If Changsun Xilan knew the doubts in the elders' hearts, she would definitely snort coldly. I want to make a lot of money for Tianwei sect. After watching it all night last night, she understood very well what kind of craze this kind of thing would set off in the entire fantasy world. As the elders left, there is still one elder left in the field. He is the prison elder. Sect Master, the Great Elder has been imprisoned for a day and a night. I wonder how you plan to punish him. Grand Elder? Thinking of that guy from yesterday, Changsun Xilan took off into the air and headed towards the sect prison. I'll go take a look now. Not even a stick of incense, Changsun Xilan entered the prison unhindered and went straight into the depths of the prison. The deeper into the prison, the stronger the prisoners are. The Great Elder was at the Martial King level, so he was naturally imprisoned in the deepest part. When Changsun Xilan came to the prison fence, among them, the elder with disheveled hair raised his head as if he realized something. The first time the elder saw the woman, he fell to his knees and said, "Master, forgive me. I was bewildered and believed Xiao Shangxuan's lies. She was the one who threatened me." While kneeling on the ground, the Great Elder was in tears. It's obvious he already knew that Xiao Shangxuan had been beaten away by her, and he was also afraid. I came here naturally to give you a chance to live. Although you haven't made any contribution to the sect, you are at least a martial king. Yes, yes, yes. The elder nodded continuously. Changsun Xilan took over and said, "But you are still guilty. If I let you go, my prestige as the sect leader will be too low. Do something for me to make amends." With just a few words, the topic was brought straight to the point. The Great Elder concentrated and said, "Master, tell me, as long as you can let me go, I will do anything you ask me to do." Hearing this, Changsun Xilan took out a ring from her body and threw it to the Great Elder. "Is this a large storage ring?" Looking at the empty storage ring space, the Great Elder was a little confused. Then Changsun Xilan said, "I want you to go to Yundong City and transport all of the Zhangsun family's assets, including chairs, benches, clothes, and bedding, into this ring." The Changsun family? The Great Elder was stunned for a moment. "Master, your Changsun family, good. You want me to empty out the Changsun family?" The Great Elder asked again, a little uncertain. "Can you do it?" asked Changsun Xilan. "I will." A solemn expression flashed across the Great Elder's face. He raised his hand and swore, "I, Wang Tianhuang, swear to heaven that if I fail to complete the task assigned to me by the sect master, I will be struck by lightning. Eat this." Without paying attention to the oath of the Great Elder, Changsun Xilan threw him a pitch-black pill. "This is? Gudan, a vow full of loopholes cannot earn my trust." Looking at the pitch-black pill, a struggle flashed in the eyes of the Great Elder. Then, grab the pill and swallow it in one gulp. "Looking forward to your performance." Throwing a key to the Great Elder, Changsun Xilan smiled as expected and left the prison. When Changsun Xilan returned to the sect master's pavilion unexpectedly, I discovered that the three elders had been waiting outside the door for some time. Metropolitan. The old woman Heishang bowed to her eldest grandson Xilan. The two elders behind also bowed slightly. "What's the matter?" It's not common for the three elders to gather together. "Sect Master, I heard that you are engaged to Long Yin from the Long family?" Among the three elders, He Shang, who was better at communication, asked directly. "Yes, but I defeated Long Yin 2 days ago. According to the bet, the engagement is invalid." "But we heard that Long Yin still wants to take you as his concubine?" He Shang frowned. "Indeed, he still wanted to take me as his concubine even though I didn't agree." Changsun Xilan's narrow purple eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the situation, the Long family's wedding procession will arrive tomorrow. What do the three elders think of this matter? It's a joke. Song Xiao shouted angrily. Let our Tianwei sect leader give Long Yan, the Long family's concubine, to him. If he agrees, that's another matter. If he doesn't agree, anyone who dares to touch him will be against our Tianwei sect. Shui Tong, who was standing by, said indifferently, if the Long family is really that tough, then our Tianwei sect won't be able to let them bully us. Master, don't worry. Even if a martial emperor-level warrior from the Long family attacks, we still have the sect's protective formation. After knowing Changsun Xilan's attitude, the three elders were completely on her side. Perhaps it is precisely because of this attitude that the three of them can become veterans. Chapter 262. The Changsun family is gone. It was getting dark. Yundong City, Changsun family. The entire Changsun family's home was decorated in festive red. Tomorrow, Changsun Xilan will be taken away by the Long family. This is a moment of class change for the Changsun family. In the main hall, the old patriarch leaned on his cane and looked at his three children below with an unhappy face. It's already this late. Why hasn't Sect Master Shao brought Xilan back yet? Several middle-aged men and women looked at each other in confusion. Yes, Xilan is from our Changsun family. No matter how close Xiao Shangshuan is to Xilan, she should have brought her back when she got married. Wait a little longer, maybe they'll be here soon. The oldest brother among the three men and women raised his hand. The old patriarch shook his head impatiently and said nothing more. In the main hall, the powerful figures of the Changsun family took their seats, waiting. The old patriarch's third daughter suddenly asked, Dad, do you know how powerful the Long family is? The Long family. The old patriarch looked at the sky outside the door and said without disguising, the immortal once told me that the Long family is the strongest among the family systems. Our entire Huanyan Empire is nothing more than a barbarian that can be easily destroyed in front of the Long family. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard the old man's description. It seems that if Xilan marries him, our Changsun family will have a powerful supporter. Even the royal family won't dare to touch us. Instead, they'll try every possible way to curry favor with us. The second son had a big smile on his face. He has been coveting the eldest princess of the Huanyan Empire for a long time. If the Changsun family really reaches that point, marrying the eldest princess will no longer be a dream. Such a good marriage. I don't know why Xilan broke off the engagement. Now she can only be a concubine. Zhang Sun Xilan's aunt, that is, the third daughter, was quite sad. If she was the principal wife, it would bring even more benefits to our Zhang Sun family. Yes, she broke off the engagement back then. The second son suddenly frowned. Xilan wouldn't refuse to marry right now, would she? How dare she? The old man's beard blew up. Our Changsun family has raised her for so many years. Whether she is willing to get married or not is up to us. Dad is right. Even if Xilan refuses to listen, we have to kidnap her. It's a done deal now that it's done. Several people communicated with each other one sentence after another. It was also when the whole family was immersed in fantasy. A guard with a sweaty face ran over in a panic. It's not good, chief. What's the matter with you so panic? You're bringing shame to our Changsun family. The whole family looked at the guard and said unhappily. The warehouse is on fire, there's a fire. The guard gasped and stumbled as he spoke the news. What? The warehouse is on fire? Several people exclaimed. How could the warehouse catch fire? With so many people in your guard team, can't you even guard a warehouse? The boss pointed at the guard and cursed. Master, this is not my fault. It was a masked man who set the fire. By the time our escort team discovered it, the masked man had already fled, and the fire was out of control. Waste. The head of the family kicked the guard aside. Don't delay, go and put out the fire. There are so many valuable things in the warehouse. Don't let them burn. The old patriarch stomped his crutch on the ground and shouted anxiously to the people around him. Walk. The few people who reacted were also panicked. I ran all the way to the warehouse. The raging sea of fire has completely enveloped the warehouse. The scorching airwaves made the faces of those who came over red. The servants around hurriedly filled their pots and pans with water and poured them towards the storeroom. The martial spirit worshippers from several tribes also used their water-attributed spiritual skills in succession to try to put out the fire. Only this sea of fire was so intense. It even contained the spiritual power of a martial arts expert. The fire won't be put out anytime soon, hurry in and move the valuables out. The head of the family gave orders to several servants and guards. Upon hearing this order, a guard said, "Master, there's nothing in the warehouse." It was empty before the fire started. It was already empty before the fire? Hearing this, the three children of the old clan leader were shocked. How is that possible? Could it be that the arsonist had moved out beforehand? Master! Something bad has happened, something bad has happened. Another anxious voice emerged. This voice made the three pillars of the Changsun family's hearts jump again. What happened again? Looking at the raging fire, the head of the family suppressed his anger. Old patriarch, the old patriarch is in trouble. Boom! Hearing these words, the three of them were struck by lightning. Let's go! With a loud shout, the three of them turned back before they had even stood in the warehouse for a few breaths. When they came to the hall, the first thing he saw was the empty hall of the seats, benches, carpets and door plaques are all gone. What kind of thief could be so cruel and ruthless? Turning their gazes, when the three men's eyes fell on the old patriarch who was lying on the ground with his pants stripped off, their faces turned pale. Father, I'm not dead yet. The old patriarch raised his hand, uttered these words with difficulty, and then fainted. See this scene, the three men's expressions froze, and they hurried forward to lift up the old patriarch. What's that smell? The second brother's nose twitched slightly. Oh no! It's kerosene! Exclaimed several people. Dragged the old patriarch out of the hall. Boom! But in the next moment, the entire lobby was engulfed in a sea of fire. I watched helplessly as the lobby and warehouse, which had been built with great expense, were engulfed in flames one after another. The head of the Changsun family's eyes almost spit out flames. Who is it? Master! No, this is bad. The wall of our Changsun family's courtyard has been demolished. The guards came running over upon hearing this report. The three siblings were furious. Call all the experts of the Changsun family. Capture that thief. I want him to die a horrible death. And just after the head of the Changsun family shouted these words, another unfamiliar voice suddenly emerged from the roof of the building where flames were raging. Hey, the old man is already here. Suddenly turned around when several people saw the guy in night clothes and a black hood on the roof, their eyes became bloodshot. It's you! You messed with my Changsun family. If it's the Changsun family, then it seems that I haven't found the wrong place. As the elder laughed strangely, a powerful aura slowly emerged. This is... After feeling the breath of the man in black, everyone in the Changsun family was poured with a basin of cold water. The powerful king of martial arts, the strongest priest in their Changsun family, is only at the 5th level of Wupa. The guy in front of me is at the level of martial king. With such a person, unable to make money by doing anything, he chose to steal and even went to their Changsun family. King Wu, do you think you can act recklessly just because you are the King Wu? The head of the family gritted his teeth and said, "We are the direct descendants of the Changsun family and the disciples of the Tianwei sect's leader. What you are doing is offending the Tianwei sect." The disciple of the Tianwei sect's leader? The great elder was stunned at first, and then felt a little embarrassed for the guy below. How outdated must this news be for someone to say such things with such confidence? Without waiting for the great elder to speak, the head of the family below continued, "Since you are a martial king and it's not easy to achieve this, I'll give you a chance. Hand over everything you stole from our Changsun family, and give us another 5 million spirit stones to make up for our Changsun family's losses, otherwise. What else can I do? Is there anyone in your Changsun family who can do anything to me now?" When the great elder said this, the patriarch of the Changsun family was choked and speechless. Just when he was about to use Changsun's island as a means to threaten King Wu, the man in black on the roof disappeared. Behind you. Bang! A knife strike came down on the neck. The enormous force caused the eldest son of the Changsun family to roll his eyes and faint on the ground. Before the people around could scream and step back, they received a huge impact on their necks. The next moment, they both rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. The next day, thick smoke mixed with dust drifted in the cold morning breeze. At dawn, the old patriarch of the Changsun family was awakened by the cold. When he opened his eyes with difficulty, his mouth kept opening. What did he see? All around, there was nothing but a pile of burnt charcoal and empty land. Where's his family? Where's his eldest grandson's family? In just one night, the Changsun family that they had established for more than 10 years was gone. Not even a complete wall can be seen. Ah! People were awakened one after another after seeing the scene around them. Everyone's eyes widened then. Everyone discovered that they had been stripped naked, not to mention the storage bag on his body. He didn't even have a piece of cloth to cover his body, on the city road, which is more than 100 meters away and can be seen at a glance. The old man who got up early and some civilians selling cakes were also stunned for a moment. What's going on with the Changsun family? It was still decorated with lights and colorful decorations yesterday, but it has become like this morning. Is there a fire? But even if there was a fire, it shouldn't have burned down the walls, right, one by one, with their butts naked. What a horrible hobby. Ah! I will kill him. The three siblings of the Changsun family were searching for something to cover their bodies in the ruins, feeling helpless and furious. Looking throughout the Huangyan Empire, there has never been a family that has suffered the same fate as their Changsun family. Everything, including clothes, was looted. The double blow of material, physical and mental damage caused the old patriarch to faint again. Chapter 263. The Long family arrives Huangyan Empire, Imperial City. This day, when the dignitaries in the Imperial City looked up at the sky, they could clearly see that one jade chariot after another was being pulled by powerful flying spirit beasts. Flying over the Imperial City is strictly prohibited. These batches of jade chariots are extremely bad. Only faced with this situation, there was no sound in the Imperial City, just because there was a word engraved on those luxurious jade chariots: dragon. They are from the Long family. In the front jade sedan chair, Long Yan, wearing a light and luxurious groom's suit, looked at the letter in his hand with a cold flash in his eyes. Sure enough, there are changes. Zhang Sun Xilan forced Xiao Shangxuan away and became the clan leader herself. The Changsun family was robbed last night and is now unable to take care of themselves. Speaking of this, a hint of jealousy appeared in Long Yan's eyes. How could she become the leader of Tianwei sect at such a young age? There are more accidents than I thought. My previous actions have become useless. Su Tianyun's sighing voice emerged in his mind. Master, what should we do now? Long Yan frowned. He obviously didn't like the feeling of not being in control. Actually, these changes are nothing. Su Tianyun said calmly, the Long family gave you a martial emperor to pick up the bride. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how much the girl struggled, it would be in vain. But in this case, wouldn't it be like I'm robbing a girl? He thought. Long Yan frowned. He was quite concerned about his image in the eyes of outsiders. Su Tianyun smiled faintly and said, my disciple, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. You must understand how you will improve if you combine with that girl. Rumors and gossip are but insignificant things on the path to becoming strong. Hearing this, Long Yan nodded slightly as he pondered. That's right, when I'm strong enough, those villains will shut up. Muttering to himself, Long Yan looked outside the jade chariot. The 5 towering mountains in the distance indicate that the Tianwei sect has arrived. Tianwei sect. On the mountain of Changsun Xilan, wearing the solemn attire of the leader of Tianwei sect, slowly sat down in the sect chairman's seat under the attention of all the disciples. Today is also the inauguration ceremony of the new sect leader. Thank you all for your trust in me, which has allowed me to take the position of the leader of Tianwei sect. Changsun Xilan's words, containing fluctuations of spiritual power, echoed in the ears of every disciple. I promise that within a year, I will turn Tianwei sect into a holy place on the spiritual Sing continent. The serious words fell. The originally excited disciples below were stunned. During the inauguration ceremony, the sect master does have to say something about the sect's future plans to arouse the approval of the disciples, but what Zhang Sun Xilan said, build Tianwei sect into a holy place in Lingxing continent. Their Tianwei sect has been operating painstakingly for hundreds of years, but now it is just a local leader in the marginal area of Lingxing continent, not to mention becoming a holy place in the spiritual Sing continent. Even if it could gain some fame among the hundreds of countries in Dongzhou, it would be a huge improvement. The fame spreads throughout the entire Lingxing continent, which is something no one dares to dream of. Good. Sect master, you're right. The great elder Wang Tian, who had rushed back overnight with dark circles under his eyes, panicked and immediately raised his arms and shouted to the great elder's action. The disciples below, not understanding why, were also inspired to raise their arms and shout, good. 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 When the Tianwei sect was bustling with activity, a duck-throated voice suddenly rang out from outside Tianwei sect, Young Master Long Yan is here. The appearance of the voice made Changsun Xilan and the elders and disciples of the sect look over the eye in the endless sky point one after another. Luxuriously decorated jade chariots arrived like a golden dragon. Look around. Following this commotion, a large number of independent cultivators and scouts from large families gathered outside Tianwei sect. Even the top forces in the spiritual saint continent are paying attention to it. Are you here? Changsun Xilan sat on a high seat, looked at the group of people in the sky and said, Tianwei sect refuses visitors today. People from the Long family, please go back. The unconcealed words were beyond the expectations of everyone around. Who is that? Many cultivators looked at Changsun Xilan in the distance. Changsun Xilan, you don't even know the holy maiden of Tianwei sect? The wandering cultivators below began to discuss. No, look at her clothes. They're clearly something only the Tianwei sect's leader could wear. A few days ago, Xiao Shangxuan stepped down. Could it be that Changsun Xilan has taken over as the new Tianwei sect's leader? After these words emerged, every monk was shocked. You are so young and you can become the leader of Tianwei sect. Will the elders of Tianwei sect allow it? No matter how you say it has been confirmed that Changsun Xilan is the sect leader, and what she said was also said from the position of the leader of Tianwei sect. Let us go? In the Long family's wedding procession, an old man wrapped in black dragon clothing appeared in everyone's sight. 3 days ago, your master agreed to let us come and pick you up 3 days later. To pick up the bride? Looking at the black dragon elder in front of her, Changsun Xilan narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, My master and I have severed all ties. As she promised, you can find her and take her away. Ha! Many monks laughed out loud. Interesting. In the void on the other side, a handsome young man waved his folding fan, and the sense of nobility he inadvertently revealed was definitely not something that people in the Huangyan Empire could possess. Hearing what Changsun Xilan said, the people from the Long family and the Jade Chariot all looked gloomy. Their Long family had never suffered such ridicule. So, little girl, you are unwilling to keep the promise our Long family made to you? As Elder Black Dragon spoke, his aura gradually became apparent. The peak of King Wu. This kind of strength is enough to dominate the Huangyan Empire. I have never promised anything to your Long family. Now I am a member of your Long family and you are making excuses here. There was no possibility of reconciliation from the beginning, but Changsun Xilan was not afraid at all. What a specious argument! Elder Black Dragon said coldly, Since you don't keep your promise, we in the Long family will let you know the consequences. As the Black Dragon elder's angry voice rang out, an old man in a yellow robe instantly appeared behind him. A rhythmic sound that resonates with the whole world slowly emerges, Martial Emperor. After seeing the old man in yellow robe, exclamations came one after another. Our young master Long Yan doesn't want to hurt you, so I'm giving you one last chance. Will you keep your promise and voluntarily step onto our bride-carrying jade sedan chair, or will you go against our Long family to the end? The powerful Martial Emperor is in front. Black Dragon's words undoubtedly added weight to the situation. The disciples on Qiulong Mountain were caught in a small-scale riot. The three elders looked at the yellow-robed old man in the sky with serious expressions. Chapter 264. The dragon family's enemy is destroyed. In response to all this, Changsun Xilan asked, I should ask you, with all this going on, are you really planning to go against our Tianwei sect to the end? Ha ha ha, little girl, I have to say, you are quite courageous. In the sky, the Martial Emperor in a yellow robe said with a forced smile, However, rather than courage, you are more stupid. In my opinion, the only reason you're not afraid of us is because of the Tianwei sect's protective formation. But I'm a high-level Martial Emperor of the 7th heaven. Your mountain-protecting formation can only withstand low-level Martial Emperors of the 3rd heaven. For me, it's easily broken. The yellow-robed Martial Emperor's voice was filled with confidence and disdain. Countless disciples and elders of Tianwei sect also felt depressed. Long Yan is just one of the many direct descendants of the Long family, but they are able to mobilize masters of this level, which makes people sigh at the background of the Long family. How do you know that our Tianwei sect only has a protective formation? Changsun Xilan's expression gradually became cold. Oh? I'm curious about what methods you have. Feeling insulted by being contradicted, the yellow-robed Martial Emperor leaned forward and attacked Changsun Xilan with a loud dragon roar. Metropolitan. The three elders exclaimed. They wanted to stop this Martial Emperor, but they were powerless to do so. Only the strong can do whatever they want. What a pity. In the void, the young man holding a folding fan shook his head slightly when everyone could only watch Changsun's island being crushed by the attack of the martial emperor. On the path that Emperor Wu had to pass, a spacecraft suddenly appeared, filled with exploding thunder and fire. What is this? The yellow-robed martial emperor was shocked when he saw the spacecraft that appeared in an instant. Before he could react, a thick tiger claw stretched out, bang. It was like an iron fist hitting a sandbag. A circle of white power ripples visible to the naked eye exploded. Along with the explosion, the old body of the yellow-robed martial emperor also exploded. Vaguely, people seemed to hear the yellow-robed martial emperor's final desperate scream, "Wow!" Such a situation made the scalps of countless people who witnessed the scene clearly explode. One by one, they even suspected that they were under an illusion. Dead. A high-level martial emperor died in less than half a breath. This. Long Yan, who saw the scene in the Jade Chariot, stood up with his pupils trembling. Is that the venerable spirit beast? How could a spirit beast of such a level appear in this place? The young man holding a folding fan was very knowledgeable. When he saw clearly the claw that tore the martial emperor into pieces, his face turned pale with shock. Run away! In Long Yan's mind, his master Su Tianyun let out an extremely loud roar. This attitude, I haven't heard it since Long Yan awakened master. Go! Go, go! Just coming to his senses, Long Yan shouted to the wedding procession. The casual cultivators below could see it clearly when the Long family arrived. The whole place was in chaos. When they tried to escape, Zhang Sun's island's cold voice rang out, I've given you a chance. It's too late to run now, roar! The roar that seemed to be from the power of heaven exploded completely in this world. The more than 100,000 monks who had gathered there all saw it with their pupils trembling. The giant tiger roared towards the sky, dark clouds gathered above the sky, and the exploding thunder was swallowed by it in its mouth. Blue and purple lightning accumulated madly in its mouth, and when the critical point arrived in a breath. Along with the explosion of a massive thunder and lightning storm, a divine punishment offensive condensed from countless thunders erupted. The target is directly aimed at the Long family, thousands of meters apart. People only felt that they were completely surrounded by a thunderstorm, but this is just the edge. The Long family's wedding procession, who were at the center of the attack, were illuminated by lightning all over, sizzle, boom. There is no way to avoid it. At the moment when the thunder beam touched the explosion eye in the dazzling light, the entire Long family's wedding procession completely evaporated. The pieces of black ash floating down slightly proved that those people from the Long family had been there. Gurgle. After witnessing the whole process, the three elders swallowed their saliva with their hearts a little unbearable. Outside the Tianwei sect, there was also a dead silence. I originally thought that this was a one-sided massacre. The fact is that it was indeed a one-sided massacre, but the two were swapped. No one dared to believe that the Tianwei sect, which was supposed to be slaughtered, would kill the people from the Long family in the blink of an eye. The king of the forest exhaled the heat from his mouth and looked unhappily into the distant void. One escaped. Then he sent a message to Zhang Sun's island, don't give a bad review, or I won't come out again. As he spoke, the forest king tore through the void in front of him and stepped into it. The sect master is mighty. After Wang Tianhuang came to his senses, he poured all his spiritual power into his throat and roared. The sect leader is mighty. The disciples reacted immediately to is this the true foundation of their Tianwei sect. At this time, everyone finally understood why the sect leader dared to say that he would lead them to become the Holy Land of the spiritual Saint Continent. Chapter 265 International Auction House in the mountains and fields. A disheveled figure with long hair, disheveled, that not so handsome face was filled with fear, trembling all over. Long Yan suppressed a roar and said, Changsun's island. The tone of his voice was unstable, and it was unclear whether it was anger or fear. I miscalculated. I didn't expect that there was such a thing in Tianwei sect, but I clearly didn't predict this. Su Tianyun's soul appeared aside, his eyes full of confusion. After calming down a bit, Long Yan swayed as he stepped on the dead leaves on the ground. I want revenge. I want to go back to the Long family. The Long family won't help you. Su Tianyun sighed and shook his head. Why? Long Yan thought of the faces of those people in the family. What they care about most is the reputation of the Long family. This time, the Tianwei sect has damaged the Long family's reputation so much, those guys will definitely be furious and send experts to attack the Tianwei sect. With only revenge in his mind, he had completely forgotten that he had said he didn't want to rely on his family. If it were an ordinary sect, even if there were dozens of martial emperors in the sect, the Long family would indeed use thunder-like means to make up for their lost face. After Su Tianyun analyzed this, he shook his head and said, "But you have to understand what kind of existence appeared in Tianwei sect this time. Although the Long family has the power to wipe out a venerable level spirit beast, they will definitely not pay such a high price for a marginal offspring like you. The only possibility is for you to apologize and demonstrate the Long family's magnanimity." Apologize? A venerable level spirit beast wants me to apologize? Long Yan clenched his fists, his face full of dissatisfaction. This is the result of divination for the master. If you go back now, it will be just like that. Then what should I do? I must avenge this. Long Yan gritted his teeth in hatred. The only way. Su Tianyun closed his eyes and divined. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes in the residual soul state. Improve your strength. Only when you become strong enough will the Long family pay attention to you and be willing to invest more in you. Becoming stronger is an eternal topic. Master has learned from celestial phenomena that the tomb of a powerful Dharma realm master will soon be revealed. This is a great opportunity for you, my disciple. The inheritance of the Dharma realm. Upon hearing this, Long Yan's eyes revealed a look of joy. It seems that when he seizes the powerful inheritance, it will be time for him to return to the Long family and take the position of the first direct descendant to avenge the Tianwei sect. Tianwei sect. After dealing with the people from the Long family, the sect continued to hold the ceremony to entronize the sect leader as if nothing had happened. However, when it came to the stage where other forces came to congratulate, the mountain gate of Tianwei sect looks a bit desolate. What Tianwei sect did not long ago completely offended the Long family. Under such circumstances, not many sects dare to make friends with Tianwei sect, but there are some. For some forces, Tianwei sect is still a big pillar. Congratulations, at this moment, your chances of climbing up the ladder are undoubtedly higher. The imperial city Wu family, the patriarch Wu Lai, has arrived. Gift, a mid-level spiritual study book. Southern Tiger Country, the Tiger King sect's deputy leader, Chihu, has arrived. Gift, a martial king level spirit beast crystal core. One after another, the guest seats of Tianwei sect were also mostly occupied. Let's go and take a look. In the void, a young man put away his folding fan, his temperament extraordinary. Yes, young sir. The follower stuttered, frowning slightly. The young man waved his folding fan and said, "You'd better wait here." In front of the Tianwei sect, Master Huai Ruyu has arrived from the Wanhua auction house. Gift, 20 million spirit stones. Suddenly, a voice appeared in front of the mountain gate. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard the gift the visitor had brought, a big deal. And when everyone reacted, they all gasped. It's actually someone from the Wanhua auction house. No wonder. The Wanhua auction house's auctions are spread all over the continent. They are widely known to be wealthy. But to be able to offer so many spirit stones as a gift, the person who came must be a senior executive of the Wanhua auction house. For a while, many visitors and elders of Tianwei sect looked outside the mountain gate to see. A handsome man holding a folding fan appeared in front of everyone under the guidance of the guest. Under the gaze of the top leaders of various forces, the man's fair face revealed calmness, and there was a hint of confidence in his every move. Looking at Zhang Sun's island on the high platform, the man bowed and said, "I have long heard about the extraordinary talent of the saintess of Tianwei sect. Seeing her today, I find that she is completely different from the rumors. Compared to the rumored extraordinary talent, Sect Master Zilan is far more than 100 times better." Ha ha ha. You are so eloquent at such a young age. The great elder felt like he had seen a close friend when he saw the visitor from the international auction house. Some of the big and strong guests murmured to themselves after seeing me. What kind of martial arts is this kid practicing? He has delicate skin and tender flesh. It's so effeminate, it makes me sick. On the main seat, Chang Sun Xilan looked at the spirit stone placed in front of her and thanked her with a smile. It was getting dark when the moonlit night came. The guests left one by one. However, there was one person who was drinking tea by himself until the end. "Master Zilan, is it convenient for us to talk?" Huai Ruyu from the Wanhua auction house looked at Chang Sun Zilan. "What's the matter?" Chang Sun Xilan asked. As expected, international auction house, this force is not much weaker than the Long family. They gave away so many spirit stones, it is absolutely impossible for them to just give them away for free and then leave. Huai Ruyu looked at the teacup in her hand and asked, "The spirit beast that destroyed the Long family members today, is it yours, Sect Master Zilan?" Zhang Sun Zilan shook her head and said, "I choose not to answer this question." "It seems so." Secretly shocked, Huai Ruyu changed the subject and said, "Master Zilan, are you planning to merge into our Wanhua auction house? Although your Tianwei sect has a venerable level spirit beast, the Long family has an ancestor in the Dharma realm. Martial Emperor, Venerable, Dharmadhatu, these three realms, each realm is a new world. The venerable spirit beast is very powerful, but even if the Long family ancestor takes action, your Tianwei sect still has no ability to compete. If you merge into our Wanhua auction house, the Long family will never dare to touch you again." After hearing this, Zhang Sun Zilan also understood. "So, you want to win over our Tianwei sect? A venerable level existence, I think there is no major force that would not want to win over." Huai Ruyu of the International Auction House had a calm expression and did not hide anything. After hearing this, Zhang Sun Zilan felt more favorable towards this honest guide. He just shook his head and said, "My Tianwei sect does not need to merge with any other faction to seek protection." "What a pity." Huai Ruyu looked a little regretful. "Although we cannot merge with you, but our Tianwei sect can cooperate with your Wanhua auction house to establish a good relationship." Chang Sun Zilan took the opportunity to state her own purpose. "Oh? Cooperation?" The man tilted his head slightly, revealing his soft jawline. No one in the Lingxing continent is unaware of the strength of his Wanhua auction house. Those who dare to discuss cooperation with the international auction house either lack self-awareness or really have that kind of strength. In Huai Ruyu's opinion, Chang Sun Zilan in front of him was not stupid, so she was the latter. When Huai Ruyu showed a puzzled expression, Chang Sun Zilan threw out a photostone at the right time. "I want to auction these things in bulk at your Wanhua auction house." The sound of words clearly served as a backdrop for this photo-taking stone. Auction of photo stone? Huai Ruyu frowned subconsciously. A photo stone only costs 2 spirit stones to buy. Normally, they want the international auction house to help auction such inferior items. It seems that he overestimated the new leader of Tianwei sect. When it comes to interests, the international auction house has no mercy. "There's something in there, you can take a look." Chang Sun Zilan reminded Huai Ruyu without blushing or beating her heart. "Did you record the scene?" Huai Ruyu still wasn't very interested. At most, it is just some cultivation guidance. Although that kind of thing can increase the value of the photo stone, it is definitely not worth auctioning. However, even though he thought so, Chang Sun Zilan was not far away, so he still had to give her some face. While silently shaking his head, Huai Ruyu stretched out his jade-like fingers and poured some spiritual power into the photo stone. Chapter 266. Talking business. Buzz. With a slight tremor, a curtain of light emerged from the shadow stone. In the picture, there is a man and a woman. Huai Ruyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Just when he thought that the two people in the picture were going to show some martial arts instructions, he saw that the two people were actually helping each other undress. The narrowed eyes continued to widen as the picture progressed. The moment he saw the two of them getting down to business, Huai Ruyu's brain was shocked, a blank. This, he looked like a man, but he was just like a woman, stumbling and blushing, looking around in panic. Chang Sun Zilan had left at some point. It's like giving him space. Gurgle staring blankly at the image displayed by the photo stone, Huai Ruyu felt his throat dry and his heartbeat quickened. He frequently looked around to see no one around him. Reason told him that he couldn't read any further, but his reason told him that in order to determine the value of an item, he must observe it thoroughly. Feelings of uneasiness, strangeness, and shame completely shattered Huai Ruyu's calm and confident demeanor. Feeling restless. An hour passed in agony, until the end of the scene. The redness on Huai Ruyu's face was still eye-catching. He could never have imagined that such a thing would be recorded in this photo stone, and the two protagonists in the picture are too shameless. But can two people still have that kind of posture? The picture is also well shot. How do you feel? Chang Sun Zilan's voice suddenly appeared. When Huai Ruyu saw the person coming, her ears turned red and her eyes avoided, and she was speechless for a while. He has appraised countless items, including high-level spiritual tools, supreme spiritual knowledge, elixirs, formations, but there has never been such an inappropriate appraisal before. Taking a deep breath, Huai Ruyu exhaled the tightness in his chest. Master Zilan, how did you record this portrait? This involves the secrets of our Tianwei sect. If you're worried that the people in the picture were forced, there's no need to worry. That's right. he murmured to himself. Thinking of the two people enjoying themselves in the portrait, Huai Ruyu felt that it was impossible that it was forced. Although the Wanhua auction house values profit, it will not cooperate with the despised demon sect. If the origin of the Tianwei sect's photostone is normal, the cooperation can be discussed. After the appraisal, Master Huai, how much do you think this photostone is worth? Changsun Xilan asked with great concern. This guy. Huai Ruyu looked at the woman who had no sense of shyness at all and didn't know what to say. Ponder for a moment. Huai Ruyu analyzed aloud. This kind of thing can't directly improve a martial artist's strength like weapons and elixirs, so its value must not be too high. For those wealthy and powerful people, they might be interested in this, but they might be more willing to buy those female concubines. However, this kind of thing should have a fatal attraction for low and mid-level martial arts practitioners and civilians. Preliminary estimates put the starting price at around 50 spirit stones. It has to be said that this person from the International Auction House undoubtedly has a sharp eye. The consumer group for Changsun Xilan's photostone was instantly identified. Starting price, 50 spirit stones? When she heard the offer, Changsun Xilan showed an expression of surprise. You should know that the original price of the photostone is only 2 spirit stones. If you buy in bulk, the price is even lower. After some videos were added, the value increased by more than 20 times. On the Holy Spirit continent, alchemists are recognized as the most profitable people, because for every pill they make, they can earn at least 10 times the profit of the raw materials for alchemy. But compared to these photostones with information, alchemists are nothing compared to them. Of course, the most important thing is that 50 spirit stones is just the starting price. I'd like to know, Master Xilan, how many of these photostones do you have? Huai Ruyu's voice brought Changsun Xilan back to her senses. For this kind of thing, if the quantity is small, no matter how high the price is, it will only cause a small fluctuation. How much can your Wanhua auction house take? Changsun Xilan asked back. This sentence made Huai Ruyu raise an eyebrow in surprise. She tapped the photostone on the table with her folding fan, blushing slightly as she said, if they are all of this quality, I think no matter how many come in, our Wanhua auction house can auction them off. Currently, I have 2 million pieces of this quality photostones. Changsun Xilan took a sip of tea and told the quantity. Huai Ruyu suddenly stood up. How much? As if he hadn't expected it at all, his voice was more delicate. 2 million? With a slight nod, Changsun Xilan responded clearly. To input the learning materials, you only need to give the system 3 spirit stones for each image stone. It doesn't take any time at all. The only thing she needs to do is to collect the photostones. There are so many. And at the moment. Suddenly, Huai Ruyu had sensed the turmoil in the entire Lingsheng continent. 2 million photostones. If you can afford it, we can have a long-term cooperation in the future. Such words seemed to be questioning the strength of the International Auction House. Huai Ruyu was not angry at all. This was a cooperation worth more than 100 million yuan, almost the biggest deal he had ever handled. Don't think that he gave out 20 million spirit stones just because of the gift and congratulations. The reason for that is because there are venerable level spirit beasts in Tianwei sect. For their Wanhua auction house, it is worth spending 20 million spirit stones to make friends with a powerful force. I can't guarantee that all the photostones will be auctioned off, but if you put them up for auction at our auction house, we can only charge you half the handling fee. 2 million photostones are indeed too many. Without real market testing, Huai Ruyu dare not guarantee it, but it should be good. In response to this suggestion, Changsun Xilan said confidently, okay, but remember to mention the origin of this item during the auction. Of course. A cooperation worth more than 100 million yuan was gradually confirmed in the conversations of the two. The last cup of tea from the teapot was drained. Huai Ruyu stood up and said, Master Xilan indeed gave me a big surprise tonight. Before we part, I have a gift for you as a token of my gratitude. I am grateful indeed. Although he is the core of the International Auction House, he has been handling less and less business recently, and other members of the family have begun to make various remarks to weaken his influence. Now that he has this order, he will definitely be able to re-establish his prestige. As he spoke, Huai Ruyu took out a very old blueprint from his body, place on the table. This is something I was planning to auction recently, but with the business from your Tianwei sect, I'm afraid I don't have the time. I hope Sect Master Xilan doesn't mind. After saying this sincerely, Huai Ruyu bowed and left on his own. Chapter 267 Challenge. Return to the master's attic. On the bed, Changsun Xilan had her wet purple hair spread out, and she was checking her remaining spirit stones with her slender fingers. There are still 20 million spirit stones left from the one Xiao Shangxuan obtained. The Great Elder also plundered 20 million from the Changsun family. There are also the 20 million spirit stones that Huai Ruyu sent today. Deduct the handling fee for entering the learning materials into the system, minus the spirit stones consumed in summoning the king of the forest. She actually still has more than 53 million spirit stones on her. Next, it depends on what benefits the 2 million photo stones can bring. The reason for choosing to cooperate with the international auction house instead of producing and selling by ourselves is mainly because of our reputation. After all, their Tianwei sect is only in a marginal empire. Even if a product like that is very popular, it is definitely not easy to sell out completely. On the other hand, the Wanguo auction house has businesses all over the spiritual Sing continent, and they are absolutely good at selling things. Look at it from another perspective. If the Tianwei sect produces and sells its own products, some guys who see the benefits will definitely have ideas about the isolated and helpless Tianwei sect. Now that the international auction house is involved, this possibility can be eliminated. After groping around her curvy body, Changsun Xilan took out the drawing that was slightly stained with her body fragrance. This was left behind by Huai Ruyu before leaving. The drawings are spread out. After seeing the specific portrait, a look of shock appeared on Changsun Xilan's delicate face. The blueprints of the inherited tomb of a Dharma realm master. And it also includes the general structure of the interior. Will it open in 3 days? No matter how hard she tried, she never expected that Huai Ruyu would give her this absolutely priceless blueprint as a gift. Host, are you planning to fight for the inheritance? Yi Tian's voice, which had been silent for a long time, emerged. Changsun Xilan nodded. This is a great opportunity. If I can get it, I think it will be easier to find my parents. The Tianwei sect will also be much more stable due to my increased strength. Changsun Xilan clenched her fists, thinking about the whereabouts of her parents in front of her and the threat from the Long family behind her. For her, all of this requires strength. King Wu can become a strong man in the Huangyan Empire, but in the central area of the Lingsheng continent, he is just a passerby. Ding, the host seems to have forgotten the power of the system. As long as you earn enough spirit stones, the inheritance of the Dharma realm is nothing. 10 spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 point. The host can use spirit stones to exchange for points and purchase anything in the system mall. Yi Tian didn't want the host to be busy with the inheritance matter. Not only does it waste time, but there aren't many things in the inheritance that are suitable for women. They are basically tailor-made for the protagonist. Relatively speaking, making money is the kingly way. When Changsun Xilan heard the system's words, her originally excited mood suddenly stopped. It seems so. Thinking of the system mall, Changsun Xilan looked at the spirit stones on her body, and then opened the system mall. Each and every item made Changsun Xilan gasp. Helyama Array, 10 million points. Description: a sect protecting formation. Once the formation is complete, the sect can be protected by thousands of ghosts and is strong enough to resist powerful beings in the Dharma realm. Wind and Cloud Seal, 5 million points. Description: small magical power, purchase and achieve perfection. 1 point of appearance, 100,000 points. Description: unlimited sanitary napkins, 1 point. Description: required. In addition to the dazzling array of goods, Changsun Xilan also discovered at the martial king level. As long as you give the system 100,000 points, you can increase your strength by 1 level. You can even use points to improve your spiritual realm. From this perspective, it seems that she only needs to keep earning spirit stones, and strength will no longer be a problem. Before, she completely regarded the system as a tool to check her background in wholesale learning materials. Now, with Yi Tian's reminder, Changsun Xilan has also come to her senses. In general, it is relatively easy for Yi Tian to earn points in this world. He can collect anything and convert it into points, because everything is a part of this world. The spiritual stones on the Lingsheng continent were born under the will of heaven and already occupy a considerable proportion of the world. A large amount of spirit stones means a large amount of points for Yi Tian. Of course, this is only part of it. The bulk of the points still belong to Long Yan, the son of destiny, but that requires timing. The inheritance of the Dharma realm can be without the host, but it cannot be without him. Yi Tian. The faint moonlight pours down on the exquisite attic. In front of the dressing table, Huai Ruyu untied her hair and wiped off the disguise on her face. With her long, smooth hair spread out, her fair face, as delicate as jade, appeared in the bronze mirror. She is not a man, and the international auction house does not need women to negotiate business. In the family's view, the best outcome is for a woman to act as an auctioneer and posing coquettishly on the auction table, disguising herself as a man is the greatest tolerance her family has for her. However, this premise is based on her ability to take on one business after another, but it was precisely because of this style that he was rejected by the vast majority of people in the tribe. The first condition for becoming a family heir is to see what great contributions the individual has made to the family. No matter how good a woman is at the auction table, she can't compete with a man for business. Wairuyu's ability to negotiate the deal poses a huge threat to those men vying for the position of the future owner of the international auction house. Miss, the second young master has issued a challenge to you. The maid's anxious voice came from outside the door. Letter of challenge? Open the door. Wairuyu glanced at the anxious maid and picked up the paper in her hand. Her soft eyes scanned the room briefly, and then she chuckled. Second brother, what a character. He got the auction rights for a divine weapon, and he's so anxious to suppress me. The second young master's challenge is to compare the total value of the auction items of both parties within 3 days. Does the young lady already have a way to deal with it? The maid asked with some surprise when she heard Wairuyu's voice. I accept this challenge. Without saying much, Wairuyu thought about what he had in his hands and revealed a sense of confidence. The losing party must consciously become the auctioneer. Miss, are you really accepting this? The maid asked Wairuyu nervously. Becoming an auctioneer means that you have no right to compete for the title of owner. In the past, my master was not so reckless. You'll understand then. Wairuyu said this, and her ears felt hot as she thought of something. The door is closed. Sitting on the bed, Wairuyu knew that this bet could never have been proposed by his second brother because he was not brave enough. This is a trap set for her by other men in the family. Once she agrees, those men will definitely help her second brother to squeeze her out. The calculations involved are far from as simple as they appear. Although she thought about how dangerous this bet was, Wairuyu didn't feel a strong sense of urgency in her mind. Instead, she kept thinking about the two figures. Let's check the quality of the items. Maybe there is something wrong with the goods given by the leader of Tianwei sect. Looking at the 2 million photo stones in the storage ring, Wairuyu muttered to herself with a blushing cheek as she took out a photo stone infusion of spiritual power. When the picture appeared, Wairuyu's white throat with a hint of pink subconsciously swallowed saliva. Is this another one? Chapter 268, Auction of the Great Divine Weapon. When the news of Wairuyu's acceptance of the challenge spread, Holy Spirit Continent, Holy City in the central region. In the headquarters of the International Auction House, several men with similar appearances secretly clenched their fists. This cunning woman has finally fallen into the trap. In the magnificent conference hall, the second young master of the Huai family, with half his hair white, had a gleam in his eyes. You've issued a challenge before, second brother, but she never accepted it. Why did she accept it this time? The third son of the Huai family, who was suspicious by nature, expressed his confusion. Maybe she has her own trump card and feels she can beat the second brother. The fourth young master, whose eyes were dark and obviously showed signs of kidney deficiency, sneered. Trump card? Ha, she probably doesn't know yet, but her opponent isn't just me, but the three of us. The second young master said cheerfully, she's just a woman. How can she compete with us for the position of the head of the Wanhua auction house? She's shown so much charm over the years, but it makes us men seem so useless. It's time to end it all. Yeah, that's right. The third young master thought about the trump card they currently held and no longer doubted it. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, after all the publicity we've done before, tomorrow's divine weapon auction will definitely attract the dynasties and families with venerable masters in charge. It's inevitable that it will be sold at a good price. Who knows, the final transaction price of the magic weapon we sell tomorrow may be so high that even Wairuyu will not be able to catch up with it in 3 days. The fourth young master laughed strangely. She may not know that besides that magic weapon, we have several other valuable items. That's right, that's right. The second young master smiled broadly. I have disliked that woman for so many years, but I feel relieved when I think that she will appear on the auction table as an auctioneer soon. The next day. IWC auction house head office, the surrounding inns, tea houses, and taverns were almost full of people during these 2 days. People came one after another long before all the major forces had heard about the actions of the International Auction House. Auction a magical weapon. There are 2 types of magic weapons: small magic soldier, Big magic soldier, ordinary small magical weapons are the handy weapons that the martial emperors dream of, and the great divine weapon is something that even the venerable would covet. Wanguo Auction House. This time, the item being auctioned is a great magical weapon. In this era where the Dharma image is not revealed and the venerable is king, a great magical weapon is enough to attract the attention of all major forces. If the great divine weapon was in the hands of an ordinary family, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would cause a bloody storm during the fight, but as a neutral force, the Wanguo Auction House has enough background to calm countless venerables and even the powerful ones who are half a step into the Dharma realm. While waiting, this auction that attracted the attention of countless people officially began with the opening of the auction hall door. The crowd of onlookers cheered as they watched each person who was qualified to enter. Those are from the Big Knife sect. I heard that some time ago, their ancestors broke through to the 5th level of the venerable realm. There's also the Shangwan family, one of the 9 great families. They also have high-ranking martial emperor representatives competing for divine weapons. Amidst exclamations, a majestic Buddha, seated on a lotus covered in golden light, slowly descended from the sky amidst the chanting of magnificent scriptures. Oh my God! Isn't this one of the 3 great Buddhas of the Wanfo holy sect? He's brought a great Buddhist disciple with him. Does Buddhism also want to fight for the great divine weapon? With the arrival of major forces, venerable figures appeared inside the Wanguo Auction House. As the last seats were filled, the auction has begun. I just don't know how high a price that great weapon will be auctioned for. People in the tea house and tavern were looking at the auction house in the center of the city and talking non-stop. Finally, when it gets dark, the auction is over. Those who were waiting for first-hand information also knew that the great magical weapon was a spear, demon blood. Dragon Scale Spear. It was once the weapon of a powerful demon who killed 7 human masters. Such a weapon is more like a great demonic weapon than a great divine weapon. The final transaction price was 1.5 billion spirit stones. He was captured by the venerable Buddha of the 10,000 Buddhist holy sect. Many people dare not even think about such a price. It's a pity that it's because of the demonic energy. Otherwise, in the eyes of many people, the value of this weapon must be higher. However, more than 1 billion spirit stones is already the highest transaction price of the Wanguo Auction House in the past year. Inside the International Auction House, the 3 direct descendants of the Huai family were already clinking their wine glasses, with no sign of hiding the excitement on their faces. More than 1 billion, almost worth 10 empires. Monks are truly the richest people in this world. The second young master thought of the auction he had watched in the private room and said with deep emotion, that monk spent 1 billion spirit stones just to buy weapons for the chief disciple of Buddhism. The third young master smiled grimly. I was wondering if Huai Ruyu would want to go back on his challenge letter if he knew we auctioned off 1 billion spirit stones. She has already accepted the challenge. If she goes back on her word, she's admitting defeat. Ha ha ha. The fourth young master hugged the auctioneer at the auction and laughed strangely. The second young master immediately stood up and said, "Let's go. Today is a good day. I've made an appointment with Fengsheng Pavilion's top performer for everyone. We should go celebrate. Second brother understands me." The fourth young master, with dark circles under his eyes, immediately became energetic. Huangyan Empire, Imperial City. On the busiest street stands the branch of the International Auction House. Huai Ruyu looked at the news presented by his escort and raised his brows slightly. The great divine weapon, worth 1.5 billion, was captured by the 10,000 Buddhist holy sect. A lot less than she expected. Every major force has an extremely strong foundation. 10 billion may be a lot for an ordinary venerable sect, but for an existence like the Wanfo holy sect with temples spread all over the Lingxing continent, 10 billion yuan may be just the money they received from pilgrims in a few months. Such a rare and precious weapon was sold at such a low price. Those guys really don't know how to manage a business. I'm afraid they're still gloating over it. Sighing and shaking his head, Huai Ruyu looked at the time. The preparations we've arranged should be almost done. Looking out the paper window at the lights that lit up in the darkness, Huai Ruyu walked towards the door. However, coincidentally, at this moment, a young man carrying a heavy sword appeared in front of him. Are you Huai Ruyu? The one who manages the auction house here? The visitor glanced at Huai Ruyu, who was dressed as a man, and asked. Huai Ruyu waved the folding fan in her hand and did not reply for a while. She knew the person in front of her, the Long family, Long Yan, the guy who escaped from the venerable level spirit beast of Tianwei sect yesterday. It's me. I wonder why you are looking for me, little brother? Huai Ruyu put away his folding fan and showed a fake smile to greet guests. She knew the grudge between Long Yan and Changsun Xilan, and from her perspective as a businessman, she will naturally favor whoever can bring her more benefits. Therefore, he was less enthusiastic when facing Long Yan. Chapter 269, Auction of the Photo Stone. I heard that you bought a map recently? Long Yan said ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Huai Ruyu immediately knew what the other party was referring to, and her beautiful eyes flashed slightly. I have indeed acquired some maps recently, but there are quite a lot of them, including the Huangyan Kingdom map, the Ruko Kingdom map, and so on. I wonder why you are asking this, little brother? Hearing the answer from the man in front of him, Long Yan smiled with satisfaction. This guy looks so cautious. It seems that no one has ever seen that map. This is best. No one competes with him for the inheritance of the powerful being in the Dharma realm, which means that his opportunities are greater. Tell me, how many spirit stones do you want? Give me the map inherited by the great masters of the Dharma realm. State your purpose directly. Although his master could divine for him the location of the inheritance of the powerful being in the Dharma realm, he could not divine the specific situation inside the inheritance cemetery. Therefore, the map that describes the internal layout of the heritage is very important to him. The inheritance blueprints of a Dharma realm master? Huai Ruyu's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Why don't I understand what you are saying, little brother? She had given the blueprints to Changsun Xilan yesterday. Now that Long Yan wanted them, Huai Ruyu naturally couldn't go to Changsun Xilan to get them back. It was even more impossible to tell Long Yan that the thing was with Changsun Xilan. Therefore, Huai Ruyu pretended to be stupid. This performance made Long Yan frown slightly. 100 million spirit stones. I think if you put it up for auction, it probably wouldn't be that much. If you want to auction something, you can go to the auction house. My things cannot be sold privately. Huai Ruyu was a little surprised by Long Yan's offer, but she was still not very surprised. As he spoke, Huai Ruyu also walked towards the door. Wait! Long Yan called out to Huai Ruyu in dissatisfaction. I heard that you need a lot of spirit stones these days? Is it because of a bet? Oh? Huai Ruyu looked at the young man in front of him again, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. The guest has heard quite a lot. I have some good things here that can help you win. Having said that, Long Yan raised his head slightly. According to Master's divination, the bet this guy recently encountered is related to the rest of his life. Therefore, helping him through this difficult time is equivalent to being his great benefactor. Unfortunately, this is a man, but it doesn't matter. Once he helps this man overcome his recent difficulties, he will probably be able to get the inheritance drawings of the Dharma realm masters. Only the answer from this guy in front of him was beyond Long Yan's expectations. No need. If you're only here for that non-existent blueprint, I think you can leave. Long Yan had never expected that he would be rejected without any hesitation. Is it true that the map is not with this guy? Could it be that Master's divination was wrong again? Without giving Long Yan time to think it over, Huai Ruyu had already left alone. Wanghua Auction House, Huangyan Empire Imperial City Branch. The first auction of the evening has begun. Today's auction is still an ordinary auction for people. As the audience entered the auction house one after another. We got our respective box number plates somewhat unexpectedly. There are no ordinary seats for today's auction, all are private rooms to ensure privacy. It's a bit strange. The eldest son of the Hong family, one of the 7 great families in the Imperial City, looked at the number plate of box number 19 in his hand with great interest. He has been to the auction house countless times. This is the first time that an auction is held with only private rooms. I don't know what this thing is, it's so mysterious. The eldest son of the Hong family muttered to himself, then stepped forward and walked into his own box. One after another, after more than 200 auctioneers arrived at their respective boxes. An auctioneer dressed elegantly walked up to the auction platform gracefully. Welcome everyone, today's auction will be hosted by Xiaoye. On the pitch-black podium, a beam of spiritual energy made the auctioneer, dressed in a brown gown, appear even more dignified. This auction is very special. There are only one type of items being auctioned, but there are 200 of them. Only one category? When the voice of auctioneer Xiaoye came out, many people in the 200 boxes stood up slightly in surprise. While everyone is focusing their attention, more than 200 dignitaries from the Imperial City could clearly see a tray covered with a red cloth being presented by a maid. The auctioneer took the tray, the red cloth was lifted, under the illumination of the spiritual power beam, an ordinary photo stone appeared in everyone's sight. Photo stone? No way, this thing can appear in an auction house. and a place as high level as the International Auction House? The young master of the Hong family in the box couldn't help but complain to the entourage around him. Due to the sound insulation in the box, many people's doubts were not heard at the auction table. The auctioneer picked up the photostone from the tray, thinking of the things in the photostone. Even with good professional ethics, his ears still turned slightly red. If possible, she actually wanted to refuse to introduce such a shameful thing. Guests, please don't underestimate this thing. Xiao Ye coughed lightly. The photostone, as everyone knows, is a device that records images. The photostone in my hand is naturally no exception. The things recorded in it are of great educational significance to everyone. Compared to the master who guided us in the beginning of martial arts, and the elder who taught us justice, this photostone is like another teacher, teaching us a great mission. The serious tone of voice made countless people present feel awe-inspiring. It's quite interesting. The elders of the sects and the sons of aristocratic families looked a little more serious, being able to be compared to the introductory martial arts training. Could this be another kind of training system? If that were true, it would be a game changer for everyone present. Because of the special nature of the images in the photostone, the display will be presented separately in each of your boxes. You can all take a look first. Under Xiao Ye's powerful control, one picture after another was revealed in more than 200 boxes. Their cultivation system? In box number 9, the eldest princess of the Huangyan Empire looked at the man and woman in the picture, not daring to miss any details. Only as the picture plays, a strange look slowly appeared on the eldest princess's gentle face. As the scene progressed, the always elegant and dignified princess face flushed red, and steam rose from her head. Disgusting. How can the International Auction House auction something like this? The eldest princess spat calmly and couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. Just when the critical step comes, the picture ends. Even the soundproofing, Xiao Ye, who was at the auction table, could still hear many guests wailing and screaming. Hiss. So that's what it is. The eldest son of the Hong family finally understood what this was teaching. This picture, no matter the angle or the switching of the pictures, is perfect. When I think about the ink paintings I have collected, compared to the picture in front of me, they are simply weak. I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is absolutely amazing. The fat face was full of excitement. The eldest son of the Hong family felt that he had activated a certain channel to spend money. Chapter 270 Jade Pendant, Mortgage. After everyone has learned a little bit, let's start the auction. Xiao Ye's mood calmed down a little. This photostone, fully called Learning Materials, is a representation of a scene created by disciples of the Tianwei sect using their spiritual power. There are no real people or objects depicted in it, so you can buy it with confidence. Xiao Ye said this, and then said bluntly, this photostone contains a study material that lasts for an hour. The starting price is 50 spirit stones, and each bid cannot be less than 1 spirit stone. I understand now why a private room was arranged for us. In one of the private rooms, an auctioneer sneered and shook his head. The companion next to him exclaimed in amazement, to be able to simulate images with spiritual power to such a realistic level is truly incredible. I thought so. The people in there, the clothes they wear, and the things around them are all unfamiliar to me. It turns out they are all figments of spiritual power. Another companion understood a little. A slight sound emerged from box number 9. The box is soundproof, and the slight sound is the sound of the price being increased. The guest in box 9, 51 spirit stones. Xiao Ye's words appeared around. Ding, another sound. A string of numbers appeared in the void outside a box. Guests in box 11, 100 spirit stones. Ding, guests in box 30, 200 spirit stones. Ding, I have to say that Huai Ruyu has considered everything very carefully. Set up a box auction. The most important thing about this kind of thing is to ensure the privacy of the auctioneer. Only in this way will they raise the price without hiding their thoughts. If everyone were sitting in the audience, if you really want to do it under the watchful eyes of acquaintances, you will probably have to bear a lot of psychological pressure. The final transaction price of the first photostone was 12,000 spirit stones. The high price was achieved because of the high officials and nobles in the imperial city. Of course, what's more important is that the learning materials in the photostone are of excellent quality. Congratulations to our box 19 for winning the first item in this auction. Don't be discouraged if you haven't gained anything. There are still 199 rooms below with learning materials of varying lengths. Hurry up, don't waste time. In a private room, many people urged impatiently after quickly completing the process. The second photo stone recorded the learning materials. Xiaoye didn't give any introduction, just played some clips in all the boxes. Waves of wolf howling emerged. The pace of price increases in the major private rooms has clearly accelerated. The final transaction price was 13,000 spirit stones. It was still taken away by box number 19. On the podium of the auction house, Wai Ruyu looked at the fierce competition below and realized that he had underestimated the value of this product. For something that cannot improve people's strength or provide them with food and clothing to have such value, it can be said to have broken a certain boundary. She had already placed 2 million pieces of photostones in major cities in more than 1,000 surrounding countries for auction during the day today. She will receive the final auction results in just a few hours. If the value of each photostone is over 10,000. It is no exaggeration to say that this deal is the largest deal that the International Auction House has ever had in the hundreds of years since its establishment. Huangyan Empire, Imperial City. On the gloomy street, Long Yan paced around in confusion, looking at the branch of the International Auction House in the distance. Master, are you sure your divination is correct? Does that guy really need spirit stones? The questioning words came out. Su Tianyun pondered for a moment, and with a bit of self-doubt, he said, "This is how my master predicts. If he really needs spirit stones, he wouldn't refuse us." But he refused. This is something that even I, the master, cannot understand. Can't you be more accurate? Long Yan had already shown his obvious impatience with his master, who had failed him time and again. Su Tianyun sighed, "Perhaps my strength is no longer what it used to be. The divination skills that I was so proud of have indeed regressed. So what should we do now? Where is that map? Or does it not even exist? The inheritance of the powerful Dharma realm is right in front of him. Long Yan just wants to get everything in it as soon as possible to enhance his own strength, then return to the Long family and seek revenge on the Tianwei sect." Su Tianyun was slightly silent. The best and safest option is to get the map and then look for the inheritance, but now, I have no idea where the map is. At this moment, a hand gently patted Long Yan's shoulder. "Little brother, do you want to buy something?" The hoarse and old voice made Long Yan almost turn around and draw his sword, looking at the guy behind him hiding under the heavy black robe. Long Yan frowned and said, "Get lost. Don't be so quick to refuse. I have a lot of good stuff here." The man in the black robe took out an old map while speaking. "Look, this thing is pretty good, isn't it?" "Map?" After seeing what the black-robed man was holding, Long Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. "Master? Is this the map?" "Su Tianyun, that's right. It's this map." Hearing the master's reply, Long Yan's eyes were particularly bright. "This is really like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy. How much is this thing?" At this point, he no longer thought about why this thing was on a strange guy in a black robe. "It seems that you really need this map," the man in black robe emphasized. Hearing this, Long Yan felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he was going to be killed. "Name a price. I hope it's not too outrageous. I don't want money." The black-robed man shook his head slightly. "This map shows the cemetery of a great master in the Dharma realm. I think the treasure inside is the best." "Oh? You want a piece of the pie?" Long Yan was a little surprised. On second thought, I felt that this guy had a far-sighted vision. "You need to give me half of what you gained from the cemetery inheritance. This is the price of my map." "Half of the things?" Long Yan shook his head indifferently at the price. "What if I don't agree and want the map as well?" "TSK, TSK, TSK." The black-robed man shook his head calmly. "Could it be that, little brother, you want to steal something from a martial emperor?" "Martial emperor?" Upon hearing this word, Long Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. The next moment, a terrifying wave flashed from the black-robed man. "If it weren't for the inheritance cemetery, which requires only those under 30 years old to enter, do you think I would look for you?" Hearing this, Long Yan clenched his fist slightly. "Promise him. I have a feeling that this Dharma realm inheritance will greatly increase your strength. If he dares to come and ask for something, just kill him." Su Tianyun's answer made Long Yan smile inexplicably. "That's right. If his strength increases greatly, then he will have the final say on whether to give the things obtained from the inheritance or not." "Okay, I promise, give it to me." Long Yan stretched out his hand to the man in black robe. You can't just promise it without words. Give me something as collateral. The man in black robe spoke casually, and then, as if with purpose, he pulled off the jade pendant from Long Yan's neck. What are you doing? Seeing the pendant appear in the hands of the man in black robe, a trace of panic flashed in Long Yan's eyes. His master, who can predict the future, is still in the jade pendant, but see, the black-robed man tossed the jade pendant and said, "This thing looks good. When the time comes, take what you have gained from the inheritance and exchange it for it." As he spoke, the man in black robe threw the map in his hand to Long Yan. No. The jade pendant won't work. You seem to care about it? That's right. You can't mortgage something you don't care about. The black-robed man's words choked Long Yan, leaving him speechless from all aspects. There was nothing wrong with the black-robed man's behavior. This is like a strong and thoughtful person, but for some reason, Long Yan always felt uneasy. Just as Long Yan was becoming increasingly impatient, Su Tianyun and the jade pendant said confidently, "Disciple, it's all right. Just go get the inheritance. A mere low-level martial emperor wouldn't be able to control me no matter what. Come to me when the time comes, and I'll help you kill this guy." Su Tianyun's confident attitude made Long Yan gradually accept the current situation. He looked at the man in black robes and said, "The inheritance will begin in 2 days. I hope you'll be nearby during these few days so I can find you." "Of course. What I want is something from that inheritance, not a jade pendant that is useless to me." These words made Long Yan feel completely at ease. It seems that this guy has no idea what's happening with his master in the jade pendant. After taking a last look at the man in black robe, Long Yan took the map, stood up and left. After a cup of tea, the man in black robe looked at the dark and deserted street and took off his hat. Ye Tian's handsome appearance was presented. Logically speaking, an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years should be as cunning as a demon. How come you are still so easily fooled? Yi Tian looked at the empty streets. The plain voice caused the jade pendant in his hand to vibrate wildly. You're talking to me? You know I exist? Su Tianyun's soul body appeared. That face was filled with intense shock. Of course, I'm here for you after all. Yi Tian spoke frankly. At this moment, Su Tianyun's pupils kept shrinking. Your target is me. Not the things passed down by that powerful Dharma master, right? The trembling voice revealed Su Tianyun's extremely uneasy mood. This guy's target has been him from the very beginning. The so-called inheritance of the Dharma realm is just a way to divert his and Long Yan's attention. His entire plan was to just take the jade pendant away in the end. Chapter 271. 3.5 billion Potato Kingdom, one of the 100 countries in Dongzhou. The entire kingdom has a population of only 1 million. But they are all very wealthy, because their potatoes are very popular. And tonight, just because of an auction held by the Capital International Auction House, the entire palace was in an uproar. The king of the Potato Kingdom, who received the news overnight, was shocked after seeing the photostone presented by his subordinates. Is this thing produced in Tianwei sect? The king of the Potato Kingdom looked at the minister beside him. The minister nodded. Yes, as far as I know, this Tianwei sect is still the #1 sect in the Huangyan Empire. The Imperial Flame Empire, the one that relied on a few spiritual minds to make ends meet? How could it have such a specialty? It's even as good as our spiritual potatoes. The Potato King's somewhat unbelievable voice caused the old minister beside him to fall into silence for a while. Their spiritual potatoes can be sold for 1 spiritual stone each. Of these photostones were all priced at over 1,000 spirit stones at the auction just now. This comparison makes their potato-producing country look particularly shabby, an investment of 2 million pieces of photostones. All the hundreds of countries in East Continent experienced fluctuations to varying degrees. Some officials denounced the thing as corrupting public morals. An old ancestor announced that he would go into seclusion overnight, holding dozens of photostones. There are also people who denounce it on the surface but keep it secret behind the scenes. The Tianwei sect, located in the border area of Dongzhou, has entered the eyes of major empires and dynasties with an extremely shocking attitude. Together with the forgotten Huangyan Empire, its fame in Dongzhou has directly surpassed its heyday. Inside the Huangyan Empire's international auction house, Wai Ruyu looked at the auction amount data sheets that were sent to her urgently, and no matter how calm she tried to be, she couldn't remain calm. Xuanjin Kingdom, 1,000 photostones, auction for 1.5 million spirit stones. Langtao Country, 1,000 photostones, auction proceeds of 2,100,000 spirit stones. In the barbarian Elephant Kingdom, 1,000 photostones were auctioned for 2.2 million spirit stones. When all the auction prices were added together, a shocking figure emerged. 0.2 million pieces of photostones were sold out within a few hours. Total income, 3.567 billion and 8 spirit stones. The photostones, with an average starting price of 50 spirit stones each, now cost 1,700 spirit stones, no matter how overestimated it was before. Huai Ruyu was still shocked after seeing the market reaction. She really did get a big deal. It even feels a little unreal. In the center of the Holy Spirit continent, the holy city of Central Region. If we talk about the most lively place in this huge city at night, it must be Fengshang Pavilion. In the attic, the three brothers of the Huai family looked at the dancing top performer in front of the table, their hearts constantly moved. As expected of the top star, this young master is already intoxicated before he even drinks. The fourth young master's eyes, with their dark circles, did not show any sign of fatigue. I've heard about the Huai family's fourth young master's oily tone for a long time, and Xingrui finally got to see it tonight. The soft smile of the woman showing off her dancing skills made the three brothers even more excited. That's what a woman is. My followers all say they have no interest in people like Huai Ruyu who pretend to be men. The second young master clapped his hands in praise. The third young master smiled and nodded. I heard that Huai Ruyu took 20 million spirit stones yesterday to befriend a sect in a remote corner. I'll have to settle this account with her when she becomes an auctioneer. The second young master drank a glass of wine in agreement. I can't even find 10 million spirit stones, but she can easily find 20 million spirit stones. The family is really partial to that woman. Let's not talk about that anymore. Now that the bet is over, it's time for her to return to her rightful position. A woman isn't worthy of competing for the position of patriarch. The third young master tapped the table with his fingers, looking at the dancing woman in front of him. He finally understood why his fourth young master was obsessed with women all day long. Ah, that's right. Come, drink. Thinking of the 1 billion yuan auction money in hand, the second young master grinned. However, just when the three of them were completely immersed in the joy brought by the victory that had not yet happened, their disciples rushed to Fengshang Pavilion in a hurry. 3 young masters, this is bad. Huai Ruyu has broken the highest auction transaction value that our Wanhua auction house has never broken in 10 years. Burp. The 3 young masters, reeking of alcohol and with red faces, burped and said, their nerves a little slow to react. What did you say? Just one night. 0.2 million special photostones swept across the entire Dongzhou area like a hurricane. The reputation of Tianwei sect has completely risen to the level of a top sect. The emperor of the Huangyan Empire was also bewildered when he received dozens of letters from royal families of various countries early the next morning. Some came to express their condolences, and some came to build relationships. More importantly, they were asking him how much learning materials he had left and whether he was interested in cooperation. Tianwei sect. The 3 elders surrounded Zhangsun Xilan, who was patrolling the sect, with angry faces. Sect master, did you create this thing? Elder Song Shou presented a photostone in his hand, his tone filled with anger. Within a day, the number of disciples who want to join Tianwei sect has increased more than 10 times. The 3 elders had no idea what had caused the Tianwei sect to suddenly become so well known and even attract countless people from other countries. I originally thought that this was because a disciple from some sect was gaining experience outside, showing off his talents and demonstrating the spirit of the Tianwei sect. Until recently, the 3 elders found a photostone from a new disciple. After listening to the new disciple's description and watching the pictures, the 3 elders were completely overturned. The only one who can cooperate with the Wanhua auction house and represent the Tianwei sect is the sect master. Therefore, the current scene where the 3 elders stopped Zhangsun Xilan happened. Yes, this was produced by our sect. Have you seen it? Zhangsun Xilan looked at the 3 old men in front of her in surprise. That's unreasonable. Song Shou thought of the venerable spirit beast beside Zhangsun Xilan, suppressed the urge to attack, and said in an extremely strict tone, Sect Master, you are putting our Tianwei sect in the position of a heretical cult. Yes, Sect Master, how could this kind of thing be produced by our Tianwei sect? Stop it, let's clarify it to the public. It should still be in time. The old elder sighed deeply in her heart. In her opinion, since it was irreversible, she had to stop as soon as possible. Shouldn't the quality of a sect be determined by its attitude towards the common people? If someone who practices demonic arts doesn't kill people, is that evil? If someone who practices Buddhist teachings kills people, is that good? We in the Tianwei sect don't rob or kill, so how can we be called a cult? These words made the three elders shake their heads continuously. They would not listen to anything Changsun Xilan said. Such shameful things should not appear in the world, let alone in their Tianwei sect. Seeing the three elders like this, Changsun Xilan sighed and thought that she had no choice but to use her ultimate move. That a bright hand swept across the waist, and a storage bag appeared in Changsun Xilan's hand. This is the price those photo stones sold for yesterday. Take a look. What's the price of the image stone? Song Xiu frowned. Sect Master, you don't think that just because you've gained some spirit stones, you can change our minds, right? Elder Hongtong also spoke up. Even if we had tens of millions of spirit stones, we would not agree. A sect's reputation and dignity are priceless. Zhang Sun Zilan, here are 3.5 billion spirit stones. What's 3.5 billion? Song Xiu's angry voice suddenly froze. How many? Song Xiu asked again to make sure he heard it correctly. 3.5 billion. Changsun Xilan said word by word. This number immediately extinguished the anger burning in the heads of the three elders. Elder Heishang carefully took the storage bag. The spiritual consciousness explores within it. After a few breaths, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak and returned the storage bag in her hand to Changsun Xilan. That he turned slightly and nodded to the two elders who had quieted down beside him, saying, "Really? More than 3 billion spirit stones." Boom. A moment. The minds of the two elders, Song Xiu and Hongtong, were blank. 3.5 billion. The annual income of their Tianwei sect adds up to about 5 to 9 million spirit stones. When the annual income reaches tens of millions, the whole family celebrates. And now, 3.5 billion. What does that mean? Tianwei sect has been established for hundreds of years, and no one has earned as much as Changsun Xilan in one night by selling photo stones. If the elders still feel that this is inappropriate, then I will have no choice but to refrain from touching these things. Changsun Xilan looked at the distant horizon and sighed with melancholy. No. You can't not touch it. Elder Song Xiu, who was originally furious, hurriedly stopped him. His old face flushed as he said, "It's us old guys whose thinking is too outdated. Sect Master, please don't be influenced by us. Just do what you think is right." Right. The red-eyed elder nodded continuously. We in the Tianwei sect do not steal, rob, kill, or set fires. We are doing business in a normal cooperative relationship with the Wanhua auction house. Master. Just do it. If any elders in the sect object, we will teach them a lesson. The elders are indeed sensible. Changsun Xilan couldn't help laughing, but didn't point it out. Then I'll go first? Pointing to one side, Changsun Xilan looked at the three elders. Master, take care. The three of them bowed, looking at Changsun Xilan's departing figure. The three elders were filled with emotion. I told you this kid is no ordinary kid. The red-eyed elder said in a tone that showed he had expected this. Song Xiu put one hand on his back and said, I have always felt that this girl is very extraordinary. She can control a venerable level spirit beast. How could she do something without considering the consequences? You too. The old woman was speechless for a moment. With so many spirit stones, I can talk to the sect master and replace the sect with a new protective formation. It's indeed time to replace it with a new sect protection formation. Looking at the current sect protection formation that can resist low-level martial emperors, Elder Song Xiu's face showed some solemnity. I heard that the ancestor of the Long family will also be coming out of seclusion. Hongtong clenched her fists and said, if the Long family's ancestor comes out of seclusion to destroy our Tianwei sect, we won't be able to resist at all. But we have money now, so we may not be without the ability to check and balance. Besides, it's still unclear whether the Long family ancestor would really care about the affairs of Long Yan, the younger generation. Elder He Shang has a clear mind. This analysis also made the other two elders nod in agreement. Chapter 272, The Inheritance of the Dharma Realm. 3 days passed in a flash. The new learning photostone has become popular throughout the spiritual Sane continent. The major branches of the International Auction House even expanded hundreds of new auction halls specifically for this product, just to take pictures of the learning photostone. The huge transaction amounts repeatedly refreshed the historical transaction volume of the International Auction House. there is a rare male auctioneer at the headquarters of Wanguo Auction House today, and in these 3 days, except for the photo stone, there is another matter that has attracted the attention of countless powerful forces. The inheritance tomb of a powerful Dharma realm master is about to be born. I don't know who spread the news, but it spread to the point where everyone knew it, even some ordinary people can buy a replica of the map passed down by the powerful people in the Dharma realm from any spy in any city by spending a spirit stone. The clear map and marked information make it hard to doubt that it is fake. But a genuine Dharma realm inheritance map is only worth 1 spirit stone? 10,000 mountains. This is a forbidden area that completely isolates the entire East continent's hundreds of countries from the other 3 continents. Deep in the mountains, there are countless martial king level spirit beasts, quite a few emperor level spirit beasts, and even venerable level spirit beast kings, which can be counted on both hands. The inheritance of the Dharma realm powerhouse recorded in the map is in these 100,000 mountains, also because of the news of inheritance.in. Just 3 days, groups of people came to the continuous mountains. It is said that where there are people, there is business. Some smart people directly set up temporary restaurants and tea houses here. Naturally, no one who can come to the depths of the mountains is short of money. In the guest room, Long Yan's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, he came to the depths of the mountains alone. Seeing that no one came here, he calmly waited for the inheritance of the Dharma realm power to be opened, fantasizing about eating everything himself. But I never thought, the longer you wait, the more people will come here. The top forces from all the major cities and dynasties have arrived, and even 5 or 6 powerful venerables have come. At this moment, Long Yan became a completely marginalized figure. The map in his hand that could put him ahead of everyone else has simply become a common commodity. 1 spirit stone. You sold the map to someone else with just 1 spirit stone. A martial emperor? When I get the inheritance, I will make you pay the price. Boom! The huge roar echoed throughout the entire mountain range in a short period of time. Long Yan was startled and looked out the window. A large number of flying spirit beasts screamed and flew up. The warriors deep in the mountains turned their gazes to the area where thick dust was rising, where everyone's eyes were fixed. At the foot of the huge mountain range, a miraculous stone gate broke out of the ground with a loud noise like a violent thunder. The stone gate continued to rise, and its appearance continued to reveal itself. It only takes a cup of tea. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of martial arts masters around could clearly see that the giant gate, which was dozens of meters high, was engraved with a variety of patterns. Against the backdrop of the emerald green moss, a vast and magnificent atmosphere sweeps across the entire mountain range. The inheritance has begun. There were sounds of exclamations. In the sky, there were several powerful and venerable men exuding terrifying auras, each with a younger generation of disciples following behind them. This aura is indeed the inheritance of a powerful being in the Dharma realm. A big knife stood upright beside him. The ancestor of the Big Knife sect, with a complex knife field all around him, stroked his white beard, his expression full of surprise. Not far from the side of the great sword ancestor, a female venerable holding a jade flute nodded and said, just as described on the map, this inheritance has a barrier, and only those under the bone age of 30 can enter. Speaking of the younger generation under the age of 30, I think you, the Wanqing Buddhist sect, will reap all the benefits this time. The ancestor of the Dadao sect looked to the other side. There, a venerable Buddha sat on the lotus, neither happy nor sad. Behind him, a young monk carrying a magic spear was reciting scriptures with his hands clasped together. Hearing the words of the Great Knife Patriarch, the Buddha slowly opened his eyes and said, Donor, you are joking. What is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen should not be forced. What we Buddhists can obtain depends on God's will. God's will? Did God let you spend $1 billion to buy that magic gun? The Big Knife Patriarch retorted with disapproval. Amitba, the devil's spear is extremely violent. If it falls into the hands of others, it will create another devil. My Buddha is merciful and will purify it with my Buddha's light. The Buddha responded calmly. You monks are the best at talking. The ancestor of the Big Knife sect stroked his beard and had nothing to refute. But what I can't figure out is who spread the news of the inheritance of a Dharma realm master so cheaply, and what is his purpose? The Big Knife Patriarch muttered to himself in doubt, but no one could answer him. Boom! When countless people are concentrating, there was another burst of noise from Ju-men. People saw that the bluestone door slowly opened again after it was fully revealed. Charge! The treasure is mine. Don't try to snatch it from me. Seeing the stone gate completely opened, a large number of martial arts practitioners rushed in like locusts. Because of the map in their hands, they all understood that there were no traps at the gate. Of course, if someone over 30 years old enters, they will be subject to the power of the Tomb Owner's barrier. It is also because of the map. The secret inheritance of this powerful being in the Dharma realm is completely on a first-come, first-served basis. Many of the sex saints, saintesses, royal princes, and princesses who disdained such a move out of shame had no choice but to rush to enter the inheritance first in order to obtain the treasure first. When Long Yan's spiritual power gushed out and he broke through the bluestone gate, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. This is a cold area with drifting snow and ice. The spiritual beasts with terrifying auras were frozen and covered by the ice and snow. A slight perception revealed that these spirit beasts had no life at all. It is said that this is a super powerful being with ice-attributed dragon blood. Master said before that he wanted to obtain his bloodline so that my heavenly dragon body could be devoured and advanced. Looking at the people who were constantly pouring into the secret realm not far away, Long Yan headed towards the depths with some urgency. The inheritance of the Tomb Owner is in the deepest part. Everyone knows a competition is inevitable. With a target in mind, Long Yan moved extremely fast. Along the way, in this land of ice and snow, treasures passed by his eyes one after another. But Long Yan did not stop for a moment. Originally, these treasures belonged to him alone. Thinking of this, his murderous intent towards the man in black robe increased a lot. An hour later, finally, a palace of ice and snow appeared in Long Yan's sight. No one has come yet. Seeing this scene, Long Yan's speed increased again. The moment he stepped into the ice and snow palace, Long Yan felt a strong desire to devour emerging in his body. Not bad, right here. Break straight into the palace. In less than an incense stick of time, Long Yan stopped at the main hall. Deep in the palace, looking at the blood on the throne in the main hall that exuded a strong dragon aura, Long Yan's heart was beating fast. The bloodline is at hand. The journey here has been incredibly smooth. Even in the palace, there was no mechanism at all, as if it had been deliberately cleared by someone. All the doubts that should have been raised were thrown out of Long Yan's mind after he saw this bloodline. With a slight movement of his body and claw-shaped hands, Long Yan wanted to take this ball of blood directly. The inheritance of the great power in the Dharma realm is the best thing in the entire inheritance. But Chapter 273, Three Suns Final Game Upgrade. Just when Long Yan was about to obtain the blood floating in the air, a rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly erupted behind him. As his pupils contracted, Long Yan managed to move a little with his amazing reaction. Boom! The golden spiritual power palm print blasted a dense spider web of cracks in a corner of the temple. Long Yan turned around. In my sight, I see a monk with his hands folded together. Amitabha, this item is predestined for me, the Buddha. Please don't force it. A monk from the Wanching Buddhist sect? You want to steal things from me? Just try. Long Yan said coldly, then turned around and rushed towards the ball of blood again. Amitabha, since the donor refused to listen to my advice, I have no choice but to offend him. As he spoke, a spear-emitting demonic energy appeared in the monk's hand. Boom! The terrifying aura made Long Yan pause and a serious look appeared on his face. It's so lively. A clever voice came from outside. A woman with long braids and wearing a green dress was the third person to arrive here. Shangguan Xiao from the Shangguan family. Seeing the person coming, Long Yan's face became a little ugly. The power behind these two guys is no less than that of his long family. In terms of strength, without the help of his master, he has no advantage at all. Oh, are you all here? A young man who looked to be in his 40s and was carrying a big sword also came into the hall. Outside the ice and snow palace, just a short cup of tea. Thousands of geniuses from the dynasty have already arrived. They all understood that the real good things inherited from the powerful beings in the Dharma realm were in the ice and snow palace before them. But now, for some reason, they couldn't get in at all. A blue light curtain directly isolates the ice and snow palace from the outside world. No one knows what's going on inside. Can only 4 people enter? The geniuses outside were anxious. They just saw from a distance that 4 people entered palace interior. Long Yan and the other 3 people confronted each other with their own thoughts. Isn't this the good-for-nothing from the Long family? The burly man carrying a big knife looked at Long Yan with contempt. Ha! Long Yan sneered and was not angered. Although everyone seemed casual at this moment, Long Yan clearly understood that everyone's eyes were more or less focused on the blood vessels in the air. This thing is something that even the top masters would be moved by, and it is even more attractive to the geniuses in the Whooper realm like them. Finally, at some point, boom! With a loud noise of spiritual power gushing out, Long Yen broke the strange atmosphere. He was closest to the bloodline and was the first to take action. Almost instantly, he grasped the bloodline in his hands. How foolish! If you get this thing, not only will you be unable to escape, but you will also be attacked by all of us. The Holy Son of the Big Knife sect shook the big knife in his hand. The powerful aura of the 6th level of Wupa was revealed without a doubt. Amit Ba, the eldest disciple of Wanqing Buddhism, held the demon blood dragon scale spear in his hand. The black dragon pattern engraved on the spear, and several dragon scales burst out with black and red light. The woman in the palace also picked up the jade flute in her hand. Damn it! Seeing the reactions of these three guys, Long Yen immediately realized that what he had in his hand was a hot potato, and just when he was about to throw the thing out, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. In the palace, the three top geniuses were also stunned. All they could see was that Long Yen disappeared out of thin air. Crystal snowflakes are falling in the sky. The cool wind made Long Yan's mind much clearer. Looking around, it was a huge lake, and the buildings next to it were covered in silver, and in this lake, there are stone steps extending forward. At the end of the stone steps, there was an ordinary pavilion that made Long Yan's pupils tremble slightly. That he saw an old man in the pavilion. My dear, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, the old man in the courtyard sighed, and his hoarse words reached Long Yan's ears along with the drifting snowflakes. Would you like to come here and see me? The old man's easygoing voice aroused countless questions in Long Yan's mind. He found it difficult to understand the current situation. How come after getting that bloodline, I appear here directly, and where is that most important bloodline? I was confused and puzzled. After some hesitation, Long Yan shook off the snowflakes on his body and stepped onto the stone steps leading to the pavilion in the lake. Take one step forward. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. Long Yan saw a baby boy being born, but was abandoned in the snow. The next moment, the second step was taken, and the baby boy was adopted and raised by the snow wolf. Is this what happened to the old man? Looking at the vague silhouette of the pavilion in the lake, Long Yan continued to step onto the third stone step, and the fourth. As he walked along, Long Yan saw the growth of a baby boy every year. After leaving the wolf clan, he began to practice martial arts. At the age of 14, the boy became a Wupa, bringing supreme honor to his master. At the age of 17, the boy returned to the Snow Wolf clan to visit and found that the wolf clan had been destroyed by humans. At the age of 19, the young man avenged the Snow Wolf clan, which angered all major forces and led to his expulsion from the sect. At the age of 23, he became the youngest martial emperor in history. He determined his own path, the path of chess pieces. At the age of 30, the beastmen were ravaging the Holy Spirit continent. The owner of the picture was holding a chessboard and resolutely rushed to the battlefield. Starting from the 30th step, Long Yan could be seen clearly on almost every step of that man, sitting in front of the chessboard, the king of beast killing, the lord of war beasts. He transformed in battle and broke through in the fight. He stepped on the corpses of countless terrifying beastmen, step by step, and reached the top. He became a thorn in the side of the beastmen and a sharp knife to the human race. People cheered for him, and everyone was witnessing a star rising. But when I stepped into the next step, the protagonist of the story has lost his memory. What he forgot was not the people and things, but the situation on the chessboard. He didn't know how to play chess, so he lost. Everyone was very disappointed. He was defeated by the beastmen and completely destroyed the face and morale of the human race. As he stepped down another step, all the images disappeared. All Long Yan could see was an old man holding an ordinary chessboard, walking alone into the 10,000 mountains, and never to be seen again. This is my life, not bad, is it? The old man in the pavilion said with a hint of self-mockery. Long Yan was not moved at all. He also did not understand why, after reaching such a peak realm, he would be defeated by a top beast lord of the beast clan. It's so embarrassing. Does this so-called strong man rely entirely on chess pieces? Are you the owner of this secret realm? Long Yan raised the doubt in his mind. Yes, outsiders call me Yi Tiandi. The old man nodded slowly, with a hint of pride in his words. Hearing this name, Long Yan frowned even more tightly. In the history of the human race, there have been powerful people in the Dharma realm in every era, but definitely not too many. As far as I can remember, 100 years ago, the human race did have an invasion by the beastmen that affected the entire spiritual Saint continent. But in the records of that great war, Long Yan had never heard of anything about the so-called Emperor Yi Tian. There must be records of such a beast-killing master, who is even a strong man who kills spiritual beasts in the Dharma realm. Are you confused, my friend, as to why you are here? The old man smiled faintly, his face full of amiability. I don't know, please enlighten me. Long Yan still looked a little wary. I placed my bloodline in the Ice and Snow Palace in order to find a destined person to pass on my life's inheritance. In this way, my remaining soul will rest in peace. Inheritance. When Long Yan heard these two words, his eyes lit up, even the doubts in his heart were thrown out of his mind. My friend, you should also know that I am proficient in the art of chess pieces. From the beginning, I used chess to enter the Dharma realm, with the world as my chessboard. The old man said this with a dazed look in his eyes. Unfortunately, as a chess piece, if you don't advance, you will retreat. I have forgotten the two most crucial pieces. If you can help me remember them, I will teach you all my chess skills. You want me to help you remember the chess piece you forgot? Long Yan's excited expression froze. As so troublesome. However, before Long Yan could say anything more, the old man disappeared. In the cold pavilion, Long Yan's gaze subconsciously fell on the ordinary chessboard in the middle of the pavilion. The moment his eyes were fixed on it, the entire world in the lake was suddenly filled with clear chessboard lines. Tisk! A chess piece fell into the chessboard in the lake with a slight sound. In an instant, Long Yan could feel a huge pressure appearing around him. Click! The second chess piece fell. The exploding air that stretched for thousands of meters shocked Long Yan so much that he was speechless. Click! As the third chess piece was thrown, that terrifying pressure is enough to suppress any venerable. Seeing this, Long Yan had only one thought: great power. Such a realm can only be reached by those who are great and powerful. Originally, I had 5 chess pieces, but unfortunately, I forgot. The old man's voice appeared again, and Long Yan also calmed his mind. The situation has already reached this point with just 3 chess pieces. How graceful must the 4th and 5th chess pieces that were forgotten by Emperor Yi Tian be? Do I need to complete all 5 to obtain all the inheritances? Being on the huge chessboard, Long Yan felt a lot of pressure. Only the thought that once he obtained this inheritance, he would be able to rule the world and capture all the beauties in the world made his heart surge. Where Long Yan can't see, the old man slowly changed his shape, and Yi Tian's own appearance appeared. The world will only become more powerful in the future. Yi Tian can feel that it is already a bit difficult for the 3 sons to determine the outcome. It just so happens that this time, I can ask the Son of Luck in this world to help me upgrade 0.5 chess pieces, not to mention Long Yan. Yi Tian was also looking forward to it. Chapter 270. For the 5 dragons arrive in the secret realm of inheritance. Several hours have passed since the inheritance began. The things in the secret realm were basically plundered by the locust-like young generation. Compared with previous secret realms, there are so many people coming to this secret realm. Hiss! You guys didn't even spare the floor tiles? Some people were stunned when they saw a group of people dismantling and packing the floor. Nonsense! These floor tiles are imbued with the aura of a Dharma realm master. Each tile alone is worth several spirit stones. If I dig a few hundred, I can buy a study photo stone. This makes people suspect that these guys came here just for the floor tiles when there was not even a single floor tile left in the secret realm. People's attention was focused on the only intact building in the secret realm, Ice and Snow Palace. The greatest treasure in this secret realm has been isolated by a barrier until now. People cannot enter it and cannot see what is going on inside. Outside the entire Azure barrier, hundreds of thousands or even millions of young people, all holding their own tools, are waiting for the moment when the barrier disappears like a demolition army. Inside the barrier, in the hall of the Ice and Snow Palace, the eldest disciple of the Wanqing Buddhist sect, the holy son of the Dadao sect, and Shangguan Xiao of the Shangguan family. After searching for Long Yan in vain, these 3 young talents from the top forces discovered that they were trapped in the barrier. The barrier was so strong that even if the 3 of them tried their best, they couldn't break it at all. Is this a trap set by the tomb owner? There was a strong sense of uneasiness in Shangguan Xiao's lively eyes. The inheritance has disappeared, but they are trapped here. It is simply inexplicable. As the 3 of them stared at the barrier that blocked everything out, they were at a stalemate. Tap tap! A sound of footsteps that did not belong to any of the 3 people suddenly appeared. The 3 geniuses' gazes turned instantly. In their sight, a handsome man in strange clothes appeared behind them. Who are you? Yi Tian's appearance made the 3 of them look solemn. They were absolutely certain that there were only 3 of them in the entire Ice and Snow Palace. So where on earth did this 4th guy come from? My name is Yi Tian. Congratulations on having a long vacation. What do you mean? The holy son of Dadaomen frowned, but Yi Tian waved his hand casually, and the 3 of them were immediately hit hard and fell asleep. With a flash of light, the 3 people were placed into the system space. After taking a look at the empty palace, Yi Tian's figure flashed and appeared on the snow-covered lake. A field of vision ahead. Long Yan's brows were furrowed at this time. The fourth and fifth pieces, how should we play them? The heavy snow wrapped him layer by layer, and at the same time, it was constantly wearing away his patience. Looking at the chessboard in front of me, there has been no progress for several hours. Long Yan couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. With his talent, even if he doesn't fully understand it within these few hours, he should at least make some progress, right? However, no doubt if Long Yan had not seen the display of the 3 chess pieces before, he would have thought that this thing was a trick on him. A few hours, and then a few more hours to eye. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. My friend, your mind is not here. The old voice, with a sigh, woke up the drowsy Long Yan. Since you, my friend, are unable to answer my question, I will have to look for someone else. Yi Tian, who had transformed into an old man, said wistfully, I heard that a child with a purple phoenix body appeared in our human race. With such a physique, I think she can also help me remember the 4th and 5th chess pieces. Looking for other people? Hearing this, Long Yan was shocked, and when he heard about the purple phoenix body, he clenched his fists. I in this world, the only person who possesses the purple phoenix body is Changsun Xilan. If this old man really finds her and reminds her of the 4th and 5th chess pieces, it means that the inheritance of this powerful person in the Dharma realm will become Changsun Xilan's. He could not accept the disappearance of the inheritance, and what he could not accept even more was that the inheritance was obtained by Changsun Xilan after it disappeared. Thinking of this, Long Yan said without any distraction, Senior, give me a little more time, I will definitely remember the forgotten chess piece for you. After Long Yan said this, he looked nervously at the old man in the soul state. No matter what, the heritage cannot be lost. In his eyes, the old man was silent for a while, and then seemed to be moved by his sincere attitude. Well, my legacy can only last for 5 days. I can give you 2 days. If you can't find a way out by then, I'll find someone else. 2 days. Hearing this time, Long Yan let out a deep breath of hot air. After a whole day and night, he didn't make any progress. Although the chances of success in the last 2 days were still slim, he had to place the 4th and 5th chess pieces. He would not allow the inheritance of a powerful being in the Dharma realm to slip away from his sight. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Long Yan fixed his gaze on the chessboard in front of him. 2 days is neither long nor short. Today, the snow stopped. A cold wind blew across the lake, and a faint ripple slowly spread. Center of the lake, Long Yan looked at the chessboard in front of him, his eyes bloodshot. It's time today. Remember it now. Long Yan roared in his heart. Those red eyes seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. The inheritance of a powerful being in the Dharma realm, was he really going to watch it slip away from his eyes? Not only will he slip away, he will also fall into the hands of that woman Changsun Xilan. No, I won't allow that to happen. It's mine, and it's mine only. Boom. The Son of Destiny's terrifying obsession instantly caused changes in heaven and earth. Long Yan's long hair fluttered behind him, and his bloodshot eyes were stained with golden light. Roar. A low and majestic roar, with supreme majesty. There were huge waves on the water surface. Yi Tian, who was standing motionless not far away, could clearly see with his eyes slightly narrowed that a divine dragon with endless dragon power was slowly emerging from Long Yan's body. Dragon body? Reach out and take a look. Under the rich golden light, a chess piece whose black and white could not be distinguished appeared in Long Yan's hand. The 4th piece should be here. Tap. A crisp sound fell, and the entire lakeside pavilion fell into a dead silence. Boom. The power that shattered space was like an erupting volcano, sweeping everything away in an instant. 2 golden vertical pupils as big as houses, along with the shattered space, revealed a large void behind Long Yan. That captivating aura is enough to cause a heart arrest even for a powerful being in the Dharma realm at a glance. The 5th piece. As if under great pressure, Long Yan picked up the 5th chess piece with trembling fingers. Tisk, the chess piece falls on the board. Roar. Amidst the shocking roar, a rich golden light permeated the entire world. The chessboard network of lines burst out with rich golden light, covering the entire sky and earth. The world is a chessboard, and you can destroy the gods by playing with the pieces. In this scene that seems like the arrival of God, the owner of the golden vertical pupils in the broken void slowly revealed its true form. It was a dragon, a golden dragon more than 10,000 meters long. Its head alone was as big as a mountain. Beside the chessboard, Long Yan looked at the giant dragon and fell asleep contentedly out of exhaustion. That he succeeded. I think that after waking up, the inheritance of this chessmaster will all belong to him. He will directly reach the peak, and no one will dare to disobey him. Five Suns Dragon Arrival, let's call it this name. Looking at the strange phenomenon in this world gradually dissipating, Yi Tian casually put away the chessboard of heaven. Chapter 275 Questioning. Look at the unconscious Long Yan. A flying sword appeared in Yi Tian's hand. The flying sword tore the space apart with a loud bang, and instantly arrived in front of Long Yan with a large piece of deep and dark space fragments, pointing directly at Long Yan's eyebrows, only an inch away. Yi Tian stopped the flying sword again. He glanced at the thunder that was exploding like the sky above his head and shook his head slightly, not even close. He put away the flying sword and slowly walked to Long Yan's side. I can't give you the inheritance, so I'll give you a consolation prize. It's up to you whether you can keep it or not. As he spoke, a magic spear, a big knife and a jade flute appeared in Yi Tian's hands. The three weapons were placed directly into Long Yan's storage bag in a hidden place. The number of people besieging the Ice and Snow Palace has increased instead of decreased in the past 2 days. Just yesterday, for some unknown reason, the barrier outside the secret realm that blocked the Bone Age disappeared. This means that no matter how old the monster is, he can come to the secret realm of inheritance of the powerful in the Dharma realm without any hindrance. Also, because all the good things in the secret realm have been looted, those old guys with terrifying auras also gathered outside the Ice and Snow Palace. This is where the biggest treasure in the entire secret realm lies. There were countless people in the darker among them. There are as many as 6 venerable ones. The 6 venerables even joined forces to attack the barrier that isolated the Ice and Snow Palace. But what makes everyone hard to believe is this: the 6 venerables attacked together, but they were unable to break the barrier. Could it be that the people inside can't get out? The Big Knife Patriarch raised his eyebrows. After being here for so long, he and the other venerables understood that 4 people had gone in. They are the top talents under their faction and the negligible waste of the Long family. It seems so, but this barrier will not last long, so we just have to wait. Behind the Big Knife Patriarch, the second venerable of the Big Knife sect had a better mentality. The barrier is broken. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, outside the barrier, the 6 venerables and millions of martial arts masters were all stunned. Really, the barrier in front of us is visibly melting. Charge. The treasure is mine. Don't try to snatch it from me. A large crowd of people rushed towards the Ice and Snow Palace. Seeing the situation getting out of control in an instant, the 6 venerables looked at each other, and each of them burst out with the pressure of the venerable and appeared above the palace. Don't move forward, everyone. Otherwise, we might start a massacre. Of the 2 venerables of the Shangguan family, the male venerable's tone was full of threats. Treasures are obtained by the strong. The moment there is no age limit in this secret realm, the scene will only become more realistic because of those insurmountable strong people. The majesty of the venerable cannot be violated. The 6 venerables made everyone fall into silence. Keep an eye on these people. Let's go take a look first. The Great Knife Patriarch spoke to the younger generation beside him, and then looked at the woman from the Shangguan family and the monk from the Wanqing Buddhist sect. Without any extra communication, the 3 of them stepped into the Ice and Snow Palace. The spiritual consciousness expands directly. Everything in the palace appeared directly in the minds of the 3. Where is Xiaoer? The female elder of the Shangguan family frowned. Ba Dao. The Greatsword Patriarch looked towards the palace and called out the name of his own disciple. The remaining venerable monk held one hand in front of his eyes and fell into deep thought because he could not find his great Buddhist disciple. The entire Ice and Snow Palace, there is no one they are looking for, but at that time, countless pairs of eyes saw that the 3 people came in. There's someone here. The Big Knife Patriarch's spiritual consciousness explored somewhere, and the spiritual power in his hands gushed out, directly pulling a person in the palace over. That useless guy from the Long family? Looking at the unconscious guy in his hand, the old man with the big knife threw him aside. The considerable pain caused Long Yan to slowly open his eyes from his coma. Boy, where are the other 3? As soon as he opened his eyes, Long Yan saw 3 guys standing in front of him with questioning expressions on their faces. He didn't care about anything else, and looked at his hands. Where is the inheritance? There was no improvement in strength, and the brain did not inherit any memories of powerful people. Where's the inheritance? Where's my inheritance? In an instant, Long Yan's face gradually twisted. Could it be that he had been deceived? Kid, I'm asking you a question. Where's Ba Dao? The voice of the Big Knife Patriarch woke Long Yan up. Ba Dao? I don't have time to deal with you. With doubts and anger in his heart, Long Yan sensed himself again, but there was no improvement. Could it be in the storage bag? Thinking of this, Long Yan hurriedly opened the storage bag on his body. It was also the moment when the storage bag was opened. A thick demonic aura emanated from it. Sensing this aura, Long Yan hadn't made a move yet, but the three venerables around him all fixed their gazes on him. This is the aura of the demon blood dragon Scalespear. They have had contact before, so there is no doubt about it now. The female elder of the Shangwan family moved slightly and snatched the storage bag from Long Yan's hand. What are you doing? Long Yan almost attacked the guy in front of him. The female venerable did not respond. With a frown, he shook out everything in Long Yan's storage bag. A large number of spirit stones, some rare treasures, some women's underwear, some drugs used to force the issue. A whole bunch of miscellaneous stuff. The three venerables frowned as they watched until the N.3 weapons were shaken out from the storage bag, and the auras of the three venerables were instantly locked onto them. Donor, could you please tell me why my Buddhist sex things appeared in your storage bag? The venerable monk used his spiritual power to lift up the demon blood dragon Scalespear and asked Long Yan in a seemingly kind and easygoing manner. How do I know where these things came from? Long Yan didn't want to pay any attention to these guys at all. He didn't even want to explore the appearance of these things in the storage bag. He only had one question: where is the inheritance? Where's the inheritance that old immortal thing promised? Why isn't it there? Long Yan's mind was not here, but the three venerables were all focused on this issue. Those three people are the future hope of their respective forces. Long Yan's attitude undoubtedly angered the three of them. The great swordmaster said with a forced smile, "My disciple once swore that he would never drop his sword in his lifetime. Now that his knife appears in front of you, it seems that you are quite powerful, young man." Contained in the cold voice was the murderous intent of a venerable one. Shangwan Xiao is the only child of our Shangwan family. If you don't give me an explanation, our Shangwan family will definitely declare war on your Long family. The female venerable beside her gritted her teeth. If she hadn't retained her sanity, she would have crushed the young man into ashes with a single slap. Amit Ba. 4 people came to this palace, but in the end only the donor was here. The donor should know something. The monk from the Wanqing Buddhist sect clasped his hands together. It was not until now, under the pressure and questioning of the three venerables, that Long Yan's thoughts gradually shifted. Seeing the attitudes of these three people, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 276. Take out the inheritance. Outside the ice and snow palace. A large group of people were waiting for the venerable to leave so that they could make room for them to plunder. The key inheritance of the Dharma realm masters should be taken away, but some of the remaining treasures are good things for most people. It won't be long. A furious roar suddenly erupted from the ice and snow palace. The evidence is conclusive, but you still don't know anything. I will kill you. The angry voice of the Big Knife ancestor fell. Many people were shocked and looked at the ice and snow palace that was split open by a big knife with a touch of heartache. Half the dome was shattered. A huge, shining sword chopped straight down, following the direction of the blade. Countless people could clearly see that the person that the Big Knife ancestor was determined to crush with all his strength was a young man. Long Yan of the Long family? Hiss. What's going on? What did Long Yan do wrong to cause this old monster, Big Knife ancestor, to be so furious? The two venerables next to them didn't stop it either. They are the direct descendants of the Long family. Are they going to declare war on the Long family? The moment they saw the situation clearly, a lot of discussion broke out. At the same time, Long Yan watched helplessly as this top-level expert of the 5th level of the Venerable Realm attacked with all his strength, and was completely unable to move. The powerful man's aura completely imprisoned him, and he could only stand where he was. How would he know why those 3 young people disappeared? These old guys were sure that he killed those 3 people just because of those weapons. Thinking of those 3 weapons, Long Yan felt a slight chill in his heart. He knew exactly what was in the storage bag. Those 3 weapons were deliberately put into his storage bag by someone. After all, he is the son of destiny in this world. Faced with all the doubts at hand, he instantly thought of the owner of the secret realm. Only he can perform these actions when he is unconscious. He was framed. But now that I understand these things, it doesn't seem to have much meaning. The sharp aura exuded by the huge blade shattered Long Yan's protective spiritual power and tore his skin at the same time. Before the spiritual blade completely fell, Long Yan was already covered in blood. The Big Knife Patriarch was really furious. In just a moment, he would be completely killed by this knife. At this time, the only thing Long Yan thought of was his master. What a pity. Su Tianyun was not there either. It was as if someone had carefully planned everything and all his escape routes were cut off. I want to become the strongest in this continent. I still have a long way to go. You can't kill me. Long Yen roared with all his might. When you killed my disciple, did you let him go? The big knife ancestor was extremely furious, and the spiritual power in his hands not only did not weaken, but increased by several times. I didn't kill him. The pale excuse could not outweigh the 3 pieces of powerful weapon evidence. At the moment when countless people's pupils trembled, the giant sword slashed down, snort. At that critical moment, a cold snort resounded throughout the world, causing countless people's hearts to suddenly skip a beat. At the same time, the giant spiritual sword that was chopped down by the great sword ancestor was completely frozen. Long Yen, covered in blood, could clearly see a sharp blade just half an inch away from the tip of his nose. The sharp edge of the blade directly left a hideous wound on Long Yan's face. Bang! The giant sword exploded in an instant. With a cold snort, he destroyed the attack of the powerful and respected man. A moment, the 6 venerables surrounding the palace suddenly looked towards a certain void. People's attention turned accordingly. As countless people focused their attention, an old man dressed in luxurious black dragon robes appeared in everyone's sight, stepping through layers of rhythmic space. At first glance, he's just an ordinary old man, but as long as they sensed it slightly, everyone had only one feeling in their hearts: unfathomable. Ancestor of the Long family? Seeing the person coming, the hand of the ancestor of the big knife holding the huge knife trembled slightly. The knife he just used was shattered, and the recoil force made it difficult for him to keep steady at this moment. The female elder of the Shangwan family and the monk of the Wanqing Buddhist sect next to them also had extremely solemn expressions. Ancestor of the Long family. Isn't the ancestor of the Long family in seclusion? Why is he here? Hiss. This is a genuine Dharma realm master. A living Dharma realm master. Oh my god, he took action to save Long Yen? More than 1 million people in the secret realm could not hide their shocked eye. In their opinion, the Venerable is already the pinnacle of this world. As for the Dharma realm that has not been open for dozens or hundreds of years, it is just a legend in the eyes of more people. The Long family ancestor, who had made everyone nervous, looked at the Venerables from the 3 factions below and said calmly, "Isn't competition between the younger generations a constant? If your disciple dies, it can only be said that his skills are inferior to others. If the master takes action, it will break the rules. You want to protect this kid?" The eyes of the big knife patriarch were about to spit fire. What do you think? There was no spiritual pressure, just a simple question that directly showed the attitude of the ancestor of the Long family. The Dharma realm represents unquestionable strength, and strength represents everything impossible. The female elder of the Shangwan family stood up and said, "I must bring this person back to the Shangwan family. If you, the Long family, insist on taking people away, our Shangwan family will definitely declare war on you, the Long family." Compared to the great knife ancestor who has fought his way to this point alone, the words of this female elder of the Shangwan family undoubtedly carry much more weight. On strength, the ancestor of their Shangwan family is not weaker than the ancestor of the Long family. Hearing this, the shrewd eyes of the Long family ancestor flickered slightly. A youngster who always starts a war with his mouth. "If you have anything to say, ask your ancestor to come and talk to me." As he spoke, the ancestor of the Long family, seeing the ugly face of the female venerable, grabbed Long Yen, who looked extremely miserable due to his serious injuries, and brought him to his side. "Amitba, if the donor insists on doing so, the Buddha of our Buddhist sect will come to visit you someday." The monk from the Wanqing Buddhist sect spoke in a neutral voice, and the expression of the Long family ancestor, which had always remained expressionless, finally darkened a little. The 10,000 Saints Buddhist sect is the most powerful force in the world except for the divine realm. Thinking that this younger generation around him had offended so many people, the ancestor of the Long family didn't know for a moment whether it was worthwhile for him to save this younger generation. There was no response to these people. In front of the ancestor of the Long family, the space was torn apart, and then he stepped into it with Long Yen. It was after the ancestor of the Long family took Long Yen away that a huge commotion broke out in the entire secret realm. The direct descendants of the 3 top forces were killed by Long Yen. The Venerable One takes action, and a powerful being in the Dharma realm appears. This series of events is destined to spread throughout the entire spiritual saint continent, and it is impossible for the 3 major forces to give up. As expected, a night falls. The ancestor of the Big Knife sect directly issued a killing order to the 500,000 disciples and elders in the sect who were carrying big knives. Whoever kills Long Yen can become his direct disciple, the great knife ancestor, and enjoy all his inheritance. and will surely become a venerable in the future. To the outside world, the Big Knife Patriarch also issued a hunting order. Anyone who kills Long Yen can come to him and get 2 billion spirit stones. At this moment, countless people went crazy. Let's look at the Shangguan family again. The only direct descendant was killed. When the entire Shangguan family found out, they were all furious and grief-stricken to the extreme. It is said that the head of the Shangguan family has gone to the back mountain overnight to wake up the family ancestor. As for the 10,000 Saints Buddhist sect, no one knows what happened. People only heard that countless Buddhist disciples were reciting Buddhist scriptures for the chief disciple, which promised him to attain paradise early. I think it will definitely not be peaceful. For a moment, everyone smelled the signs of the coming storm. Long family. When all the members of the Long family heard that Long Yen had caused such a big trouble, they were all furious. I told you that you can't keep that trash and kick him out of our Long family as soon as possible. How could we have encountered such a crisis? The elder's beard puffed up and his eyes widened. The second elder said bluntly, expel him from the clan immediately. There's no reason for our Long family to offend those 3 forces for a piece of trash. Alas, the ancestor has come forward to defend Long Yen, so we should think of a countermeasure. The head of the family calmed everyone down. In the family hall, dozens of clan elders and heads of families all had worried expressions on their faces. Back mountain. In the ancestor's cultivation cave, the injuries on Long Yan's body were healing rapidly. When he slowly opened his eyes, he heard the old ancestor beside him laugh out loud. Ha, you are indeed worthy of being a son of my Long family. Good kill. The old ancestor patted Long Yan's shoulder firmly. In response, Long Yan smiled stiffly. No matter how he explained it, the deaths of those 3 guys who disappeared out of thin air were entirely due to him. Don't worry about those forces. Our Long family will protect you to the end. The ancestor gave Long Yen a shot of reassurance. Hearing this, Long Yen was somewhat moved. Thank you, ancestor. The old ancestor nodded slightly, looked at Long Yen, and waited for his next words. However, Long Yen just said a few words of thanks, and that was all. You don't have much comprehension, and you still need this old ancestor to teach you. The old ancestor murmured in his heart, then cleared his throat and said, little guy, take out the inheritance of the Dharma realm. Some cunning Dharma realm cultivators can entrust their spirits to inheritance, but it's very dangerous. Let me show you. Inheritance? When Long Yen heard the ancestor mention it, his expression froze slightly. What? Our Long family has made preparations for a war with the 3 forces. You won't still hide the inheritance from me, your ancestor, to have a look at it? There was something strange in the eyes of the ancestor of the Long family. Long Yen shook his head solemnly. There is no inheritance in that secret realm at all. It's a complete scam, and I was even framed by the remaining spirit of the master of that secret realm. That guy put 3 weapons into my storage bag, making me the target of public criticism. Watching Long Yan's performance, the ancestor of the Long family gradually frowned. Scam, a dead Dharma realm. What is there to deceive? What is there to deceive and still frame you? Do you think you are the protagonist in the opera, worthy of being framed by a Dharma realm? If they really wanted to frame you, wouldn't it be better to just kill you? In the eyes of the Long family's ancestor, Long Yen was hiding something. Even the excuses in acting are extremely poor. Stretching out his withered hand, the ancestor of the Long family grabbed Long Yan's shoulder. The spiritual consciousness swept over a nothing. It's hidden really well. The ancestor of the Long family muttered to himself, and his gaze towards Long Yen turned cold. That night, the Long family announced to the public that Long Yen was officially kicked out of the Long family. Chapter 277 Su Tianyan's death. Whenever you produce the inheritance, our Long family will let you return to the family. Standing in front of the Long family's gate, Long Yen recalled the words of his ancestor and clenched his fists until they crackled. The Long family. Ha, it's better not to stay with such a cold-blooded and ruthless family. When I rule the world, I will make you unable to reach me. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed in the dark sky. The young man carried a heavy sword on his back and walked resolutely towards the brothel in the city. Tianwei's sector Zhengsun's island propped up her chin and looked out the window. It's raining, so boring. It's not okay for the host to look at those things all day long without moving around. While reminding the host, Yi Tian was frantically absorbing the large amount of origin points that were released from the loophole in the world's will. Long Yen was targeted by 3 major forces, and the Long family shook off Long Yen. All of this weakened the protagonist's luck, but also brought Yi Tian a lot of points. Isn't that my purpose, to expand my knowledge and earn spirit stones? Chang Sun Xilan defended herself with a slightly blushing face. Ye Tian remained silent, looking at the rainy night outside the window. Chang Sun Xilan fell into a daze again. After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath and said, "System, I want to see the third volume about my life." Ding, 100 million spirit stones have been deducted. The host has 9.2 billion spirit stones left. When Chang Sun Xilan heard the system's report on the remaining spirit stones, she felt very proud. As the scene before her appeared, she also calmed her mind. In the picture, it was a large swath of trees passing by. In the third volume, the man who wanted to kill her was holding her, who was still a baby girl, and was running quickly through the woods. The baby girl kept crying, but the man ignored her and continued on his way in the heavy snow. Finally, the man carried the baby girl into a cave. Chang Sun Xilan could see it through the picture. There was also a baby girl in the cave. Seeing the baby girl in the cave, the man's eyes softened immediately. "Hunger, Dad has figured out how to keep you alive." The man put the infant-like eldest grandson Xilan aside and said, "Purple Phoenix body, Dad can transplant the Purple Phoenix body into you. Those people in the divine realm won't find out. You can grow up well and become beautiful." The man smiled, took out a knife and pointed it at Chang Sun Xilan. The blade passed by. The baby girl's cry rang out immediately. The man showed no emotion at all. He cut the baby girl's body with his knife one after another, extracting the purple phoenix blood. The baby girl kept crying until her cries gradually faded due to excessive blood loss. The drifting snow adds to the coldness. If the divine realm hadn't refused to acknowledge the daughter of me and their saint, how could you have suffered such a punishment? The man sighed at the scarred baby girl. "If you want to blame someone, blame the divine realm. It's not easy for my daughter to survive with your identity." As he spoke, the man refined the essence and blood in his hand and poured it into the body of the baby next to him. "Hold head high." The loud cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the entire cave. Seeing this scene, the man's face revealed strong excitement. Only in infancy, with only a 50% chance, he succeeded. "The screen ends here." Chang Sun Xilan gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe that was what happened to her when she was a baby. "System, I want to read the fourth volume." Suppressing the fluctuations in her heart, Chang Sun Xilan took a deep breath and said, "Ding, 200 million points have been deducted." As the voice faded, another picture appeared. In the picture, the man carried his daughter out of the cave, leaving behind the scarred Chang Sun Xilan. Looking at the direction, the man ran towards somewhere. I came to a snowy field and waited for a while with my eyes closed. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and stabbed his child in the snow with the sword in his hand. The sharp sword tore through the air, and the swift blow left no doubt that the sword would pierce through the child. In the snow in the next second, "Hold head high." A phoenix cry erupted from the baby's body. "Su Tianyun! How dare you!" A large group of men and women dressed in sacred costumes appeared over the snowy field at lightning speed. Amidst the roar, a huge platinum-colored palm print slammed towards the man on the snow. Bang! "This palm is too strong." The man with the sword couldn't resist at all. He was blown away 1,000 meters by the giant palm after just one encounter, and crashed into the snow mountain. "You killed Xilan's parents, and now you're not even going to let their children go." Another roar. A majestic middle-aged man with golden eyes holding a spear, with holy light flashing all over his body, suddenly moved through space and hit Su Tianyun's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Su Tianyun suffered a fatal blow in an instant. He tried his best to crush the space-moving talisman he had prepared in advance. In just a short breath, Su Tianyun suffered 2 fatal blows, but in the end, he still escaped. Turning around, a group of men and women with holy light flowing on their bodies picked up the baby girl on the ground with gentle faces. "The aura of the purple phoenix body is extremely unstable. Su Tianyun, what a cruel heart." The scene zooms in with a seriously injured man. Su Tianyun staggered, a smile on his face. "Hunger, Daddy will send you in. I will go to the divine realm to find you and your mother later." As he spoke, the man returned to the cave. Looking at the unconscious baby girl in the corner, Su Tianyun closed his eyes and divined. The scene changed. The seriously injured and dying man came to a shabby family holding a scarred baby girl. Looking at the 3 words Changsun family above, Chang Sun Xilan understood what was going to happen next. "My parents are dead." After reading about her own life experience, Chang Sun Xilan clearly remembered what the middle-aged man with a gun said in the picture, and her eyes were red. What comes with it is endless anger and murderous intent. "System! Where is that guy named Su Tianyun? I'll kill him." Whether it was revenge for her parents or for herself, Changsun's island had never hated anyone so much. Hearing what Changsun's island said, Yi Tian casually threw a jade pendant to the ground. Looking at the jade pendant, Changsun's island was a little confused. Just afterwards, when an illusory figure slowly emerged from the jade pendant, Changsun's island's purple eyes gradually became filled with blood. In the room, Su Tianyun looked at his eldest grandson's island in front of him and sighed with a complicated feeling. He also saw the scenes about Changsun's island's life experience. There are countless variables in this world, and I have explained them one by one, except you. It should have been not long ago, right? You also had your own opportunity, right? I will kill you. A long sword appeared in his hand. Changsun's island's purple hair was stained with blood, and the extreme murderous intent completely enveloped Su Tianyun. In an instant, Su Tianyun felt the threat of death. I'm your uncle. Do you know what you are doing? Su Tianyun's tone immediately rose. This scolding is enough to make people with weak psychological qualities restrain their breath and feel at a loss. What a pity! Changsun's island has entered a bloodthirsty state, with only one word in her eyes: kill. Besides, even if you don't enter this state, faced with an uncle who killed her parents and an elder who could be so cruel to her, Changsun's island would still stab out with the sword in her hand without hesitation. Laugh. The blood-red sword pierced through the spirit. The violent and chaotic aura exploded wildly in Su Tianyun's remaining soul. In an instant, Su Tianyun reached the last moment of his life. Your aunt and I are truly in love. Why do all of you have to try to stop me? Because of your love, I lost my home. Changsun's island roared hoarsely. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Su Tianyun was completely crushed. A protagonist template was written as a female supporting role in the original novel, and I had to correct it. Yi Tian looked at the few extra balls of light that appeared in the system space. These are various cultivation knowledge analyzed from Su Tianyun. Compared with the ancient Black Spring Emperor, he is no worse. Chapter 278 Divine Realm. Girl Dang. The sword fell to the ground. Although her enemy died under her sword, Changsun's island was not happy at all. I thought that once I became strong, I could go find my biological parents, but she only realized now that her parents died when she was a baby. It seemed like in an instant, Changsun's island lost her target and confusion enveloped her whole body. The cold rain continues as late autumn turns to winter. More than half a month has passed since the last secret realm of the Dharma realm ended. Correspondingly, Long Yan has been hunted by various forces for more than half a month. The Long family kicked Long Yan out, which surprised countless people and also made more people join the ranks of hunting down Long Yan. Without the support of the Long family, Long Yan is just a martial spirit with some skills. The sky-high bounty offered by the Big Knife sect alone is enough to make countless elders and ancestors of ordinary sects come out of seclusion. What's more, by killing Long Yan, he would be appreciated by the three major forces and would become famous in the spiritual same continent. Even the top martial emperor couldn't sit still under this series of temptations. Over the past half-month, Long Yan has been hunted by countless forces, facing danger time and time again, and he is in an extremely miserable state. Only the protagonist can do such a thing, that a martial spirit can trigger the pursuit of the entire spiritual same continent. Until today, a mysterious woman actually issued a warning to all those who were chasing Long Yan. Anyone who dares to hunt down Long Yan will die. The domineering and arrogant words caused an uproar and ridicule from countless people on the mainland. Some of the ancestors at the martial emperor level sneered and ignored her completely when they saw that the person who guaranteed Long Yan was just a little girl who hadn't even grown all her hair. Attacked directly and you will definitely capture Long Yan. However, in the next moment, the martial emperor was hit by a giant platinum palm that seemed like a god, which fell from the sky and hit him so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards. The wind is blowing and the clouds are rolling. The sky and the earth are changing color. Dharma realm. That little girl is secretly protected by a powerful person in the Dharma realm. After seeing that palm that seemed to be the might of heaven, countless people's pupils trembled violently and they were panicked. What kind of force is this? A junior can afford such luxury to have a powerful person in the Dharma realm to secretly protect him. This is not the end yet. Just 2 days later, another incident caused the entire spiritual sane continent to boil over. The Dedeo sect, with 500,000 members, was slaughtered overnight. The Big Knife ancestor even had his strength eliminated by the strong man, and Long Yan chopped off his head with one knife. Blood soaked every part of the Dedeo sect, and the raging fire burned all the inheritance of this top sect. Until this moment, countless people realized it. Long Yan is protected by a superpower. Hunting him down is courting death. The Shangwan family quietly withdrew the order to hunt down Long Yan, which confirmed everyone's guess. In the sky, a large ship shrouded in divine light, its hull engraved with obscure and ancient patterns, driven by spiritual power. It moves forward slowly. On board. A good-looking woman, holding her chin, looked at Long Yan with fascination. Brother Long Yan, I have solved all your problems for you. Now do you want to go back to the divine realm with me? Listening to the words of the woman beside him, Long Yan still felt a sense of unreality. A few days ago, when he was at his wits' end and avoiding being hunted, he accidentally ran into the woman next to him bathing in a stream. I watched the whole process accidentally. After being caught, this woman not only did not seek revenge on him, but fell in love with him at first sight and helped him get rid of all those who were chasing him. Divine realm. Long Yan was no stranger. This is the most powerful force in the world. Even the Long family is like the difference between a hyena and a lion in front of it. The master's wife was imprisoned in the divine realm, and the master's long-cherished wish was to meet her. Thinking that the master in the jade pendant was not around, Long Yan shook his head and said to the woman beside him, I still need to find something. Where is it? Let's go get it together. The woman asked patiently. Long Yan clenched his fist slightly, thinking of the way he was tricked by the black-robed man that night, and said in a cold voice, Huangyan Empire. Huangyan Empire, Tianwei sect. Changsun's Island looked at the three elders walking away, her mood still low. The three elders had just come to tell her about how Long Yan had received help from a mysterious force in the past 2 days and had destroyed the Dedeo sect. I was worried that Long Yan would go to Tianwei sect to seek revenge for the last broken engagement. Changsun's Island casually threw out the Hell-Yama formation that she had exchanged for 10 million points from the system and sent the three elders away. I in the attic, the woman looked out the window with melancholy, her mind still unable to get over the fact that her parents had died. Seeing the host like this, Yi Tian immediately asked, does the host want to meet his parents? Meet them? Zhang Sun Zilan didn't react immediately. After 2 breaths, she stood up suddenly. You mean, I can meet them again? Ding, the system task has been released. Host, please check it. Yi Tian's voice fell. Changsun's Island immediately opened the task panel. A mission. Get your stuff back. Description. The host was supposed to be a saint in the divine realm, enjoying the most luxurious cultivation resources in the world and possessing the most terrifying background. However, her enemy swapped the host's life with his own daughter. Please, host, take back everything that is rightfully yours. Mission successful. Reward the host with a reunion with his family. A mission failed. All host's assets will be deducted. Changsun's Island read the task in front of her word by word. Her rapid breathing showed her excitement. System. You are indeed omnipotent. In an instant, the woman's state returned to a full smile. Seeing that the host was normal, Yi Tian shook his head and smiled speechlessly. When he thought about exchanging the reward for successfully completing the mission, Yi Tian's smile became a little bitter. That night, Huangyan Empire, Imperial City Dai and the Imperial Palace, more than a dozen martial emperors knelt on the ground in a row. Among these powerful martial emperors, there is even the ancestor of the Huangyan Empire, but now they are like ants, and they dare not even say a word to beg for mercy. In front of them, a woman wearing a dress as dazzling as stars held her head high with pride. Brother Long Yan, I've asked Uncle Zhang to capture all the martial emperor level people in the entire Huangyan Empire. Look who took your things. The woman spoke softly to Long Yan beside her. However, Long Yan looked at the dozen or so people in front of him, his brows furrowed. After looking at them one by one, he finally shook his head and said, no, none of these people have the same aura as that guy. Besides, I can't sense the aura of the jade pendant. Isn't it? The woman also frowned and then waved her hand. A venerable servant understood and stepped forward, and a ball of fire poured out. No, no, no. Sir, who are you looking for? Just tell us directly and we will definitely find it for you. Sir, you can't kill us. If we die, the millions of people in Huangyan will be torn apart by the flames of war between the various countries, and all their lives will be in utter devastation. The dozen or so martial emperors kneeling on the ground all begged for mercy and fear, but these have no effect on women. Instead, the woman frowned in disgust. Filthy lowly people, shouldn't it be an honor for you to die in my hands? Boom. The dense flames were blasted out by Wu Zun's servants without hesitation. The flames exploded in an instant, instantly devouring more than 10 martial emperors. Lanner, why are you killing innocent people again? A slightly angry and old voice emerged in the sky. Uncle Zhang, if they can't answer the questions, shouldn't they die? The woman said indifferently. You, sigh. In the sky, an old man with long white hair didn't know how to persuade. Chapter 279 Helyama Formation in the Palace. The ashes on the ground rolled slightly in the cold wind. The woman looked at Long Yan. Let's find a force to help us find it. If we can't find it, we'll destroy them. I use this method every time I lose something, and it usually works. The woman in saintly attire suggested to Long Yan, then asked, which sect is the most powerful in this empire? Sect? Faced with this question, Long Yan's eyes flickered slightly that he immediately thought of the sect that had made him lose face. Speaking of which, the source of all this can be attributed to the Tianwei sect. If it weren't for the venerable spirit beast of Tianwei sect that destroyed the entire team that went to pick up his bride, how could he have gone to the Dharma realm for inheritance? How could he have lost his master? And how could he have become the target of everyone's pursuit? All this was caused by Tianwei sect. Thinking of this, Long Yan unconsciously revealed a bit of murderous aura. Let's go to Tianwei sect. Has this sect ever bullied Brother Long Yan? Seeing Long Yan's look, a strong murderous intent appeared in the woman's eyes. Long Yan clenched his fists and said, I will never forget the insult this sect inflicted on me. If you dare to bully Brother Long Yan, then there is no reason for this sect to exist, the woman said coldly of the Shangguan family, the Long family and the Wanqing Buddhist sect. These three major forces have bullied Long Yan, and she had no way to deal with them. After all, she is just a saint and not in charge of the divine realm, but a sect from a small empire dared to bully Long Yan, which undoubtedly aroused the woman's anger. At the same time, the woman couldn't help but feel distressed. Everyone in the world was bullying the man she liked, but this also proves that her man is different from others. Tianwei sect. After the three elders placed the last of the 10,000 eyes of the Helyama formation, they let out a long sigh and nodded. The sect master's formation has already exceeded the limits of our exploration. Elder He Shan was filled with emotion. Song Xiu nodded in agreement. I really don't know how the sect master got such a formation. Hong Tong said, I feel relieved now. I plan to stay in seclusion for the near future and won't come out until I become the martial emperor. No wonder I saw you hoarding so many photostones. Song Xiu looked at the red-eyed elder strangely. Don't slander me, the red-eyed elder said angrily. The three elders talked and laughed as they walked towards the elders' hall of Qiulong Mountain. Because the formation was already in operation, neither they nor the disciples in the sect heard the thunder-like voice outside the mountain gate. The holy maiden of the divine realm, Jiang Xilan, is here in person. The words of Wu Zun's servant were arrogant, as if they were standing above the heads of all living beings, but this voice did not cause any ripples. In Tianwei sect, those who eat, those who sleep, and those who get up. The group from the divine realm and Long Yan looked towards the Tianwei sect. It was like looking at a pool of stagnant water. For some unknown reason, a sense of weirdness surged into my heart. The holy maiden of the divine realm has arrived in person, and no one is coming out to greet her? The servant lord spoke arrogantly again, but his tone was filled with murderous intent. Dare to ignore their divine realm. It seems these guys are tired of living. It's a very good sect. The saintess of the divine realm, Jiang Xilan, sneered, then took Long Yan's hand and said, Brother Long Yan, let's go take a look. Yeah. Long Yan nodded. Even though he knew there was a venerable level spirit beast here, he was still not worried at all. At this moment, Long Yan wanted to show Changsun Xilan how much better this woman next to him, who also had the same name as Xilan, was than her. Marrying her as a concubine is already marrying up for her. Wu Zun's servants followed behind the two of them. They never noticed. When they walked into the Tianwei sect's territory, a subtle spatial rhythm flashed by in an instant. Even the white-haired old man hiding in the dark in the sky to protect Jiang Xilan did not notice the subtle movement. Ground. Jiang Xilan and Long Yan walked towards the gate of Tianwei sect. However, as time went on, both of them frowned at the same time. They had been gone for a while. Logically speaking, they should have already arrived inside the Tianwei sect, but now, the sect's gate in front of them was still in the distance. After walking for so long, it seemed like it was still in the same place. Lady Saint, there's something strange. The venerable servant beside him was the first to react and looked around with a serious expression. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from the body of the venerable servant. The venerable one soars into the sky, only. It's as if untrapped in time and space. This venerable servant should have flown a distance of hundreds of meters, but he only rose 5 or 6 meters. The burst of spiritual power could allow him to rush up a certain distance, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to where he was. Formation? In an instant, the venerable servant reacted and looked at the saint and Long Yan. Behind them, two horrible, withered arms suddenly broke out of the ground. Bang! Grabbed the two people's legs. The two men didn't even have time to scream before they were dragged into the ground by the two ghost claws. Saint Maiden. The scene before them shocked the venerable servants so much that their hair stood on end in the sky outside the sect. A solemn look flashed across the eyes of the white-haired old man. Not good. The space was vacated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the old man appeared in the Halyama formation. Although he was heading in the same direction as Long Yan and the other two, his experience was completely different from theirs. In front of the white-haired old man was the back of a person. The man with his back to him was wearing coarse cloth clothes that only ordinary old men would wear. It seemed as if he sensed someone coming. The owner of the back figure slowly turned his head. Thump, thump, thump. The white-haired old man covered his heart with his hands, a flash of horror in his eyes. What kind of power is this? Ignoring his spiritual power to protect his body, it directly acts on his body and even his soul. Playing tricks. Gritting his teeth, the white-haired old man slammed out with a palm. A palm strike at the Dharma realm level is a display of magical powers and spiritual science. A dazzling light was pushed out along with a giant platinum palm. The white-haired old man didn't believe that the guy in front of him could withstand his palm. Boom! The brutal palm power would have destroyed the main peak of Tianwei sect if it were not in the formation. It is precisely because of the formation, the people of Tianwei sect didn't even feel the slightest bit. At most, there will be more gusts of wind. One palm falls, the figure in front really disappeared. If you can't achieve the Dharmakaya state, you will never know the horror of the Dharmakaya state. The white-haired old man calmly withdrew his breath and used his spiritual sense to try to find Jiang Xilan, but what made him solemn again was, he couldn't use his spiritual awareness at all, as an inexplicable force completely isolated it. At this moment, thick white fog appeared around Dai in front of the field of vision. The old man's back appeared again. This is a formation. If you don't destroy the center of the formation, you will never be able to break it. The white-haired old man's expression finally became extremely solemn. He could never have imagined that such a horrifying formation would appear in such a place. Its power is not even inferior to the clan protection formations of those top families. Chapter 280, revealing everything. Tianwei sect. The sect master's pavilion. The system light screen in front of Changsun's island was showing the scene in the Halyama formation. Except for the people of the sect, anyone or anything that entered the Halyama formation without permission would suffer varying degrees of punishment from the tens of thousands of ghosts in the formation. Changsun's island can see it. A ghost asking for directions was facing a frightened full moon wolf and kept asking for directions. I told you not to howl like a wolf outside the sect all day and night, disturbing people's sleep. There was also the big-toothed wild boar that tried to sneak into the sect to steal vegetables. He was also stopped by a ghost butcher holding a pig-killing knife. Of course, these are just minor incidents. Changsun's island turned around and looked at the people who came to visit Tianwei sect late at night. Except for the white-haired old man in the Dharma realm, the others were trapped by ghosts and all their spiritual power was drained. Just a casual move, amidst the spatial fluctuations, a pair of Ghost Claws picked up two people and dropped them into the sect leader's attic. These two people are obviously Long Yan and the Holy Maiden of the Divine Realm. The two of them had no spiritual power at all and struggled to sit up with difficulty. When I saw the situation around me, I was a little confused for a moment. We meet again? Changsun's island looked at the two of them, as if she was talking to Long Yan, but her eyes were actually looking at Jiang island. How dare you treat me like this? You're finished. Your family and your loved ones will all be purged by the Divine Realm. After Jiang Xilan came to her senses, she instantly realized that this was the person behind the scenes. She has never been so humiliated since she was a child. Oh? Zheng Sunzilan smiled and shook her head. I have no family and no relatives, because I was killed by your father. Changsun Xilan's brain is not dull. Changsun Xilan had heard the venerable servant call the Holy Maiden of the Divine Realm, Jiang Xilan, before, and combined with the picture of her life experience given by the system, she understood it very clearly. The woman in front of him was Su Tianyan's daughter, and also the woman who replaced her identity. TSK. The prisoner Jiang Xilan sneered, "It's your honor to have your parents killed by my parents. You ant-like fellow. Your lowly filthiness makes me sick." Really? Are all the people in the Divine Realm noble? Changsun Xilan looked at Jiang Xilan with interest. We live above the 9 heavens. We were born in the temple, and everyone has inherited divine blood. Lowly people like you can't even imagine this. Pa. Zheng Sun Zilan clapped her hands and said, "Well said. But I want to ask, how do you know that you are definitely the one recognized by the Divine Realm? What if you are the inferior one you are talking about, and I am the noble one you are talking about? What do you mean?" For a moment, Zhang Xilan, the holy maiden of the divine realm, did not quite understand what Changsun Xilan said. The other side. I in the Hell's Yama arrayed Uncle Zhang, who is a powerful person in the Dharma realm, is already sitting cross-legged on the ground looking around him. There were at least thousands of ghosts of various appearances. He was sweating all over. Even if he was a powerful Dharma realm master, being trapped in the formation and surrounded by so many terrifying guys was like a giant trapped in a swamp, and he was powerless no matter what he did. He killed at least 100,000 ghosts, but these ghosts kept coming back to life. It was also when he was almost exhausted. Suddenly, I felt the cold air around me dissipate in an instant. Open your eyes. I am still in the formation, however, the ghosts around have completely disappeared. Before he could figure out the situation, a screen of light appeared in front of Uncle Zhang's eyes. This is a picture. I in the picture, a couple is looking at the baby girl in their arms with love on their faces. Brother phone. Sister-in-law. Seeing these two relatives who had been killed by that bastard Su Tianyun many years ago, Uncle Zhang couldn't help but feel emotional for a moment, before he could wonder why this